This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Trouble Caused by My Cheap Father. On the 6th day of the first lunar month. The capital. The imperial city. Your Majesty. It's snowing. It's finally snowing. Auspicious snow. Your Majesty. A eunuch in his early 50s, with a hoarse voice, rolled and crawled on the steps leading to the Linjing Palace. Before he climbed up the steps, the Shangqing Emperor, who was dressed in Taoist robes and had a fairy-like appearance, heard the sound and moved to the front of the palace. He half opened his Taoist robe, looked up at the snowflakes falling all over the sky, pondered for a long time, and sighed, "Dai Quan. Today is the 7th day after Zhang Chongqing's death. Right?" Dai Quan, who had just run to the front of the palace, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, today is exactly the 7th day. I didn't want to beat him to death, but I didn't expect that he couldn't survive 20 strokes with a cane. Now that I think about it, I feel very sorry. It's all because of the old slaves' improper discipline, and the people below didn't know how to control their severity." Dai Quan immediately knelt on the ground. "Forget it. He has a bad fate. No one else can be blamed. Get up." Emperor Zhengqing pondered. The Imperial Observatory is different from other government offices. It has always been a son-in-law business. And there is no mourning. I remember that his family has only one son for generations. And there is a son. What is his name? Your Majesty is kind. I remember his name is Zhang Yuni. Write an edict for me now. Exempt him from the annual examination. Grant him a 5 organs Bao's and after the 15th day, he will go to the Imperial Observatory to work. I obey the order." Emperor Zhengqing looked at Dai Quan, who got up from the ground with a sharp gaze, and said in a deep voice, "You go there in person to prevent the subordinates from being smart. By the way, take a look at how the funeral arrangements are going. If there are any difficulties, help to subsidize them." "Yes, I'll go right away." Dai Quan left the palace, brought 2 young eunuchs, and came to the west of the city under the escort of several imperial guards. From a distance, thick smoke was seen rising from a house, and the people on the road were in a hurry, running and shouting. The fire broke out. The fire broke out. How could the Zhang family catch fire in broad daylight? Maybe the candlesticks in the morning hall fell over? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't there anyone keeping vigil at his house? How could it burn like this? Who knows? The Zhang family suddenly dismissed servants at the end of the year, and there was only one son in the family, who was not yet 20 years old. How could he endure the funeral ceremony at such a young age and keep vigil? Maybe he dozed off while keeping vigil and accidentally knocked over the candlesticks? Dai Quan's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he quickly pointed in the direction of the smoke and said anxiously, "Quick! Go and save him. Don't let him be burned to death." Several guards immediately galloped on horseback, and Dai Quan also took 2 young eunuchs and chased after them. When they arrived in front of the burning house, they saw a handsome young man in mourning clothes lying straight on the side of the road, with a bright red mark on his neck clearly visible. Dai Quan didn't care about being disrespectful. He pushed the eunuch in front of him away, stepped forward, and stretched out his hand to touch the tip of the boy's nose. How could it be? No breath. Dai Quan almost collapsed to the ground. The imperial cane has always been real and fake. Although the Imperial Observatory is not a powerful government office, Zhang Chongqing is a 5th-rank supervisor after all. Without his tacit consent, the executioner would not dare to use such a heavy hand. This is the privilege of being an internal minister, to understand the emperor's intentions and help the emperor deal with some small matters that are inconvenient to say. It's just that he misunderstood the emperor's intentions. Moreover, he did not misinterpret the emperor's intention. He just knew that the emperor was furious, but he still insisted on fair and straightforward judgment and did not make a big deal out of it. But the emperor sent him to convey the emperor's order, which obviously showed some regret and meant to punish him. But Zhang Yuni hanged himself at this time. This was really a waste of time. He regretted it so much at this moment. Why did he report the auspicious omen? Otherwise, the emperor would not think of Zhang Chongqing. The auspicious snow in his eyes before, at this moment, was particularly glaring. And he also felt resentful towards the dead Zhang Yuni. He kicked the corpse in the stomach and cursed, "Just like your father. He will not choose death." Cough, cough, cough. Before he finished speaking, the corpse on the ground coughed violently and sat up suddenly. Fake corpse. The people who came to put out the fire retreated like a tide, making bursts of exclamations. Daquan looked at the resurrected boy with a face full of horror. What he met was not the fear of surviving a disaster, but a calm and slightly confused look. Zhang Yuni? Are you a human or a ghost? He took a step back calmly, widened his eyes, and asked in a hoarse voice. I am not dead? The boy did not answer, looked around blankly, and then knelt on the ground. Zhang Yuni, kowtow to thank the Emperor Xingxian for his grace. What did you say? Daquan said with a look of horror. I was originally arrested by the ghost, but fortunately, the Emperor Xingxian came down from the sky in the imperial sedan chair, drove away all the ghosts, and told me to atone for my father's sins and serve the Emperor. So I was able to come back to life. After saying this, he showed an incredible look on his face, stretched out his hands, and looked at each other over and over again. Daquan was stunned for a while, then turned to ecstasy, and with a group of guards and the people who came to put out the fire, he bowed to the south and shouted, Emperor Xingxian appeared. It's really a miracle. Zhang Yuni knelt down with everyone and secretly glanced at Daquan, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The previous talk of resurrection was just nonsense for self-protection. The ancients did not have a deep understanding of natural phenomena and often attributed them to metaphysics. The cheap old man who had never met was the chief officer of this kind of work, the supervisor of the Imperial Astronomical Observatory. Last winter, there was no snow in the capital throughout the 12th month. I don't know what the cheap old man had done, but he actually wrote a letter to accuse the emperor of being obsessed with cultivation and extravagant, which led to punishment from heaven. The Imperial Observatory is a special government office. Officials of the observatory are not allowed to transfer to other positions. Their descendants inherit the position from generation to generation. They cannot be promoted without special permission, and they cannot even resign. When there are vacancies, they are also selected from the direct descendants. It can be said that the officials of the Imperial Observatory do not follow the ordinary promotion and assessment channels at all. They are appointed and dismissed only based on the emperor's preferences, and they cannot even change their careers. Why? Because the ancients were superstitious, and the emperor needed to firmly control the right to interpret astronomical phenomena. But as the chief official of the Imperial Observatory, I don't think about how to help the emperor pass the blame, but put the shit pot on the emperor's head. Isn't this like the birthday star hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long? Look, he was beaten to death outside the palace gate on New Year's Eve. In this regard, Zhang Yuni was powerless to complain. You want to die to persuade and leave your name in history, but don't implicate others. No, he had killed the real Zhang Yuni, and he was just a fake who traveled through time. He was kicked by the eunuch in front of him just after waking up. He couldn't help but think that the emperor was not satisfied with beating his cheap father to death, so he made up this nonsense in a hurry to protect himself. Although this world is not the history he is familiar with, Emperor Zhengqing is quite similar to Emperor Jiajing in his previous life. Not only does he love alchemy and Taoism, but the previous Emperor Mingda has no brothers or children, and he also inherited the throne as a cousin. The Emperor Xingxiangxian mentioned by Zhang Yuni is the biological father of Emperor Zhengqing. Like Emperor Jiajing, after he sat firmly on the throne, he began to rectify his father's name, insisted on respecting him as the emperor, and intended to invite his biological father's tablet into the imperial temple. This is also the reason why Zhang Yuni dared to talk nonsense. Even if Emperor Zhengqing saw that he was talking nonsense, he might go with the flow to rectify his biological father's name. The emperor has always regarded himself as the son of heaven. Is there any more convincing evidence than his biological father ascending to the immortal world? Just when he was feeling complacent about his quick wit, he heard the eunuch's unique duck voice. No wonder the emperor suddenly wants to give you an official position. It turns out that he has a telepathic connection with the late emperor. Telepathic connection? Zhang Yuni smiled secretly. This dead eunuch's professional quality is really good. He wants to flatter the emperor in every possible way. But when he thought about it, he realized something was wrong. It doesn't matter if he says a few flattering words, but it's not a matter for an eunuch to make the decision on his own. He was wondering, and Daquan had already unfolded the imperial edict and shouted, Zhang Yuni, accept the edict. Xian took the imperial edict, and Zhang Yuni was mixed with joy and worry. The good news is that the emperor did not hate him because of his cheap father, but instead gave him an official position. But in this case, The original speculation also needs to be overturned. How did the original owner die? Zhang Yunizajia reminds you that you should not commit suicide at such a young age and fail the grace of the emperor and the late emperor. He was still wondering who the murderer was. But Dai Quan had already issued a suicide verdict. The original owner dozed off while keeping vigil and was strangled to death from behind in a daze. Although he did not see the murderer, he was indeed murdered. The chief father was beaten to death in the court, and the executioner was the eunuch, knowing that the emperor would give him an official position. It is not impossible to take the lead in cutting off the roots. Zhang Yuni had no way to judge whether he was intentional or unintentional, although it was not clear who the eunuch in front of him was. The bright red python robe was not something that ordinary eunuchs could wear. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with it, he saw a guard approaching and whispering a few words. What? Not suicide? Dai Quan's face turned pale, and he shouted. Seeing Dai Quan shouting, the guards no longer covered up and hurriedly said, yes. The murderer probably thought that the fire could destroy the body, and did not hang the person. Dai Quan looked at Zhang Yuni with a serious face and said, tell me quickly. Who killed you? Although Zhang Yuni didn't know whether he was acting, he did not see the murderer's appearance, so there was nothing to worry about. So he told the truth. Zhang Yuni was still wondering who wanted to kill him, but Dai Quan was sure that this was a poisonous plot against him. The emperor ordered him to pass on the order, and only a few people on duty in the Linjing Palace could hear it. He always thought that the palace was his own 1/3 acre of land, and the people below were all his disciples and grandchildren. He didn't expect that someone would harbor evil intentions. It is not terrible to have such thoughts. What is terrible is that he did not delay along the way. But the other party spread the news in such a short time and arranged people to frame him. And he still knew nothing. Thinking of this, he grabbed Zhang Yuni and said, no. This matter cannot be settled peacefully. You will follow me to the palace to report to the emperor. I, Dai Quan, want to see who dares to make trouble. Wait a minute. Eunuch Dai. Before he finished speaking, an old Taoist in a Taoist robe with a haggard appearance pushed aside the crowd and walked over. Jinggong. Why don't you enjoy your life in Ningguo Mansion during the new year? And run to? At this point, his face twitched a few times, and he paused before saying, I forgot that Zhang Chongqing is Jinggong's brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Jinggong? Ningguo Mansion? Zhang Yuni looked at the visitor, a little dazed, bowed and said, Uncle. Chapter 2 killed? When he first came here, Zhang Yuni was only concerned about how to save his life, ignoring that he was traveling to the world of the Red Mansion. When he saw Jia Jing, he suddenly woke up. The original owner's biological mother was the illegitimate daughter of Jia Daiwa. That is, Jia Jing's sister. Logically, with the family background of the Zhang family, even the illegitimate daughter of Ningguo Mansion could not afford it. However, she and Jia Jing were not born of the same mother, and the age difference was too large, so there was not much brother-sister relationship. In addition, Emperor Zhengqing succeeded to the throne as a cousin, which was dissatisfied by Prince Yizhong, who was also a cousin, and he rebelled. Although Jia Daiwa, who was the governor of the Beijing camp at the time, did not participate, he was suspected of oversight. Fortunately, Emperor Zhengqing was worried about causing unnecessary backlash when he first ascended the throne, so he did not make a big move. He just left Jia Daiwa idle and finally chose Wang Ziting, who guarded his own vassal town and had served under the Jia family, to take over the post of governor of the Beijing camp. However, even so, the Ning Mansion lost its power, and there were few people willing to marry. This allowed the chief father, who was only a 6th rank official at the time, to get this marriage. Jia Jing, who had never been able to be appointed as an official, was disheartened and chose to practice Taoism in order to save his face. This was a helpless move. But unexpectedly, Emperor Zhengqing, who had only been emperor for 10 years, was also fascinated by this way. By mistake, Jia Jing became a close minister around the emperor. In his previous life, he couldn't understand why Jia Jing, as the inheritor of the Ningguo Mansion and a Jinshi, gave up his title and official career and devoted himself to practicing Taoism. He made such absurd moves. But when he died, Jia's mother cried so sadly. Now Zhang Yuni finally understood that he was practicing Taoism with the emperor. However, the Ningguo Mansion, which had regained its power, looked down on the Zhang family's marriage. In the original owner's memory, the two families rarely interacted with each other. and they almost stopped interacting since his mother died a few years ago. If it weren't for the cheap old man telling the original owner before writing the letter that if the emperor punished him, he would have told him to go to the Ning mansion. Even the original owner would have almost forgotten that he had such an uncle. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. After the cheap old man was beaten to death, the original owner also went to the Ning mansion to report the death. But he couldn't even get in. Now the first 7 days have passed, and Jia Jing came alone. Isn't it too insincere? The experience of the previous life told him that human society is like a monkey hanging on a tree. As long as you climb high enough, you can see smiling faces everywhere. But if you are at the bottom, even if you stick your neck out, you can only get close to other people's cold butts. The cheap old man offended the emperor, and the Ning mansion deliberately avoided suspicion. So there is nothing to complain about. Although the previous judgment was wrong. By chance, he found a shortcut to climb up. Otherwise, he could only hang around in the Imperial Observatory for his whole life. And the highest he could get was the 5th rank supervisor. Want to make a lot of money with modern knowledge. A man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. Without the corresponding strength, he will only attract covetousness. Spending money to avoid disasters is a small matter. And if things go wrong, he may even lose his life. As for relying on the Jia family, not to mention that the Jia family will fall sooner or later. Zhang Yuni knows better than anyone that this family is more cannibalistic than outsiders. The iron must be strong before it can be forged. Only by jumping out of the shackles of the Imperial Observatory can the ceiling above his head be removed. Otherwise, not only himself, but also his descendants in the future will have to circle around in this circle. Zhang Yuni was still thinking about how to use this opportunity to climb up. And Jia Jing had already come close. He bowed to Dai Quan and said, "We serve the emperor. How can we just enjoy leisure? I refined a furnace of elixir for the emperor a few years ago, and the elixir was just completed today. I heard the bad news about my brother-in-law just after I came out of retreat. I didn't expect to be a step late. However, I have been devoted to practicing Taoism for these years, and have not taken care of this nephew." Speaking of this, he looked at Zhang Yuni, concerned, and complained, "Your father has such a big thing. Why don't you go to the mansion to mourn? If someone helps to take care of it, such a change will not happen." Zhang Yuni secretly complained, "Can you not eat and sleep while refining elixir? It's okay for ordinary people not to know about my business. But how can Ningwa Mansion not know? Besides, if they really didn't know, even if they rarely walked around, they wouldn't block the door. I'm afraid they were worried about being implicated, and they had already informed the doorman. Now he is arrogant at first and respectful later. But he just heard his nonsense, and saw that he was a rare treasure. It was one thing to understand in his heart, but Jia Jing had said it before. And as a junior, he could not confront him in person. So he could only follow his words and say, "It is the end of the year, and my uncle is not at home. I think the servants in the mansion forgot to report to my uncle and cousin Jin." Jia Jing was furious when he heard it, and said, "These bastards have no respect for their dignity. I will deal with those dirty things when I go back." After scolding him, he patted his shoulder, squeezed out a trace of warmth on his haggard face, and said, "Your parents are both dead, and now you are alone, which is inconvenient. I think after the funeral, you can follow me back to the mansion to live, so that I can take care of you." Zhang Yuni said respectfully, "Now my nephew has only my uncle as a relative, so everything is up to my uncle." Although he was familiar with the dream of the Red Chamber, and did not want to have too deep entanglement with the Jia family, he could not just break off this relationship. Besides, the Imperial Observatory had never been very profitable. Even if he had an official position, his house had been burned down, and he really needed a place to stay. Okay. Jia Jing patted Zhang Yuni on the shoulder, and said with a look of relief, "From now on, you can treat your uncle's house as your own home. Just feel free to stay here. Uncle came at the right time, and my nephew will follow Eunuch Dai into the palace. I'll trouble you to help take care of it first." The Imperial Observatory could not transfer his position without a special decree. Only by winning the Emperor's favor could he have a chance to jump out of the cage. Zhang Yuni did not want to miss this opportunity. Since Jia Jing wanted to make a good use of the rare goods, he arranged it for him first. Unexpectedly, Jia Jing suddenly frowned and scolded, "Nonsense! Although there is no mourning in the Imperial Observatory, the first 7 days have not passed. Now your father's body is still warm, and you are in a hurry to enter the palace to meet the Emperor. Do you still want this reputation? In his previous life, he had his own parents, and he was not interested in his cheap father, let alone giving up the opportunity to enter the palace to meet the emperor. But in this era where filial piety is more important than heaven, he had to follow the local customs and could only look at Daquan. Mr. Jing is right. It is indeed that I have not considered it properly. You are in mourning and the emperor has not summoned you. It is indeed inappropriate for me to enter the palace. Let's wait until I go back and report to the emperor. Daquan, who was indifferent just now, changed his attitude at this moment. And Zhang Yuni couldn't help but wonder if it is said that Daquan had overacted before. But if it weren't for Jia Jing, who would let him get off the hook, why did he change his mind after Jia Jing stopped him? If he remembered correctly, in the original novel, Jia Rong donated his official title to Daquan. Was it to give Jia Jing face or to cover up for Jia Jing? As for murder for money, he could just take the money and leave. Why kill people? As the director of the Imperial Observatory, the cheap old man only studied astronomy and calendar, and did not touch the government, let alone the court expenses. But when he criticized the emperor, he described the expenses of building Taoist temples and palaces in great detail. There must be something fishy. The original owner was just a teenager of 17 or 18 years old, with no grudges. He was strangled to death, and it was probably related to this matter. He was just worried that he had something shameful in his hands. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni was stunned. The first person he suspected was Jia Jing. The two families had not been in contact for many years. Why did the cheap old man ask him to take refuge in Ning Mansion before writing a letter? And Jia Jing happened to meet him. But then, he denied this guess himself. Ning Mansion was able to maintain its current status because Jia Jing accompanied the emperor to practice Taoism. It would be fine to accuse others, but accusing the emperor of practicing Taoism would be like shooting himself in the foot. Moreover, he was familiar with the Red Mansion in his previous life and knew the character of the Jia family. This kind of thing of writing a letter directly to the emperor was not something that this family could do. The less clues he had about the murderer, the more he wanted to climb up. In this way, at least the murderer hiding in the dark would be afraid of the consequences of the matter being exposed. The iron must be struck while it is hot. Zhang Yuni no longer hesitated and bowed to Daquan and said, "Eunuch, please allow me to report. The late emperor has another instruction, and I need to present it to the emperor in person." Chapter 3: Entering the Palace. He, who traveled through time, did not have much respect for the imperial power itself, but only for the power of life and death behind it. Therefore, as long as the lie would not be exposed, he would use the tiger's skin as a banner and pretend to be the name of the previous emperor. Anyway, there are too many lies to be afraid of, and he is not a first-time offender. Once there is a first time, there will be countless times. The opportunity is fleeting, and he cannot pin his hopes on the emperor's curiosity. If he is delayed like this, it will be difficult to get ahead again. Seeing Zhang Yuni bring up the emperor's biological father, Jia Jing and Daquan looked at each other in surprise. After a long silence, Jia Jing said, "Since the late emperor has instructed, I'll leave this to my uncle. You should quickly follow Eunuch Dai into the palace to see the emperor." This, Daquan waved his hand and said, "How can this be possible? Eunuch Jing is his uncle and a witness. I think he should go with us to the palace, in case the emperor asks." "Forget it," Jia Jing sighed. "I will go with you and ask the emperor for a good fortune." "Yes, yes, yes." The late emperor's spirit appeared. "This is a great joy." Daquan echoed and turned to Zhang Yuni. "You can be regarded as a blessing in disguise." Seeing that the two were convinced by him, Zhang Yuni quickly stepped aside and bowed to let the two go first. Seeing this, Jia Jing said dissatisfiedly, "You, child, even though you have the emperor's order, you should still bid farewell to your father. Uncle still needs to tell the servants to go to the mansion to find your cousin Jin to help. The carriage is parked at the entrance of the alley. After you pay your respects, you can come to find me by yourself." "That's perfect. In this icy and snowy weather, I will ride with you. The carriage is a bit simple. I'm afraid that Eunuch Dai will have to squeeze in with you." "It's okay. It's okay. It's snowing heavily. It's good to have a shelter from the wind and snow." Seeing the two of them politely leaving, Zhang Yuni had to kowtow to the courtyard respectfully. If no one exposed him, he would be happy to pretend to be confused. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. When he arrived at the alley, he saw Jia Jing standing next to a two-wheeled carriage, waving away an old servant. Looking at the distant resounding back, Zhang Yuli smiled and said, "Uncle, is this the loyal servant surnamed Jiao? My mother often mentioned him when she was alive. I'm afraid he is over 70 years old." Jia Jing sighed. "Yes, he is indeed a bit old. If I call him out again, I'm afraid people will say that our family treats the loyal servant harshly." After helping Jia Jing get into the car, Zhang Yuni finally understood what Jia Jing meant by squeezing in. This was originally a carriage for one person. So Dai Quan was not polite. He sat in the middle with a big horse and a golden sword, leaving only the seats by the windows on both sides for people. Before he got on the carriage, he noticed that there was no Ning Mansion logo on the carriage, and the driver had been replaced by a young eunuch, which showed that Jia Jing only brought one driver. He was so light and simple, as if he was afraid of being known. So he joked, "I only knew that my uncle was devoted to Taoism before, but I didn't know it was like this." "That's right," Dai Quan also complained. "Although you have no official position and have not inherited the title, you have a reputation after all, let alone a carriage. Even if you sit in a sedan chair with four bearers, who would say anything? Why treat yourself so harshly? Ancient times were different from modern times. If you have money, you can use anything. Everything will be regulated. Otherwise it will be beyond the limit." The sedan chair with four bearers mentioned by Dai Quan can only be ridden by officials of the third rank or above. But this is also in the capital. Outside the capital, you can ride a sedan chair with 8 bearers. I thought Jia Jing would be humble, but he said with shame on his face, "Don't make fun of me, eunuch Dai. Although the emperor is generous, my brother-in-law has offended the emperor." Seeing that he was very frank, Zhang Yuni felt that he was a little mean, and hurriedly said, "Uncle is right. The late emperor also reprimanded my nephew. The whole world belongs to the king. As the saying goes, you should be loyal to the emperor and share the worries of the emperor." "Ha ha! Well said." Dai Quan laughed. "You know how to advance and retreat like this, and you will definitely have a bright future in the future." "Thank you, eunuch." Zhang Yuni bowed slightly. Dai Quan leaned forward slightly and said, "Although there is the order of the late emperor, you have not been summoned after all, and you are in mourning. I am also worried about the consequences of bringing you into the palace privately. If you only talk about trivial things, I am afraid that you will anger the emperor, and I will also be implicated by you. If it were an ordinary boy, he would have to speak his heart out. But Zhang Yuni has lived 2 lives after all, and he is afraid that the message will lose the sense of mystery. So he evaded." "Don't worry, eunuch. The emperor will be very pleased after hearing it. The late emperor ordered that it must be presented to the emperor in person, and I dare not go against the emperor's will." This, Dai Quan seemed a little unwilling. Jia Jing smiled and stopped him, saying, "Eunuch Dai, please don't ask. Aren't you afraid of violating taboos?" He turned to look at Zhang Yuni and said, "You are so young, but you can still think about these things. However, why don't you ask the late emperor about the person who hurt you? Even if your uncle wants to speak up for you, he has nowhere to start." "Yes. Why didn't the late emperor tell you?" Dai Quan asked with a puzzled look on his face. "There is no perfect lie to make people believe. You never look at how much falsehood is mixed in your lie, but make it impossible for the other party to verify it. As long as it is ambiguous, people will come up with 10,000 explanations. And Zhang Yuni's lie is not only unverifiable, but also has subsequent evidence. So he is not panicked at all," he said with a blank face. After Uncle said this, I remembered that when the nephew was caught by the ghost, he kept begging the ghost to die with his eyes closed. The late emperor should have heard it at the time, but he did not tell the nephew. Why? Explanation is concealment. Only by letting the other party guess the result by themselves will it not be questioned. Jia Jing was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Dai Quan, as if he had thought of something, and hurriedly said, "How can we speculate on the late emperor's thoughts? There must be other deep meanings, so don't think too much." "Yes, yes, yes," Dai Quan also echoed, and then threw his official uniform on Zhang Yuni, and even lost interest in talking, leaning against the car and falling into deep thought. Mourning clothes naturally cannot be worn into the palace, which Zhang Yuni knew very well, so he took up the official uniform without hesitation. But the moment he took off the mourning clothes, he could not hide his embarrassment. The ancients value the upper clothes more than the lower clothes, But under the brocade clothes, there was an embarrassing open-crotch pants. And these open-crotch pants are different from the ones tied around the waist in the previous life, but are tied at the root of the thigh, which is also the origin of the word wanku. This is also the reason why Shirin did not touch the waist but the thigh when she tied the belt for Jiabaoyu when he first experienced sex. Zhang Chongqing was a 5th-rank supervisor after all. And although Zhang Yudi was not a playboy, he was no exception. Although, in the previous life, they had been frank with each other in the sauna. But now in the narrow carriage, there was an androgynous eunuch, showing off in front of him, which was inevitably a bit uncomfortable. However, no one is embarrassed. And this emotion is fleeting. Looking at the vigorous and youthful body, Zhang Yuni is quite satisfied with the body he traveled through. As the saying goes, good birds choose trees to live in. When a bird grows up, it must have a large enough forest to live in. Right? Although Jia Jing let him live in Ning Mansion with the mentality of rare goods, he didn't mind accepting his kindness. When the Jia family fell, he would have to lend a hand and gather. No, it was to rescue those talented and miserable women, and make a warm welcome. As a modern person who is familiar with the dream of the Red Chamber, it is inevitable to have a filter for those golden hairpins. However, for now, he still has to grow up slowly, take steady steps, and then slowly, after changing into official uniforms and thinking carefully about the words to meet the emperor, the carriage stopped in front of the palace gate. Chapter 4 speaks eloquently and thinks far ahead. The imperial palace is divided into the palace city and the imperial city. The imperial city is where the 6 ministries and other government offices work, while the palace city is where the emperor lives. Because the carriage is not the property of the imperial palace, they have to wait for the Jia family to take over. So the 3 got off in front of the palace gate. After getting off the car, Jia Jing explained a few words to the guards, and the group braved the snow and walked to the imperial city. After entering Chentian Gate, Dai Quan ordered the accompanying eunuch to take Zhang Yuni to the side hall to wait for the emperor to summon him, and instructed Zhang Yuni to take care of the emperor's appearance. And he and Jia Jing reported to the emperor. Zhang Yuni also took this opportunity to review the speech he had prepared long ago in his mind. About an instant's stick of time, he heard the summons. Zhang Yuni patted his official uniform slowly, followed the eunuch step by step, and came to the Linjing Palace. He walked through the palace door and walked 3 steps inside. He prostrated himself on the ground and shouted, "I, your humble servant Zhang Yuni, kowtow to your majesty, and thank you for saving my life." "When have I ever saved you? Didn't the late emperor save you?" "The fairy world also has fairy rules. But the emperor is appointed by heaven. Although I died suddenly, the late emperor cannot violate the fairy rules without the emperor's will." He praised the emperor a little and patched up the previous lie. After all, they are not relatives, so they need a reason to come back to life. Although there are many coincidences in this world, it is rare to die suddenly at the time of being granted an official position. Even if there are later comers, he can find other excuses. It's still the same reason, as long as there is no way to verify it, and it can be corroborated by side evidence. The listener will naturally make up his mind. Although flattery never wears out, the emperor has heard it so many times that he has become immune to it. After his curiosity was over, he immediately returned to the point and urged, "I heard that the emperor has something to bring to me. But is it the way to become an immortal?" "Yes," Zhang Yudi said firmly. "It's just that the emperor has taken the wrong path." And the late emperor was anxious. But due to the immortal rules, he couldn't come to remind him in person. So he took this opportunity to let this humble minister help the emperor. "Hurry up." Emperor Jingqing's voice was a little trembling. "The emperor is appointed by heaven, and the herdsmen in the lower world are gilded. Once they have enough merits, they can be rewarded with merits." "Merits?" Emperor Zhengqing frowned. "What virtue and ability do you have to help me gain merits? I really don't have such ability." But the late emperor did. Zhang Yuni stopped keeping the secret and talked freely. Although one person's enlightenment brings prosperity to the whole family, the grace of a gentleman will be cut off after 5 generations. Immortals have endless lifespans, but followers don't know how many generations have passed, and they can't enjoy the blessings of immortals forever. After so many years of accumulation, the immortal world has a great measure the immortals. What does this have to do with merit? As the saying goes, the way of nature follows nature. Although the immortals have no chance to be immortals, they often see the methods of the immortals. under the influence of what they see and hear. They find another way. 100-foot-high building with glass windows. Not only can the food and drink expenses far exceed imagination, but also can control iron cattle to farm, and even iron birds and iron horses. Travel thousands of miles a day, fly into the sky and hide in the ground. As long as the immortals' methods are used in this dynasty, the emperor will surely be able to add merits to himself. What? This time, not only was Emperor Zheng Qing dumbfounded, but even Dai Quan and Jia Jing, who were listening, couldn't help but exclaimed. He had no choice. If you want to get out of the Imperial Observatory, you have to show enough value in addition to the Emperor's favor. However, the Imperial Observatory cannot take the Imperial examinations or join the army, so there is no place for you to show your talents. Moreover, the same is true in ancient and modern times. If it is not for the purpose of coping with the exam, who would be willing to study boring exam books? Therefore, the original owner read a lot of miscellaneous books, but rarely touched exam books. Even if he could take the Imperial examination, he would not be able to make any achievements without 10 or 8 years of hard study. As a modern person, he can only rely on modern knowledge. Moreover, the theory of resurrection he fabricated has both advantages and disadvantages. Once he uses modern knowledge to come up with something beyond the times, it will inevitably trigger associations. If the emperor thinks that he has hidden something privately, he will be in trouble at that time. So it is better to take a gamble. However, people in the world have cognitive limitations. If you want to implant a concept, you cannot subvert the old cognition. But what you believe, I will continue along your path. If he had talked about science and technology with the emperor at the beginning, he would have been accused of misleading the public and even torn into pieces. But by talking about the scientific and technological means of the previous life through the immortal world and the immortals, he could win the emperor's approval. After all, immortals are omnipotent, and it is natural for the immortals, who have been influenced by them, to fly into the sky and hide in the ground with the help of certain means. After a brief shock, Dai Quan realized that Emperor Zheng Qing wanted to ask, but was afraid of damaging his dignity. So he asked first, "Did the late emperor teach you all these?" Wishful thinking, Zhang Yuni secretly complained, but said, "I am incompetent." The late emperor said that these are the means that the immortals have spent tens of millions of years to figure out, and they are linked together and can only be improved step by step. He just wanted to take the opportunity to climb up and settle down in this world. But he had no idea of devoting himself to the emperor. How to proceed step by step? Emperor Zheng Qing asked in confusion. The late emperor took a strand of soul from me and an immortal, and merged it into the other soul. In this way, what he saw and learned, I can also see in my dreams. In fact, the imagination of the ancients is no less than that of modern people. The cultivation system and 3,000 worlds in the immortal novels in the previous life can be traced in Buddhist and Taoist scriptures. However, Zhang Yuni does not remember any precedent for this kind of quantum entanglement. Thanks to his integration of the original owner's memory, this can be regarded as true and false. If a man does not think about the future, he will have immediate worries. Whether or not you can show your identity in your previous life to others is not important. But when you can't have both, you should make good use of it. Great. Great. There is actually such a magic. Emperor Zheng Qing raised his hand and said, "Get up quickly, and tell me about the situation when you met your father." Zhang Yuni observed his expression, and knew that he had really passed this level. He hurriedly described the appearance of the gods in the TV series in his previous life, such as the horse-drawn imperial sedan descending from the sky, stepping on auspicious clouds, and 7-color rainbows on his head, in an extremely exaggerated way. Emperor Zheng Qing was very interested and smiled. "Have you chosen a courtesy name?" "Your Majesty, I haven't." Emperor Zheng Qing pondered for a moment and murmured, "Zhang Yuni, clouds are in the blue sky, so I will give you a courtesy name of Tianqiang. It not only sounds like Tianqiang, but also shows the auspicious sign of the emperor's father appearing in the sky. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Zhang Yuni secretly complained, "Isn't this the same as Jiarui?" However, the emperor's gift of a courtesy name has greater symbolic significance, so there is no need to worry too much. He immediately showed excitement and said incoherently, "Your Majesty, I thank you for your grace. Stand up. Since your uncle wants to take you back, I won't make any other arrangements." Emperor Zheng Qing was quite satisfied with the courtesy name he chose. He raised his hand and said, "I will give you 200 taels of gold." Go back and handle your father's funeral as soon as possible, so as not to delay your study of immortal arts. I will give you a token to allow you to enter the palace at any time. Remember to report to me immediately if you have any news. Thank you for your grace. I obey your order. Chapter 5, First Meeting with Yusher. After leaving the lynching palace with Jia Jing, they arrived in front of the palace gate. They saw a four-wheeled carriage with carved patterns parked next to the carriage they were originally riding in. A steward leaned against the carriage and immediately came to greet Jia Jing when he saw him. The master has left the palace. Hearing the noise, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in gorgeous clothes and slightly tired, hurried out of the carriage. It was Zhang Yuni's cousin Jiazhen. Master, why did you pass on a message? Jiazhen saluted Jia Jing. But when he saw Zhang Yuni behind him, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Jia Jing glared at Jiazhen and shouted, "Why are you here? Has your uncle taken care of everything?" I heard that the master had entered the palace, and I was worried about him. So I hurried over to take a look. My uncle has already asked his wife to help take care of things. Jia Jing nodded, turned around and greeted warmly. Tianxiang, come and meet your cousin Jin. Tianxiang? Jiazhen looked at Zhang Yuni in confusion. Oh! Jia Jing twirled his long beard, smiling and proudly said, "This is the courtesy name given by the emperor to your cousin. Congratulations. Cousin. Congratulations. Cousin." Jiazhen smiled and said with a look of realization, "The emperor has given you a courtesy name, which shows that your cousin is trusted by the emperor. If you become successful in the future, don't forget your cousin. Thank you for the compliment. Cousin. It's just that I have caused my uncle to worry and run a trip." After some politeness, Jiazhen helped Jia Jing get on the four-wheeled carriage. Just as he was about to get on the carriage first, he saw Jia Jing pointing to the carriage road they came from. "Go to that carriage. I have something to say to your cousin." This, Jiazhen hesitated and finally said nothing. He asked Zhang Yuni to get on the carriage, then stamped his feet and turned to get on the slightly shabby carriage next door. As soon as Zhang Yuni got into the car, he saw Jia Jing pounding his hands and stamping his feet, and said angrily, "You kid, why didn't you inform your uncle in advance about such a big thing? As the saying goes, serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. It is enough to have the protection of the late emperor. Why bother to make up that excuse? If you can't complete the task, won't it cause trouble?" It turned out to be a set of words. Is he afraid that he can't complete the task and is worried about being implicated? Zhang Yuni cursed the old fox inwardly and laughed. "Uncle, you are joking. How dare a nephew deceive the emperor? Is it true?" Jia Jing stared at Zhang Yuni and said, "Absolutely true. That's good. That's good." Jia Jing squeezed out wrinkles on his face and taught him earnestly, "Uncle is also doing this for your own good. Although you are favored by the emperor, you must not take advantage of the favor and be arrogant and neglect the emperor's errands. The dead are gone. I think we should go back and pack up today and bury your father tomorrow morning." Perhaps seeing his attitude towards his cheap father, Jia Jing was too lazy to pretend and suggested it by taking advantage of the emperor's order. This proposal was exactly what Zhang Yuni wanted. So he quickly said, "Yuni is young and inexperienced. Everything is up to your uncle." Seeing Zhang Yuni obeying his words, Jia Jing was very pleased and said sympathetically, "Well, you have been tired for a few days. Take a rest in the car, and your uncle will wake you up when you get there." Although Zhang Yuni had just come from the time travel, he was indeed a little tired after the ups and downs of the past half day, and he was overworking his brain. So he leaned in the car and took a rest with his eyes closed. It is said that money makes things easier. Although the Zhang family was burned down to ruins, when Zhang Yuni returned home, not only did his father change the coffin, but he also built a shed in the yard and surrounded it with white curtains. He changed into morning clothes again, pretended to cry in front of the coffin, and returned the greetings to Jia Jing and Jiazhen. Then a pretty woman in a stone blue long coat walked into the morning hall and bowed to Jia Jing. "My wife greets the master." "Yes." Jia Jing responded without comment, and introduced to Zhang Yuni, "This is your brother Jin's wife, Yusher." Yusher was a second wife, and the two families had already stopped communicating when they married. So it was the first time Zhang Yuni saw her, and he couldn't help but look at her secretly. She was about 24 or 25 years old. Not tall, giving people a sense of delicate and exquisite, but she was born with a protruding front and a curved back. Quite curvy. The narrow-sleeve coat was originally a waist-tightening coat for young women to highlight their figures. When worn on Yusher, it became even more delicate and exquisite. Her petite figure, coupled with a mature and charming face, has a unique charm. No wonder Wang Shifeng said that she was a gourd with a sawed mouth. The figure is indeed not much different. Zhang Yuni secretly thought that Jia Zhen was very lucky, and bowed and said, "It turned out to be sister-in-law Zhen in person. Sister-in-law, thank you for your help and care. We are all family." "Don't say that." Yusha returned a greeting to Zhang Yuni. "It's freezing cold, and there is no servant in the house. My cousin has suffered this time." Sister-in-law asked someone to prepare some sugar and glutinous rice porridge in advance. "Will someone bring it to you to fill your stomach?" Zhang Yuni secretly sighed that Yusha was thoughtful. He had not eaten a drop of water since he traveled through time, and he was indeed a little hungry. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Yusha nodded slightly at him, turned to Jia Jing and said respectfully, "My wife will also give the master." Jia Jing waved his hand and said, "Jinner and I will have to look around." Zhang Yuni said gratefully, "Uncle has worked hard for most of the day. If my nephew rests here, you will be busy running around. How can you feel at ease? Why? Do you still treat your uncle as an outsider?" Jia Jing showed a look of surprise. "You are still young and have no experience in many things. Your elder brother Zhen and I are just looking around to see if there are any omissions. Everything is handled by the servants, so it is not considered hard work." "That's good." Zhang Yuni showed a touch of admiration appropriately. Then, "Uncle, go and come back soon." Jia Jing saw his expression in his eyes, and the wrinkles on his face squeezed together, making it look deeper. "Well, have a bowl of porridge first to warm up your body, and I will talk to you when Uncle comes back." While speaking, he winked at Jia Zhen, lifted the curtain door, and left the morning hall. The scene in front of her stunned Yusher. Since she entered the door, she had never seen Jia Jing so kind to anyone. She couldn't help but look at this cousin with some curiosity. "What are you doing here? Why don't you go and serve porridge to your cousin? If you neglect your cousin, I'll show you how I'll deal with you later." Jia Zhen, who was about to step out of the morning hall, saw Yusher still standing there in a daze, and he shouted angrily, breaking the harmony. Although she was used to being ordered around by Jia Zhen, she still felt embarrassed in front of Zhang Yuni, whom she met for the first time. She wanted to talk back but didn't dare to, and her mature and charming face flushed. Hey! Hey! Feeling her cheeks burning, Yusher hurriedly agreed, turned around, lowered her eyebrows, and walked away quickly with small steps, trying to hide her embarrassment, because she was already well-proportioned and walked too fast. She left Zhang Yuni with an indelible and attractive curve. Chapter 6. The heart is not exhausted yet. The lust arises. After a while, the cold wind blows. The door curtain is lifted, and Yusher comes back, bending over and walking in. She did not ask the maid to bring the porridge as she had said before, but brought it herself. Moreover, Zhang Yuni keenly discovered that she had tied a white belt around her waist, which made her waist look even slimmer and her hips more prominent, creating a different kind of spring in the pure white morning hall. Zhang Yuni secretly laughed. Jia Jing and Jia Zhen were only a little warm to him, but Yusher was so cautious. It seemed that this familiar sister-in-law was in a worrying situation in Ning Mansion. It's all Yuni's fault. Zhang Yuni bowed solemnly. This is the first time I've seen you. Not only did you cause trouble for my sister-in-law, but you were also criticized by Brother Zhen. Yuni really feels uneasy. He was not a good person to begin with. He was very good at taking advantage of opportunities. Since Jia Jing and his son wanted to make a profit, he couldn't let them take advantage of him. Just looking at Jia Zhen's attitude and Yusher's reaction, Zhang Yuni could easily see that she had been bullied a lot. The more a person lacks something, the more they want to make up for it. As the mistress of Ningguo Mansion, she must be extremely eager for others' identity recognition. Although she could not be equated with Jia Zhen, Yusher would definitely make the same decision based on the attitude shown by the father and son. This kind of woman who has been bullied for a long time is the most difficult to resist a caring and warm man. Since he had the intention of stealing the man from the beginning, there was no need to look ahead and behind. So while establishing his character, he did not forget to make the gap bigger. Zhang Yuni's words really touched Yusher's heart. She had heard that Ning Mansion had such a cousin, but she had not visited for a long time. In addition, Jia Zhen did not understand the reason when he heard the news, and did not explain it specifically. She could not figure out the attitude of the father, and son for a while. So she just did her best to show her ordinary affection. Jia Jing's attitude just now really surprised her, and she couldn't help but be careful everywhere. While serving the porridge, she found a white belt to tie it up, which was better than nothing. Although she was the mistress of Ning Mansion, she was born in a small family. Not to mention that Jia Jin was used to ordering her around. Even some respectable servants rarely treated her as a proper master. Facing Zhang Yudi's sudden respect, she was flattered and felt a little warm at the same time. The embarrassment of being scolded by Jia Jin just now also dissipated a lot. We are all family, so why should we be burdened? Your cousin is just like that. If there is anything that is not considerate, please tell me. Don't be polite. Zhang Yudi observed the expression and saw that Yushir was quite pleased. So he immediately said, how could it be that it is not considerate? It has only been a few hours, and you have managed everything in an orderly manner. No wonder Brother Jin asked you to help with the management. Although Yushir used her personality to excuse Jia Jin, mostly to cover up her embarrassment, she still stopped there. No. It's not a difficult thing. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never be worn out. Yushir has also been the head of the family, and there is no lack of show-off in her words. Seeing that she was so busy being polite that she even forgot to pass the porridge in her hand, Zhang Yudi put on a harmless expression, stared at the bowl held in front of Yushir's chest, and said, sister-in-law, I'm hungry. Look at me! Once I start talking, I forget about the business. Yushir smiled sweetly, stirred the spoon in the bowl, blew into the bowl, and said, be careful not to burn yourself. It smells so good. The fragrance of the porridge mixed with the woman's fragrance came to his face. Zhang Yudi couldn't help but swallow a mouthful, and said with a pun, good food is never too late. Yudi is not an impatient person. Upon hearing this, Yushir looked a little flustered, and glanced at the door curtain with a guilty conscience. She had been a wife for a long time, so she naturally heard the possible ambiguity in it. But it was impossible to hold on to such ambiguous words unless the status was very different. Otherwise, once the quarrel broke out, Zhang Yudi would have 100 reasons to explain, and she would be the one who lost face. By then, not only would she offend Zhang Yudi, but also cause dissatisfaction from Jia Jing and Jia Jin, and even her own reputation would be damaged, which would not be worth the loss. However, even so, she was still worried about causing unnecessary trouble. So she hurriedly threw the spoon into the bowl, held the edge of the bowl, and handed the porridge over. You, do it yourself. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the direction of the door curtain again. Zhang Yudi saw all this, but did not push it any further. Instead, he took the bowl from Yushir's hand and ate it attentively. When people are hungry, everything tastes delicious. Not to mention that this sugar-glutinous rice porridge is sweet and delicious. After finishing a bowl of hot porridge, he wiped the corner of his lips and said in a sincere and shy voice, are there any more? Can I trouble you to serve me another bowl? No. I'll go myself. Yushir couldn't figure out for a moment whether his previous words were intentional or unintentional. Thinking of Jia Jin's instructions when he left, she was afraid that she would be blamed for being negligent. So she had to take the bowl and said, there are sheds in the yard, and it's hard to explain. I'll go and serve it. Then I'll trouble you. Sister-in-law. Watching Yushir walk away, Zhang Yudi's mouth corners slightly raised. He didn't have to take advantage of him verbally. It's just that where in the world are there so many protagonists of cool novels that make every woman who has seen them tremble and pounce on them with their heads pointed? This era is not like the later generations. If you can't live together, you can get divorced. Yushir is from a small family. She dare not speak loudly in front of Jia Jin. So how can she dare to do anything out of line? It takes two to clap. To put it bluntly, even if she wants to cheat, she has to consider Zhang Yudi's attitude. If she expresses her feelings to the wrong person, it's no joke. So, just thinking about passive acceptance will only miss the opportunity, and the other party must be aware of it. Of course, you have to grasp the measure, not to go out of line and leave a handle, but also to let the other party notice it. It is not difficult to see from the white silk around Yushir's waist that she is still unclear about the situation. As long as she doesn't go too far, Zhang Yudi is sure that she dare not speak out. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Today is just planting a seed, and then looking for an opportunity to ferment. Even if Yushir is really stubborn, it can save some energy. After all, he is not a dog. Instead of doing useless work, it is better to wait for the fall of the Jia family. Just thinking about something. I saw Yushir leading a maid in. She learned her lesson this time, and stood 2 meters away from Zhang Yuni, saying to the maid behind her, "Yin Dai, come and meet the young master." Young master? Zhang Yuni saw it, but did not expose it. He took the porridge from India's hand with a smile, shoveled it into his mouth, and praised, "It's so sweet. Sister-in-law, tell me, what is this porridge made of? Why is it so delicious?" The sound of it so sweet almost killed Yushir, for fear that he would say something nonsense again. Fortunately, the worry did not happen, and she hurriedly said carefully, "This sugar-glutinous rice porridge is not difficult to make. Just add dried sweet dates, white fungus, lotus seeds, and top-quality rouge rice, and simmer it over a low fire for an hour." Chapter 7. Secrets and Calculations. Let's talk about Jia Jing and his son later. The two left the morning hall and came to a deserted place. Jiajin couldn't wait to ask, "Master, what's going on? Didn't you tell your son before the new year that if this kid came to visit, he must not be allowed in? Why did you accompany him to the palace today? Could it be that the emperor knew about this relationship?" Alas, Master didn't expect such a mistake to happen. Jiajing sighed and said, "Recently, the emperor has become more and more obsessed with cultivation. He has long been impatient with the turmoil of government affairs. Last year, he even had the idea of abdicating, but he was hesitant about the successor. Our family and the relatives of Beijing Wang have always been close to Ning Wang. It happened that your uncle came to entrust his son to you at the end of the year. As your father, I made some inquiries and discussed with Ning Wang. We decided to play the trick and disclose the project expenses to your uncle." This, Jiajin was shocked when he heard this. The Ministry of Works has always been the money bag of our families, and Ning Wang also has a share of the profits. It's hard to hide it. Why does father expose his own shortcomings when he can't hide it? Jiajing glared at Jiajin and said unhappily, "Short-sighted. If you can see it, can't the emperor see it? Could it be?" Jiajin suddenly realized and said, "Master is taking this opportunity to put the blame on the king of Qin? You still have some brains. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Compared with the little money we coveted, it is really a taboo for the emperor to slander the emperor by pretending to be a celestial phenomenon. If the king of Ning can take this opportunity to inherit the throne, no matter how great the sacrifice is, it is worth it." He fell into deep thought and said, "It is indeed as expected by my father. The emperor was furious when he saw the memorial and immediately beat your uncle to death. I thought that it would take at most a few days for the emperor to come to his senses, and the king of Qin would definitely be implicated. I didn't expect that there has been no follow-up. Today, your cousin was given a 5-sensory protection official, and the late emperor came back to life for him. Resurrection?" Jiajin got the news and rushed to the palace in a hurry, not knowing about the resurrection. I originally wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, I brought Jiao to here to prevent your uncle from leaving a handwritten letter and a last word. And on the other hand, I also wanted to add more fuel to the fire for the emperor. I had already arranged everything and planned to take over this house in the name of condolences to prevent any places from being burned cleanly. I never thought that I would run into Eunuch Dai and his party." He briefly recounted the awakening of Zhang Yuni and what happened afterwards, and sighed, "Alas! Man proposes, God disposes." Fortunately, Eunuch Dai helped when your uncle was beaten to death, and when Jiaoda sneaked in, he was asleep and could not see Jiaoda's face, so he was able to fool around. When you live in our house in the future, you should be more careful. Ah? Still want to live in the house? He is just an 8th rank official with 5 sense organs. Bao Zhang. Even if he is favored by the emperor, we will help him take care of his funeral and clean up his house. Isn't that enough for him to be grateful? Why? What a foolish man who didn't plan. Your uncle asked me to take care of his son. Wouldn't he tell him? Jiajing blew his beard and glared. Besides, I don't hold an official position either. So how can I be left out of the expenses for building the Taoist temple? Master, calm down. I'm just worried that if he lives in our house, he might find out something wrong and come to his senses. Wouldn't that be counterproductive? Well, you're right. Take Jiaoda back now, and send the servants he met that day to the manor outside the city. No, the farther the better. Do you understand? Jiajin was immediately beaming with joy when he heard this. Son, I'll go back and arrange it right away. As he spoke, he used his hand as a knife and made a downward cutting motion. Remember to do it after you leave the city, so as to avoid complications. Seeing that his son understood everything, Jia Jing was quite relieved. And he also said, the emperor has practiced Taoism for many years, and now he finally has hope. This honor and favor must be indispensable. We haven't been in touch with him for many years, so it's inevitable that we are a little unfamiliar. It's a good opportunity for him to live in the mansion and get closer to him, so that we won't miss out on those benefits in the future. Father, you mean that we can also help with the expenses of the immortals in the future? Jiajin's eyes lit up, stretched his neck, and suggested, in this case, why don't you just make the relationship closer? Alas, Jiajing sighed. I have thought about it, but it's a pity that your sister is a little young. Otherwise, who will get the most benefits here is still uncertain. Although your sister is young, don't you still have the West Mansion? He stopped talking here. Although you can't write 2 Jia characters with one stroke, brothers still have to settle accounts. Not to mention the Ning and Rong mansions. If Zhang Yuni marries with the West Manor, it's hard to say who he will be close to. He's afraid that the West Manor will benefit, but his own plan will fail. Jia Jing obviously also considered the same thing, and was thinking hard. But Jiajin lowered his voice and said, Master, let me tell you that although my sister is a little young now, she is not completely unable to operate. Although the Imperial Observatory does not need to observe mourning, you are his uncle after all. Whether to observe it or not depends entirely on your words, as long as you use filial piety to suppress it. After 2 or 3 years, this marriage will be settled first. Won't these 4 or 5 years be over? By then, my sister will also be of marriage age. This, Jia Jing recalled Zhang Yuni's changing clothes, shook his head, and said, although your method is feasible, it may not be safe. After all, he is not young anymore. If you delay like this, I am afraid that he will resent you, and then it will be counterproductive. Moreover, he is now valued by the emperor. If he can't stand his youthful nature and asks the emperor for help today, the emperor can grant him a courtesy name, and there is no guarantee that he will not grant him a marriage. Jiajin patted his chest and vowed, what's the difficulty? Please rest assured, Father, at his age, his temper is the most unstable. When he arrives at our house, I will arrange 2 outstanding little maids in his room to open his eyes and broaden his horizons. Take Lian Air as an example and scare him. I guarantee that he will not only not think about getting married, but will worry about being restricted by getting married too early. Jia Jing clapped his hands and praised, good. It's hard for you to have such a plan. This, I'll leave the matter to you to handle. Oh, don't worry, sir. I will definitely handle this matter beautifully. Well, he is my Ning Mansion's nephew. He can't be treated harshly when he lives in our mansion. Naturally, everything will be treated as a proper master in the mansion. Speaking of this, Jia Jing stroked his beard and said calmly, in our mansion, every man who grows up and gets married before getting married will be given 2 people to serve him. This is the custom in the mansion. If you tell others about it, not only will people not say that we are leading him astray, but they will also say that we are treating him well. He, Jiajin said with a lewd look. The master is still thoughtful. As the saying goes, you dare not refuse the gift of the elders. It's best for the master to propose it, and then the son will arrange it for him? Well, it's better to be early than late. Let's arrange it as soon as we return to the mansion tomorrow. The 2 talked excitedly, not caring at all. If the evil plan succeeded, Zhang Yuni would still be their son-in-law and brother-in-law. After a while of whispering, Jia Jingtai said, it's been a while since I came out. Say hello to him, and go back while it's still early to clean up the mess. Chapter 8 Taking advantage of the topic. In the morning hall, seeing Zhang Yuni finish the last mouthful of porridge slowly, and hand the bowl to Yintai, you sure couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's not that Zhang Yuni said anything else that would make people think about it, but in front of Yintai, his words and actions were a little too serious. This should be a good thing for you, sure. But she always felt uneasy. If Jiajin hadn't told her before leaving that leaving only Yintai to watch would be considered neglectful, she would have left long ago. After waiting for Zhang Yuni to finish eating, he had an excuse to leave. So he hurriedly ordered, Yintai, you stay here with the young master. I'll take a look at what the master has said. Zhang Yuni handed the bowl to Yin Tai, patted his stomach, and said with a smile, I'm a little full. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry to make you laugh. You are growing up. It's good to eat more. Before Yusher took the bowl, she saw Jia Jing lift the door curtain and walked in, followed by Jia Zhen. She hurriedly saluted and said, Master, is there anything wrong outside? Yes. It was handled very properly, and the master couldn't find any omissions. He and Jia Zhen were busy talking, and didn't care about the arrangements at all. It was necessary to point out the mistakes, but it was unnecessary to praise. How could Yusher know this? Since entering Ning Mansion, Jia Jing had never praised her, and she was flattered. It's what I should do. It's what I should do. As if he felt that it was dry and empty. Jia Jing continued, in such a short time. You have found so many funeral items. It's hard for you. It's a rare opportunity to be nice in front of her father-in-law. Yusher said with a bit of show-off, Master, thank you for the compliment. It happened suddenly, and it's the new year. Fortunately, I remembered that Tianxiang, the family of the family tutor, had a serious illness last year. The master and his family were worried about the possibility of an accident, so they prepared the funeral ceremony in advance. I took the initiative to find his family. What nonsense are you talking about? Jia Zhen shouted before Yusher finished speaking. Why call him by his courtesy name? Why don't you apologize to your cousin? The emperor just gave him a courtesy name today, which is also called Tianxiang. Aren't you offending him? After Jia Jing's suggestion, Jia Zhen saw Zhang Yuni as if he saw a human-shaped money bag. Just when he was worried about not being able to win him over, Yusher rushed to get close to him, and it was just right to use her as a raft. How could Yusher know Jia Zhen's plan? She was originally confused about what made the father and son so eager to start a new relationship. Jia Zhen's words just solved her doubts. It's my fault. Seeing Jia Zhen's attitude, she was confused for a while, and she didn't dare to be arrogant and regard herself as a sister-in-law. She quickly changed the address. Cousin, young master, don't take it to heart. As she said this, she bowed deeply to Zhang Yuni. Sister-in-law, you are embarrassing me. Zhang Yuni hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Yusher's arm, and lifted her up. Sister-in-law, just call me Yuni. It was only a moment, and Jia Zhen had already lost his temper with Yusher for the second time. And it was all trivial matters, which showed that he was used to being ordered around. Although the character of a warm man is quite suitable, being bullied for a long time can easily develop a submissive character, and he is more afraid to offend Jia Zhen. So, he must stand up at the critical moment. I originally planned to wait until I had some results before showing my talents, but I didn't expect Jia Zhen to be so smart. With a previous verbal test, he had already figured out Yosher's mentality. So how could he miss such an opportunity to bully others? Feeling her arm being held in Zhang Yuni's hand, Yusher was ashamed, angry and shocked, fearing that she would arouse Jia Zhen's anger, and hurriedly turned around. Jia Zhen saw her anxious look and thought she was asking him if he was satisfied with her attitude of apology. He said sternly, What are you looking at me for? Just listen to what your cousin says. My cousin has spoken. Sister-in-law, please don't embarrass me anymore. Zhang Yuni pretended to lift Yosher's arm up again, and then let go. We are all family members. If you are still so distant, Yuni will feel uneasy. Jia Zhen smiled and said, Yes. 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 We are all family members. Seeing Jia Zhen so shameless and trying to please him, Yusher dared not say anything. At this moment, thinking of the ambiguous words before, Yusher was even glad that she didn't say anything before. Whether Zhang Yuni did it intentionally or not, with Jia Zhen's attitude, if he really made a fuss, would he still get what he wanted? After all, she knew very little, so it was inevitable that she thought wrongly. The Zhang family was penniless, and the emperor's favor was the only explanation. Ningbo Mansion seemed to be a wealthy family, but in fact, it had no real job, only a title. After all, wasn't it because Jia Jing accompanied the emperor to practice Taoism? Thinking of this, he unconsciously looked up to Zhang Yuni again. Jia Jing was an elder after all, and he was not as shameless as Jia Zhen. So he quickly changed the subject. Okay. She was also unintentional. But those dirty and rotten things, remember to punish them well when you go back, and send them away from me, so that your cousin won't be upset when he sees them. Hey! Jia Zhen agreed, and then said goodbye to Zhang Yuni. He lifted the door curtain and saw Yusher still standing there in a daze, and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? My cousin will move into the mansion tomorrow, and there are still many things to arrange. Do you want me to do them all?" Yusher was confused by him. Even if she cleaned the house, it was not Jiazhen's turn to do it himself. Not to mention that Jia Jing was still here. She thought that she would stay to help no matter what. Considering his flattering look, Jiazhen was so abnormal. She couldn't help but feel uneasy, worried that Zhang Yuni's pulling behavior was seen by him. But she didn't dare to get angry and take it out on herself. She was more and more worried about the melon field and plum tree. So she hurriedly bowed to Jia Jing and chased Jiazhen out of Zhang's house. She got on the car with a feeling of uneasiness, but saw Jiazhen smiling and said, "The master has already said that when the men in our family grow up and before they get married, they will put 2 people in the house to serve them. Since my cousin lives in our house, he will naturally be treated as a proper master in the house." Hearing this, Yusher's heart was raised to her throat, and she took it back into her stomach. "I will pick 2 capable ones when I get back." Jiazhen waved his hands impatiently and said, "No need to pick. I'll tell you the truth. The master intends to marry Shichuan to your cousin, but she is too young, so he needs 2 good-looking ones to win his heart. I've seen that only Baolu and Ruizhu in my wife's room can take on this task. How can this be done?" Yusher cried out. "If my uncle uses the maid in my nephew's wife's room, if it gets out, what do you know? You from a small family?" Jiazhen glared at her fiercely, and said with displeasure, "It's common for fathers, sons and brothers in wealthy families to send concubines to each other. So why can't they use maids? But how can I ask you to do that? Nonsense. If it wasn't difficult to ask, would I have asked you? Master? Why not buy 2 from outside? I have to go back to the mansion tomorrow. How can I make it in time now? Besides, how can outsiders compare to those at home who know everything about me?" Yu's face turned pale and blue, and she was silent for a long time. Finally, she mustered up the courage and said carefully, "My wife is always worried. Those gossips last year almost killed her. Fortunately, Dr. Zhang, who was introduced by Feng Ziying, prescribed Ichi Yangrong Bupi Hagen decoction, and she has only gotten better in the past 2 months. If we take the maidservant away now, what if her old illness is triggered? If I wasn't worried about my wife, why would I talk to you about these things? Just say it was your wish, and she will definitely not think too much." Jiazhen snorted coldly. "Humph! It was Jiaoda who took advantage of his age and drank too much horse urine and gossiped. I will get rid of him when I get back. Let's see who dares to talk nonsense in the future." "What? You want to drive Jiaoda away?" Yusher looked unbelievable. "If the master has any orders, how should I explain it?" "Nonsense! The master just said it himself. Are you deaf?" He was only concerned with using the tiger's skin as a banner, and temporarily ignored that what Jia Jing said was not the same as Jiaoda at all. After he finished speaking, he remembered the connection here and hurriedly warned, "I remind you that what I just said must not be leaked. If it gets to your cousin's ears and ruins the master and the master's business, don't blame me for turning my face and being ruthless." However, his words had the opposite effect, because Jia Jing was away from home all year round. Ningguo Mansion became Jiazhen's one-man show. But only Jiaoda, relying on his early merits, did not take Jiazhen seriously. In addition, Jia Jing would often name and send people, and Jiazhen was also worried that he would report him. So he had no way to deal with Jiaoda. This time, taking advantage of Zhang Yuni's move-in, he drove Jiaoda away and transferred his daughter-in-law's personal maid away. His intentions were obvious, although he didn't know how he would explain to Jia Jing. He would probably use Zhang Yuni's name. Thinking of Zhang Yuni, Yusher couldn't help but think of his double entendre words and his transgression when he grabbed his forearm, and inexplicably felt a sense of pleasure in revenge against Jiazhen. Chapter 9: A Loving Father and a Filial Son. Jiazhen saw Yusher blushing and thought that she was too embarrassed to talk to her daughter-in-law. After thinking for a while, he said in a deep voice, "You don't have to be too embarrassed. Just tell your wife that the master has such an intention, and the master will naturally endorse you tomorrow." Yusher was also shocked when her thoughts were suddenly interrupted. After hearing what Jiazhen said, she was a little confused. Was it Jiazhen who made the decision on his own, or was it really Jia Jing's intention? She had to agree. Seeing the carriage enter the corner gate, Jiazhen lifted the door curtain and jumped off the carriage without waiting for the servants to bring the horse stool. With his hands on his waist and walking like a turtle, he came to the center of the main courtyard and gave orders to Li Sheng, who came to greet him. Li Sheng, go and get Zhang San. Li Si. He called out 4 or 5 names in a row, looked around, and said sternly, also, tie up Jiao De and shut their mouths for me, so that they won't make me upset. Seeing the servants disperse, he looked at Yusher and said, go find a wife now, and call Ronger for me. Yusher didn't dare to ask more, and went to Jia Rong's courtyard as he said. After entering the courtyard, he turned around the screen wall and said to the servants sweeping the snow, where is my brother? The servants didn't answer, but pointed to the wing room to the west. Yusher cursed inwardly and said angrily, tell him that his father is waiting for him in the front yard. After that, she walked in without looking back. As soon as she was welcomed into the main house, the door of the wing room opened a crack, and then a disheveled maid of 15 or 16 years old ran out like a fly. After a while, Jia Rong picked up the boots and put them on his feet while hopping towards the front yard. When they arrived at the front yard, they saw a noisy scene. 6 or 7 servants were tied up, their mouths stuffed with cloth, and pressed on the spring stool. One of them was grumbling and struggling. It was Jiao De. Jia Rong was so scared that his neck shrank. He lowered his eyebrows and came to Jiazhen, saying timidly, Master. Jiazhen glanced at him coldly and said to Li Sheng, a bunch of dirty and rotten things. Each of you will be beaten to death by the master with 40 boards, and then immediately sent to the farm outside the city after the beating. These servants have always been good at observing words and expressions. Seeing Jiao De among the punished people, they had preconceived guesses. Therefore, they did not dare to neglect it at all. They beat him so hard that even though Jiao De was strong, he was already dying after 40 boards. Jia Rong had never seen such a bloody scene, and he was already pale with fear. Okay, take them all away. Seeing Jiao De and others being carried away, Jiazhen glanced at Jia Rong and said coldly, follow me. Jia Rong was struck by lightning when he heard this. His legs softened, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Hey! He steadied himself and hurriedly agreed. Seeing his son's reaction, Jiazhen was quite pleased, and walked slowly to the backyard with his hands behind his back. Since his son Jia Rong married Qin 2 years ago, he has lost his appetite and has been obsessed with this daughter-in-law. He held back this evil fire for a year, but he couldn't suppress it after all. One day last year, he took advantage of the alcohol and wanted to do something wrong. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Ruizhu, a maid next to Qin, and Qin took the opportunity to escape. In recent years, Jia Jing has devoted himself to Taoism, and the Ning Mansion has become his one-man show. So he didn't take it too seriously, but instead had the mentality of cat catching mouse. I thought everything was under control. But Jiao De, who was blind, appeared and yelled about the matter in front of Shifu after drinking too much, causing Qin to fall ill and never get up again. Fortunately, Feng Ziying recommended a doctor named Zhang who had excellent medical skills, and he stopped his own actions. So Qin was out of danger. If it was an ordinary servant, he would have wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. But Jiao De was different from others. Not only did he make contributions to Ningfu, but Jia Jing also often sent him. Although he was used to being unscrupulous, he was only afraid of Jia Jing. In this day and age, it was natural for a father to beat his son to death, with filial piety as the pressure. Even if he inherited the title and the head of the Jia family, he could only bow his head in front of Jia Jing. Not to mention, Jia Jing was still practicing Taoism with the emperor, and Ningfu was able to restore its former glory because of this emperor's favor. With this beating today, not only did he complete the drama, he also vented his anger, and he also killed the chicken to scare the monkey, which can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. He came all the way to Ningen Hall, sat down heavily in the main seat, looked at Jia Rong, who was submissive, and said in a deep voice, from tomorrow, your cousin will live in our house. Jia Rong thought he would be scolded, but he didn't expect to say something irrelevant. He boldly said, what cousin? Unfilial seed. Jiazhen scolded. It's Zhang Yili, who is 2 years younger than you. How could he live in our house? Why ask so many questions? You just need to know that he is now favored by the emperor, and your grandfather also values him very much. Jia Rong hurriedly said, Hey! Hey! My son knows. You know shit. Jia Shen scolded. I said you are an unfilial seed. And it really is true. Jia Rong complained secretly, thinking that he had not stopped the child. So why did he humiliate himself? He raised his hand and slapped himself twice, begging for mercy. My son knows his crime. Please punish me. Master. Jia Shen shook his head and said, It is my fault for not educating my child. I am just reminding you. Master. Yes. 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 Jia Rong knelt on the ground with a plop. My son will remember your teachings. Seeing Jia Rong bowing his head, Jia Shen said calmly, Your cousin is coming to our house. And you, as a junior, should also show some appreciation. I am also worried about which courtyard to arrange for him to live in. Why don't you come and give me some advice? After many twists and turns, Jia Rong finally understood Jia Shen's intention. If he dared to be angry but not to speak out when Jia Shen coveted Qin before, he was now as frightened as a cicada. Why don't you vacate your son's yard and let your cousin move in? Would you be satisfied? At least you still have some filial piety. Jia Shen was quite satisfied with his son's reaction. It's all because of your good teaching. Jia Shen pretended to be serious inside, but it would be easier to settle down if you move out. My wife has just recovered from a serious illness, but she can't follow you and suffer grievances. He emphasized the 3 words follow you. Jia Rong immediately understood and said, Master, you are right. Qin is weak and needs to rest. It is suitable for my son to visit Tianxiang Tower in Huifang Garden. Okay. I think this is the arrangement. Jia Rong let out a sigh and said, Hey! Hey! Master, do you have any other instructions? Do you know how to tell me? It is my son who wants to show filial piety to his cousin and makes his own decision. Seemingly worried that Jia Shen would be worried, he hurriedly explained, Master, don't worry. Qin has always been overthinking and is most afraid of being accused of impoliteness. As long as my son says that he is doing it to show filial piety to his cousin, she will definitely not refute it even if she is reluctant. Good. Jia Shen slapped his thigh. You are so filial. The master can't treat you badly. My wife is resting, and you can't be alone. If this matter can be settled, the master will give Peifeng and Xie Yuan. After all, he was reluctant to give both away, and paused for a moment and said, Pick one for you. Jia Rong was overjoyed. He thought he would be scolded for giving away his wife, but he didn't expect that there would be a give and take. He patted his chest and promised, Master, don't worry. My son will not disappoint you, and will complete the task. The father and son are of the same character. The only difference is that Jia Shen holds the initiative. And even if Jia Rong has coveted Peifeng and Xie Yuan for a long time, he only dares to dream in his heart. The two laughed happier than each other. If there was no previous scene, just looking at this moment, it would seem that the father is very kind, and the son is very filial. Chapter 10 Random Thoughts. That night, the Ningguo mansion was in a state of chaos, and the family was busy until dawn. Jia Shen dressed neatly and yawned as he came to the inner hall, where he saw Yushi, Jia Rong, and Qin waiting. He stole a glance at his daughter-in-law and felt refreshed, and even liked Jia Rong a lot more. He said with a warm face, My uncle's tomb is still outside the city. My wife is just getting better, and it's bound to be bumpy on the way. You two don't have to go with me. I'll tell the master later and leave you to finish the work at home. It must be said that Jia Shen also took great pains for this daughter-in-law. He knew that with Qin's personality, she would definitely refuse if he left her alone. So he took Jia Rong with him. Then my son will take the master and the lady first. Jia Rong was used to being lazy and wanted to be lazy, so he agreed. Men have their own decisions for things outside. Jia Shen and Jia Rong had spoken, and Qin had no reason to refute. Yushi saw it all and hated it in her heart. Fortunately, there was a moment yesterday when she believed that it was Jia Jing's intention. When she saw Jia Rong moving in the courtyard in full swing, she understood Jia Jin's plan. If this happened in other families, even if it was not easy to expose the family scandal, at least they would be careful. But Jia Jin didn't treat her as a human being. Not only was he unscrupulous, but he also calculated her. Last year, she was laughed at by the servants in secret for only those rumors. If they knew that she was helping Jia Jin and transferring the maids of her daughter-in-law, she would be even more ashamed. In the end, there was no one in her family And she was a second wife. But she could bear it. But she couldn't imagine how Jia Rong could bear it. After all, he was the grandson of Ningwa Mansion. Even if Jia Zhen was the father, didn't he still have Jia Jing above him? What benefits did Jia Zhen promise him that made him disregard his dignity and help to match them up? She couldn't help but turn her head and look at Jia Rong with disgust. But she saw him looking behind her with a sly look. Yusher was immediately ashamed and angry, secretly cursing this cowardly seed who went against human ethics. He knew that Jia Zhen intended to occupy his daughter-in-law, but he didn't dare to say a word, and even helped him. Now he dared to have ideas about her. The father and son were originally birds of a feather. On weekdays, when Jia Zhen was not at home, Jia Rong often found excuses to get close to the concubines. She was not surprised at all that he had such an inhumane mind. However, once Jia Zhen was in front of him, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Today, in front of his father, I don't know where he got the courage. Thinking of this, she was suddenly stunned. A bad idea came to her mind, and she felt like falling into an ice cellar. It's not her fault that she thinks too much. With Jia Zhen's obsession with Qin, it's possible that he wants to shut Jia Rong's mouth. She did guess a little, but she guessed the wrong person. However, it was precisely because of Jia Zhen's promise yesterday that Jia Rong coveted today. People are insatiable. Jia Rong is a person who wants more. Yesterday, he felt that he had taken advantage at first, but after returning, he regretted it. Before he even opened his mouth, the master took the initiative to offer compensation. If he bargained, he might get more. Although the stepmother's beauty is not as good as Qin's, her beauty is natural, and with the blessing of her status, it is also interesting. He secretly calculated that Yusher was just a concubine and was not very favored, while Qin was the main wife. Even if they really switched, he would suffer. Unfortunately, he didn't think of it at that time, and he didn't have the courage to bargain with Jia Zhen again. However, this did not prevent him from making a wishful calculation. If the master tasted the sweetness of Qin, he might be happy and reward him again, or if he hit a wall and asked him for help, he couldn't miss the opportunity in vain. Jia Zhen didn't know that his son, who had always been obedient, actually had his mind on him. He came to the front yard and praised him before getting on the car. Your filial piety. The master will tell the master for you, and I will not delay what I promised you. When your master returns to Xuanzhen Temple, I will ask her to serve you, and then go to the account office to withdraw 500 taels of silver. Qin didn't follow, and Jia Zhen didn't hide it too much in front of Yusher. Hey! Hey! Thank you for the reward, son. Jia Rong secretly said that this benefit really came again, and he hurriedly agreed. These words undoubtedly confirmed Yusher's guess. Seeing this pair of father and son in collusion, her heart sank to the bottom. She didn't want to be the plaything of this pair of father and son. After thinking about it, she could only put her hope on Jia Jing. However, those shameful deeds would be scrupulous when they were not exposed. Once the window paper was exposed, I'm afraid they would really break the jar. After all, Jia Zhen inherited the title and was the head of the family. He hid his arm in his sleeve. Even if Jia Jing punished him, it would only be temporary. When he recovered, he would probably retaliate 100 times or 1,000 times. She couldn't take this head, so she could only adopt a roundabout tactic. She secretly made up her mind to get Jiao back. After the beating yesterday, he would sing a duel with Jia Zhen. Poor Yusher, as the mistress of Ningwa Mansion, encountered such a thing. But she hoped that an old servant would help her. It can be seen that Ningwa Mansion is also bad to the core. It's not that she didn't think about asking Zhang Yuni for help, but the first time they met, he dared to tease her in various ways, which shows that he is not a good guy. Maybe he will not only refuse to help, but also want to get a share of the pie. At that time, it will really be a case of keeping the wolf out of the front door and letting the tiger in the back door. Jia Zhen never thought that Yusher, who has always been obedient, would dare to ruin his good deeds. He got on the car, sat in the middle seat, pulled a blanket, and put it on himself, and then told Yusher, "Wake me up when we get there." As he said that, his head tilted, and soon he snored and fell asleep. He was busy last night and went out of the city. It was already late at night when he came back, but he used the power of others to fight against the power of others, and successively removed the 2 obstacles between him and his daughter-in-law, which made him quite excited. Thinking of the promise he made to Jia Rong, he felt reluctant to give up. He took advantage of the excitement to carefully compare the depth of Pei Feng and Xie Yuan so as to make a choice. No words were spoken along the way. The carriage arrived at Zhang's house, and the funeral procession was about to set off. Seeing the sleepy Jiazhen, Zhang Yuni secretly felt ashamed. If you didn't know, you would think that Jiazhen was the filial son who was keeping watch. Thank you for your hard work, cousin and sister-in-law. Jiazhen took Yusher and Jia Jing to exchange their greetings, and then said, don't be polite, cousin. We are all family. When I went back and told your nephew yesterday, he also wanted to show his filial piety, so he took the initiative to give up the yard. Unfortunately, there were too many things and some finishing work, so he couldn't come. He knew that asking Jia Rong to give up the yard was a bit too much. Only in front of Zhang Yuni would Jia Jing not object, so he hurriedly said it. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but sigh that this family was really willing to spend money. He would not feel guilty about occupying Jia Rong's yard, so he naturally accepted it with a smile. Okay, don't delay the time. Jia Jing frowned slightly. Although he felt that he had gone too far, he thought it was also a good intention. He winked at Jiazhen, who quickly made way. Zhang Yuni took the lead in throwing the coffin and driving the spirit. Jiazhen also took the opportunity to make a perfect gesture to Jia Jing and whispered, everything has been done. When father returns home, just mention it in front of him and pick 2 maids for him. The rest will be left to his son. Seeing Jia Jing nod at him approvingly, Jiazhen was completely relieved. Chapter 11. A war man is not as fast as a scumbag. There is no need to mention how to bury him. 2 hours later, Zhang Yuni followed Jia Jing and Jia Shen on the return carriage. Just as they sat down on both sides of Jia Jing, they saw Yusher also followed in. Jia Shen blew his beard and glared. How can you talk here? Yusher ignored him and said to Jia Jing, a lot of things yesterday were handled by my wife. I was afraid that the master would ask about it, so I followed. After she said this, Jia Shen couldn't stop her. In addition, Baozu and Ruizhu, 2 maids, still needed Yusher's help to cover up, so he let her sit next to him. Yusher was also forced to do so. She calculated that Jia Shen drove Jiao away, most likely hiding it from Jia Jing, and he had to use Zhang Yuni as an excuse. If he didn't do it in front of him, even if he used Jiao to make the case, Jia Shen would certainly make all kinds of excuses. Even if Jia Jing later went to Zhang Yuni to verify it, Jia Shen might ask him to help cover it up. It would be better to do it in front of the 3 of them, and avoid the possibility of collusion and confession. Zhang Yuni had no idea that Jia Shen had used him as an excuse to do so many things in this night. It would be good to have a beautiful woman opposite to enjoy his eyes, so he would not object. The carriage started slowly. Seeing that the topic had led to the arrangement of Zhang Yuni entering the mansion, Jia Jing followed the trend and said, your cousin is about to return to the mansion. Have you dealt with those blind servants? My lord, as soon as I returned yesterday, I beat them each with 40 boards and took them to the farm outside the city overnight. Yusher was just worrying about how to start the conversation so as not to arouse Jia Shen's suspicion. Unexpectedly, she got the opportunity as soon as she got on the car. She sighed calmly. Poor Jiao De. He is almost 80 years old. I don't know if he can endure it. Jiao De? Zhang Yuni laughed secretly. He remembered that when the original owner reported the death, Jiao De was not among those who stopped him. Most likely, Jia Shen took the opportunity to take revenge. Even if he didn't know Jia Shen's arrangement yesterday, he, who had read the dream of the Red Chamber, knew what Jiao De was yelling about. However, he was exposed by Yusher in front of Jia Jing, and he didn't know how Jia Shen would end it. With a playful attitude, he looked at Jia Shen. Sure enough, Jia Shen was furious. He turned sideways, raised his foot, and kicked Yusher in the heart. He thought Jia Shen was angry, but he didn't expect that he would be so direct in front of Jia Jing and himself. Yusher was completely stunned. She thought Jia Shen didn't have time to explain, but she didn't expect that the revenge would come so quickly and so cruelly. In front of Jia Jing, he was so cruel, and he didn't know how he would torture himself behind her back. In fear, she even forgot to stabilize her body, and was kicked out by Jia Shen. Seeing that Yusher was about to fall out of the carriage, Zhang Yuni stepped forward and held Yusher's waist and hips, saying righteously, "What's wrong, cousin?" Finally stabilizing her body and coming to her senses, Yusher felt a lot of friction behind her and almost collapsed to the ground. Unexpectedly, This was not over yet. Zhang Yuni seemed to have foreseen it, and clamped her arm from under her armpit, shouting, "Sister-in-law, be careful." After such a thing, she dared not expect Jiazhen to protect her. She just hoped that he would not see her and put the blame on her. Ignoring the pain in her chest, she quickly raised her head to look at Jiazhen. Seeing him facing away from her and kneeling in front of Jia Jing, she breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Jia Jing, who was sitting upright. Seeing him looking down at Jiazhen, who was kneeling on the ground, she finally put her heart back in her stomach. Jia Jing was thinking about the lawsuit at the moment. He didn't know that Jiazhen had a personal grudge. Instead, he understood Jiazhen's approach. He put on a full show. Since they were driven out of the house together, it was indeed eye-catching to exempt Jiao De from punishment. Moreover, it was reasonable that he died of the beating. But the trouble was that Zhang Yuni praised Jiao De for his loyalty yesterday, and he said that he would treat him well. Now he ignored it, which aroused suspicion. This matter involved too much. In addition to murdering Zhang Yuni, there was also a letter to slander the emperor, and the fight between the princes. If the radish was pulled out and the mud was pulled out, it would not be a joke. Although he also blamed Yusher for being too talkative, he knew that it was not the time to complain. Seeing Jiazhen kick Yusher away, and Zhang Yuni flew to embrace him, he even praised his son for being alert and coming up with such a distraction. How could he care about those tugs and tugs? While Zhang Yuni was half hugging Yusher, he hurriedly confirmed his eyes with Jiazhen, and then said coldly, "Yesterday your cousin praised him as our loyal servant. Why did you beat him up? What's going on?" Although Jiazhen gave him a reassuring look behind Zhang Yuni's back, he really couldn't think of any excuse in such a short time, because he was worried that the reason he gave was far-fetched. He specifically pointed out Zhang Yuni's praise yesterday. Jiazhen said calmly, "Master only knows one thing, but not the other. This old thing relies on his past merits. He is not only sneaky and slippery, but also gossips when he is drunk, and even made up his son's affair." Speaking of this, he paused and said in a crying voice, "Originally, my son thought of his past merits in the mansion and his immorality after drinking, so he endured it. But thinking that my cousin will live in the mansion, if he also makes up his cousin, then..." "What?" Jia Jing slapped his thigh and pretended to be angry. "What a servant! You dare to make up stories about your master?" He thought that Jiazhen was willing to throw dirty water on him to eliminate the hidden dangers, and even felt that he was wronged. But he didn't know that what he said was all true. Although such gossip may affect the marriage plan, it is better than exposing the hidden truth. Besides, the innocent will be innocent. Zhang Yuni will live in the mansion in the future, and will definitely be able to see clearly, and the misunderstanding will naturally be resolved. After listening to the conversation between the father and son, Yusher suddenly felt desperate, and the kick in the chest was not as desperate as this moment. "I thought that Jiazhen kicked me just to vent his anger, and I would probably help cover it up. At that time, I would pretend that it was an unintentional mistake, and the matter would be covered up." Unexpectedly, he was fearless. Not only did he not cover it up, but he was the first to complain, because of the preconceived idea. "I always believed that Jiazhen drove Jiao De away out of selfishness. Now I think that I am afraid I have thought wrong." She realized that she had made a fatal mistake by ignoring Zhang Yuni's marriage. Since the father and son had spent so much effort to let Sichuan marry Zhang Yuni, they were naturally worried that the gossip in the mansion would reach Zhang Yuni's ears, affecting Sichuan's reputation and thus affecting the marriage. Poor me. I still hope that Jia Jing will come forward. But I didn't know that Jiazhen had already planned everything. It was probably the father and son who discussed and drove Jiao De away. Even if I was willing to fight to the death, Jia Jing was afraid that he would not have time to cover up. So how could he be fair? Thinking of this, Yusher felt dizzy. Her legs softened, and she collapsed like a ball of mud. This time, she didn't fall to the ground, but her armpits tightened, and she half leaned on Zhang Yuni's arms. Just now, she was just in a daze, and didn't notice that Zhang Yuni hadn't let go. At this moment, she didn't care about those melon fields and plums, and looked at him helplessly. Zhang Yuni was not just seeking excitement, and he had to play a husband in front of Jiazhen. However, on the one hand, he didn't expect that Jiazhen dared to blow himself up in front of Jia Jing, and he was stunned for a while. Secondly, plans can't keep up with changes. Although the character of a warm man is suitable, it still takes some time to polish it, which is far less simple and direct than a scum. He just coveted Yosher's body, not wanting to fall in love with her. Jiajin has handed the ladder up. If you don't know how to climb the pole, what's the point of digging a corner? Although he didn't get a glimpse of the whole picture, combined with Jiajin's reaction after Yusher pointed out Jiaota, he was probably worried that she would complain to Jiajing. So he took the initiative to blame her. And Yosher's fall not only confirmed his guess, but also revealed her inner despair. Facing Yosher's helpless and hesitant eyes, Zhang Yuni nodded slightly, gave her a reassuring look, took the opportunity to pat her round back twice, then let go and said seriously, "Sister-in-law, take a look. Is she hurt? To hell with her. You actually speak up for that old thing." Yusher, who was already guilty of being a thief, was frightened by this shout, but heard Zhang Yuni's full voice. What cousin said is unreasonable. Although Jiaota is hateful, sister-in-law may not know about it. Didn't my uncle and I stay in the dark yesterday? Yes. 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 After hearing Zhang Yuni's words, Yusher woke up as if from a dream. If I knew he dared to make up such a story, how could I speak up for him? Seeing that Zhang Yuni had no doubts, Jia Jing was worried that he would make a fuss and cause trouble. So he didn't want to investigate further. He raised his hand and motioned Jiajin to get up. Well, a servant who doesn't know the difference between high and low. Just punish him. My wife doesn't know anything about it. So why take your anger out on her? Jia Jing looked at Jiajin on the ground and nodded approvingly. Father doesn't blame you. Get up quickly. Jiajin was also worried that Yusher would be desperate and say something she shouldn't say. So he stopped while he was ahead and said, If it weren't for my father and cousin pleading for you, I would have dealt with you. However, even so, after he got up, he still glared at Yusher fiercely, scaring her to lean against Zhang Yuni again. Zhang Yuni sighed. My cousin is still angry. Sister-in-law, please sit next to me. Although Yusher knew that sitting next to Jiajin would be risky, she didn't dare to make things difficult for him, and was about to reject Zhang Yuni's good intentions. Jiajin said angrily, If it were my temper, I would have kicked her out of the car. Don't bother me anymore. Yusher looked at Jiajin, who was furious, and then at Zhang Yuni, who seemed to be smiling, and finally walked to Zhang Yuni's side. Chapter 12. The maid had to wait to be sent away, fearing that something else should not be said. Jia Jing also lost interest in talking. Over the years, he followed the emperor to practice Taoism and took a lot of elixirs. His body was not as good as his peers. In addition, the temporary shed was drafty, which led to insufficient sleep last night. Once he stopped talking in the swaying carriage, he could no longer hold on. Jiajin was also very tired and snored soon. It was just hard for Yusher, who was sitting next to Zhang Yuni. In short, they didn't talk all the way, and they didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of disturbing the father and son's sweet dreams and getting punished. Seeing that they were about to reach Ningwa Mansion after turning 2 streets, she glanced at Zhang Yuni with resentment and moved away. She smoothed the hem of her clothes and calmed down. When the carriage drove into the corner gate of Ning Mansion, she stood up and said, Master, we are here. Without waiting for Jia Jing and Jiajin to open their eyes, she hurriedly got off the car, felt the cold wind blowing on her face, took a deep breath, and then calmed down a little. It's not that she is fickle, but she chooses the lesser of 2 evils. If she has to choose between Zhang Yuni and Jia Rong, she would rather choose Zhang Yuni. At least the seniority is not messed up. One wrong step leads to another. If she knew that the father and son cared so much about this marriage, she would not make such a stupid move. With the previous experience, she dared not count on Jia Jing. As for Jiajin, if he could exchange himself for Qin, he would be eager to sell the goods to both families. At that time, not only would it not help, but it would offend Zhang Yuni. Jiajin had no idea that when he dozed off in the carriage, Yusher was already in the hands of Zhang Yuni, who even regarded her as his only lifeline. Seeing Zhang Yuni looking around after getting off the car, he smiled and said, My cousin hasn't been home for 2 years. Let's go to Ningen Hall to rest for a while. After dinner, I will take you to get familiar with the mansion. All the way to Ningen Hall. Zhang Yuni shook his head secretly when he saw that there were 2 rows of 16 Nama chairs in the hall. Ancient times were not like modern times. Furniture was very particular and far less casual than modern times. The main hall of officials' houses often used high-shirt chairs, and official had chairs to entertain guests. As for the chairs, they were not presentable. In ancient times, Bandits and thieves were rampant. The leaders in the mountain strongholds were all called by the chairs. The reason was that the chair you sat on was the order in which you chose the women you robbed. And the chairs were their tools to assist in committing crimes. As long as you put the robbed women on the chairs, and put your hands on the handles, whether you pass through them from the armpits or the knee joints, you can make them unable to move. In the story of the West Chamber, Zhang Sheng and Cui Yingying used a cross-legged chair, which is why Hong Yang brought a mandarin duck pillow. After all, girls in ancient times never left their homes and lacked exercise. Without something to cushion their waists, they really couldn't stand up straight. For a noble family, such a chair was placed in the main hall, which shows their family style. However, this chair is also quite old. Thinking of Jia Yuan and Jia Yin, who also started from the grassroots, I suddenly understand it. If I remember correctly, the Rong mansion in the original novel was also decorated like this. Zhang Yuni leaned against the back of the chair, feeling the arc of the back, and silently calculated in his heart that if Yushur was placed on the chair, the size of the mandarin duck pillow would be needed. Just as he was thinking about something, he suddenly heard footsteps, and saw Jia Rong leading a charming woman in. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law greets grandpa. Before Zhang Yuni could take a closer look, the two of them had already bowed down together. Okay, get up. Hurry up and meet your cousin E. The two of them stood up and greeted Jia Zhen and Yushur before turning to Zhang Yuni. Jia Rong greets his cousin. Nisan Ma Qin greets his uncle. Although they hadn't seen each other for several years, Jia Rong was not much different from what he remembered. Zhang Yuni looked at Qin Keqing intently. Her lips were slightly parted, just like a cherry on her lips. Her powdery nose was crystal clear, like a beautiful jade. Her pale face, apricot face, and peach cheeks were indescribably charming, with a voice that sounded like a soft singing or a moan. It was even more fascinating. As she spoke, Qin Keqing had already bowed to Zhang Yuni, revealing her narrow-sleeved long coat in the color of the water and moon. Her gestures, smiles, and frowns all tickled men's itch. She was indeed worthy of the evaluation of being good at romance and beautiful. Don't be so polite. We are all family. Zhang Yuni was speechless for a moment. Yesterday, he heard that Jia Rui was seriously ill, so he preconceived that Qin Keqing would not live long. Looking at her complexion today, it seems that it is not the case. Could it be that she really did not die of illness, but was really deleted from the Tianqiang Tower? Just thinking about it, he caught a glimpse of Qin Keqing's eyes, which were full of resentment. This, although he tried his hand at Yushur and achieved a lot, it was also because of Jia Zhen's cooperation. He did not think that Qin Keqing would send him a wink the first time they met. Then, there is only one possibility. Because he does not know the art of medicine. He never wants to do useless work. So he is only slightly curious about the most beautiful woman in the Red Mansion. Therefore, when Jia Zhen told Jia Rong to give up the courtyard, he did not care, let alone refuse. At this moment, it seems that this resentment is mostly due to this reason. My cousin did not prepare any gifts, and I can't let you go along with it anymore. He turned to Jia Jing and said, if my nephew remembers correctly, there is a Dengxian pavilion in Huifang Garden, and Yun Yi is also in charge of the Imperial Astronomical Observatory. Living there is also convenient for observing the celestial phenomena at night. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall suddenly became full of expression. The most anxious person was Jia Rong. For him, it didn't matter where Qin Keqing lived. Even if they lived under the same roof, he would make room for Jia Zhen when he came. Living in Tianqiang Tower, on the contrary, can be out of sight, out of mind. The problem is that Jia Zhen's promise is premised, and whether it can be fulfilled if something unexpected happens is another matter. He wanted it, and Yushur naturally wanted it too. She had no choice but to let Zhang Yuni take advantage of her. If you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. Moreover, Ningguo Mansion is still Jia Zhen's 1/3 acre of land. But if Jia Rong could not contribute, how could Jia Zhen give up her for nothing and let Jia Rong get the advantage? She secretly made up her mind to try to avoid Zhang Yuni in the future. If she really couldn't avoid him, she would just deal with it as she did in the car. She couldn't be blamed for playing both sides, but she had to consider the consequences she needed to bear. Jia Jing also felt that Jia Rong was a bit too much to give up the yard. So he nodded and said, since it's for the job, I'm sorry to bother you. This, Jia Rong glanced at Jia Zhen, hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Jiazhen glared at Jia Rong and hurriedly said, "It's the new year, and the servants have been busy for 2 days. I don't think we are in a hurry to move back. It's important to put my cousin's house in order first." With Yosher's previous experience, he was afraid that Jia Rong would also speak without thinking. So he quickly spoke to calm his son. For him, it didn't matter where Qin lived. Living in Tianxiang Tower was more for her consideration. After all, there were many people in the backyard, and he could ignore it. But Qin was thin-skinned. Last year, before the matter was settled, she fell ill just because some bad rumors were spread in the mansion. Although Zhang Yili moved into Dangxian Pavilion, it affected his subsequent plans. But Jiao De was driven away before. If Jia Jing knew that Qin lived separately from Jia Rong, it might cause unnecessary associations. So he had to keep it secret. Jia Jing didn't want to dwell on these trivial matters. So he waved his hand and said, "You can handle this kind of trivial matter as you wish." Ahem. Jiazhen coughed twice, winked at Jia Jing, and said, "If father has no other instructions, I will give the order first." The 2 maids beside Qin were the maids of the Qin family's dowry. Jiao De had already gone, and only these 2 maids were his obstacles. Although they could be forcibly transferred away, they were worried about causing Qin's worries. And through Jia Jing's mouth, Qin could let down her guard. It must be said that Jiazhen also took great pains for this daughter-in-law. After being reminded, Jia Jing also remembered, and smiled and said to Zhang Yuni, "Since you have moved into the mansion, you will naturally be treated as a proper master. Your uncle has picked 2 maids for you, and I will ask your cousin to send them to you later." Hearing this, Qin Keqing couldn't help but lower her head. The resentment in her eyes just now was not because Zhang Yuni occupied the yard, but because of the 2 maids Baoju and Ruizhu. Last year, Jiazhen had bad intentions. Although he later explained that he was drunk and recognized the wrong person, the look in his eyes that wanted to swallow him in one gulp could not be hidden from her. Fortunately, the 2 maids accompanied him and fell seriously ill, which made Jiazhen give up. Being in Ningguo Mansion, she was surrounded by Jiazhen's people. Even her husband Jia Rong became a coward. She could only rely on the 2 maids, who had followed her since childhood. Yesterday, Yusher made the fuss and Jia Rong moved. Although neither of them came from Jiazhen, she was very thoughtful and guessed that it must be Jiazhen who was behind the scenes. If it weren't for Zhang Yuni's sudden arrival, Jiazhen would not have such a high-sounding excuse even if he had the intention. The look he gave him was inevitably full of resentment. Originally, she thought that even if Jiazhen and Zhang Yuni asked for it, she would argue with reason. Unexpectedly, it was really Jia Jing's intention. Although Jiazhen was the father-in-law, she was right. If she wanted to disobey Jia Jing's intention, she couldn't have no reasonable excuse. Just when she was at a loss, she heard Zhang Yuni say, "No, uncle." This voice was like a ray of light in the darkness to her, and she looked at Zhang Yuni with expectation. "Why is that? The elder's gift cannot be refused, and our family has always been like this. Cousin, please don't refuse it," Jia Jing and Jiazhen said almost at the same time. Zhang Yuni was embarrassed and sighed. It's difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Yuni can't live in the mansion for a lifetime. If he gets used to calling servants and maids, he will move out in the future. Jiazhen sighed and smiled. "Cousin, you worry too much. What's the big deal? Not to mention 2 maids. When you get married in the future, your father will definitely buy you more. And I will send you the indenture contract later." "Really?" Zhang Yuni said with joy. "Of course." Jia Jing smiled and nodded. "In this case, can you let your nephew choose it himself?" At this point, Zhang Yuni hesitated and said, "After all, you will always follow me in the future. If you don't like it..." "Ha ha ha." Jia Jing twirled his long beard and laughed. "Why are you shy with your uncle? It's settled. Tell your cousin which one you like." I thought Zhang Yuni would refuse, but now it seems that he is a pervert. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. He was also worried that Jiazhen's selection would not suit Zhang Yuni's taste. Although it was different from the plan, Jiazhen was not panicked at all. Bao and Ruizhu were the most outstanding in the mansion. Since Zhang Yuni was a pervert, he would not let them go. At most, he would send a few more. So he smiled and agreed. Zhang Yuni then smiled at Yusher. "I have to trouble my cousin and sister-in-law again." Seeing Zhang Yuni looking at her, Yosher's heart was full of thoughts. Unlike Jia Jing and his son, she thought Zhang Yuni was doing it for her. He was a guest here, and was unfamiliar with the place. If he had a maid, it would only make it more difficult for those sneaky activities. Now he pretended to refuse. Most likely he was planning to eat me first, and then find a reliable candidate for me. I thought he would not ignore me since he had just arrived. But I didn't expect that he was so obsessed with me. I was afraid it would be difficult to reconcile. In fact, Yusher was a little self-indulgent. Because children only make choices. And for Zhang Yuni, who has lived 2 lives, he naturally wants everything. However, as a modern man, he still has a bottom line. And it is impossible for him to accept everything. Ning Mansion is not like Rong Mansion. The maids ranked among the golden hairpins are only Baodu and Ruizhu. But these 2 are Qin Keqing's personal maids. Even if Jia Jing and Jia Zhen are thinking of making a profit from rare goods, they may not agree to this request. He didn't know Jia Zhen's arrangement, and there was only one chance. So he had to make good use of it. Therefore, he planned to show his talents and attract enough attention from the emperor, and then ask Jia Zhen for the person, which could reduce the possibility of being rejected. As for Qin Keqing's attitude, he always believed that what he ate was his. Not to mention whether Qin Keqing would die. Even if she would not die, he had no reason to give up what he had and win a good impression. Besides, young ladies and girls need to be coaxed, and wives and grandmothers need to be pushed. So don't maids have to wait for them to be delivered? It's already handed to her. So why not eat it in one bite and push it away? In this era, maids have no autonomy. Before getting the indenture, even if they hook up, it will only cause Siki's tragedy. As for Qin Keqing, at least it must be confirmed whether she will die of illness. Chapter 13 Good food is never too late. Although the results were different from everyone's expectations, there was still a glimmer of hope, especially Qin Keqing, who originally thought that the transfer of Baodu and Ruizhu was instructed by Jia Zhen. But now it seems that she thought too much. However, because she was worried that they would be favored by Zhang Yuni, she accompanied them for a family dinner and hurriedly excused herself from being unwell and left. Grandma, what did the master say? Seeing Qin Keqing coming out of the flower hall, Bao and Ruizhu immediately came to greet her. Before that, because she was thinking of arguing with reason, she was worried that the 2 maids would say something they shouldn't say because they were eager to protect their master. So she specifically told them to wait outside. Unexpectedly, she escaped a disaster by mistake. She felt scared when she thought about it. With Zhang Yuni's performance at the time, and the appearance of the 2 maids, if Jia Jing pointed to the 2 of them as a gift, he would probably agree on the spot. In order to prevent the wall from having ears, she did not rush to answer, but only nodded slightly to the 2 of them, and hurried back to Tianxiang Tower. After closing the doors and windows, she quietly repeated what happened and reminded him, although we have escaped for the time being, he lives in the Dangxian pavilion opposite. We must keep the doors and windows closed. You should also try to go out as little as possible, so that he won't see us. Wait until we are through this period, and he has chosen a candidate before we can talk. That's good. Thank God. Ruizhu patted her chest, and was very grateful. Baozhu lowered her head, and said him softly. Although it was Ruizhu who ruined Jia Zhen's good deeds, the 2 grew up together, and talked about everything. In addition, the rumors later spread. It was even more impossible to hide it from her. However, even an old man like Jiao De, who served several generations, and made contributions to the Ning Mansion, almost lost his life. What can she, a maidservant who came with the dowry, change? She knew very well that Jia Zhen's evil fire would not subside with time. On the contrary, the longer he suppressed it, the more violent it would explode. By then, even if she and Ruizhu risked their lives, it would be useless. After all, they had been together since childhood. She couldn't sell out her master for fame, but she didn't want to lose her life in vain. Therefore, when she heard yesterday that Jia Jing intended to give her and Ruizhu to Zhang Yuni, she felt relieved. She thought she would finally not be in a dilemma, but she didn't expect that something unexpected would happen. She was extremely disappointed for a while, but she didn't dare to show it. It's not that Ruizhu is more loyal than her, but the moment she saw Jia Zhen's good deeds, she had no way out. If it weren't for Qin Keqing's protection, Jia Zhen would have gotten rid of her long ago. As for Zhang Yuni, he was just a guest who came to seek refuge. Even if Jia Jing valued him, would he not know how to appreciate it and go against Jia Zhen for a maid? Not to mention, she was originally a maid given by the Ning Mansion in Tianxiang Tower. The master and servants were worried about Zhang Yuni's choice. And Jiajin was not idle either. After sending Jia Jing away and sending Jia Rong away, leaving only Yushir, he said earnestly, "My dear brother, our mansion is different from other families. You must look carefully and ask your sister-in-law about everything. You may not be able to call up all the outstanding maids in the mansion, but your sister-in-law knows them all." He was not worried about the beauty of Bao Lu and Ruizhu, but he was afraid that Zhang Yuni, who was from a small family and had never seen them, would treat one of them as a treasure, leaving the 2 pearls in the dust. "Thank you, Brother Jin, for your kindness." Zhang Yuni bowed to Jiajin and said tentatively, "That's great. I'm also worried that I might have chosen the wrong person." "Hey! I don't like to hear that. They are just a few maids. What should I do? I promise you. Not just 2. But anyone you like. Just ask." He was afraid that Zhang Yuni didn't understand what he meant. So he pointed at Yushir and said, "Even if it's Dai in front of your sister-in-law, as long as you like her, it's just a matter of a word. Although Dai can be considered to be pretty, she is not among the golden hairpins." And Zhang Yuni remembers that she seems to have some unclear relationship with Jia Rong. As a later person, he can't care too much about the wives of the Ning and Rong families, who are already married. But he doesn't want the maids in his room to flirt with others. "Yuni is relieved with your words, and will definitely ask sister-in-law for advice. But I have to trouble sister-in-law again." Although Jiajin seemed to have some hidden meaning in his words, he saw his attitude towards Yushir, and didn't compare him with Qin Kiching. "We are all family. Don't be polite to your sister-in-law." He turned to look at Yushir and threatened, "If you can handle this, I will forgive you for the past. If my cousin is not satisfied at all, don't blame me for bringing up the past." Although Yushir understood Jiajin's implication, she didn't feel lucky at all. She thought to herself, "He has already taken action before you even opened your mouth. If you had fuel to the fire, I'm afraid he will be even less polite. I thought Zhang Yuni could escape if he didn't live in Jia Rong's yard. But I didn't expect Jiajin to help pass the knife. Now he has been caught in a weak spot. I'm afraid that if I don't give him some sweet treats, he will never let me go." She made up her mind and smiled. "Since you have said so, how dare I neglect you? Whoever my unworthy cousin likes, I will make sure he is satisfied." She thought to herself, "If I want you to be satisfied, I'm afraid I have to satisfy Zhang Yuni first. However, I don't know who is losing out in this deal of exchanging a daughter-in-law for a daughter-in-law." Jiajin thought that Yushir understood his intention, and he didn't want to waste time with her. He yawned and said, "I'm really exhausted these 2 days, so I'll go back first. Dangxian Pavilion should be almost done. You can take my cousin there to see if there is anything that needs to be adjusted. By the way, talk to him carefully. It's not a good thing to have no one to serve in the house. I'm not in a hurry to see the house, but Yuni wants to ask my sister-in-law for advice first. If my cousin is tired, he might as well go back and rest." Jiajin didn't hear the implication of Yushir's words, but he understood it clearly. As the saying goes, the first effort is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Even if it's not the time to raise a gun and jump on a horse, you have to break the window paper first. Seeing Zhang Yuni being so accommodating, Jiajin said with a smile, Okay, then let your sister-in-law talk to you." Before leaving, he did not forget to give Yushir a threatening look and left the door ajar. Even Zhang Yuni could not help but admire him for being considerate. After the footsteps faded away, Zhang Yuni said with a playful look, "Sister-in-law, please tell me how to satisfy me." Yushir was nervous at the moment. She just said that she was relieved, but when the matter really came, she was afraid that he would ignore her. So she said timidly, You don't do anything reckless. In broad daylight. Sister-in-law is right. It is indeed inappropriate in broad daylight. That night? No. Yushir looked at the door with a guilty look on her face. She never thought that the sneaky activities were not only openly mentioned by Zhang Yuni, but also became her intention. If someone heard this, she dared not think about the consequences. Fearing that Zhang Yuni would say something crazy again, she lowered her voice and said, "Everyone in this mansion is your eldest brother's people. Please give me some time." Although she just wanted to calm Zhang Yuni down first, she blushed when she said it, and quickly turned her waist and turned her back. Zhang Yuni saw that Yushir sat with her back to him, which made her gourd-like figure stand out even more. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you use people in front and don't use people behind. I like you very much. Yusher was worried that her excuses would be met with dissatisfaction. She misheard what he said, and turned around quickly. When she saw where his eyes were, she came to her senses. Thinking of the quarrel in the car, she felt hot, and her face became redder and swollen. Taking advantage of Yusher's distraction, Zhang Yuni approached, held Yusher's chin with his hand, and rubbed her lips with his thumb, saying, "Yuni, go out and take a breath first. Sister-in-law, rest well. Then come out and take me to Dangxian Pavilion." As Yusher said, in broad daylight, there is no guarantee that the servants will not come to report. Even if they don't catch them in the act, they can still tell something from their faces. Good food is never too late. It's only been 2 days since I traveled through time, and there are still many days to come. Chapter 14. Someone is anxious. The name of Dangxian Pavilion sounds intimidating, but it is actually a 2-story building with 3 rooms. There are several side rooms on the left and right. Although there are no personal maids for the time being, there are maids and women who serve tea, water, sweep and wash, and they are placed on both sides. He used the main room on the first floor as a hall, and the 2 rooms on the left and right were temporarily vacant, intending to fill them with maids from Rong Mansion in the future. The room near the stairs on the second floor was made into a study by him, and he specially picked a chair to put in it. The middle room was turned into a bathroom by him. As a modern man, he really couldn't stand the spittoon and toilet in the room. As for Baozu and Ruizhu, who had already been selected, they naturally stayed in the room to warm the bed. Of course, they would have to rotate with the maids downstairs in the future. However, although the idea is good, it still has to be carried out step by step. Yusher was a complete surprise for him. Before this, even if he dared to think, he could not have imagined that in 2 days, he would be with the mistress of Ning Mansion. After all, he is an adult in his bones, and he is still full of energy after traveling through time. So he naturally does not want to wrong himself. After making arrangements for the house, he looked at Yusher beside him, and said with a double meaning, "Sister-in-law, do you think my arrangements are appropriate?" Seeing that he did not keep a single maid in the building, Yusher secretly complained. It seems that Zhang Yuni is determined not to release the eagle until he sees the rabbit, and he is already riding a tiger, and it is difficult to get off. However, although Jiazhen basically does not stay in a room, it is not easy to leave the maid alone at night, in front of the servants. She can't say it clearly, so she can only smile bitterly and respond, "After all, it is convenient to live in the house by yourself." As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. She was afraid that Zhang Yuni would say too much and let the servants hear the hidden meaning. She dared not respond, so she could only be ambiguous, and hinted that Zhang Yuni's arrangement would be convenient. Sister-in-law is right. Zhang Yuni understood. He opened his hands and gestured to Yusher. "Sister-in-law, please help me pick out such a wide mandarin duck pillow. If this armchair doesn't have a cushion, I'm afraid my waist will be tired after sitting for a long time." Yusher didn't know that the mandarin duck pillow was prepared for her. She just thought that Zhang Yuni was going to study hard. So she agreed immediately. "Hey, then I'll do it right away. And find 2 more sets of clothes by the way. You can make do with it first." The house was almost cleaned up, and she was worried that she had no excuse to leave. Zhang Yuni didn't stop her, and sent Yusher downstairs. He didn't rush back, but walked around Huifan Garden. The door of Tianxiang Tower was closed, and he didn't know that Qin Keqing lived opposite. The reason why he chose Dangxian Pavilion was partly because of the rumors of the Tianxiang Tower, and partly because he was prepared for a rainy day. After all, he was not the real master of the Jia family, so he had to be cautious in his actions. The gates of the wealthy families were strictly guarded, especially at night. After all, the Red Mansion was mainly Ronggua Mansion, which was only separated from the Grandview Garden by a wall, and there would be a corner gate in the future. There was no need to go through those hallways, which could save a lot of trouble. Of course, these were just a change of life. If he wanted to collect all the things he should collect, he would have to wait until the Jia family fell, and he had to make a name for himself. His fairy minister rhetoric seemed to be random, but it was actually well thought out and foolproof. And there were many benefits in the future. Once he made a product that was beyond the cognition of the times, it would only be attributed to the method of the fairy ministers, and all the unreasonable things before would disappear. Once this point is established, all problems and doubts will be solved, even if the so-called merits and virtues will never reach the end. He can explain that he still needs to work harder. Modern people who are familiar with various routines in the previous life cannot resist the temptation of a knife, let alone the natives of this era, as long as the cowhide is not exposed. Even if the old emperor is gone, this set of rhetoric can also be used on the new emperor. Moreover, his lies will not only not be exposed, but will become more and more stable with the subsequent development. Once the technology is changed to the immortal technique, he will stand at the highest point invisibly. What right is the most precious? It has to be the final right of interpretation. As a modern person, he has a deep understanding. Even if some formulas are released in the future to enlighten the people, what is the right way has been certified by him. Although he ended up living the way he hated, just thinking about it made Zhang Yuni excited. As for money, he was not worried at all. In front of power, money is nothing. Besides, which of purchasing and selling is not lucrative. Although he longed for power, he also knew that he could not rush for success. He did not have much in his stomach, so he not only needed to proceed step by step, but also had to control the speed. So, he needed to make a careful plan to avoid overdoing it. This was also one of the reasons why he did not let the maid enter the building. Although he could use Chinese pinyin to encrypt it, it was inevitable to write and draw when making a plan. It was just right to take advantage of this window period when no one was in the house to make a plan. On the one hand, no one would disturb him, and it would be convenient for him to think over and over again. Although he knew some things, knowing and doing were two different things. On the other hand, he was also worried that he would forget some things after a long time. When he returned to Dangxian Pavilion, not only was the room cleaned up, but Yushir also sent someone to deliver clothes and mandarin duck pillows. The furniture and furnishings in Ning Mansion were already made, but the clothes had to be made on the spot. It was not convenient to wear the servants' clothes, so he could only make do with Jia Rong's clothes. Although Jia Rong was 2 years older than him, his body was one size smaller than his. When he wore them, there was no place that was not tight and uncomfortable. Zhang Yuni was too lazy to go out, so he simply hid in a small building, regardless of whether it was the spring festival. Except for getting up early and running around the garden twice, he hardly left the house. He was not well known now, and he had no actual achievements. In the eyes of the guests in Ning Mansion, he was at most a mascot. Instead of being cold-faced, he might as well calm down and prepare well. However, he was not in a hurry, but some people were worried for him, seeing that the 15th day was almost over, let alone asking for Baozu and Ruizhu. Zhang Yuni had not even left the house. If he hadn't been concerned about Jia Jing being at home and worried that if he pushed too hard, Yushir would have gone to Jia Jing again, he would have already brought troops to question him. However, even so, he couldn't hide his anger and vented his anger on Yushir in many ways. Seeing Jia Jing pushing harder and harder, Yushir felt bitter. Although she expected that Zhang Yuni would use this as an excuse to severely control her, she didn't expect him to do it so decisively. Not to mention that she hadn't figured out how to get rid of her personal maid Yin Dai. After all, she was the mistress of Ningwa Mansion. Zhang Yuni should at least take the initiative to come to her for discussion. He couldn't really wait for her to come to him. Right? In comparison, Jia Jing was happy to see it happen. First of all, he was thinking that he could keep it a secret for a while, and he didn't want Zhang Yuni to be known too early. Therefore, even when Rongwa Mansion came to pay New Year's greetings, he didn't introduce Zhang Yuni. Secondly, slow work produces fine work. The more carefully Zhang Yuni chooses, the more it shows that he is on the right track. Qing Keqing, who lives in Tianxiang Tower, has a much more complicated mentality. On the one hand, she is not indifferent to the world, and she will inevitably send her maids out. The less Zhang Yuni goes out, the less chance he will run into her. But on the other hand, his delay in selecting people also made her wonder if he had not met someone he liked. And she was increasingly worried that the two maids would be bumped into. Chapter 15 Jia Jing sends a big gift on Lantern Festival. Because Zhang Yuni came up with a theory of ascending to heaven due to meritorious deeds, Jia Jing was worried that the emperor would lose his heart to practice Taoism. When the 15th day came, he could no longer stay. He was afraid that the emperor would be in a good mood the next day and miss the opportunity to persuade him. After having a family dinner with Zhang Yuni, he rushed back to the Taoist temple overnight. After seeing Jia Jing off, he patiently went back to the backyard with Zhang Yuni. Seeing him disappear in the alley of Tianxiang Tower, Jia Jing no longer had any worries and angrily rushed into Yushir's house. Pointing at his nose, He angrily scolded. Such a small matter. How many days have passed? Tell me. Did you do it on purpose? Seeing him like this, Yusher dared not admit that she not only did not mention it, but also avoided Jean Yuni, and hurriedly evaded. How dare I? But my wife has been staying at home for a while, and I must be worried that he would pick her up. Even the two maids rarely go out, and there is no chance for him to see her. I can't take her to my wife's room to see her. Right? Although Jiajin didn't treat her as a human being, he was very nervous about his daughter-in-law. She knew that once Jiajing left, Jiajin would definitely make trouble for her. So she was mentally prepared. Useless. You can't do anything if you can't see her? Jiajin didn't care about these. He just wanted the result. Won't you brag in front of him? Yusher secretly complained that Zhang Yuni was targeting her. If she didn't do what he wanted, he would never give in even if she boasted to the sky. I'm afraid I have to change the way I brag to force him to agree. However, I couldn't tell Jiajin these words, so I could only use the strategy of procrastination. Then I will do as the master says tomorrow. As she was talking, Yin Dai came in holding a few sets of clothes and reported, Madam, Master Yi's clothes are ready. Should I send them now or tomorrow? Before Yusher could speak, Jiajin shouted, Go! Send them to him now. Yin Dai turned around and wanted to leave. But unexpectedly Jiajin shouted angrily, Who told you to go? He pointed at Yusher. You go! Yusher secretly complained. She knew that she couldn't keep dragging it out, and she couldn't bring herself to come to the door on her own initiative. She had planned to use sending clothes as an excuse. If she hadn't specifically asked to bring the clothes when they were ready, Yin Dai wouldn't have come to ask. However, she originally wanted to send Yin Dai away during the day, and then have a good discussion with Zhang Yuni, even if it was like in the carriage, to give him some sweetness first, at least to fool this hurdle, who knew that by coincidence, it happened to be delivered when Jiajin was there. So there was no chance to send Yin Dai away, but in front of Yin Dai, let alone letting Zhang Yuni have a taste of sweetness. I'm afraid he will misunderstand me and deliberately bring a maid. I had to shirk. It's late at night. Let's go tomorrow. What are you afraid of? In our house. Can he still eat you? Jiajin said disapprovingly. Hearing this, Yusher felt angry and funny. He dared to stretch out his hand in front of her in the car. If she hadn't caught the opportunity, she would have been eaten alive by him. She could only say these words in her heart. Seeing that Jiajin insisted on doing so, she knew that it was useless to say more. So she had to bite the bullet and wink at Yin Dai. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to step out, Jiajin stopped her and said, Just go. I'll wait for you here today. And I won't go to other rooms, so that you won't be sneaky again. Yin Dai will stay to help me cool down. This, Yusher was stunned. Before she could come to her senses, Yin Dai had already held the clothes in front of her impatiently. Seeing that Yusher was reluctant to take it, Jiajin said impatiently, What? I asked you to deliver the clothes and it's wronged you? Don't forget the master's instructions. If you can't do it, we will settle the old and new accounts together. You know the consequences. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yusher finally woke up. Seeing Yin Dai looking at her in protest, her eyes turned red, and she angrily snatched the clothes, tucked them under her armpits, and said to Jiajin, I will definitely satisfy you. But I can't see the real person. If I want to brag about it, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Jiajin not only didn't hear the hidden meaning, but scolded, I knew you were playing tricks on me and didn't work hard sincerely. This forced you to be exposed. I will wait here today. No matter how much effort you put in, you have to get the job done. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you still don't have a definite news, I will definitely make you pay. This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yusher said calmly, Don't worry, Master. Just wait for my good news. After that, she pushed the door open with a determined look. She knew that she couldn't escape today. The old account that Jiajin mentioned was naturally Jiaoda. He dared to do such a cruel thing in front of Jia Jing in the carriage. How could he get away with it now? Not to mention the double-edged sword. As for the consequences, she also had some guesses. This kind of thing couldn't be told by the servants. There were only a few masters in Ningwa Mansion. If she couldn't do it on her side, she would have to ask Jia Rong to come forward. Because she was angry and left, she forgot to take the lantern, which made her already uneasy heart feel more sneaky. Fortunately, it was the Lantern Festival night, so the servants rarely had time to spare. Her courtyard was not far from Huifang Garden, so she didn't meet anyone along the way. After entering the alley of Tianqiang Tower, she hurriedly hid in the blind spot where the moonlight was shining. Hiding in the shadow of the courtyard wall, she sneaked to Dangxian Pavilion, and was worried that knocking on the door would arouse the idea of the ear room. But she found that the door was ajar. She pushed the door open and hid in the house. The moment she closed the door, she leaned against the door and let out a long breath. While bolting the door, she secretly thought that Zhang Yuni had been waiting for her to come. The room was dim, and after a long while, she vaguely touched the stairs with the moonlight through the window screen. Zhang Yuni upstairs had heard the movement downstairs a long time ago, but he was doing the final arrangement in the study, and hurriedly hid all the things that were inconvenient to show to others. When she pushed the door, the dim light was shining on Yosher's mature and charming face. In ancient times, fire prevention was more important than theft prevention, so Zhang Yuni only lit candles in the house. Although he saw Yosher, he couldn't tell if there was anyone downstairs. He looked downstairs with his neck bent, and said politely, "Sister-in-law, if you have something to do, you can just send someone and let her know. Why did you come in person?" Hearing this, Yusher felt miserable. Leaving the door open late at night is just waiting for someone to come to the door. She has already accepted it, so why bother to squeeze it with words? Isn't it not enough to tease? But when she got used to the light, she saw Zhang Yuni looking down the stairs. She didn't know that she had misunderstood his meaning. For no reason, her heart was warmed, and she blurted out, "No one. The door is already locked. I can't stay too long. Your cousin is still waiting for my reply." Although she told Jiajin that it would take some time, she knew his strength and was worried that if she talked too long, Jiajin would get impatient and come to see her in person. So she just came straight to the point. Zhang Yuni was caught off guard. He thought that Yusher was used to being cautious, but he didn't expect her to be so bold that she actually let Jiajin wait and came to meet him privately. He couldn't help but admire her for this move. Although he didn't know that Yusher came here on orders, he couldn't waste time since it had come to this point. He dragged Yusher into the study, pressed her to sit on the chair, and put a mandarin duck pillow on her, smiling and saying, "Then I'll have to ask Brother Jin to wait a little longer." Chapter 16 Suspected of setting a trap. Yuni cleverly delays. A full moon is exceptionally bright, illuminating the inside and outside of the Dangxian Pavilion. Yusher originally thought that his words, "Wait a little longer," were just a joke. Unexpectedly, it was far beyond her expectations. She didn't know where Zhang Yuni, at his age, had so many ideas, and he could actually play so many tricks with a chair. Women still understand women better. Zhang Ailing's words, "Are the passage to the soul," do have some basis. Before coming, Yusher still felt that she was forced to do something, but now she has tasted the sweetness. While thinking about Baozhu, Ruizhu went into the house, and there was no such opportunity again. She tidied her dress and pulled down her long coat, half squatting and turning sideways. She was about to button a hem, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yuni on the chair pulled her over and hugged her again and sat on his lap. "Are you cold, sister-in-law?" When Yusher heard this, her cheeks flushed red. She patted his chest lightly and said with shame and resentment, "I don't know where you learned these tricks. You just do it." "Sister-in-law, you are wronging me," Zhang Yuni complained. "Yuni wishes there was less distance between me and sister-in-law. But it's so cold and I have so many clothes. If someone comes, how can I cover them in time?" The ancient etiquette was very strict, ranging from home furnishings to clothing expenses. Only common people would wear long trousers and short shirts, which was called etiquette, and women wearing skirts was also a kind of etiquette. But there were no underwear in ancient times as we know it today. At most, they were butterfly pants similar to open crotch pants, or leggings. While it is convenient to solve personal hygiene, it is also convenient for men and women to meet secretly. In his previous life, Zhang Yuni had the honor to observe the painting of Shi Ling's lucky consort Xiao Zhouho, and today he finally experienced this convenience. Of course, the main reason is to be on the safe side, although there is still the insurance of resurrection. If he is really caught in the act, at least his reputation will be ruined. However, this does not prevent him from speaking harshly. "I am not afraid, and I can protect my sister-in-law, but I am worried about people's words, and I am afraid that my sister-in-law will be gossiped about." Yusher has always been a punching bag, and she has never felt such gentle words, and she was a little moved for a while. It's a pity that in the future. At this point, she remembered that Jia Jin was still waiting for her. She pulled Zhang Yuni's claws away with difficulty, stood up and said, "If I delay any longer, I am afraid that he will be suspicious. I will send Baozhu and Ruizhu tomorrow." This kind of torture has made her taste the marrow. And Zhang Yuni is so considerate of her, which she has never felt before. If Jia Jin hadn't forced her, she would never have wanted to have someone in his house. But in the end, Jia Jin was a bigger threat, and she couldn't care about these private affairs now. Baozhu, Ruizhu? Although Zhang Yuni was puzzled, why did Yushur decide on Qin Keqing's maid? He hadn't even met them yet, so it was not easy to raise doubts. Yes. He is still waiting for my reply. You must help me. Although Yushur deliberately avoided Jia Jin's name, Zhang Yuni still understood. But why did Jia Jin give Qin Keqing's maid to him? Although he didn't intend to refuse, he didn't want to accept it muddled. After all, he knew what kind of character Jia Jin was. If you offer kindness without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. The only thing that Jia Jin coveted was the so-called method of the immortals. He had already speculated about the relationship between Jia Jin and Qin Keqing, and couldn't help wondering if the two of them had joined forces and sent the maid to spy on him. He didn't have to worry about what he had reported to the emperor, but he was afraid that he would accidentally let it slip and reveal the follow-up plan. A single move would affect the whole body, which would not only damage his credibility, but also affect the subsequent plans. So he pretended not to know and tried to probe. Are these two people my sister-in-law's confidants? At this moment, he didn't even dare to believe Yushur completely, and planned to ask a set of questions first. Although Jia Jin might not be willing to make such a big sacrifice, he couldn't catch the wolf without sacrificing his wife. He was able to use Yushur, and Jia Jin, the victim, made great contributions. Who knows if it was a series of traps? Yushur didn't expect that in the face of beauty. His first concern was whether it would hinder the two people's private meeting, and she immediately felt mixed emotions. She wanted to tell everything, but she was worried about causing unnecessary trouble. Although Zhang Yuni claimed that he was not afraid of Jia Jin, Jia Jing and his wife were still planning to get married in private. Although Zhang Yuni was also a womanizer, it was one thing to steal someone else's wife's wife, but he might not accept that his wife's family was not clean, if it affected Jia Jing's plan to marry his daughter. When he got angry, Zhang Yuni, a junior, might not be able to protect himself. If he fooled around, he was worried that Zhang Yuni would be unprepared and expose his affair in front of Baoyu and Ruizhu. So he could only shirk. There is a long time to come. Even if you have someone in your room, you could always find an opportunity in the future. How can that be possible? Zhang Yuni grabbed Yushur's hand, held it in his hand, and said affectionately, "My feelings for my sister-in-law are clear to all, let alone two maids. Even fairies in the sky can't get in our way." Yushur had never seen such tenderness and care, which was both comforting and touching. But now was not the time to be touched. So she could only beg, "Just help me this time, and let me get through this first. At worst, I will find more opportunities in the future to let you make up for it." There was no need to talk about how to make up for it. But Zhang Yuni also saw that Yushur seemed to be pressed to the limit. What did Brother Jin say? "Sister-in-law, tell me in detail. There may be a way to have the best of both worlds." This, seeing that it was delayed for a long time, Yushur had to bite the bullet and evade the main point. "This is also the master's order. Our family has always added two people to the house when the men grow up. It is probably because they are worried that outsiders will question whether the mansion treats you harshly. If it was another maid, Zhang Yuni might still believe it, but he doubted the maid next to Qin Keqing. However, when Yushur mentioned Jia Jing just now, he also thought of another possibility. Jia Jin used himself as an excuse to drive Jiaodo away, and he might not repeat the same trick. He remembered that after Qin Keqing died, Ruizhu hit her head against the pillar and died. Everyone has a desire to live, and there may be some reason why she must die. This is simple. I will accept the indenture first, but I can't let them into the house to ruin our business. Sister-in-law will say that I have the emperor's order and cannot be distracted now," Zhang Yuni said with a warm face. "Besides, sister-in-law has been here for quite a while, and she must have an excuse when she goes back. I am constrained by the emperor's order, and sister-in-law's earnest advice can be fooled. What do you think? His move can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It can test whether Yushur is willing to surrender or set a trap for himself. He could also hold the indentures of the two maids in his hands, which would facilitate further observation. The key point is that if Jiajin really used himself as an excuse to send the two maids away, it is very likely that he has not succeeded yet. If this is true, then the two maids will have a lot of opportunities to wander between him and Qin Kiching. Of course, everything has to wait for follow-up observation. Although he doesn't mind prying into someone else's corner, he doesn't want to pry into someone else's corner. Sometimes people are so contradictory. How could Yusher know that he had just enjoyed her and was thinking about his own daughter-in-law? Although there is still a distance from Jiajin's requirements, Zhang Yuni is so obsessed with it. Isn't it all for her? Then do it this way. Zhang Yuni is so affectionate and righteous. She also gave up. At most she would be punished. Thinking of this, she added, if he sends someone else, you must not give up. Don't worry. Sister-in-law. Zhang Yuni patted his chest and said, I wish I could delay it for a while so that he can ask sister-in-law to come more often. Anyway, I only recognize sister-in-law in this mansion. With this, Yusher immediately felt confident. She secretly thought that she had not made a mistake. As long as Zhang Yuni only recognized her, Jiajin would not do anything extreme. So she nodded helplessly, feeling that Yusher was about to be convinced by him. Zhang Yuni said, Sister-in-law, tell her when you go back that I still need to make some preparations for the Emperor's mission, and I will ask you to help me tomorrow, so he will definitely not embarrass you. Seeing that he was so worried and gave herself a double insurance, Yusher no longer had any doubts. Because Zhang Yuni used the Emperor's order as an excuse, she was not worried about delaying too long and having trouble explaining it when she returned. She whispered to each other for a while before leaving reluctantly. Chapter 17: A surprise after the mission. It's strange to say that when Yusher went there, she was nervous and afraid of being seen. But after really getting over this hurdle, she did everything she should and shouldn't do. But she felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. All the way back to her room, she saw Jiajin hugging Yin Dai and sleeping soundly on her bed. And the only trace of guilt, she had disappeared. She didn't dare to offend Jiajin, so she had to go forward and push Yin Dai awake. Why don't you get up quickly? When will it be your turn to sleep in my bed? The step-out bed is divided into a bunk bed and a corridor in front of the bed. Generally speaking, even the big maid who serves closely can only sleep in the corridor in front of the bed so that she can take care of it at night. Even if she goes to bed at the request of the male owner, she should return to her position after the job is done. Yin Dai is usually not afraid of her. And now that Jiajin has just had fun, he doesn't take her seriously. These are all orders from the master. I have no choice. I can't go against the master's will. Can I? She pushed Jiajin and said, Master, please say something for me. Otherwise I can't bear the blame from the lady. Although she said that she couldn't bear it, there was no worry on her face. Jiajin was pushed by Yin Dai and opened his eyes. Seeing Yusher in front of the corridor, he shouted, What are you making a fuss about? Have you finished your business? He was woken up from his sleep. This sentence was originally a scolding to Yin Dai, but to Yusher, it was a complaint to her. Thinking that Zhang Yuni had no one in the room for a while, he would have to go again. Keeping Yin Dai, who was not familiar with her, would inevitably cause trouble. So she took the opportunity to say, It is true that I shouldn't make a fuss, but this girl has climbed onto my bed, and I dare not use her anymore. Let her follow the master, and I will change someone tomorrow. It was impossible for her to not want a maid forever. But Zhang Yuni could not keep dragging it out. So he took advantage of this gap and benefited both sides. It must be said that there are always more solutions than problems. Once you have an idea, you can always find various opportunities. Yin Dai had long been unwilling to worry about her cold stove, and she was eager to follow Jiajin, and kept pushing into Jiajin's arms. While curling up her legs calmly, she reached down with her hand. Jiajin didn't care who a maid followed. But Yin Dai was very happy with both sides. Okay, then you can follow me. However, what he was most concerned about at the moment was the problem of the two maids, which prevented Yin Dai from taking further action. Tell me quickly, how is the matter going? It's agreed that the indenture will be sent tomorrow. Yusher knew to pick the good ones first. Good. Good. You did a good job this time. Be careful with your words to your wife. And don't irritate her. If you can handle this, I won't bother you about the previous things. Jiajin didn't hear any difference at all, and said complacently, I told you. What cat doesn't like fishy smells? Isn't it done with just one word? We all misunderstood. I also spent a lot of effort to finally find out the reason. Oh! Yusher explained. He said that he had the Emperor's order and could not be distracted now. He should accept the 2 maids' indentures first. And then? Speaking of this, she looked at Jiajin with a wary face, fearing that he would take action again. Unexpectedly, Jiajin was not annoyed, but smiled and said, "This is better. As long as he has chosen the person. He doesn't care about this moment." Just when Yusher thought Jiajin had changed his mind, he pointed at her and said, "Remember last time? Dr. Zhang said that my daughter-in-law's illness can only be cured after the spring equinox. You can go and talk to him tomorrow. Why not wait until he is done with this period and send him the body and the indenture together?" He did not doubt Zhang Yunyi's reason at all, and even hoped that he would get some results soon so that he could get a share of the pie. Before the matter was settled, he was worried that his plan would fail. But now he hoped for perfection. Even though Yusher was looking forward to having an excuse to go to Zhang Yunyi, she was furious when she heard this reason. I begged and pleaded until he finally gave in. Now he is dragging it out again. Where can I put my face? Yusher knew Jiajin's temper very well. For Qinsher, he would not be soft-hearted even if it made things difficult for her. So she took the opportunity to make trouble. Jiajin was fooled and stopped bossing around. Instead, he smiled and said, "What's the big deal? There's no one around. Just say there are too many indentures in the mansion, and you can't find them all at once. Be humble. Tell him you're wrong. And ask him to forgive you for a while." He kicked Indai and yelled, "Where is the place for you to sleep? Get out of the way, madam, and bring me the white porcelain bottle at the bedside." Jiajin thought Yusher's trick was dissatisfaction, so he wanted to comfort her. However, he couldn't be as vigorous as Zhang Yunyi, so he thought he couldn't be too perfunctory. However, he didn't know that Yusher had already eaten and drunk her fill at Zhang Yunyi's place, so she didn't care about his toppings. No, it wasn't even a topping. It was just soup. Forget it. I'm tired too. Taking too much of that tiger and wolf medicine is not good for my body. I'm tired too. Yunyi wants me to help him with his work tomorrow. Originally, she saw that Jiajin did not pursue the matter, and was worried that there would be complications, so she did not use her backup plan. But now she could only use this excuse. Yusher was still unclear about what Zhang Yunyi meant by the Emperor's errand, but Jiajin knew it clearly in his heart, and hurriedly asked, "Arrive? What did he say it was?" "This." Yusher hesitated. "He just said it was the Emperor's errand. I saw that it was late, so I didn't ask in detail. It was just an excuse." And seeing Jiajin asking, she couldn't help feeling guilty. Unexpectedly, Jiajin clapped his hands and smiled. "Since it is the Emperor's errand, you can't get away with it." After saying that, he looked at Yusher with shining eyes. He was worrying about how to get involved, but he didn't expect that Yusher, who was useless in his eyes, would get in first and break the situation. He became more and more excited the more he thought about it, and couldn't help rubbing his hands. Yusher thought he was in the mood, and secretly complained in her heart. The two of them were originally husband and wife, although she had been tossed to the point of numbness. If Jiajin really wanted to force it, she had no reason to refuse. But Zhang Yunyi's hands were not gentle, and I didn't know if there were any traces on his body. Just as she was worried, she saw Jiajin's eyes narrowed into a line, smacking his lips and said, "Don't worry about anything else these days. Go to his place more often when you have something to do. If he has any requests, do your best to satisfy him." Yusher was still confused, but Jiajin became more and more excited, saying, "The truth is revealed in the details. You can't just focus on that job. Go to him 3 times a day, morning and evening, to ask about his well-being. Use all the energy you usually use to take care of the master, and be as considerate as you can." Yusher dropped her jaw in shock and said in a stammer, "This? How can a sister-in-law go into her brother-in-law's room every day? What are you afraid of? I want to see who dares to talk too much. If you can trap him, whoever dares to turn his face away from you in this mansion will be the first one to be forgiven by me. Since you say so, I can only give up this face." "What face? It's not as good as money. In this case, I have to ask about your health early tomorrow morning according to your instructions. Can you rest early now?" "Hey!" Jiajin hurriedly got up and put on his clothes, saying, "Then you should rest early." "Wait!" Yusher pointed at Indai and said, The quilts and bedding have all been changed. There is a foul smell that makes people sick. Chapter 18 Reporting and Revealing Secrets. Early in the morning of the next day, Zhang Yuni ran around Huifang Garden for a few laps, did a few sets of squats, and returned to Dangxian Pavilion, only to see Yushur leaning against the edge of the table, placing dishes from the food box on the table. She was already curvy, and bending over to serve the dishes made her back even more round. Seeing that she did not avoid suspicion early in the morning and came to deliver the food in person, Zhang Yuni was puzzled and said in a proper manner, "How dare I trouble my sister-in-law to do these things?" Hearing the voice, Yushur placed the last stack of dishes, then turned around and said loudly, "My sister-in-law is here to apologize. It was something we had agreed to yesterday, but I went back and searched through the boxes all night and couldn't find it. For this, your elder brother Jin scolded me and said that I didn't have any rules and asked me to come early in the morning to explain it to you clearly. Perhaps it was a long drought and a good rain, and people were refreshed when they were happy." The originally beautiful face was even more charming. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Zhang Yuni could hear Jiajin's intention. Just as he was hesitating about how to respond, he saw Yushur had come to the door and said to the maids and women in front of the door, "You all stay away. I have something to say to Master Yi." Then, she closed the door calmly. Since she had Jiajin's imperial sword, she was not worried about being talked about. Instead of hiding it, it would be better to pretend and bluff. Seeing Yushur's attitude, Zhang Yuni also understood it. While hugging her in his arms, his big hands went straight to the target, and pretended to say, "Sister-in-law and brother Jin are deliberately shirking it. How could it be? Let me tell you slowly." Before she could even say the word explain, she was blocked by Zhang Yuni. After a long time, they parted their lips. Zhang Yuni then said with concern, "Could it be that brother Jin has made things difficult for you again?" Yushur panted and said, "No. Your method really works. Not only did he not make things difficult for you, but he also asked me to come and visit more often." Zhang Yuni was not concerned about this. Seeing that she did not answer the question, he hurriedly asked, "How could that be? Alas, isn't it because—" At this point, she hesitated. "Is there any hidden secret?" "Alas, I didn't want to mention this family scandal, but since you asked, I don't want to hide it from you. Do you remember what he said to the master when I talked about Jiaoda in the car that day? Not only did she get away with it easily last night, but when Jiajin heard that Zhang Yuni wanted her help, her attitude changed, which also changed her mind. Where can I find someone who is loyal to me, can protect me, and is so powerful?" Therefore, she no longer worries about ruining Jiajing's plan, but worries about deliberately concealing it, which will cause estrangement between Zhang Yuni and her. Zhang Yuni pretended to be surprised. Could it be true? Yushur sneered. He thinks about it day and night. Since she has decided to hold Zhang Yuni's thigh, there is nothing to hide. She tells him the whole story and Jiajin's thoughts, and doesn't forget to give him some eye drops. If not, how could he be so kind to give you those two girls? Xin Keqing actually lives opposite. Zhang Yuni secretly rejoices in his heart, but says indignantly, "How can Jiajin be like this? His sister-in-law is so considerate and knows how to be warm and cold. How can he be so unsatisfied?" Yushur was even more satisfied when she heard him defending her. She felt a slight change and leaned close to Zhang Yuni's ear and whispered, "I used an excuse to send Yin Dai away yesterday. Now that I have this excuse, it will be much more convenient to come again in the evening." "Really? Then Yuni will have to wait for sister-in-law in the evening." Zhang Yuni pretended to be ecstatic and said calmly, "So, Baolu and Ruizhu are the personal maids of my nephew's wife?" "That's right. If it wasn't in his way, with his temper, he would have eaten both his wife and the maids together. In that case, let's delay it so that they don't come and miss the opportunity to meet sister-in-law." This, Yushur paused. She felt like she was trapped in her own trap. But Zhang Yuni was considering the happiness of the two of them, so she could only say sadly, "I'm afraid that if it's delayed for too long, he will become suspicious. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will naturally take care of you first." Seeing that he put himself first, Yushur stopped struggling and reminded him. "However, he asked me about the Emperor's mission yesterday, but I covered it up. Don't let it slip in front of him." "How could it be? Am I so unsystematic in doing things?" Zhang Yuni said with a smile. "Sister-in-law, I will send someone to buy some pots, bowls, gauze, and send them to the room next to the flower garden. and then ask if there is a sugar-making workshop in the capital. Seeing that he actually had something to entrust, Yusher secretly thought that he was indeed extraordinary and felt more reliable. Then I'll do it now. You should eat quickly, and don't catch a cold. I'll come back in the evening. As she said this, she pushed Zhang Yuni away with difficulty, and was about to open the door. Sister-in-law. Wait a minute. Zhang Yuni hurriedly called out, pointed at her face, and reminded her. You should take a break before you go. Yusher finally came to her senses. But the blush on her face had not faded. Since she couldn't go out for the time being, she simply served Zhang Yuni for dinner. However, how could Zhang Yuni only let her serve him? After a while, it was unclear who served whom, and it became more and more unbearable to see people. After a meal, Yusher packed up and pushed the door open. Zhang Yuni returned to the study on the second floor. During this period, in addition to formulating development opportunities, he also reviewed the Red Mansion and found that he had overlooked a problem. There was an emperor in the Red Mansion. Emperor Zhengqing had been on the throne for more than 20 years, and his predecessor and biological father were dead. Although the book rarely describes the court, he still discovered through the original owner's memory that the emperor in the book might be the current Emperor Zhengqing. On the one hand, the emperor loved to cultivate immortals, and it was not impossible for him to give up his throne to concentrate on cultivating Taoism. On the other hand, he had his birthplace in mind, and had made several southern tours. The book mentioned that the emperor was still when Yuan Chun was crowned as a concubine. So perhaps he abdicated during this period. Coming to this conclusion also solved one of his doubts. The eunuchs came to the Jia family to ask for money after Jia Jing died. If Jia Yuan Chun was the imperial concubine of Emperor Zhengqing, and she had the relationship of accompanying him in practicing Taoism, even if he died, the emperor would still remember some old feelings. How could those eunuchs dare to act so recklessly? Combined with Yuan Chuan's title of concubine, the emperor specially asked Jia Zheng to go to Daming Palace to thank him. I'm afraid that the title of concubine was not his idea, but the idea of the emperor. After thinking about this, he was also a little worried. He didn't know whether his statement of meritorious deeds would trigger any chain reaction. If Emperor Zhengqing gave up the idea of abdication because of this, whether he would be resented by the new emperor. These were unknown. However, there are no eternal enemies in the world. If you really delay, there will always be a chance to make amends. Of course, you also need to have enough chips. And using the method of immortals to make money is his chip. Even if you can't attract attention, take the initiative to recruit, and take the initiative to serve. So you won't push it out. As long as you accept yourself, there will always be a chance to slowly improve. Because he was waiting for the price, he immediately thought of the reason when Yusher mentioned Jia Zhen's reaction. However, he didn't arrange Yusher to help with the purchase on a whim. Last night, he had some guesses, and he had the idea of Qin Kiching. Now that he knows the inside story, he will not ignore it. A good man has 3 helpers. After all, he is a guest in Ning Mansion. Since Yusher has already surrendered and regarded him as a support, he must always show due trust. This is the art of leadership, and a means of winning people's hearts. Yes, although she is the mistress of Ningwa Mansion, he regards Yusher as a role similar to a secretary. The so-called secretary does things when there is something to do, and the secretary does nothing. Yusher is indeed appropriate. Of course, he would not delegate the truly core things to others. Chapter 19. Order to climb the wall. If you take too big a step, you may get hurt easily. Not to mention whether Zhang Yuni can fool the emperor with just his mouth and spend money on the illusory immortal folk techniques. Even if he can, he has to consider the possibility. Before you win, you must think about losing. After all, he has no actual production operation experience. So he must first build confidence to prevent subsequent twists and turns and doubts. Therefore, the first choice must be a project with low risk, high profit, quick results, and easy production. Because of the insufficient agricultural productivity in ancient times, it was a problem to have enough food. So cash crops were rarely planted. This also led to sugar being an absolute luxury in ancient times. Sweets, cakes, preserved fruits, and candied fruits were only affordable for wealthy families. Due to the limitation of technology, it was difficult for the ancients to separate the caramelized materials, resulting in the production of sugars that were mostly impure and dark brown. Of course, it is not that there is no way to solve it. After a long period of exploration, A set of traditional separation techniques has been developed. This method is both a traditional method and the literal meaning is to filter with yellow mud water. Although this method is feasible, the purity is not as good as modern ones. And the loss caused by filtration is not small. So the price of white sugar is high and the color is not pure enough. Although the production of white sugar lacks the stunning effect. But this method is simple, practical, and profitable. If he makes something too complicated in a short period of time, the emperor will refer to this progress in the future. Moreover, it will be much easier to apply for funds after the benefits are achieved. If he starts with steam engines and other things beyond cognition, not only will the emperor not be able to foresee the benefits, but once there are slight setbacks, he may lose everything. There are no such troubles in making white sugar, let alone whether there is room for premium. The reduced loss and labor costs alone are tempting enough. The sugar used in the palace is tribute sugar. And there are also imperial merchants in the inner court. Not only can the difference in the actual product be seen immediately, but it is also convenient to estimate the profit difference. However, even though making white sugar is simple and convenient, he was not in a hurry to report. Being an official and working for others actually has something in common. After years of working in the workplace in his previous life, Zhang Yuni already has a set of rules for doing things. In everything, he will do everything in a comprehensive way and make plans before taking action. Take sugar making as an example. He not only has to bring the actual product to the emperor, but also the profit difference between the white sugar he made and the white sugar made by traditional methods, as well as ordinary sugar, etc. No matter how big or small. He must first do some research and list the corresponding data. The workload involved and the resources required can be completed by him alone. But it will inevitably delay time. Before the purchases were made, he directed a group of maids and servants to set up a clay stove next to the house next to the flower garden. He was not worried about being seen, because he had not even bought the most important lime for removing impurities. And he only recorded the relevant data for the time being. When he bought lime and refined white sugar, it was also time for him to report to the emperor in the palace. Because it was still the first month of the year. It was not until noon that he sure brought all the purchased supplies. He also directed the servants and began to move forward in an orderly manner. Zhang Yuni, who had not left the house for many days, suddenly made a big fuss. And Qin Keqing and the two maids opposite were also surprised and confused. The master and the servants opened the window a crack, leaned in front of the crack, and watched the thick smoke rising from the quiet and peaceful Huifang garden, making a mess. And they didn't understand for a while. Seeing Qin Keqing lowering her head in deep thought, Balu quickly suggested, "Grandma, how about I take a look from a distance?" She had been looking forward to catching Zhang Yuni's eye so as to get out of the imminent dilemma. But she never got the chance. It was rare for Zhang Yuni to make such a big noise today, which aroused Qin Keqing's curiosity. So she naturally didn't want to miss it. Forget it. So as not to cause trouble, Qin Keqing hesitated for a moment and said, he stayed indoors for a while, and it was rare for him to come out today. Maybe it was to attract attention. After all, although the master promised him to choose people, it didn't make sense for him to look at them one by one. Well, Grandma is right. I think it's better to be careful. Seeing Ruizhu also echoed. Baowu had to stop. In fact, Qin Keqing's guess was not bad. But Zhang Yuni did not want to attract the attention of the maid, but set his target on her. Curiosity is the driving force for in-depth exploration and the prerequisite for the intersection between strangers. If there is no basic curiosity, how can there be further contact? However, the one who is particularly concerned about Zhang Yuni's every move is Yu Shi. She looked at Zhang Yuni with her mouth open and said, "Is this the emperor's errand?" He. You will know when the time comes. It is said that the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. The time in Zhang Yuni's mouth naturally refers to after reporting to the emperor. But Yu Shi mistakenly thought that there were many people, and that she had to wait until the evening when there was no one around. For a moment, her cheeks were flushed and her imagination was full of thoughts. She accompanied him absent-mindedly for half a day, and then she realized that she smelled. She hurriedly said goodbye and left, and immediately ordered the servants to fetch water for a bath. When she returned to the courtyard, she washed her body inside and out until it was fragrant and clean. After dinner, while waiting for the night, she hesitated for a moment and took out a set of underwear that she was too ashamed to wear from the bottom of the box. She had just changed and had not had time to go to the Dengxian pavilion. But she saw Jiajin walking in with his hands behind his back. Why did the master come at this time? Yusha felt a little weak in her heart, and she couldn't help but pull up the collar again. Swish. Jiajin shrugged his nose and sniffed. Did you just take a bath? Appearance is determined by the heart. Because of Zhang Yuni, the daughter-in-law who was usually useless, now looked more and more pleasing to the eye. And there was a hint of affection. And her eyes gradually became wrong. Yusha thought it was not good, and hurriedly covered up. I followed you and E to smoke for half a day, and I was very tired after I came back. If it were in the past, she would have hoped that Jiajin would have this idea. But now, let alone the tasteless food, if he saw the clothes inside, even a fool would be able to see the problem. Hearing that he had smoked for a long time, Jiajin remembered the business. Do you know what he is doing? I mentioned it in the afternoon. But maybe he was not convenient to say it, because there were so many people. Then why are you still standing there? Go and ask. It's late at night, and there is no one in his room. I just took a bath. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Right? Yusha didn't dare to agree too readily, and hurriedly retreated to advance. When Jiajin heard this, his thieving eyes darted around twice, and he carefully looked Yusha up and down, shaking his head and saying, That's true. He's just a young boy, and he's never seen anything like this before. This long night, I'm afraid he can only soothe himself with his fingers. Yusha thought it was going to be bad, but Jiajin narrowed his eyes and said, You can just go over there and pretend to ask about his well-being, and maybe create some friction. Yusha screamed. How can this be possible? Although she was willing in her heart, she didn't dare to show it on her face. Why not? It's not like you really have something with him. But we are a single man and a single woman. If a quarrel breaks out, how can I live with my face? Yes. Jiajin nodded and said, After all, he is hot-blooded. If he really uses force, you must not make a big deal, so as not to hurt your face and end it badly. Just deal with it first, and I will seek justice for you later. Jiajin didn't say how to deal with it, but Yusha knew it clearly in her heart. This was not to seek justice for herself, but to use herself as a bargaining chip to bargain with Zhang Yuni. Although Yusha thought of Zhang Yuni's many good points, she couldn't help but feel sad because she was sold like a commodity by Jiajin. I am a weak woman, and I am not a troublemaker. How can I? Hey! I am doing this for your own good. You should know that men are most fond of new things and dislike old ones. If you are easy to get, they will not cherish you. You should think of a way to deal with it first, so as to whet his appetite. Yusha didn't expect him to be so shameless. She didn't feel so disgusted when Zhang Yuni poked her throat. Seeing this, Jiajin thought she was devoted to him, and hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry. I am not a calculated person. No matter what the result is, I will remember your kindness. Forget it. Since the master said so, I can only obey your orders, she said angrily. But although the master does not despise me, I have no face to serve the master anymore. Alas! Jiajin had no idea that Yusha was just going with the flow, and he was a little moved in his heart. Why are you doing this? The master has never cared about it. If the master does not agree, I will die. Forget it. Jiajin was afraid that she would regret it, so he said hurriedly without waiting for Yusha to finish. I have agreed to you. Seeing Yusha turning around and wanting to leave, he hurriedly chased after her and reminded her, she may not have the courage from a small family. You should be more humble and don't scare her. Chapter 20. The moon is full on the 15th and 16th. The moon is full on the 15th and 16th. The full moon tonight is no longer blocked by anything, and it looks exceptionally bright, with moonlight like water, rippling and full. Such a beautiful scenery is fascinating, and Zhang Yuni can't help but linger. Before Yusha stepped into the Ascension Pavilion, she was still full of grievances and resentment. But when she went upstairs, she really ascended to heaven before she could complain, because she already had hatred for Jiajin. She even incorporated this emotion into it to retaliate against Jiajin, which was a waste of money for Zhang Yuni. However, after calming down, she was worried that Jiajin had big plans, so she hurriedly told everything. If Yuni is embarrassed, I will stick to it. This was somewhat against her will, but when she entered the door, she hadn't had time to complain, and she couldn't think of anything else. If she said it now, it would inevitably be suspected of conspiracy. Zhang Yuni hugged Yusha in his arms and said sincerely, This matter was caused by me. How can I embarrass my sister-in-law? Brother Jin just wants to make some benefits. Although he is not a good person, he still has a bottom line. Since Jiajin is so sensible, he doesn't mind exchanging gifts. Anyway, there is no relationship to maintain at present. Sugar-coated bullets are the most difficult to resist. He doesn't mind letting Jiajin drink some soup. It is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. If necessary in the future, cut off this way of wealth. However, he can't hand the handle to him. So he taught Yushur a set of rhetoric. Just say that he is not experienced in the world. And she was confused by her tricks. Seeing that he not only took the initiative to take the pot on her head, but also considered her so much, Yushur's eyes immediately pulled out silk. Your elder brother Jin was going to give up my wife. And since Mastery has agreed, then, why are you being polite? Change of heart often only takes a moment. Not to mention that Zhang Yuni had put in several days of effort. And with Jiajin's help, it was natural for it to happen. Because Zhang Yuni still planned to hide it from Jiajin. Yushur did not stay overnight, and left after 3 o'clock in the morning. Although she was exhausted after tossing and turning for most of the night, Yushur still got up early the next morning, prepared meals herself, and sent them to Zhang Yuni. When he finished breakfast, cleaned up the dishes, and returned to the house, Jiajin came to ask about it. After telling him Zhang Yuni's words, Jiajin was overjoyed and praised Yushur for her cleverness. Yuni said that some purchase and sales work is not impossible. It just so happens that he also needs someone to help him. It will be convenient to use this as an excuse. I have already promised him that I will accompany him to go out and buy some things in the next 2 days. Purchasing lime is only one aspect. We must also use the relationship of Ningwa Mansion to find 2 sugar workshops and compare the data. After all, there is a difference between a workshop with sophisticated craftsmanship and a makeshift team that is forced to do something. Jiajin naturally agreed. After that, Yushur no longer avoided suspicion and simply went out with Zhang Yuni. She took the opportunity of going out to find excitement twice in the car. Seeing that the first month of the year had passed, Zhang Yuni finally made white sugar after tinkering for more than 10 days. Let Yushur order people to fill the jar. He looked at the sky and went to the palace with a porcelain jar full of white sugar. Inside Tianxiang Tower, Qin Keqing glimpsed Zhang Yuni heading towards the front yard through the window and immediately asked Ruizhu to call the maid for help. I don't know what magic master he used. The sugar is 3 times whiter than snow. And now, he said, he would take it to the palace to present it to the emperor. The maid who was called over was amazed. This? Qin Keqing asked in surprise. Uncle has been making sugar these days? I don't know. The ones he made last time were all sold on the market. And today I don't know why. It suddenly turned out. And master even let us taste some. The little girl smacked her lips and said, I heard from madam that this is the emperor's messenger. The emperor's messenger? Qin Keqing felt ashamed. I thought Zhang Yuni made such a commotion to attract the attention of the maids. But he didn't expect it to be for official business. Grandma. Baoyu looked at Qin Keqing after hearing this, and hesitated to speak. Ruizhu, give her 300 coins as a reward and let her go first. Grandma. Since this mastery can take the emperor's errand, he must be of great importance. After the little girl left, Baoyu could no longer hold back and said, Grandpa values him so much. If we can get his help, Grandma will be safe. How can you say such a thing? Ruizhu, who came back, happened to hear it and asked. There is no need to tell him. We are facing Dangxian Pavilion. If one of me and Ruizhu can go over to Sir, if there is any trouble again, we just need to lead him to make some noise downstairs. And the master will definitely take some care of it. This, Baoju's suggestion is not unreasonable. Although Jiajin is overbearing, he can't cover the sky with one hand. Jiao Dadu has been holding out for a year. So how can Zhang Yuni be compared to a servant? Baoju saw that Qin Keqing was already moved, and hurriedly said, I remember that the master said that he would give him the indenture. Even if you don't want to alarm him, you only need to shout when the time comes. In front of an outsider like me, the master will have to take care of it. In a hurry, she decided on the person she had met. Fortunately, Qin Keqing and Ruizhu did not think about it. Ruizhu agreed and said, It is a good idea. It is not a good idea to hide all the time. In this way, one of us can go out at will in the future, which is more convenient. Qin Keqing thought about it and said, It is a good idea. But if you go there and then run here, it will always be suspected of being in a melon field and plum field, which will inevitably cause people to talk about it. Although Zhang Yuli was misunderstood this time, Qin Keqing still remembered the anxious look when he asked for a maid in front of Jia Jing that day. There have been many rumors, and if there are more gossips, it will be too late to regret it. Bao Zhu finally moved Qin Keqing, so she was not willing to give up. She heard her concerns and said hurriedly, "We have all watched this month. He doesn't even have a maid in his room, and he is busy with his work. I dare not refuse the gift from the elders. Maybe he just made an excuse to refuse it?" Ruizhu frowned and said, "If he just wanted to refuse, how can we make him ask for it even if we keep hanging around in front of him?" This, Bao Zhu knew Qin Keqing's concerns, and in a hurry, it was inevitable that she would make some mistakes. She did have some ideas, but she didn't dare to say them out loud. Just when she was worried, she heard Qin Keqing say, "It's not that there is no way. The lady has been getting up early and late these days, serving tea and water. I guess she is worried about this, but she has no choice but to do what the master ordered." She paused and said, "And the last time she came to Piaofeng, she was helpless in her words. Maybe we can ask her for help. I believe she doesn't want to make such a joke." "Yes, yes, yes. Grandma still has a way." Bao Zhu laughed. "The lady may also be looking forward to a way to stop it." Qin Keqing saw everything. Bao Zhu's thoughts naturally couldn't be hidden from her, but she could also understand her situation. However, if she was sent over, it might not be safe. She glanced at Ruizhu, stood up calmly and said, "Since my uncle has entered the palace, we haven't been out for a long time. Why not take a walk in the garden and ask the maids on his side?" Chapter 21 Tiango and Jiwen. The master and his servants pushed open the gate of Tianxiang Tower and came to Huifang Garden. They saw 3 or 5 rough servants holding bamboo poles and poking around in the thorn bushes in the garden. "What are you doing, Grandma?" the maids replied in a hurry. "Spring is so annoying. I don't know where the wild cats came from these days. They always make noises at night, which makes people upset." Bao Zhu took over the conversation and said, "Oh? Did Master Yi ask you to chase them away?" "Well, Master Yi never said anything. He doesn't talk much on weekdays and doesn't let us into the house. It's about the white sugar that was boiled recently. I heard from the madam that it was the emperor's order. There are important things in the house, and we are not allowed to go in. Then he doesn't call anyone to change clothes and wash, isn't it? Except when the madam comes to deliver food in the morning. She takes us in and empties the toilet bucket and spittoon. He does everything else by himself. He gets up no later than the servants every morning, and runs around the garden a few times, posing some strange postures, which looks like he is practicing martial arts." Qin Keqing listened to the little maids talking to each other, and an image of diligence and self-motivation emerged in her mind. In this era, every official family has servants. Not only Jiazhen and his son in Ningguo Mansion, who have food and clothes provided for them, but also her brother Qin Zhong is the same. The servants of Ning Mansion participated in the funeral of Zhang family, and she also knew about the situation of Zhang family. Invisibly, she added a label of not forgetting her original intention to Zhang Yuni, while secretly making up her mind. She also hinted and chatted for a while. Seeing that she could not get any more useful information, she winked at Bao Zhu and Ruizhu and was about to leave when she heard a maid complaining in the distance. "We have been looking for it for a long time, but there is no trace of it." So she reminded, "This cat may not have made its nest here. Maybe it saw that there were people living here and came here to look for food when it was hungry at night. You might as well take some leftovers and throw them away. When they are full, they will not bother you anymore. Grandma is wise. I will go now." She had good intentions, but this cat was not that cat, and it was not something that could be dismissed with leftovers. Not only did it fail to calm down, but it also caused trouble for these little girls. And then it cried more happily, which made the maids think that it had more energy to cry when it was full. This is a later story. Linjing Palace. Emperor Zhenqing looked at the eunuch pouring out the pure white sugar from the porcelain jar. His eyes widened, and he was overjoyed. "Good! Good!" He looked at the eunuch who was tasting the sugar eagerly and asked, "How is it, Your Majesty?" There is really no residue at all. As if to prove that he was not lying, he even spit out his tongue. Emperor Zhenqing was not ignorant of the 5 grains. It was common to put some sugar on preserved fruits and candied fruits, and sometimes some messy things would be added when making elixirs. So he could see the difference from tribute sugar at a glance. During this period, Zhang Yuni was busy making sugar and arranging yushur. But he was not idle either. since Zhang Yuni came back to life. He asked the Jinui to spread the rumor that his biological father appeared in the capital. When he went to court after the Lantern Festival, he couldn't wait to welcome his biological father's tablet into the Tainyu. However, not all the people in the court were flatterers. There were also many literati with integrity. In addition, there were some former ministers of the former Emperor Deming. How could they allow the Emperor to enter the Imperial Temple just based on a few rumors, which had never been done by the Emperor for a day? The court argued with reason, and the deadlock continued until now. And there was no decision. It was not that he had not thought about starting with Zhang Yuni, but Zhang Yuni's method of the immortals was so magical that he did not expect to get the result so soon. Therefore, when he saw the white sugar at this moment, he was not disappointed, but overjoyed. He did not even consider the cost. He didn't care. But Zhang Yuni was eager to show off. He hurriedly presented the summarized data and said, "The sugar made by me saves more than 10% of materials and a little labor compared to the ordinary method. Even if it is sold at the market price, it will have an additional 30% profit." Oh! Emperor Zhengqing also became interested. How can the higher purity save materials? This method is actually simple. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been able to learn it so quickly. After telling him the method, Emperor Zhengqing applauded and said, "This immortal's technique is really extraordinary. He can turn rotten into rotten into rotten. It is magical." Seeing that Emperor Zhengqing was so happy, Zhang Yuni also said, "Your Majesty, I have some new ideas in my mind during this period of making sugar." "Oh, tell me quickly. I haven't seen the whole picture yet. It seems to be related to glass. And it is a big project and needs to build a furnace." "Okay. Send King Zhongquan here quickly." This white sugar gave Emperor Zhengqing confidence, and he waved his hand and said, "Pass on my order. I want to set up the Tiangong Academy in the inner court, which is specifically responsible for the skills of the immortals. The chief officer will be King Zhongquan for the time being. First, you will be appointed as the 6th rank chief, and the 5th rank dragon guard. I also put a name on the Imperial Observatory to prevent people from using filial piety as an excuse. The 5th rank dragon guard is just a nominal position. Let's not talk about it for now. Although the inner court can only be regarded as the emperor's private minister, it is the best choice for him, who has no hope of passing the imperial examination. I thank the emperor for his grace. This life of mine is given by the emperor, and I will fight to the death to serve the emperor." He finally got rid of the shackles of the Imperial Observatory. With physical evidence, Emperor Zhengqing became more and more convinced of Zhang Yuni's words. It is inevitable to ask about some of the fairy world's experiences, and at this time the benefits of the original words can be reflected. After all, they are all personal experiences in the previous life. Zhang Yuni answered without thinking, "And there will be no loopholes." This also made Emperor Zhengqing more convinced, and gradually he was fascinated. Even when Prince Zhongquan came with a big belly, he didn't notice it until Prince Zhongquan shouted "Long life." And then, he woke up. Prince Zhongquan is also the cousin of Emperor Zhengqing, brother. But unlike Prince Yizhong, he has no ambition. He only loves to indulge in sensual pleasures. Drinking, watching operas, cockfighting and running dogs. So Emperor Zhengqing is quite confident in him, and lets him take charge of the inner court. Emperor Zhengqing asked Prince Zhongquan to stand up while repeating his order. He also asked Prince Zhongquan to prepare personnel to set up the Tiangong Academy and explained all the matters clearly, and then let the two go down to discuss the details. Although Zhang Yuni is a subordinate of Prince Zhongquan, he saw the emperor's concentration when he entered the palace just now. In addition, the rumors that have been raging in the court recently, he dared not underestimate him. Zhang Yuni naturally could not neglect it. The two had a good chat along the way, and Prince Zhongquan even considerately asked him not to report on time. When he arrived at the inner court, Prince Zhongquan called several officials in charge of practical affairs to discuss the implementation details together. Although the imperial household was a full-time department of the royal family, its scale was no less than any of the 6 ministries. It was under the jurisdiction of 7 departments and 3 courts, and each department had officials at various levels, such as Longzhong, Yuanweilong, and Zhushi. The Tiangong court was newly established, and Emperor Zhengqing did not directly appoint the chief officer, but let Prince Zhongquan take the position concurrently. Prince Zhongquan knew the reason very well, and was afraid that when Zhang Yuni had enough experience, the position would be given to him. Therefore, he did not say a word about the specific arrangements. The sugar workshop was simple, and it could almost copy the folk workshop. It was nothing more than the construction of the workshop and the personnel. But he was not in a hurry to make glass. On the one hand, the effect of white sugar was much better than expected, which made him much more relaxed. On the other hand, a lot of alkali was needed to make glass. But whether it was made of wood ash or salt, cost and efficiency became a problem. He remembered that Kabuki Salt Lake was a famous alkali-producing lake, and there was even a saying that salt was dried in summer and alkali was collected in winter. So, he planned to expand this trade route first. Of course, making glass also requires high temperatures. So this period of time was just right for building furnaces and hiring craftsmen. After arranging the general preparations, King Zhongchuan called Zhao Liangdong, the head historian of the family, to introduce him to Zhang Yuni. There would inevitably be many more details in the future, and it was impossible for him to coordinate all of them. Chapter 22 Doing Evil in Secret. It was almost dusk when Zhang Yuni returned to Ning Mansion. Yusher knew that he was going to see the emperor, and had been waiting in the front yard. As soon as she saw him, she immediately went to greet him and said, "Is the emperor satisfied?" Whether the emperor was satisfied was directly related to the benefits coveted by Jiazhen. Although she didn't care about Jiazhen, she knew that if there was no benefit, he would not make things convenient for her and Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni nodded slightly and said, "I was ordered to serve in the inner court, fully responsible for all affairs, and was given the title of the 5th-ranked Dragon Guard." Although the 5th-ranked Dragon Guard was an honorary title, and the head of the Tiangong Academy was real power, the official position still had to be the higher one. Doesn't that mean? Yusher finally had a complete solution. With Jiazhen's attitude, let alone hiding it from him. Even if he knew the relationship between the two, he probably wouldn't care. Well, when this sugar workshop goes into production, I will find a way to get you some sales share later, just as a personal gift to you. Whether it is the current sugar or other industries in the future, he cannot eat alone. Officials at all levels of the inner court, even the King Zhongchuan, must take a share. So the sales quota allocated will not be too large. Since Jiazhen himself does not show up, he only needs to make a gesture to make him think that he is bewitched by Yusher. In this way, he can be kept hanging and Yusher can be subsidized. Adultery cannot last long. Not to mention that he cannot stay with Yusher for his whole life. So it is necessary to bind interests for the long term. If Jiazhen can have such considerations as him, even if he swings the pickaxe more diligently, it will be difficult to pry this corner. Marrying a man to wear clothes and eat, although the affair is hot, it is not legitimate after all. If Zhang Yuni gets tired of it one day, who can she complain to? So when she heard that he was going to set up a business for her, she couldn't help but stick to him and said, "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll prepare it for you right now." She was so touched that she even changed her name. He, Zhang Yuni said with a wicked smile. What else can compare to sister-in-law? Yusher blushed and said in a muffled voice, "Then I'll take you back. And I'll go wash up first, and go over early in the evening." Zhang Yuni leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Remember to put on the underwear you wore last time." He was happy to show some intimacy, which could make Jiazhen believe that he was bewitched by Yusher and satisfy his husband's current bad taste. However, when he turned into the alley of Tianqiang Tower, he still quietly kept some distance, because the two of them were ordered to flirt with each other. They did not deliberately observe each other, and did not notice that Jia Rong had been hiding in the dark to observe. Looking at the figure disappearing at the end of the corridor, Jia Rong spat fiercely on the ground, narrowed his fox eyes, pondered for a long time, and turned to Ningen Hall. Jiazhen was trustworthy. As soon as Jia Jing left, he sent Xie Yuan to Jia Rong. But the father and son were the same. After more than half a month, they lost their novelty and began to think about Yusher again. It was also because Jiazhen acted too well, and he knew the situation of the Zhang family. So he thought that Jiazhen was taking advantage of the situation to fool Jia Jing, and did not take Zhang Yuni seriously. Seeing that Yusher always ran to Dengxian Pavilion for no reason, he hoped that the two of them would have something, and Jiazhen would find out, so that this stepmother would have no support. On the other hand, he secretly hated that Yusher did not get close to him, because he had bad intentions towards Yusher. He observed her more carefully, and always felt that she was getting more and more moist recently. He wanted to find an opportunity to catch the adulterer, but he was worried that if he really made a big fuss, Jiazhen would lose face and take it out on him. Seeing the two of them being so intimate today, He thought to himself that if he didn't take action, he would only be able to eat what Zhang Yuni left. Master. Arriving at Ningen Hall, he saw Jiazhen bowing his head in deep thought, and hurried forward to greet him. Why are you here? Jiazhen knew that this son would not come near him unless he was informed of his presence. If he came, it must be bad news, either because he was short of money or had caused trouble. My son has heard some gossip in the mansion recently, and I dare not hide it from the master. Jiazhen thought that he and Qinshe were gossiping again, and frowned and said, What gossip? Jia Rong saw that Jiazhen looked suspicious, and thought that he had heard something. So he hurriedly approached and said, My son doesn't know whether to tell it or not. Hurry up and tell me. Just now, my son heard the servants talking in the yard, saying that the lady has been visiting Uncle E too often recently. Before he finished speaking, Jiazhen raised his foot and kicked him, his face as gloomy as water, saying, Did you think of this yourself or heard it? Although he saw the two people's ambiguous behavior with his own eyes, he was also worried about getting into trouble. How can I care about these things? I just heard people talking outside and wanted to come out to stop them. But I didn't see anyone. So I came to tell the master. Then you should seal your hole tightly for me. Jiazhen shouted and thought for a moment, worried that the news would reach Yosher's ears. He looked back and forth and said in a deep voice, Go and call the lady. Hey! Hey! I'll go right away. Seeing Jiazhen's attitude, Jia Rong agreed repeatedly and secretly rejoiced. Yusher was not favored to begin with, and she made things difficult for the master. How could she end up well? I still don't know how to humiliate her, and maybe I won't need to ask for it by then. This kick was not in vain. He was dreaming. But Jiazhen kicked him again and shouted, Why don't you go quickly? What are you doing here? He didn't have time to cry out in pain, and he rolled and crawled out of Ningen Hall. Knowing that Yusher went to Dengxian Pavilion, he didn't go to Yosher's room, but went straight to the back garden. As soon as he stepped into the alley of Tianxiang Tower, he saw Yusher walking towards him with 3 steps, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, Hey, madam, are you from Uncle E? As he spoke, he glanced at Yusher unscrupulously. Bah! Yusher suddenly spat fiercely. If you have something to say, just say it. Put away your thieving eyes. If you keep looking around, I will tell the master. Look at what the madam said. How dare my son? Today, my son got kicked by the master for the madam. The madam must remember my son's kindness. Jia Rong said with a fake smile. The master asked his son to invite the madam. Seeing that Jia Rong was fearless, Yusher was confused and thought to herself. Could it be that he knew that Zhang Yuni had come to the palace to report and was anxious to ask for benefits? Since the master ordered, why don't you lead the way? It's not that she didn't know where to go, but she didn't want Jia Rong to follow her and look around. The two of them came to Ningen Hall one after another, but saw that there were already more than 10 people outside the main house, all of whom were Lai Sheng's family and other housekeepers. Seeing this scene, Jia Rong was shocked and regretted it faintly. If he put Yusher in a pig cage or beat Yusher to death, he would be in trouble. Unexpectedly, Jiazhen saw Yusher coming, but he did not get angry. Instead, he said to the maids, Listen to me. Don't think that you can look down on your cousin just because he is a guest. If I find out that you are even the slightest bit negligent, Jiaoda will be your example. As he spoke, he looked at Yusher and said in a pretentious manner, He has just arrived. He is alone and helpless. He is at a time of confusion and helplessness. You should spend more time with him on weekdays, so as not to make him depressed. Seeing his behavior, Yusher knew that there must be gossips. Combined with Jia Rong's previous performance, it was obvious. Master, what are you saying? As a sister-in-law, I always go to my brother-in-law's room. If there are any gossips, who dares? Jiazhen shouted angrily. Who wants to be the next Jiaoda? The master will make him happy. Looking at the people below who were as frightened as cicadas, Yusher glanced at Jia Rong with disdain, and then half-heartedly agreed. Jia Rong was already shocked at this time, and the housekeepers thought that Jiazhen really cared about this cousin. But he knew it clearly in his heart. He was probably listening to his words, and wanted to clear the obstacles for the two of them. Thinking of this, he shrank his neck. How could he dare to have any idea about Yusher? He thought to himself, what is so special about this cousin that made his father spend so much money to win him over? Chapter 23, Big Pie and Pretense. After putting on a show in front of the housekeepers and Jia Rong, Jiazhen winked at Yushir and returned to the house, and couldn't wait to ask. He came back from the palace? He came to the palace in the Ning Mansion's carriage. So Jiazhen couldn't hide it. Before Jia Rong complained, he was thinking about how much he could get this time. He just came back. I just sent him back, and the master came to find him. Oh! What did he say? The emperor was very pleased and said that he was going to work in the inner palace, and was fully responsible for all affairs. He was also promoted to the 5th rank Dragon Guard. Fully responsible for all affairs? Jiazhen was more knowledgeable than Yushir, so he didn't care much about the 5th rank Dragon Guard. Well, he saw that I had no property, and said that when the sugar factory was put into production, he would find a way to get some shares to help me with my expenses. This was beyond Jiazhen's expectations. He thought it would take some effort, but it was so easy to get it. He thought to himself that he was a young man with no knowledge. He hadn't gotten anything yet, but he was eager to show his affection. It was obvious that he was really attracted by his wife. Now you know the magic of my method, right? Jiazhen shook his head and said with satisfaction, "What's wonderful or not? It's my reputation that's at stake. This has reached Master's ears. I don't know how he will gossip about me behind his back." Yushir said with shame and indignation, "Now I can still have a clear conscience. But I have to be grateful for what I have received. If I really get the share, I may not be able to fool him anymore. Besides, his ways of making money are endless. When will it end? If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Anyway, Master has got what he wanted. When I get the share of sugar, don't ask me to do these despicable things again." "Wait! What are you talking about? I just heard about the glass. But I don't want the benefit anyway, it's not my turn. Zhang Yuni is very good at making cakes. And he taught Yushir this set of words. Although he doesn't plan to give Yushir more share, Jiazhen's character will definitely not let it go easily. Only when he feels that there will be greater profits in the future will he give up the small profit in front of him. Why is it not your turn? Didn't he say that the share of white sugar will be used to subsidize you? Can I, the master, take it away from you? He also knows that he can fish for big fish with a long line. Not to mention the attractive profit of glass. It's only been a month, and he has made white sugar of extraordinary quality. Can he still do without it in the future? However, once Yushir gives up, with the previous experience, Zhang Yuni is afraid that he will not be willing to give up easily again. He is not shameless. For the sake of money, he can pretend to be deaf and dumb, but he can't bring himself to send Yushir away. He is willing to give it to you. How can I not want it? Jiazhen persuaded him. You are from a poor family, and you didn't bring any dowry. You still have a mother-in-law and 2 sisters at home who need to be supported. How can I not know? Yushir pretended to hesitate, and Jiazhen hurriedly urged, "Okay. It's settled. Strike while the iron is hot. Go over now. Just in time to have a meal with him and drink some wine. If he drinks too much, you can half push and half accept. And then cry and say that you can't resist after the matter is over. Why worry that he will not listen to you? If you said that it was just a passing cloud before. Now you have seen real money. So how can you care about anything else?" Even though Yushir knew that he was shameless, she was ashamed and angry after hearing it. Jiazhen still thought he couldn't persuade her. And use both kindness and force. It's rare for me to need you. Don't make trouble with me. This is really useful. But it's for someone else. Yushir pretended to be submissive and said, "I dare not." "That's right," Jiazhen reminded. "I'm afraid he has the heart of a thief, but not the courage. Remember to soften your attitude and don't scare him. After you have done enough, you might as well allow him to come and go often. Don't scare him into moving away. How soft is appropriate. Sir? Or I'll go take a bath and change clothes first." This was originally an angry remark. But Jiazhen slapped his forehead and said, "That's right. You usually wear 2 plain clothes inside. I will go to Peifeng to get one." "No need. Maybe he likes this style." "That's right. That's right." It's hard to convince Yushir. Jiazhen didn't want to cause trouble, and watched her leave. That night, the servants in the ear room all suffered. It was not the beginning of spring in February. I was afraid of catching a cold. I was afraid that they would really be chased out. Let's talk about Emperor Zhengqing later. After Zhang Yuni left, he ordered the eunuchs to carefully seal the jar of white sugar. The next morning, he ordered the eunuchs to pour the white sugar out and place it on the hall. He said in a loud voice, "This snowflake cotton candy was made by Zhang Yuni. The resurrected father. You can tell me, how can this kind of white sugar be made in the mortal world? I have set up the Immortal Works Institute in the inner palace. Not only will it be mass-produced, but there will be fairy methods such as glass in the future. At this point, he threw his Taoist robe and said, "Come on. Divide it for the adults to taste." In the hall, Jia Zheng, who was behind a group of court officials, licked the white sugar served and seemed to be thinking about something. When he returned to the mansion after the court session, he did not go to the east courtyard for the first time, but came to Mrs. Wang's courtyard to eat. Although she knew that he would not come to the palace for no reason, Mrs. Wang still served him wholeheartedly. She poured a glass of wine into the cup and said, "Master, is there something on your mind?" "Yes," Jia Zheng sighed, and then asked, "The eldest girl is about to leave the palace. Can't you, as a mother, make some plans for her? If it really takes until that time, she will really become an old maid. At that time, will my Rome mansion have to beg for marriage in a humble manner, whether it is a palace maid or a female official? If the emperor has not visited her, they will leave the palace at the age of 25. This is nothing in modern times. But in ancient times, it was an absolute leftover woman. Master, what you said is not right. I said before the new year that I should ask my brother for help. But Master insisted that it was not right, and asked me to ask Brother Jing from the East Palace. Now he blames me. What do you know as a woman?" Jia Zheng put the wine glass heavily on the table. "After all, my uncle is an official. It is not good to ask him to speak about this matter. Isn't it better to ask the emperor, in front of him? Although Jia Jing is his cousin, he is somewhat disgusted by accompanying the emperor to practice Taoism. However, due to their respective status, he could only use the person in front of him instead." "Humph," Mrs. Wang disagreed. "If I ask you for help, you should act like you are asking for help. But you are so noble that you don't ask for help yourself. Instead, you ask me to pass on the message to the old lady. You use your seniority to pressure others. How can you ask for help? What do you mean by noble? I call it character." He drank the wine in the glass. "How can you, a woman, understand these things?" Yes. I don't understand." "Then tell me what to do." Today in the palace, the emperor said that the nephew of Brother Jing was resurrected by the late emperor and learned some immortal methods. He is highly valued by the emperor and now lives in the East Palace. He didn't ask, but someone with good news came to ask him. Before, he just thought it was a lie made up by the emperor to let his biological father enter the imperial temple, and he didn't take it too seriously. Today, seeing Bai Tang and hearing that there is a follow-up, I can't help but be curious. If that's the case, why didn't you introduce us to someone during our New Year visit? Maybe they haven't visited for many years, and now that they have received the emperor's favor, they are afraid of losing face." Mrs. Wang woke up as if from a dream and said, "Does the master mean to settle the matter first, and wait for the eldest girl to leave the palace?" "Bullshit!" Jia Zheng slammed the table and said, "I am a serious scholar after all. How can I marry my daughter to a sugar maker? It really insults his father's character." "Sugar making?" Mrs. Wang couldn't help but wonder. Just now, he was talking about magic, and now it turned to sugar making. I don't know what's wrong with the emperor. He insists on saying that making sugar is a method for the immortals. And he has also set up a Tiango Injuan in the inner palace. I tasted it, and it tasted the same. Just a little whiter. What do you care about? Just follow what the emperor says. Forget it. Jia Zheng hated to hear this the most, and waved his hand. No matter how respectful you are, your elder brother is already in front of the emperor. And now that your nephew has been favored by the emperor, he must have a say. You can go back and talk to the old lady. It's about our family's face. That's enough. You're talking about face all day long. Have you ever really cared about your daughter? The conversation was not going well, and Jia Zheng saw that the matter was over. So he simply got up and left. Seeing Jia Zheng walking away, Mrs. Wang spat at the door and said angrily, "Bah! Going to find that slutty vixen again. You're always pretending to be serious." Chapter 24 Inquiry. The next day, Rongqing Hall. After visiting the emperor in the morning and evening, Mrs. Wang dismissed the attendants and said, "I heard from the master yesterday that the nephew of Brother Jing in the East Mansion was blessed by the late emperor. Not only did he return to his soul, but he also learned some magical skills. Brother Jing will probably have a say in front of the emperor." "Oh, I have seen the child in my early years. His mother is also a miserable person. She happened to catch up with those years, and couldn't marry a good family. I didn't expect her son to be successful. Grandmother Jia frowned and said, but I remember that the two families haven't been in contact for many years. Even if they are favored by the emperor, it won't be the East Mansion's turn to benefit. Right? It is said that he lives in the East Mansion now. When did it happen? I haven't heard about it before the end of the year. My wife is also very strange. I guess the master must have asked around outside. Right? He? Grandmother Jia shook her head and sighed. I'm afraid he may not be willing to ask around. He probably only heard a few words. No one knows a son better than his mother. Grandmother Jia knows her son's character very well. Should the wife send someone to inquire? We need to think about this matter carefully. Grandmother Jia thought for a moment and said, the emperor is obsessed with cultivation. He has only perfunctorily selected concubines in recent years. It is not a long-term solution to stay in the palace. But even if the emperor allows him to leave the palace, he is really old. If the child really gets the emperor's favor, and is a relative of our family, it can be a way out. This touched Mrs. Wang's heart, and she hurriedly said, I don't think so too. It's just that the master keeps talking about the character of a scholar. Grandmother Jia didn't wait for Mrs. Wang to finish, and interrupted, you can't let your master do this. I remember that the child is already 18 or 19 years old. Although he is a few years younger than the older girl. A girl 3 years older is more likely to be a rich man. Moreover, marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. His parents died early. So doesn't his uncle have to make the decision? What the old lady said is right. I am thinking the same thing. Although mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are bound to have some family matters and some bumps, they are surprisingly consistent on the issue of Yuan Shun. It is not appropriate to go out and ask. Not to mention that the eldest girl is still in the palace. If she really gets married in the future, it will seem like my Ronghua mansion is rushing to get married. What the old lady said is right. It's a pity that Lien Heir followed Lin Yata to the south. Otherwise he could be asked to go to the East Mansion to take a look. Mrs. Wang immediately said, this is not difficult. Yata Feng has always been close to Rongji's daughter-in-law. Why not ask her to ask? She is a decent person, Grandmother Jia warned. But it is related to the reputation of the eldest girl. So there is no need to tell her everything. Hey, daughter-in-law. Don't worry. Mrs. Wang agreed and asked, if you really live in East Mansion, then we... Grandmother Jia patted the blanket on her legs and said with a smile, seeing the spring flowers blooming, we should also go out for an outing. When the time comes, go to Huifang Garden. Isn't it just right? Yes. The old lady is still thoughtful. Yes. Grandmother Jia sighed. After all, it concerns the eldest girl's life. It's been a few years since we last saw each other. We have to see if it's right first. What the old lady said is very true. But the master sighed. I'm not dead yet. Grandmother Jia patted the armrest of the Luohan bed and said, these things are not his turn to decide. This is not only about Jia Zheng, but also for Mrs. Wang to hear. However, Mrs. Wang still wants to use Grandmother Jia to shut Jia Zheng's mouth. So she can only compromise. Yes. Then the daughter-in-law will go down first. Seeing Grandmother Jia nodded slightly, Mrs. Wang left Rongqing Hall. She immediately ordered Zhou Rui's wife to call Wang Shifeng. And she took Jin Chuan and other maids back to Rong Shitang. Just as she sat down, Wang Shifeng rushed over like a gust of wind. Greeted and bowed, Madam. Did you call me? I just asked the old lady. And I saw Rong's wife was in good spirits at the end of the year. How are you now? I sent someone to ask a few days ago. And they said everything was fine. But she just needed to rest. So I didn't go to visit. Although Wang Shifeng took on the job of managing the household. She was a woman after all. And Jia Lian was not at home. Even if she went to the East Palace, she had to say hello to the elders. So Mrs. Wang knew it well. She is a great-grandson after all. Although the old lady is worried about her, she cannot let her lose her luck. You can take some supplements and go to see her when you have time. Hey! Wang Shifeng also wanted to go and see her. But there were a lot of rumors in the East Mansion. And Jia Lian was not at home. So she had to avoid being in the melon field and plum field. Then I will go and see her tomorrow. If the madam has nothing else to do, my niece will go down first. Wait! Mrs. Wang stopped her. Yesterday I heard from the master that the nephew of the East Mansion's brother Jing learned some immortal methods. This is a strange thing. Please ask for me if there is anything magical about it. Yes, madam. Wang Shifeng came out of Rongxi Hall and looked at Pinger with a puzzled look on her face. Brother Jin has a cousin? She has only been married to Rong Mansion for 3 or 5 years, let alone meeting him. She has never even heard of this relative in Ning Mansion. She was always good at reading people's expressions. Although Wang Furen had asked them to visit Qin Kiching, it was obvious that she had other intentions. Pinger was also confused and said, "How can I know something that Grandma doesn't know? How about asking an old man? Go! I'll wait for your news in the house." The house she was talking about was not her own room, but the 3 small porches in the back building of Rongxi Hall. The Rong Mansion is not like the Ning Mansion. There are many masters, and naturally many things to do. She is also a power-hungry person who handles big and small things. This is where she usually handles the affairs of the mansion. This place is close to Rongxi Hall, which is convenient for asking for instructions and reporting. This is why she came just after Mrs. Wang returned. Although a lot of things in the morning have been explained one by one, she is reluctant to go back to the house. Firstly, a large family will always encounter unexpected situations, which are convenient for the first time to deal with. Secondly, she enjoys the feeling of assigning errands very much. Even if she has nothing to do, she doesn't want to go back to the house to be in a daze. Just sitting here makes her feel comfortable. Leaning against the warm Kong in front of the window, she drank a sip of the tea that Sister Shan had just brewed. She thought to herself, what immortal magic is not immortal magic? It's all just some bluffing stuff. There are no immortals in this world, and only the lady will believe these nonsense. Not long after thinking, Pinger came back and said, "Grandma, I found out that there is such a relative. He was born when the master of the East Palace was idle for a few years. The uncle's surname is Zhang, and he is an official of the Imperial Observatory. I heard that he has not been around for many years, although Zhang Yuni's name has spread in the court. Only Jia Zheng holds a real position in Rongfu. Now that Jia Lian is not at home, the remaining males are all Jia Shi and Jia Baoyu, who naturally don't care about these. The master is like this, and the servants have no way of knowing. I thought there was something extraordinary that was worth Mrs. Wang's talk. But after hearing this result, Wang Shifeng didn't take it to heart. She told Shanjie, "Send someone to the East Palace to say hello and tell them that I will go to see Qin tomorrow." Chapter 25, Ambush. The next day, Wang Shifeng got up early, had breakfast, and gave instructions on all matters in the mansion before going to the front yard. Because the 2 mansions were not far apart, she did not harness the carriage, and directly let a few servants pull her into the west corner gate of Ning Mansion. As soon as she got off the car, she saw Jia Rong coming up to her with a flattering face. Nephew pays respects to aunt. "Oh, what's the matter today? Do you need to borrow my glass screen for another social event?" Look at what aunt said. Can't nephew show his filial piety? I can't afford it. Although he said he couldn't afford it, he felt very happy in his heart, and said quite complacently, "Don't think of getting any benefits from me again." Jia Rong bowed all the way, posing a gesture of invitation, and said flatteringly, "How can it be? Aunt came to visit Qin. Isn't it natural for nephew to lead the way? Then let's go." "Aunt, please." Jia Rong hurriedly came forward and led Wang Shifeng inside. Seeing him constantly leading her to the second gate, Wang Shifeng asked curiously, "Isn't it closer to go through the corner gate of the front yard?" Jia Rong laughed and said, "Aunt, you don't know yet. Qin is now living in Tianxiang Tower to recuperate." "Ah, how long ago did it happen? Why didn't I hear about it before the new year?" "She moved there on the 6th day of the first lunar month. Aunt didn't ask last time, so she didn't tell me." Wang Shifeng showed a trace of disgust and said sarcastically, "Isn't this what your father meant? How could it be? Isn't it because she just recovered from a serious illness and needs to recuperate?" Seeing Jia Rong swallowing his pride, Wang Shifeng was too lazy to say anything. On the one hand, she was glad that although Jia Lian was not very capable, he was not as shameless as him. And on the other hand, she chatted with Jia Rong all the way to the alley of Tianxiang Tower. Jia Rong said, "Fortunately, Uncle he went out early today. Otherwise I would have to send someone to say hello first, so as not to offend aunt." Hearing Jia Rong calling him uncle, Wang Shifeng asked knowingly, "Where did the uncle and aunt come from?" "Oh, aunt, don't let others hear what you said. The master and the old master value you very much. Oh! Wang Shifeng pretended to be surprised. You tell me. Jia Rong didn't say anything, but looked at Pinger and others who were following closely behind him. Wang Shifeng had received the order, and waved her hand and said, "You just follow from a distance." After Pinger and other mates pulled away, Jia Rong roughly explained Zhang Yunyi's identity. Not only does the master value him, but even the emperor has given him a courtesy name. Oh! Wang Shifeng was very surprised. She thought it was just an ordinary trick, but she didn't expect the emperor to believe it and give him a courtesy name. Guess what, Aunt? He is called Tianxiang, just like Uncle Rui. Speaking of this, Jia Rong glanced behind him, rolled his eyes, and said mysteriously, "It is said that there is no coincidence in the world. Maybe when he sees you, he will be like Uncle Rui and be obsessed with you." Go to hell. Wang Shifeng spat. I don't care. If that toad didn't want to eat swan meat and come to provoke him, I wouldn't bother to care. Of course, Ant is upright and honest. It's just that he was blind and dared to provoke Ant. Now he is dead. It's his luck. After hearing this, Wang Shifeng calmed down a little, glared at Jia Rong, and said, "That's more like it." Seeing this, Jia Rong hurriedly came up and said, "But he is not like Uncle Rui, and he only knows one side of the story, not the other." Although Wang Shifeng knew that Jia Rong had nothing good to say, she still had Mrs. Wang's instructions, thinking that Qin Shi didn't know as much as Jia Rong. So she went with the flow and said, "It's just that the emperor gave her a name. What's the big deal? Auntie, you are totally wrong. The white sugar he made is 3 times whiter than the ones in the palace. He presented it to the emperor the other day. And not only was he named a 5th-ranked dragon guard, but all these businesses will be under his control in the future. The day before yesterday, he noticed something strange. So he took it to heart. He spent a day and a lot of money to invite the playboys he had been friends with to drink and have fun, and finally found out about Zhang Yunyi. Not only did he know about the white sugar business, but he also understood Jia Zhen's calculations when he heard that there was a follow-up. Although he was the official master of Ning Mansion, all expenses had to depend on Jia Zhen's mood. Now that he knew there was a god of wealth around him, how could he not have any ideas? If he had known this before, he would have had to flatter her. However, he had reported Yosher's mischief to Jia Zhen the day before yesterday, and was certain that Zhang Yunyi and Yusher were not in a clear relationship, so he thought it would be difficult to get any benefits. He was at a loss. Coincidentally, when he came back yesterday, he heard the doorman say that Wang Shifeng would come today, and he immediately thought of her plot against Jia Rui. Although Yusher had Jia Zhen's tacit consent, Wang Shifeng was a member of Rongfu, and Jia Zhen could not control her. Her status was not as high as Yosher's. If he could hold Zhang Yunyi's handle as he did before, it would not be the IOU of 50 taels. So he waited for Wang Shifeng's arrival early in the morning, wanting to instigate her. Wang Shifeng listened to Jia Rong's words, but she thought of Mrs. Wang's instructions, and wondered secretly, could it be that the lady also took a fancy to this business? Jia Rong saw that she was lost in thought, and thought that he had moved her, and hurriedly said, "If you can do something to him like you did to Uncle Rui, then my nephew will definitely benefit from your help." Bullshit, Wang Shifeng said angrily. I treat you as a proper nephew, but you have such a dirty mind. It is said that good things should not flow to outsiders. Why don't you ask Sister Zhen and your wife to go? Jia Rong secretly complained. I also want to do it. But let's not talk about Yusher not being under his control. She was promised to go out by the master a long time ago. Qin Shi is under his control, and there is not much difference between a cheap old man and a cheap cousin. But I am afraid that I can earn money but not spend it. He could only say angrily, I saw that he has the same cousin name as Uncle Rui, and I was worried that he would have the same thoughts as Uncle Rui. So I reminded you. Speaking of this, he said unwillingly, besides, I don't want you to make a real move. It's just to imitate Uncle Rui again. Uncle Lien is not at home recently. When Uncle Lien comes back, we will have already grasped his handle. He is not like Uncle Rui, who can't make any money. Pooh! Wang Shifeng spat. What does my Wang family want? Is there? Would you care about his little bit of money? Although she did not give in, Jia Rong still saw the difference in her attitude, and hurriedly took the opportunity to add, Aunt, listen to me. This is not a small business. I heard that glass will be made in the future, which is a profitable business. What? Wang Shifeng exclaimed. He can make glass? He had not seen the real thing of white sugar, and she did not take Jia Rong's exaggeration seriously. But she knew glass very well. She has always been proud of the glass screen she brought as a dowry. However, despite this, she could not admit in front of Jia Rong that she was moved. She only said viciously, "He is just a 5th-rank dragon guard. If he really has thoughts that he shouldn't have, he will inevitably cut off a piece of meat." After hearing this, Jia Rong knew that she was not speaking the truth, and hurriedly smiled and said, "When the time comes, you can leave it to your nephew for things that are inconvenient for you to do, and you will not let your aunt down." Chapter 26 Mutual Confirmation. After sending Wang Shifeng to Tianxiang Tower, Jia Rong said goodbye. "Since my aunt has arrived, I will go back." "Bah! Look at your lack of ability," Wang Shifeng said with disdain. "Hee. You can't say those private things when I'm here." "Right." Jia Rong was quite willing to swallow his pride and smiled. Wang Shifeng didn't bother to pay attention to him and stepped into the building. Qin Keqing from upstairs also came down to greet her. "Thank you for your concern and coming to see me again, Aunt. I came less often, but there are so many things to do over there, and I can't do it without them." She spoke frankly in front of Jia Rong. But when she saw Qin Keqing, she never mentioned moving to Tianxiang Tower. The more capable, the more work. And he is a hero among the women. Women are no less capable than men, so naturally she has to take on more responsibilities. The two were of similar age and got along well. After the greetings, they held hands and sat on the Kong. After conveying the concerns of Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang and talking about the gossip of girls, Wang Shifeng said calmly, "Yesterday, I heard from Madame that there is another cousin here. Have you heard of him?" Because she was worried that Jia Rong was exaggerating, she planned to get some information from Qin Keqing. "Yes, that's what happened. He was taken into the mansion by the master at the end of the year." "How long ago did it happen? Why didn't I hear about it last time?" "He said he was sent by the emperor a while ago and stayed indoors. He started making sugar in the garden after the Lantern Festival. Could it be that he was the one who made the black smoke over here a while ago?" Wang Shifeng suddenly realized. "No wonder I sent someone to warn him. But he said they were lighting a fire over here." "Yes. He did it for more than 10 days in a row," Qin Keqing said absent-mindedly. "It's strange. The white sugar is 3 times whiter than snow. I asked the maid who helped, but she couldn't explain it. Is there such a thing?" Wang Shifeng half believed and half doubted Jia Rong's words. But she believed Qin Keqing's words without a doubt. "Isn't it? The other day, I went to the emperor to make an offering and was rewarded. When I came back, the madam accompanied me to drink some wine and celebrate. This is exactly what she was worried about. She originally planned to ask Yusher for help the day before, but before she went to find her, she saw Yusher serving wine and dishes. Then the two of them closed the door and drank for a long time. Although she also heard Jiazhen's instructions. Wine is a matchmaker, and a man and a woman are alone in the same room. She was worried about the melon field and plum, so she hesitated whether she should wade into this muddy water. That's it. I was wondering why Madame asked about it all of a sudden. You must have heard it from the master." Speaking of this, Wang Shifeng wondered. "Since it's the emperor's envoy, you should be more cautious. Why don't you find a place instead of doing it in the garden?" Qin Keqing was speechless for a moment, but she thought that the truth would come out eventually. So she pointed to the opposite side and said, "Uncle lives in Dangxian Pavilion. It must be close, right?" "Ah?" Wang Shifeng was secretly shocked. Earlier, she told Jia Rong that the good things should not flow to outsiders, but it was just to ridicule him. At this moment, her mind was full of prophecies, let alone whether Jia Rong had the courage to make such an arrangement. Even if he did, he had to consider Jiazhen's attitude. Besides, if it was really his arrangement, why would he look for me again? However, although she was confused, she took Qin Keqing's face into consideration and didn't show it. She quickly changed the subject and said, "I heard that he was going to make some glass. Have you heard about it?" "Really?" Qin Keqing asked in confusion. "He doesn't go out much, apart from the day I saw him when he entered the mansion. I have never met him and never heard of him. Madame comes here often. If you want to know, you might as well ask Madame. She has always been thoughtful." Although Wang Shifeng never said it clearly, apart from the greetings, she always mentioned Zhang Yuni, and she knew more about him than she did. It was obviously not a casual question. "Forget it. I was just curious and asked casually. Wang Shifeng didn't know that her thoughts had been seen through. She always looked down on Yushi. Moreover, Madame Wang didn't even tell her the reason. Obviously she didn't want everyone to know. But the more she did so, the more curious she became. She asked indirectly, "Does Sister Jin come here often?" This, Qin Keqing secretly complained. Yushi not only came here often, but also served tea and water every morning and evening, and never missed a day. However, if she told Wang Shifeng, it would seem that she was gossiping about her mother-in-law behind her back. She could only try to cover it up by saying, the master wanted to send 2 maids to serve him, but he was busy with the imperial errand and refused to accept them. The master had to ask the lady to take care of them more. Her original intention was to cover up for Yushi to prevent any more rumors from spreading. But these words backfired in Wang Shifeng's ears. Before, she said that Yushi accompanied him to drink and celebrate the day before yesterday. But now she said that there was no maid in the house. In addition, Jia Rong came to her with a flattering face. Everything seemed to be complicated. I couldn't figure out why Mrs. Wang asked me to come here to inquire about this poor relative. Now I think it's reasonable. If Mrs. Wang was just curious, she could have asked Jia Jin directly. There was no reason for her to ask in secret. Considering the New Year's visit, the Ning mansion had not introduced him, and it was probably intentional to conceal his existence. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that there was something hidden here. Otherwise, why would the 2 mansions be so calculating? Knowing that no useful information could be obtained from Qin Keqing, she hurriedly stood up and said, "You should also rest more. There is still a lot of things to do at home. And I should go back. Auntie, take care." Qin Keqing stood up and sent her all the way to the Tianxiang Tower, originally thinking that she would send her all the way to the 2nd gate. Unexpectedly, Wang Shifeng turned around, took her hand, and said considerately, "You are just getting better, so you should stay out of the wind. I am not unfamiliar with the road." Qin Keqing pushed and shoved again, and seeing that Wang Shifeng did not seem to be polite, she did not insist. When she returned to Tianxiang Tower, she told the 2 maids, "Pay more attention later. If the lady comes, please ask her to come." She was indeed worried about the melon field and plum tree before, and was hesitant. But after listening to Wang Shifeng's words, she changed her mind. She knew Wang Shifeng's character very well. Although she was flamboyant, she was not a casual person. Today, she asked about Zhang Yunyi's situation in a roundabout way. Obviously, this uncle was not a small person, and even the Rongfu was alarmed. In the past, she only thought of Jia Jing and Jia Jin looked at him differently. But now she thought that he was probably worshipping this uncle as a Buddha. This can also explain why Jia Jin ordered Yushi to get up early and work late without avoiding suspicion. If Ruishi could be sent, even if it was not easy to ask him for help, as long as she could arrive in time, even if it was a fox pretending to be a tiger, it would make Jia Jin hesitate. Although it might cause gossip, it was better than really encountering misfortune. This was also the reason why she deliberately mentioned to Wang Shifeng that Jia Jing was going to send a maid. Seeing Baoju's idea, she thought it was not reliable and automatically ignored it. But Baoju thought the opportunity had come and said excitedly, "Grandma has finally figured it out. I will definitely keep an eye on it." Looking at Baoju, who was unable to hide her excitement, Qin Keqing could only sigh. Although she couldn't bear it, she could only let her down. Chapter 27. Each has his own plans. Wang Shifeng left the alley of Tianxiang Tower and walked along the corridor out of the Nei Gate. But she did not go to the Yaimen Gate, but entered the hall and rushed to Jia Rong's yard. "What is this, Grandma?" Faced with Pinger's confusion, Wang Shifeng explained, "I saw that Qinshi looked good, and I have to tell Ronger a few words." She didn't care before, and even forgot to ask Zhang Yunyi's name. She only heard Jia Rong call him Uncle E. How could she ask Qin Keqing about this when she had never met him? And Jia Rong rushed to find her to conspire, which was fine. This was unusual, and she was also worried about unnecessary gossip. So she simply let Jia Rong send her out. On the way, she found out Zhang Yunyi's name, got on the car, and could not wait to tell Pinger. Let Wanger go outside to ask around and find out the details of Zhang Yunyi. "Grandma, don't be confused." Although Pinger didn't know what Wang Shifeng was up to, she heard her asking Qin Keqing. Now there was another order, and she couldn't help but be suspicious. "You little slut. What are you thinking about?" Wang Shifeng scolded. "Today, the lady asked me to come here to inquire, And I can't just listen to Qin's one-sided words. Right? Hearing that it was Mrs. Wang's order, Pinger was relieved. She had served Wang Shifeng since she was young, and even knew about Jia Rui's affairs. Naturally, she was different from other maids. Seeing Wang Shifeng angry, she was not afraid, but smiled and said, "Isn't this servant worried about Grandma?" "Humph! Worried about me? If you have the time, you should worry more about your second master, now that he is free from restraint in the south. I'm afraid he will hook up with some bastard wife again." After hearing this, Pinger said with resentment, "It's not my turn to worry about this. You little slut. Are you blaming me for not letting you serve the second master? See how I'll deal with you when I get home tonight." "How dare I?" The two of them were talking in the car, completely forgetting that Jia Rong was bowing outside to see them off. Seeing the carriage slowly pulling away, Wang Shifeng still didn't move, so she had to take the initiative to say, "Nephew respectfully escorts and back to the mansion." Wang Shifeng then remembered, lifted the curtain, waved her hand impatiently and said, "Okay. You go back too. And say hello to brother Zhen and sister Zhen for me." "Hey!" Jia Rong raised his head and watched the carriage go out of the corner gate. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a gloomy face. He spat at the corner gate fiercely and said, "Bah! What's the point of pretending to be chaste and virtuous? You are just thinking about Uncle Yi's benefits." Wang Shifeng went to Tianxiang Tower and came back to ask him about Zhang Yuni's name. It was obvious that she was moved. However, he said all the good things before, but she didn't really let go. Obviously, she got information that she didn't know. He was intimidated by Jia Zhen's power, so he couldn't help but judge others by himself, and believed that Qin Keqing must have surrendered to Jia Zhen long ago. It was natural for him to know the inside story that he didn't know. It was able to make Jia Zhen willingly send his stepmother to him, and make Wang Shifeng, his aunt, eager to change her ways. I guess there must be a lot of tricks here. If he had planned to conspire with Wang Shifeng to plot against Zhang Yuni before, he would not dare to do it now even if he had 100 guts. Jia Zhen used Yushir as bait, and he must have taken a lot of benefits from Zhang Yuni. If he conspired with Wang Shifeng and snatched his share, he would be guilty of being a traitor and would be punished with death. However, he did not give up the idea, but he had to change his method. Since Zhang Yuni had already taken Yushir, he must be a knowledgeable person. This aunt was better than his stepmother in terms of appearance and figure, and she took the initiative to come to his door. How could he not be tempted? Of course, it was a bit spicy, but the more fierce the horse, the more powerful it is when it is tamed. And Uncle Yi did not know her temperament. If he knew it later, he would only have endless aftertaste. As long as he made his position clear in time and helped him to promote this good thing, why worry that he would not praise him? On the stepmother's side, the master tacitly agreed, and he had no way to threaten him. But Wang Shifeng dared not tell Jia Lian anyway, so he could only swallow this loss. At that time, he could not only please Uncle Yi, but also hold the handle of this aunt, and there might be a chance to get involved. Not to mention how Jia Rong thought hard to persuade Wang Shifeng to take risks and promote good things. Wang Shifeng returned to Rong Mansion and immediately rushed to Rongxi Hall. She told her about Qin Keqing's recent situation and said with a smile, "Rong's daughter-in-law thanks the old lady for her concern." Mrs. Wang said nothing after she finished speaking. She thought to herself that her niece was always smart. But why didn't she grasp the key point this time? She could only say casually, "Brother Jing's nephew was really resurrected by the late emperor?" "Oh, if you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten." Wang Shifeng woke up from a dream and said, "It's true. He now lives in Dengxian Pavilion in the East Mansion. The black smoke in the garden a while ago was caused by him." Then, she told her everything she heard from Qin Keqing. But she concealed the information about the glass. Of course, she didn't really forget it, but just tested Mrs. Wang's reaction. Money can move people's hearts. It can make Mrs. Wang go to such great lengths to find out. Obviously, there is a lot of benefit here. She didn't know that Jia Rong had planned to sell her. She was still thinking that what he said was not unreasonable. As long as she treated Jia Rui like this, there would be no loss. On the contrary, the white silver was a real benefit. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She felt uncomfortable as if she was being pricked by needles when she sat in the porch that she had enjoyed so much on ordinary days. She even felt that lunch was tasteless. It was not easy to wait until dusk. Seeing Pinger leading Lai Wang in, she hurriedly urged, Tell me quickly. What have you found out? At this moment, a servant naturally didn't have much useful information. Not only did she not find out the rumor about glass, she didn't even find out the news about sugar. Instead, the news that the late emperor had returned to life was spreading like wildfire. But the more this happened, the more Wang Shifeng felt that it was reasonable. Mrs. Wang even kept it a secret from her. If everyone in the city knew about it, it would arouse suspicion. She secretly speculated that Jia Rong was always cunning. Although he gave the most information, it might not be all. Even Jia Rong might not have seen the whole picture. At this moment, she hoped that Zhang Tianxiang would be like Jia Tianxiang, unable to walk when he saw her. However, how could a man who could make Mrs. Wang so cautious, without any evidence, be manipulated like Jia Rui? If the incident got out, Jia Rong could not stand the pressure and sold her out. At most, he would be punished, but her reputation would be ruined. Although it is said that one cannot get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den, she also loves silver very much. But she is unwilling to feed the tiger with her body in exchange for a handle to manipulate Zhang Yuni. After thinking about it, her eyes turned to Pinger on the side. Although she could not take risks, she could use Li as a substitute. In the dark, he had not measured the depth and size. At the beginning, Jia Rui didn't even have time to distinguish between men and women before he embraced Jia Rong and kissed her. Moreover, Pinger was similar in stature to him. Moreover, although Pinger was only a maid, she was also Jia Lian's nominal householder. Although he had prevented her from doing so, how could outsiders know? He was justified in catching the adulterer. Chapter 28 Persuasion. Tianxiang Tower. As soon as Yushir entered the room, Qin Keqing fell to her knees with a thump. Madam, save me. Yushir knew the truth, and Qin Keqing didn't want to deceive herself. Get up quickly. What's wrong? Yushir went forward to pull him, and secretly wondered, could it be that seeing the approaching spring equinox, Jia Zhen couldn't wait to send the two maids away and came to the door? But Qin Keqing didn't get up, and cried, since I entered the mansion, I have been cautious and treading on thin ice. Madam also treats me like her own daughter. Last year, the rumors made Madam lose face. I am ready to die. However, the sky does not follow people's wishes. If I linger on, I will inevitably cause a disaster. I have to ask my mother-in-law for help. This undoubtedly exposed the ugly words. And Yushir couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb anymore. However, her mentality has changed now, and she is too lazy to care about Jia Zhen's troubles. As long as it does not hinder her and Zhang Yuni, it doesn't matter whether Jia Zhen is cheating or not. Of course, it's fine to think about it in her heart, but she can't say it out loud. So she sighed, I don't want to help you, but you know that I have no say. Last time the master came back, I just mentioned Jiao in the car, and he almost kicked me to death. Ah, Qin Keqing exclaimed. Her body softened. She could no longer kneel, and collapsed on her legs. Yushir took the opportunity to say, it's not that I don't want to help you. I originally wanted to get Jiao De back in front of the master, but who would have thought that he would be the first to accuse me? And then, he would accuse me of slandering him. In the end, she still couldn't bear it, so she didn't say the word stealing. She paused and said, even if I accuse the master now, I'm afraid he will only treat it as a rumor. If it weren't for my cousin's protection, he would have killed me. Her original intention was to tell Qin Keqing that she could not help and could not protect herself. Unexpectedly, Qin Keqing grasped the key point sharply. She did not care about being shy, raised her head suddenly, and asked, Madam, are you saying that uncle was also there at the time? Isn't it the 7th day of the first lunar month? Qin Keqing no longer had any doubts. Bowed down and said, please help me. Madam, I have said it. It's not that I don't want to. Uncle can protect Madam, and I think he can also help my wife. Qin Keqing felt mixed emotions. She didn't expect Zhang Yuni to have heard those rumors a long time ago. At this moment, thinking back to his staying indoors for a while, there was another layer of speculation. Perhaps it was because he had heard the rumors that he deliberately avoided suspicion. It was ridiculous that he was still petty and worried about the melon field and plum. Yushir secretly complained, thinking, can I be the same as you? But now that it has come to this, she can't refuse, and can only shirk, you know. My wife, the master has actually decided long ago to send Baozu and Ruizhu to serve. As the saying goes, the elder's gift cannot be refused. He has been dragging it before, and the master has repeatedly urged him a while ago. He had no choice but to reluctantly agree and wait until he is done with this period of busyness. It is almost the spring equinox, and the two mates can't delay any longer. It's just the right opportunity to talk about it. First, give a heads up in advance. And second, tell Qin that it's not that he won't help, but that he has already helped. Qin Keqing didn't know the tricks here. Thinking back to the instructions to the two maids, she was immediately ashamed. She cowed out heavily and said in a sad voice, "Please ask the wife to ask the uncle for help. If the uncle is not convenient to help, it is the wife's fate, and I have no complaints." I thought that Yusher was so attentive to Zhang Yuni because of Jiazhen's instructions. Now I think that she was probably grateful. Otherwise, why would she get up early and stay up late? At this point, Yusher could not refuse. Otherwise it would be suspected of overstepping her authority. Forget it. I'll pass on a message for you. How do you want him to help you? Hearing that Yusher was relieved, Qin Keqing and Ruizhu were relieved. But Baozhu on the side regretted it. I thought I could use this to gain a chance of survival, but I didn't expect to shoot myself in the foot. Originally, as long as I did nothing, I could go to Zhang Yuni safely. But now I only have half the chance. No. Since Jiazhen was involved in this matter, I'm afraid he would like to transfer Ruizhu away. Qin Keqing had thought of it. Therefore, in order to avoid the separation of master and servant, she did not specify whether to stay or go. It is better for Jiazhen to be the villain. Hearing that the two maids were on each side, Yusher was very unwilling. If Zhang Yuni heard the news and tried to stop it, Jiazhen could not blame her. But if the maid's affairs went wrong, she would inevitably be blamed. However, since Qin could ask for help from herself, if she was really forced into a corner, she might not go to Zhang Yuni. So she did not dare to hide it. Only at night, after doing her best to show off her eloquence, did she poke her head out of the quilt, wipe her lips and said, "Today, my daughter-in-law asked me to ask for help from the master." Hearing that Qin Keqing took the initiative to ask for help, Zhang Yuni hurriedly suppressed the charming in his heart and said calmly, "What do you want me to help with?" Seeing that Zhang Yuni was calm, Yusher hurriedly recounted the whole process and said, "This matter is his weak spot. If something goes wrong, even if he dares not to argue with the master, I am afraid he will not indulge us like this anymore." As she spoke, she lay on Zhang Yuni and squirmed like a worm. Zhang Yuni stretched out his hand to hook her chin and said with a smile, "How could the master ignore you for something irrelevant?" Yusher was happy to hear this and said, "Hey, then I will go and tell her tomorrow." "Yes," Zhang Yuni agreed, but changed the subject and said, "However, since she has asked us for something, if we handle it well, it will be more convenient for us to do things in the future." "Why is that?" Yusher asked, puzzled. "Think about it. Weren't we worried that the two maids would enter the house and hinder us before? Now that she has asked us for something, she will naturally help cover it up. Didn't you say that Ruizhu has been interfering several times? After all, she was brought into the mansion, so it is inevitable that she will be loyal to the old master. It would be bad if she resented it, but he acquiesced to our affairs. Why do we care about the two maids? You also said that he acquiesced. Why did the master hide it from him?" "Why?" Zhang Yuni persuaded. "For you. I certainly won't care about those little worldly possessions. But I don't think he's easily satisfied. I'm afraid that after he finds out, he'll find our weaknesses and force us to commit crimes. If something happens, he'll push us away, let alone a long-term relationship. I'm afraid we won't even be able to be a pair of miserable Mandarin ducks. What should I do?" These words really touched Yusher. With Jiazhen's character, he might change his face faster than turning the pages of a book. She was a little panicked for a while. "Isn't the solution right in front of you now?" Zhang Yuni said with a smile. "Go back and tell him that I heard that these two maids were from my nephew's wife. So I wanted to refuse, but you used all your words to finally make me agree. I will accept the indenture for the time being and leave one for my nephew's wife. When she chooses a new replacement, I can send the other one. Will this work? How do you know if you don't try?" Zhang Yuni said with a sly smile. "You have to eat one bite at a time. Now it depends on how my sister-in-law convinces me." Yu's pretty face blushed when she heard this, and she got into the quilt again. Little did she know that Zhang Yuni's mind was full of both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Chapter 29 True Feelings. The spring equinox arrived. Jiazhen could no longer hold back and urged Yusher to send the two maids to Dangxian Pavilion as soon as possible. Yusher followed Zhang Yuni's instructions and pretended to run a trip, then returned to complain to Jiazhen. Jiazhen had no idea that in the past month, not only his wife Yusher had betrayed him, but even his beloved daughter-in-law Qinsher also regarded Zhang Yuni as a support. He secretly thought that after Zhang Yuni's refusal, Qin Keqing probably saw through his tricks, and if he pushed too hard, it might backfire. Therefore, he stopped forcing her and only ordered Yusher to transfer Ruizhu away. Yusher and Zhang Yuni didn't care about this, but it just fulfilled Qin Keqing's wish. Only Baozhu was extremely disappointed, but she couldn't show it. She held Ruizhu's hand and said hesitantly, "If you leave like this, Grandma will have to rely on you in the future. It's not a life and death separation. And besides, it's right across the street." Ruizhu comforted. Qin Keqing had seen Baozhu's thoughts long ago and comforted her. "Uncle is thoughtful and took your indentures with him. Even if there is really any chance, he will definitely protect you." Because Yusher frankly said that Zhang Yuni refused, she had a preconceived view. After she said this, Baozhu felt better, although she couldn't completely avoid it. Her indenture was handed over to Zhang Yuni, and she was legally a maid of the Zhang family, as long as Zhang Yuni protected her. Even if Jiazhen was dissatisfied, he had no right to deal with her. However, after all, she was not like Ruizhu, who could serve her close to her, so there was inevitably a layer of separation. Tianxiang Tower was reluctant to say goodbye, and the same was true at Dangxian Pavilion opposite. If love lasts forever, it doesn't matter if we are together day and night. Temporary tolerance is for the sake of long-term love in the future. I will help her first and then ask her to keep the secret. I think it will be fine. Although the wife and grandmother need to be supported, the methods are different. Although both of them were forced by Jiazhen, the situations are very different. Yusher was worried because Jiazhen was thinking about his daughter-in-law, which led to the rift between the couple and the separation. As long as he stepped forward and protected her, it would be enough for her to regard him as a support. With Jiazhen's cooperation, it was so simple. Qin Keqing was worried about the damage to her reputation, and she was already a frightened bird at this moment. If she used Yusher's method to deal with it, it would only be counterproductive and let the cooked duck fly away. Since she asked for help from him, it was obviously a good feeling. He might as well go with the flow, stabilize this person, and then slowly plan. This is also the reason why he appeased Yusher and stopped the war temporarily. If Qin Keqing knew that he had hooked up with Yusher, I am afraid that she would not only no longer trust him, but also be on guard everywhere. But how long will it take? It's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Yusher didn't feel it before, but now she feels bored when she thinks about staying alone in her empty room. It doesn't matter. The weather is getting warmer. I guess it will be almost over when mosquitoes increase in summer. There are always more solutions than problems. It seems that in addition to morning exercises, I have to add a night run. The body is the capital, and it is worth it no matter how hard it is. Yusher didn't understand at first, but when she saw him smiling, she suddenly realized. Although it is not as convenient as in the house, it is better than having no place to go. Master Yi. Ruizhu came to Dangxian Pavilion with 2 bags and accompanied by Baozhu. Qin Keqing did not enter the building to avoid suspicion. Zhang Yuni nodded slightly to Qin Keqing outside the house and ordered, "There are 2 empty rooms downstairs. Choose one for yourself." Although it was common for men to take in maids in ancient times, since Qin Keqing had to be portrayed as a gentleman, she couldn't be too greedy. Anyway, the contract was in her hands. It was only a matter of time. Yusher felt particularly relieved when she heard this. Zhang Yuni was indeed not as ruthless and unrighteous as Jiazhen, who liked the new and disliked the old. He didn't even let such a young and outstanding maid serve in the house. "Let's go! Go inside and take a look. Everything is ready." She put on some hostess's attitude and pushed open the doors on both sides of the main hall. Ruizhu had no objection to this. She chose a room near the stairs and said, "I'll live in this room. If the master has any instructions at night, it will be more convenient to go upstairs." Qin Keqing, who was outside the house, saw Zhang Yuni's arrangement, and the last trace of worry disappeared. Although Jia Jing had said that he entered the house to be a concubine, she was her personal maid after all. If she was taken in as soon as she entered the house, it would definitely cause gossip. Moreover, Baozhu was now Zhang Yuni's maid, but she was kept by his side to listen to him, which inevitably aroused people's imagination. She bowed deeply to Zhang Yuni and said with a pun, "I will trouble you in the future." Well, Zhang Yuli said meaningfully. I don't have anything to do here. If you need help, just call her over. This undoubtedly gave Qin Keqing another reassurance, and her charming face flashed a glimmer, becoming more and more fascinating. She bowed deeply again. Then I won't bother you. Uncle! Hearing Qin Keqing's farewell, Baozhu in the room glanced at Ruizhu, pursed her lips, turned to Zhang Yuli, and bowed. Master, I will go back with Grandma first. Seeing Zhang Yuli nod slightly, she reluctantly came behind Qin Keqing. She secretly calculated in her heart that although Master Yi was used to a hard life as a maid, she should also take the initiative. If it were her, she would at least suggest putting a small bed outside the house to prevent Master Yi from getting up at night without anyone to serve him. Accompanying Qin Keqing back to Tianxiang Tower, she suggested, Grandma, do you want me to remind Ruizhu tomorrow? Master Yi is the only one in his room now. He can't get up at night and have to light the lamp in the dark. Right? Besides, Grandma will have to rely on Master in the future. And it's time to take advantage of the time when no one is in the room. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Keqing hurriedly stopped him. Uncle, this is the safest way. Don't give random advice. Why is that? Bao asked puzzled. This? Qin Keqing's face flushed, and she said in a trembling voice, You have all followed me for many years, and have been serving me personally. You know all the girls' privacy very well. It is the most difficult to keep secrets in bed. How can you avoid suspicion? Speaking of this, her face was red and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Originally, she could not say these words. However, on the one hand, she saw Baozhu's thoughts, and was afraid that she would make decisions on her own and instigate Ruizhu to do something frivolous. On the other hand, there was something that was too embarrassing to say. So she explained and reminded Baozhu. Uncle probably thought so too. So he let Ruizhu live downstairs. But you can't make it hard for me. Right? Baozhu said disapprovingly. After all, I am a guest in the mansion. It is rare for me to be willing to help. We can't. Although she was already a maid of the Zhang family, she could not say anything malicious to her old master Qin Keqing. So she could only swallow the 4 words ungrateful. Yes. Although uncle is considerate, I should not be ungrateful, and only care about myself. She naturally heard the implication of Baozhu's words and murmured. Wait a while and tell Ruizhu. Baozhu immediately knelt down and said, Grandma, this is not what I meant. It's okay. Although you have been with me since you were a child, you are now on uncle's side. It is natural for you to consider uncle. Qin Keqing looked at Baozhu and comforted her. Don't worry. When uncle takes action and tells the matter to the master, I will not keep you. But that matter must be kept secret. Otherwise, I will not live with shame. Hearing this, Baozhu burst into tears and said from the bottom of her heart, Don't worry, Grandma. In fact, I can't bear to leave you. The master and servant hugged and cried. Chapter 30 False Feelings. As soon as the spring equinox arrived in Ningguo Mansion, Jiazhen started to do something. Mrs. Wang in Ronghua Mansion was also looking forward to this day. Last time, when Wang Shifeng came back from Ning Mansion, she immediately informed Jiamu of the news. However, Jiamu thought that it was not long since spring came, and the grass and trees in the garden had not sprouted yet. So she advised her to be patient. Seeing that the spring equinox had arrived and tender buds had appeared on the branches, she could no longer hold back. After paying respects to the emperor in the morning and evening, he dismissed his attendants and brought up the old matter again. Old lady, should we go over and take a look? What's the hurry? Jia's mother said calmly. Didn't you say last time that the emperor set up the Tiangong courtyard in the inner palace and let him be in charge? What does this have to do with our visit to the garden? Didn't Feng Girl say last time that he moved in on the 7th day of the first lunar month? He is a junior. So when we went there last time, we should have gone up to greet him. Right? Yes. But the master also said that the East Palace has not been visited for many years. What a mess. How can we cover up the truth? Jia's mother frowned and said. Besides, even if we haven't been together for many years, the East Mansion can take him in when he is helpless. We can only praise him. Why don't we mention it? What the old lady said is very true. I also felt strange at the time, but I didn't think too much about it because the master said so. I always think that everyone is like him, and regards face as more important than anything else. You know, some people will not even care about their face for money. Besides, as the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fail. How can you know the difficulty of having no money? Mrs. Wang said thoughtfully. Does the old lady mean? I didn't think much about it at first. But after hearing the news brought back by Feng Yasa last time, I can't help but doubt it. Speaking of this, Jiamu sighed and said, in recent years, there has been no real job in the East Palace. And they can't let go of their vanity in the past. They can only force themselves to maintain interpersonal relationships. In addition, there is a large family to feed. And even if there was some foundation in the early years, it has been spent. If not, why would Ronggir marry an adopted daughter? That's right. After all, Ronggir is the legitimate grandson of the Duke's mansion. It would be fine if he married the legitimate daughter of a fifth-rank doctor. But he chose to marry an adopted daughter. Yes. Now that there is this way to make money, I'm afraid it's too late to guard against it. So why would they take the initiative to introduce it to us? What does the old lady mean? People always judge others by themselves. Since we have this intention, we can't act too anxious, so as not to hinder the eldest girls leaving the palace. Didn't you say that the emperor set up the Tiandong court in the inner palace to handle this kind of thing? When this matter ferments in a while, we will take the concubines and wives to go together. I'm afraid we don't need to ask for it. Isn't it cheap? After hearing this, Mrs. Wang glanced at Jiamu with fear and praised. The old lady is still far-sighted. She thought for a while and said, Sister's family is an orphan and a widow. And Wan Long is a mediocre person. I'm afraid he may not hear the news. I will go and give him some advice. Jiamu saw everything and sighed secretly. If it weren't for Yuan Chun, she would never explain these methods to this daughter-in-law. Well, you can do it yourself. After leaving Rongqing Hall, Mrs. Wang rushed to Lixiang Court without stopping. Inside the house, Aunt Shui, who was sitting cross-legged on the Kong, got up in a hurry upon hearing the news. She had just put on her shoes, but before she could put them on properly, she saw Mrs. Wang enter the house. Hey! Why is my sister here? She got up in a hurry, and her shoes were not put on properly. So she stumbled when she walked, causing her already plump body to shake. Mrs. Wang couldn't help but look at her sideways, and she couldn't help but feel a little resentful when she was dwarfed by her. You are so old. Yet you are still so flustered. There is no outsider here. So why bother about those empty formalities? It's rare for you to come here. And I am so excited. Aunt Shui took Mrs. Wang's hand and sat down on the edge of the Kong. While asking Xianling to make tea, she asked, How come you have time to come here today? I heard about a happy event from the master a while ago. It happened that I had time today. So I came to tell you so that we can make preparations early. Happy event, Aunt Shui said in surprise. Could it be that the two children? That thing hasn't even started yet. Mrs. Wang raised her hand to interrupt. You also talked about Wan Long. He is so out of tune all day long. Such a big thing. Didn't you hear anything? Hearing the mention of Shui Pan, Aunt Shui's heart was also lifted. What's wrong? Could it be that this evil creature has caused some trouble outside again? That's not the case. It's just that your family is the imperial merchant of the inner court after all. And now there is another courtyard added to the 7 departments and 3 courtyards. You haven't heard of such a big thing? Ah, there is also this matter? Aunt Shui sighed. To be honest, sister, I am worried about this matter. Seeing that the performance evaluation once every 3 years is coming. I don't know if this title can be kept. Heh! Mrs. Wang chuckled. Don't you know that you are worried about this? Otherwise, why would I make this trip? Sister, do you have a solution? Aunt Shui asked immediately. Originally, I didn't have one. But by chance, the master came back a while ago and said that the inner palace had added a courtyard. Who do you think is in charge? Is it someone in the palace? It's the nephew of Brother Jing from the East Palace. And he still lives in the palace. Oh! Only a family as rich as yours can have such a relative. Aunt Shui took Mrs. Wang's hand and said with a smile, Sister, you have kept it a secret from me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have to worry about it. Mrs. Wang accepted Aunt Shui's flattery calmly. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I thought that you were separated from him by a layer. And you are a widow. So it is inevitable that there will be many inconveniences. Today, I will persuade the old lady to take advantage of the warm weather to go to Huifang Garden in the East Palace in a few days. I will ask you to go with me then. And you can ask the East Palace to help introduce you, so as to avoid gossip. Although it was Grandmother Jia's suggestion, Mrs. Wang did not want Aunt Shui to accept grandmother Jia's favor. Aunt Shui had no idea about the key here. But she was moved. While she kept thanking her, she held Mrs. Wang's hand tightly and said excitedly, "Thank you for your sincere consideration for me. We are sisters. How can I not plan for you?" Mrs. Wang said. "But I also remind you that Wulong has always been outspoken. You have to remind him not to talk nonsense in front of others. After all, he may become her son-in-law." And Mrs. Wang did not want Zhang Yuni to be led astray by Shui Pan. "Don't worry, sister. I will warn him not to talk nonsense." And Shui patted her chest, stirring up a storm. "Okay. Then I'll go back first. You might as well make some preparations so that you won't be panicked when the old lady goes." "Hey! Hey!" And Shui bowed her head and sent Mrs. Wang out of the gate of Lixianjiwen. Chapter 31 Overdoing It. Let's not talk about how Aunt Shui said all the good things after hearing the news. And how she told Shui Pan not to talk nonsense when he saw Zhang Yuni. Just waiting for this. It took 7 or 8 days before she received the notice from Mrs. Wang that she would visit the garden tomorrow. However, someone in Ronghua Mansion was more anxious than her. If Jia Rui and Jia Tianxiang were annoying toads, then Zhang Yuni, Zhang Tianxiang, was a golden toad that could attract people's attention and bring wealth. However, although she was jealous, Mrs. Wang had just sent her to visit Qin Keqing, and she couldn't find a reason to go to the East Mansion again in a short period of time. But Jia Rong, who had been instigating her, didn't come to discuss it, seeing that there were more and more rumors outside and that white sugar seemed to have been put into production. She was even more anxious. Just as she was thinking about going to visit Qin Keqing in the name of visiting her once February was over. She never expected that at the end of the month, Jia's mother suddenly felt like going to Huifang Garden for an outing. While she hurriedly sent someone to the East Mansion to pass on the message, she secretly wondered how she could attract bees and butterflies without making a sound in public. As a result, when she was assigning errands in the afternoon, she made mistakes one after another. Fortunately, Pinga reminded her, and she didn't make a mess. As dusk approached, she left the 3-room porch and returned to her own house. Pinga said worriedly, "Grandma, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to ask for leave from the lady?" Wang Shifeng perfunctorily said, "I'm not feeling unwell at all. I was just thinking about what I need to prepare for the old lady's visit to the garden tomorrow. So I was distracted for a while." "That's good. I was worried that Grandma was not feeling well and would be busy in the garden tomorrow." "Yes." Wang Shifeng looked thoughtful. "Let's go back and rest early. Don't drag me to make trouble tonight. There will be a lot of things to do tomorrow." Speaking of making trouble, Pinger's face flushed and said shyly, "Madam always makes fun of me. Every time. You force me to do that thing. Now you put the blame on me. Hee hee. Last time, you complained that I didn't let you serve the second master. Why can't you stand it now?" She was thinking about using someone else's trick, considering that Pinger had no experience and was worried that she would be exposed. She took her to familiarize herself with the process in advance. Even though there were only 2 people present, Pinger was embarrassed by her and blushed. She stamped her feet and said, "Grandma, when have I ever complained to you?" "Oh, you complained that your second master didn't take you as his concubine?" "Grandma, stop teasing me. I have never thought about this. Alas, I originally thought that I would fulfill your wish when your second master came back this time. Since you don't have this idea, just pretend I didn't say it. After all, Pinger is not as good as herself. Once Zhang Yuni knows that he has been fooled, he will inevitably feel a psychological gap. He may not be willing to give in when he is angry and embarrassed. He is not Jia Rui. Forcing him blindly will only backfire. He can only use both soft and hard methods. While threatening, he must also give him a promise and allow him to visit Pinger often as compensation. Today, I took the opportunity to set an ambush half-jokingly. Even if Pinger is dissatisfied afterwards, she can use this to shut her up." Pinger had no idea about this, and thought to herself, "If I go back on my words now, I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed again." I had no choice but to say, "I'm devoted to you, but you're always suspicious." After hearing this, Wang Shifeng said meaningfully, "Since you treat me wholeheartedly, I will not let you suffer any loss. Remember what I said today? I will definitely benefit you." Pinger was confused by what she said, and wondered secretly, is she testing herself? At that moment, she did not say anything more, accompanied Wang Shifeng to have dinner, served her to wash up, and went back to the room to bed together. She was different from Yi Dai. She had followed Wang Shifeng since she was a child. When Jialian was not at home, Wang Shifeng did not mind her sleeping in bed with her. In addition, she had been deliberately guiding her recently, so she had already gotten used to it. As the saying goes, caring too much makes you confused. After going to bed, Wang Shifeng tossed and turned and had difficulty falling asleep. During the day, she was busy thinking about how to attract bees and butterflies. But at night her mind was full of whether she would run into Zhang Yuni. Since they couldn't sleep, they simply called Pinger and told her, "Go and get my narrow jacket with golden butterflies and flowers, my silk silver mouse jacket, and my jade flower skirt. What is Grandma doing with these at night?" Wang Shifeng stretched out her tender water chestnut-like toes and clamped them on Pinger's thighs, saying, "Just take them when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much?" Pinger couldn't get away from her, so she had to get up and look for them. When she found her clothes, she heard Wang Shifeng say, "Try them on." She was most satisfied with this outfit and planned to wear it tomorrow to leave a deep impression on Zhang Yuni. Letting Pinger try it on now, firstly, can take the opportunity to see the effect. And secondly, if she wants to make it look realistic, she naturally can't let Pinger wear her own clothes. This outfit is the best living sign. How can a servant wear Grandma's clothes? Pinger waved her hands and declined. "What can't I wear? And put on my 8 treasure pearl bun, so I can take a good look at it." This, seeing Wang Shifeng's pretty face flush. Her face was full of spring, and her eyes looked at her eagerly. Pinger secretly speculated. What was going on? Could it be that something strange was going to happen again? However, there was a difference between master and servant, so she could only follow Wang Shifeng's instructions. So she changed her clothes and put on her bun. She turned around a few times according to Wang Shifeng's instructions. "Okay, take off the pearl bun." Watching Pinger change into her own clothes, Wang Shifeng commented, "Although it doesn't fit, it looks good on you. How can I compare to you, madam?" Pinger hurriedly took off her bun and put it away, saying modestly, "My legs are not as straight and slender as yours, and my waist is not as slender as yours. So how can I dress like you?" Although Pinger was modest, Wang Shifeng was quite satisfied. She walked around her, looked at her carefully and said, "This is enough." "Ah?" Pinger looked at Wang Shifeng in confusion. Wang Shifeng smiled and helped Pinger take off her clothes, hung them on the hanger, and said with a smile, "Put on my clothes, and you will be the second wife tonight." Seeing this, Pinger secretly complained that she was not sleeping at night and tormented herself. Sure enough, no good things happened. She begged for mercy. "I have something to do tomorrow. Grandma, please forgive me." "What's the matter with the servant? I said you are the second wife, and you have to call me master when begging for mercy." "Master? Master? Why not the second master?" Pinger was secretly shocked. Grandma was playing too much. It was just that the omission in the word she reminded at this moment seemed to accuse Wang Shifeng of having an affair. However, fortunately, the master Jiazhu in this mansion had died long ago. Otherwise, not to mention others, even she would have doubted her intentions. Thinking of this, she felt that with Wang Shifeng's personality, she shouldn't be so reckless. Could it be that she was testing her on purpose like before, whether she would call out second master? So, she didn't dare to say anything, and had to accompany Wang Shifeng in the play. Chapter 32 Gossip. Although she had been busy all night, Wang Shifeng's biological clock was not disturbed. The next day, she got up early, washed and combed her hair, and sat in front of the dressing table to put on her makeup in front of the bronze mirror. Pinger also took the opportunity to come behind her and help comb her hair. After half an hour, she finally arranged her hair bun, and then inserted the 5 phoenix hanging pearl hairpin. Afterwards, with Pinger's help, she put on the clothes she had taken out last night, tied on the bean green palace belt, the double-balanced rose pendant, and the necklace. She spread her arms and turned around, then nodded with satisfaction. Pinger saw that she was dressed in brilliant embroidery, radiant and like a goddess, and reminded her, "Second master is not at home. Isn't it too eye-catching for you to dress like this?" "Bah!" Wang Shifeng spat. "What I dress depends on whether he is at home. That's not what I meant." Seeing Pinger admit her mistake, Wang Shifeng knew that she had gone too far. So she stopped nagging and explained, "It's rare that the old lady is happy and is in the mood for an outing. He is just not at home. Not dead." If I dress as plainly as my eldest sister-in-law, wouldn't it make the old lady unhappy? Grandmother Jia really likes bright and lively things. And Pinger didn't doubt her explanation. After breakfast, the two of them rushed to the three-room porch to arrange the travel vehicle and all the necessary items. When everything was ready, they came to Grandmother Jia's courtyard to report. Let's not talk about the whole family of Rongwa Mansion being busy setting off. But in Ningwa Mansion, Zhang Yuni did not get up early like before. He had just finished washing up. And because of Yosher's help, he already knew last night that Jiamu would come to visit the garden today. So he stole some time. Anyone who has read The Dream of the Red Chamber knows that Jia's mother is obsessed with beauty. The maids around her are all outstanding. Shiren and Qingwen around Jia Baoyu, and Zijuan around Lin Daiyu are all from her room. He couldn't help but want to try and see if he could get some wool, although he was not as close to Jia's mother as the two of them. After more than a month, he was no longer the unknown mascot at the end of the year. After more than half a month of busy work, white sugar has been put into production. Although the glass-related work has not been carried out, it was deliberately delayed by him. Kabuki Salt Lake is located in the north. Although caravans can also arrive, he has no trusted people to use. It's not that he didn't think about selecting people from Ning Mansion, but with Jiajin's temperament, if he really used people from Ning Mansion, he would definitely do something behind his back and fill his pockets. He didn't mind giving Jiajin some benefits, but he had to distinguish the priorities. Taking the initiative to find someone from Ning Mansion would not only not make him grateful, but would easily breed greed. Soda ash accounts for 10% to 20% of the raw material ratio of glass. The profit must be considerable. So we need to be cautious. Master, you are also doing morning exercises now? Ruizhu thought that he got up late today and was probably lazy. Just as she was about to serve breakfast on the table, she saw Zhang Yuni stepping out of the small building and hurriedly chased him out. Eat later when you come back. Zhang Yuni waved his hand while jogging. Bao Zhu, who was opposite, heard the sound and slipped out of Tianxiang building. She asked curiously, Master, you do it every day? Not only that, you also run at night. Before Ruizhu could answer, several little girls next to the ear room laughed. It's strange to say that since Master started running at night, the wild cat has stopped calling. That's right. I was afraid to go out in the dark at night. But now that the Master has run away, we don't have to run out again. Baozu ignored their gossip, grabbed Ruizhu's hand, entered the Dengxian pavilion, and said meaningfully, the Master seems to have gotten up a little late today. Well, he said, he would not go to the government office today. Baozu looked Ruizhu up and down, lowered her voice, and said obscurely, did the Master call you into the house to serve him last night? Ah? Ruizhu was startled. And then she turned back. The smell came. Her cheeks flushed. And she said, Master, you are a modest gentleman. It is absolutely not true. Don't talk nonsense. Why are you shy? Let us follow you. Isn't it just to serve in the room? Baozu said disapprovingly. Besides, Grandma also said that although the Master understands your difficulties, Grandma can't just take care of herself. You asked me to remind you when I have time. She was not completely talking nonsense. Today, Zhang Yuni got up late. Baozu suspected that he was overworked last night, so she volunteered to come and inquire about the situation. However, Qin Keqing had no idea how to answer such a thing. She could only remain silent. Baozu just thought she acquiesced. How is this possible? Ruizhu was a little unconvinced. After all, we are the ones who serve Grandma. If the Master ordered it, it would be fine. But how could Grandma? Why should I lie to you? Baozu saw that Ruizhu didn't believe it, and swore. Grandma also said that it is the most difficult to keep a secret in bed. Other things are fine. But if the Master knew about that, she would have no face to live. Grandma doesn't trust me? Why would I tell the Master about Grandma's private matters? I will go to Grandma now. If she doesn't believe me, I will die to prove my innocence. As she was about to leave, Baozu grabbed her and said, Don't you think about why Grandma didn't tell you herself, but asked me to tell you? If you go to her now, won't it make her even more embarrassed? Grandma is also grateful, and she doesn't want the Master to help her, and then have to avoid suspicion. She became more and more excited as she spoke, and said with regret, Besides, the Master is a relative of the mansion, and there is a layer of distance between you and Grandma. There are some things that Grandma can't say directly. as servants, should consider more, and can't always wait for orders. It's my fault. It's a pity that I didn't let you come. These words were well reasoned, and Ruiju couldn't help but feel ashamed, and said weakly, Then how can you help Grandma? Hearing Ruiju sighing that she was not chosen, Baoju couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But thinking of Qin-Kiching's promise before, she quickly pulled herself together and made a plan. Now you are the only one serving in the master's room. You must seize this opportunity. If you can climb onto the master's bed, who will dare to treat you as a maid in the future? Even if the master is not at home, Grandma will not lose her support. Climb onto the master's bed. Ruiju glanced at Baoju with a guilty look on her face. She felt her face blush and her heart beat fast just by listening to these words. But she didn't know how Baoju could say it out loud. However, Baoju's words also reminded her that Zhang Yuni was really not very safe, because he went out early and came back late recently. If there was a social event one day and Jiazhen caught the opportunity, it would be too late to regret. However, although she had made up her mind, she was still a little worried and hesitated. I don't know if the master locks the door when he goes to bed at night. Alas! Baoju shook her head and said, Even if you haven't tried those methods to seduce the master, haven't you seen enough in the courtyard before? Can't you learn from them? Chapter 33, Hearing the News. He got the idea. Zhang Yuni came back from morning exercise, but he didn't see Baoju. Only Ruiju was sitting on the spring bed beside the table with her head down. She didn't respond when he entered the room. So he asked, What's wrong? Ruiju raised her head and said in a panic, I'll bring breakfast to you. Zhang Yuni saw her red cheeks and asked with concern, What's wrong? Do you have a fever? As he said that, he put his hand on Ruiju's forehead and pressed it gently. Ruiju had been in the room for half a month, so even if she was taken in, Qin-Kiching wouldn't be anxious. You can't make yourself suffer. Besides, if you keep dragging it on like this, if there are rumors about her poor health, wouldn't it be a joke? He originally wanted to take this opportunity to have some physical contact so that he could take things step by step. But when he touched Ruiju's forehead, he could clearly feel her trembling slightly. He immediately let go and said, If you are sick, take a rest. If Ruiju didn't avoid his contact, he would follow the steps and advance step by step. Now that he noticed the trembling, he had to put the plan on hold for the time being. Since he wanted to establish a gentleman's character, he couldn't force it. After all, Ruiju and Qin-Kiching had been friends for many years. Who knows if they would gossip about each other in private? As a person who has experienced it, he knows that sometimes women are more open than men when talking about dirty jokes. He is not afraid of comparisons of length and thickness. Even Jia Rong, who is so cowardly, can be taller and tougher than him. He even secretly hopes that Ruiju can gossip about Qin-Kiching. Of course, that's all. How could Ruiju know that she missed the opportunity because of this trembling? She was just thinking about Baoju's words and was upset. She was a little flustered by Zhang Yuni's touch and hurriedly covered up and said, I just tried the master's method just now. She didn't know how to express it, so she just squatted slightly. Well, it's good for your body if you practice more. You have to practice more in the future. Squats can not only shape your body, but also have more unexpected benefits. Zhang Yuni naturally won't stop it, because the maids are all dressed in the same clothes. They are not like Yusher and Qin-Kiching, who wear narrow-waisted jackets. However, just squatting slightly just now made him see that Ruiju has great potential. So he gave this advice. As the saying goes, fat and thin, each has its own interesting points. If Lin Daiyu also practices like Yusher, she will not be beautiful. But Bao Chai, while eating the food served by Ruiju, he secretly thought that Lin Daiyu should be in Yangzhou at this time. And he didn't know if Bao Chai could see it today. Just thinking about something, he saw Yin Dai walk in. Master, our master said that there are guests at home. Please go to the front yard to accompany him. Before Zhang Yuni came, Ning Mansion called Jiazhen master, because he had not married and was of the same generation as Jiazhen. Now he could only add a prefix before master to distinguish him. Front yard? Zhang Yuni frowned. Who is coming? Today, the old lady of the West Mansion came to visit the garden. And Master Shui from the concubine's wife also came. He has always been close to our master. Close? It's more like birds of a feather. Right? If Jiazhen didn't mention it, he would be happy to stay in the garden. But now he had to go. I thought that Shui didn't avoid the female relatives when he entered Rong Mansion. And he would definitely be able to see those beautiful women in the garden if he stayed in the garden. I didn't expect Jiajin to ask him to accompany Shui Pan, which was a bit of a miscalculation. In fact, with his status, he couldn't be called an outsider. But he was just named by Yin Dai to visit the garden by Jiamu. So it was not easy to stay deliberately. When he arrived at the front hall, he didn't see Jiajin. Only Jia Rong accompanied a fat and big-eared fool. Jia Rong hurriedly nodded and bowed and said, "Uncle Yi, please come in. The master went to meet the old lady and will be here in a moment. This is Uncle Shui." Ever since he saw Wang Shifeng coming, he didn't dare to have any bad thoughts about Zhang Yuni. But he had given Yushir a bad look in front of Jiajin last time. So he was afraid that he would bear a grudge. So he flattered him as much as possible when he got the chance. Although Zhang Yuni had only been in the mansion for 2 months, he had Yushir as his insider. He couldn't keep secrets in bed, and he deliberately tried to get information. Yushir had already revealed everything. Therefore, facing the flattery of this nephew, he was also calm. "Brother Yi, please take a seat. Brother Jin is really a fool. Since we have this relative, he should have introduced us earlier. Although Shui Pan is a bit rough, he is not the kind of person who would complain about everything. With Aunt Shui's instructions, he will not act rashly." Zhang Yuni nodded slightly and looked at Shui Pan. Although he was born fat and big-eared, he was not ugly. After all, he had a sister like Shui Baochai. Even if they were a million miles apart, he still had some foundation. He bowed to Shui Pan and said, "Brother Shui, you are so polite." Jia Rong hurriedly pulled out a chair, wiped it with his sleeves, and said flatteringly, "Uncle Yi, please take a seat." After Zhang Yuni sat down, he sighed. "It's a pity that the old lady sent someone to pass on the message yesterday. I didn't know that Uncle Yi would be free today. Otherwise, I would have made good preparations." As he was talking, Jiajin stepped in and said with a smile, "That's right. Yuni, you don't know? Apart from anything else, in this capital, if we talk about having fun, Wulong can also be called the best. But it's a pity that he didn't make any preparations today." When Jia Rong saw Jiajin coming in, he quickly followed Zhang Yuni's method and gave Jiajin another set of words. And agreed, "That's right. But how come Uncle Shui has started to cultivate his character recently?" At this point, he said with a lewd look on his face, "Yuner from Jinxiang Courtyard has been talking about Uncle Shui for many times." Shui Pan scratched his ear and said innocently, "I am really frustrated. But I have been talking about Xiangling for a long time. And my mother has been holding back and refusing to give it to me. This time she finally agreed. As long as I can be quiet for a while, she will take her as my roommate." Jiajin looked sideways and said, "Oh? The reason why someone was beaten to death was because of her? It's not that I did it. But he was beaten by the servants a few times. So it was his fault that he was not resistant to beating. Since that's the case, I can't delay you. When you take her into my room, I'll invite you to come over for a drink. Then, with Yun Yi, we can have fun together." Since he said 3 people, Jia Rong was naturally not included. He didn't care that his son looked resentful, and said obscenely, "When the time comes, I'll invite a good group from outside. After watching the good show, we can go to Jingxianjuan to have fun and take my brother to broaden his horizons." He asked Zhang Yunyi to accompany him. On the one hand, he didn't want him to show up in front of everyone in Rongfu. And on the other hand, he wanted to take the opportunity to lead Zhang Yunyi astray. "It's just a matter of one sentence." Shui Pan waved his hand and patted his chest loudly, saying, "Don't compete with your brother for the account." Okay. Jiajin looked evil, turned around and saw Zhang Yunyi was silent, poked him with his arm, and squeezed. "It's rare that Wulong is so thoughtful. Cousin, please don't spoil the fun." "Ah?" Zhang Yunyi came back to his senses after being poked by Jiajin. "What did my cousin say?" He didn't hear the conversation between Jiajin and Shui Pan at all. Ever since he heard that Shui Pan wanted to take Xiangling as his concubine, his mind was full of how to save her. Chapter 34 To a Rush. Zhang Yunyi in the front hall was absent-minded. And so was Wang Shifeng in Huifang Garden. Ever since she entered the garden, she had been looking towards the direction of Dangxian Pavilion intentionally or unintentionally. Not to mention that Zhang Yunyi fell in love with her at first sight, and was so infatuated that he didn't even see his shadow after watching for a long time. The most annoying thing was Jia Rong, who knew that he had arrived but didn't come to inform him. Just as she was getting angry, Li Wan brought up something irrelevant and smiled at her. Our second wife is dressed up brilliantly today. Could it be that Lian Er is coming back? This undoubtedly stirred up a hornet's nest. Wang Shifeng sneered. Oh, I am not like the eldest sister-in-law who only knows how to take care of Lan. We are here to accompany the old ancestor. If we don't dress more brightly, won't it embarrass her? Wang Shifeng's words seemed to be an explanation. But she pointed out that Li Wan, a widow, was unemployed and could only take care of Jialan. As the eldest daughter-in-law of Rongfu, the job of housekeeper should have fallen on her head. But Wang Shifeng suddenly appeared halfway and not only snatched her housekeeper power, but also squeezed her verbally, mocking her for only being able to take care of her son. However, she has always been disliked by her mother-in-law, and she knew that she couldn't argue with Wang Shifeng, so she had to remain silent. Wang Shifeng has always been unyielding. Seeing Li Wan give in, she did not stop but said with a sarcastic tone, however, I would like to ask you, sister-in-law, when did Lian Er say he would come back? I don't know, but you know it. Could it be that the servant who delivered the message doesn't even recognize his own door? You? Li Wan said in shame and anger. When did I say that? Although a person of integrity is not afraid of his own shadow, there are many rumors about widows. If it is spread by people with ulterior motives, it is hard to guarantee that Lady Jia and Mrs. Wang will not be suspicious. The two of them were not talking in private. Although Baochai and Sanchen were far away, Jiamu and Wang Furen only used the garden tour as a cover. But they heard everything clearly. She is a widow and unemployed. Stop making fun of her. If it were only family members, it would be fine. But there were Aunt Shui, Yushir, and Qin Kiching. Jiamu hurriedly explained half-jokingly, this is my fault. I shouldn't have asked him to accompany Lin Girl back. Most likely, I am also resentful. However, Lian Er has not sent a message back for some time. Tomorrow I will send someone to the south to tell him to come back as early as possible. Look at what the ancestor said. How dare the granddaughter-in-law? Wang Shifeng smiled with a change of face. It is a great honor for us husband and wife to share the worries of the ancestor. I can't wait for it. Everyone in the mansion knows that the old ancestor is always generous. Before leaving, I told him that he might as well stay outside for a while. Maybe the old ancestor will feel sorry for us and give us some gifts that will be enough for us to eat for 10 or 8 years. Jia's mother usually likes to entertain her parents with colorful clothes. Although she knew that Wang Shifeng was joking, she was still very happy and said with a smile, you are a girl with many tricks. But if you tell me, don't think about it. Oh, look at me. I am so straightforward that I forgot to hide it from the old lady. Wang Shifeng hurriedly beat her chest and stamped her feet. She acted realistically, so Jia's mother was naturally happy, and everyone laughed with her for a while. Wang Shifeng made Jia's mother happy and suggested, the granddaughter-in-law has been walking around for a long time. Why don't we go to Rong's daughter-in-law's room to rest? It's not possible to wait for Zhang Yuni to come to the door. Instead of wasting time like this, it's better to create an opportunity. Besides, Tianxiang Tower and Dangxian Pavilion are opposite each other. Since Mrs. Wang has specifically inquired about it, she doesn't believe that she will be able to hold back and not ask a question once she is in front of them. This was exactly what Jia's mother wanted. And she hurriedly said, you've been walking around for half a day, and you're really tired. Let's go sit in Rong's daughter-in-law's room. Yushir and Qin Kiching had no objection, and hurriedly ordered the servants to make arrangements. And everyone went to Tianxiang Tower in a mighty manner. When they arrived at Tianxiang Tower, Jia's mother sat in the main seat. Wang Shifeng served beside her. Mrs. Wang and Aunt Shui sat on both sides, and the rest sat in order of age. I saw Shui Baochai pointing at the busy maids and old women outside the Dangxian Pavilion opposite and asked, is there anyone living there now? After hearing this, Wang Shifeng immediately turned her head to look at Mrs. Wang. She originally thought that after introducing people to Tianxiang Tower, Mrs. Wang would definitely lead the topic to Zhang Yuni. But she didn't expect that this was said by Shui Baochai. Thinking of the recent rumors in the mansion, she suddenly felt mixed emotions. She didn't believe that Shui Baochai was just asking casually. Although aunt and niece are closer than aunt and niece, she is the daughter-in-law of the eldest house after all. If the rumor is true, she will not be as important as Baochai and Wang Furen's heart. although Jiazhen had told her not to mention Zhang Yuni before bringing Jia Mu into the garden. When she heard the question, Yusher could only say, the old master passed away at the end of the year. After the funeral, the master took mastery back. When Zhang Yuni was mentioned, Shui Baochai, a girl, couldn't say much. Wang Furen was afraid of missing this opportunity, so she winked at Aunt Shui. This scene was seen by Wang Shifeng, which further confirmed her guess. She had gone to great lengths to help get the news. But in the end, she was not only treated as an outsider, but also let Shui Baochai take advantage of the situation. How could she be willing to accept this? Oh! Aunt Shui took over the conversation at this time. It was rumored outside a while ago that the person in charge of the Tiango Injiwen in the inner palace was a relative of the mansion. Could it be this mastery? Speaking of Zhang Yuni, Yusher couldn't help but feel proud and said with a smile, that's right. Oh! I thought it was just a rumor outside. But I didn't expect it to be a relative of your family. I wonder if he is in the mansion. He is drinking with my cousin in the front yard. Hearing this, Mrs. Wang smiled knowingly, because she had long guessed that the Ning mansion was deliberately concealing the truth. So she specially asked Aunt Shui to bring Shui Pan with her to block both ends. Aunt Shui originally thought that Zhang Yuni would not come back until the court was over, and was afraid that Jia Mu would go back after playing too much. So she planned to leave a lead in advance, and then ask the Ning mansion to introduce him later. But she didn't expect that he was actually in the mansion. She looked at Jia's mother and said, I have heard that there is a new Tiango Injiwen in the inner palace, but I have no one to introduce it. Today, the old lady is here. I wonder if I can borrow the old lady's face. What's the point of introducing or not introducing? They are all relatives. Auntie, you are too polite. Jia's mother smiled and said, it just so happens that I haven't seen this child for a few years. Why don't you ask him to come over and talk to me? Hey! Yusher agreed and immediately got up to invite Zhang Yuni to the front yard. Aunt Shui flattered, if the old lady is not here, we may not be able to get in even if we want to touch the door. Li Wan, Sanchun and others were confused. Although they knew that there was such a relative in Ning Mansion, they remembered that they had not visited for many years. They were curious about why he suddenly became so rare. Wang Shifeng, who was standing behind Jia's mother with her head down, saw Aunt Shui and her daughter singing the same tune, and she was more convinced that it was instructed by Mrs. Wang. He then secretly pondered how he could attract Zhang Yuni's attention in public without making any noise. Chapter 35. Using threats and tricks to get Xiangling. The women in Tianxiang Tower were waiting for Zhang Yuni, and Zhang Yuni was also thinking hard about how to meet everyone. It could be said that they were going both ways. However, he didn't care about Wang Shifeng, Li Wan, and the three girls at the moment, and he mainly wanted to see Aunt Shui. It wasn't because he wanted to raise his generation, but because of Xiangling. He has always taken it as his responsibility to collect, no, to save the golden hairpin. If he didn't know that Xiangling was not abused by Shui Pan, it would be fine. But now that he knew, how could he sit back and do nothing? However, although the maid could wait to be sent, looking at Shui Pan's attitude towards Xiangling, he was afraid that he might not agree to ask for someone. Not to mention that it was the first time they met, and there was no reason to ask for such a thing. After thinking about it, he could only start with Aunt Shui. He remembered that the Shui family was in charge of the imperial merchants, and he happened to be working in the inner court. As long as he made good use of it, he might be able to force them to submit. Of course, in order not to expose his true nature in the Ning and Rong mansions. This kind of thing could only be done in secret. As for Shui Baochai, everything has its own way. As long as she is successful in her career, as a daughter of an imperial merchant, she will surely judge the situation. However, although he and Shui Pan were already acquainted, even if he came to the door, there was no reason to go to the widowed mother as soon as he arrived. But Xiangling couldn't delay. Who knew how long Shui Pan meant by a while? Just as he was about to slip away under the pretext of being unwell and looking for an opportunity in the garden, he saw Yusher walk in. The old lady wants to see Yun Yi. Jiazhen couldn't help but frown. He knew that the truth would come out sooner or later. As Zhang Yunyi's reputation rose, it would be impossible to keep it secret forever. As the saying goes, caring leads to confusion. He and Jia Jing were secretly planning to get married, and they could not help but judge others by themselves. His sister Shichuan was much older than him, but Rongfu did not have this worry. Moreover, during the New Year's visit, Shifu mentioned Yuanchuan's departure from the palace intentionally or unintentionally. So how could he not think too much? Since the old lady wants to see her, I will go with her. With this in mind, he wanted to observe the attitude of Shifu. So he told Jia Rong, you stay to accompany your uncle Shui. After leaving the front hall, Jiazhen wanted to ask the reason, but was worried that he would make mistakes if he spoke too much. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuni asked, why did the old lady want to see me? Yusha hurriedly told Jiazhen the whole story. When Jiazhen heard that it was Aunt Shui who started it, he felt much more relieved. But Zhang Yuni was overjoyed. Although he worked in the inner palace, it was only a month, and he was busy making sugar during that time. In addition, he did not expect this to happen, and he did not ask about the Shui family. Hearing that Aunt Shui took the lead, it seemed that she had something to ask for, so asking Xiangling was more certain. Yuni greeted the old lady, the madam, all the sisters-in-law, and the sisters, although he had not been around for many years. Among the people in the room, only Wang Shifeng and the mother and daughter of the Shui family had not seen each other. The others could be roughly distinguished based on their age, personality, and the description in the book. However, they were just children at that time. So except for Jiamu and Mrs. Wang, the others were only referred to as general terms. Good child. Your mother is only a few years older than Minner. She stayed with me for some time back then. I didn't expect that even you are so tall now. It can be seen that I am really old. Jiamu smiled and waved, come closer and let me see. Before Zhang Yunyi came forward, Wang Shifeng behind Jiamu smiled and said, old ancestor, you are not old, but blessed and long-lived. Isn't it that you have a promising grandchildren again? As she spoke, she smiled and looked at Zhang Yunyi. She was used to flattering grandmother Jia, and no one else cared. Even Zhang Yunyi would not think that this was to attract his attention. She came to grandmother Jia without looking away and said, when my mother was alive, she often mentioned it. Thank you for your care. Grandmother Jia took his hand, looked at him, and turned to Mrs. Wang and said, you have met the lady. Zhang Yunyi hurriedly bowed again. Good boy. We are all family. Don't be estranged. As the saying goes, the more the mother-in-law sees her son-in-law, the happier she is. Although Mrs. Wang only took him as a backup, she was quite satisfied. Although Zhang Yunyi lacked some scholarly temperament, he was born with sword eyebrows and star eyes, and was strong and powerful. As an experienced person, she knew that weak scholars were useless, and might even die young. She had to choose a son-in-law like Zhang Yunyi. With this thought in mind, her eyes inevitably revealed something. Although others had not noticed it, Jiazhen saw it, and was anxious. This is the sister of the madam. You should also call her madam. Zhang Yunyi looked at where Jia's mother pointed, and was surprised for a moment. And Shui didn't want to be looked down upon by Zhang Yunyi because she came with a purpose. So she dressed very carefully. The lotus lilac long coat was pink with purple, which made her already snowy skin look even more like cream. Because she was sitting, her long coat was stretched full and round. The most rare thing was the waist. Although it was not a narrow coat with a waist, the goose yellow ribbon around the waist pinched out a charming part, making her waist and hips look even more plump. Although the body of a young girl in her 20s was like butter, and Shui was not inferior at all. And such a mature woman was the most thirst-quenching. I didn't expect that the fat and big-eared Shui Pan would have such a mother. It turned out that it was the concubine who met Wulong in the front hall. And she was just talking about visiting my aunt when she had time. And Shui smiled happily when she heard this. And she bowed slightly, raised her hand and said, then you must come to my house and sit down. I will ask Wulong to invite you later. Don't refuse. This bow showed her round and smooth figure to the fullest. Zhang Yunyi took the opportunity to swallow and smiled. Of course. He then reluctantly withdrew his gaze. In fact, in terms of body shape, Aunt Shui and Mrs. Wang can be said to be of the same lineage. However, Mrs. Wang is nearly 40 years old after all. Perhaps it is because of the strong wind and sand in the capital. And she seems not to be as well maintained as Aunt Shui. She can only be said to still have charm, but not to attract attention. Then Jiamu said to Li Wan, who was sitting below Aunt Shui, this is your sister-in-law Zhu. Today, Lanner and Baoyu are both studying at school. I will introduce you to her next time when you come to visit. Li Wan was dignified and elegant, dressed quite simply. She only looked sad when Jiamu mentioned sister-in-law Zhu as the daughter-in-law of Lady Wang. She did not sit below Lady Wang. Zhang Yuni saw this, and did not say much. He just bowed slightly and said, "Sister-in-law Zhu." Li Wan was not an elder like Lady Wang and Aunt Shui. So she stood up and returned the greeting. Grandmother Jia pointed behind her and said with a smile, "This is your second sister-in-law Lian. She is famous for her eloquence here. Grandmother, please don't expose my shortcomings." Last time, she failed to attract Zhang Yuni's attention. Wang Shifeng was waiting for her. Before Grandmother Jia finished speaking, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect that there is such a person as your cousin in our family. It's a pity that your second brother Lian is not at home. Otherwise, I would have asked him to get closer to you. This is not to hope that Jia Lian will get close to him, but to remind him that Jia Lian is not at home." However, Zhang Yuni did not hear the implication of her words, because Grandmother Jia introduced them according to their generation and age. He turned around again, but when he turned to Aunt Shui's side, he saw a very pretty girl standing behind her, looking at him with curiosity. The rouge mark on the forehead was faintly visible. Zhang Yuni suddenly stopped and asked in surprise, "Old lady, this girl is not from the mansion, right?" Chapter 36. Because of her experience in dealing with Jia Rui, Wang Shifeng hinted that Jia Lian was not at home, thinking that Zhang Yuni would seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation if he was willing. Unexpectedly, he was attracted by Xiangling without even looking at her. She was very angry, and secretly cursed Zhang Yuni for being blind. Jia Mu and others were surprised. Although Xiangling was just a maid, it was really too rude to stare at her and ask questions when she saw her for the first time. Mrs. Wang, who had a good impression of him, also had an opinion. Of course, not everyone was like this. Seeing Mrs. Wang's face change slightly, Jia Zhen was quite happy. He didn't care whether Zhang Yuni was greedy or lustful. Qin Keqing and Yusher felt that the matter was not that simple. However, it was none of their business. Among the crowd, only Aunt Shui was the most embarrassed. Although Xiangling had always been by her side, she was not a proper maid, but a concubine designated for Shui Pan. It was because Shui Pan had gotten into a murder case in order to buy her, and Aunt Shui was worried that her son would not restrain himself. So she used Xiangling to temper his temper. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this, and she never avoided it. So she distinguished her from the maids by her clothes. Although it was common to recruit courtesans and send skinny horses to officials' mansions in order to get backdoors and build relationships, it was also common. But one was active and the other was passive. And in front of so many people, how could she lose face? Moreover, in order for Shui Pan to perform well today, she had already agreed to give him a room. She was still struggling here, but she heard Shui Baochai cough lightly, and immediately reacted and said hurriedly, "This is my maid." Although Zhang Yuni was asking about Lady Jia, she was his own family, and no matter what he thought, he couldn't just leave her here. So that's the case. No wonder I just met Brother Shui. Zhang Yuni shook his head, but hesitated to speak. Aunt Shui was confused for a moment, thinking to herself, could it be that Shui Pan said something to him in the front yard? It's nothing for wealthy families to give concubines to each other. If Shui Pan can really hit it off with him and take the initiative to give Xiangling to him, it won't be considered a loss of face. So he tried to probe, but what's so abrupt about Panner? Auntie, you worry too much. Brother Shui is a generous person. How could he be abrupt? Zhang Yuni turned to Jia Mu and said, since he is not from the mansion, it's not my turn to say anything. Jia Mu was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, is there something wrong? Madame Wang did not tell Aunt Shui about the resurrection, but Jia Mu remembered it in her heart. Seeing Zhang Yuni's mysteriousness and mentioning Shui Pan, she couldn't help but have more guesses. She was not worried about Shui Pan, but the Shui family was staying in the mansion, and they were related. If something really happened, Jia Zheng would have to be troubled. After Jia Mu said this, Wang Furen also thought of this and said hurriedly, we are all relatives. Igur, you can speak frankly if you have anything to say. Zhang Yuni looked at Jia Mu, then at Wang Furen, and pretended to be entangled. Old lady and madam also know that my family has been working in the Imperial Observatory, and now I am also the 5 officials Bao Zhangzheng, specializing in astronomical changes and determining good and bad fortunes. I have some experience, but this kind of thing that reveals the secrets of heaven. He deliberately sighed and put on an expression of helplessness. Ah, Aunt Shui exclaimed, not caring about losing manners, grabbed Zhang Yuni's hand, and said anxiously, "Igor, is there something wrong with this girl? You must not favor one over the other." The problem was that Zhang Yuni took the initiative to point it out. But he knew that Xiangling was not from Rongfu. But he was very secretive. And Shui was worried that he would not tell the truth. And she did not care about losing her composure. Thinking back to her son's murder case because of Xiangling. Although he saved his life now, he was still a living dead man. So she believed Zhang Yuni's words in her heart. Hearing her sister shouting about favoritism, Mrs. Wang could not sit still and hurriedly advised, "If brother he can help, please." Zhang Yuni took the opportunity to pat Aunt Shue's hands that were tightly grasping him, and said to comfort her, "Forget it. This matter started because of me. If the concubine and the wife have a misunderstanding, it will cause a bigger disaster." Aunt Shui was shocked to realize that she had lost her composure a little. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but she was worried that she would be too polite. So she froze for a while. Zhang Yuni said nonchalantly, "Actually, this girl has a very good fate. But brother Shui's luck. In ancient times, once someone was labeled as a jinx, there would be no chance of recovery." Although he wanted to take the opportunity to ask for Xiangling, he did not intend to ruin her reputation. Of course, the most important thing was that it was not convenient for him to ask for her with such a reputation. There was another layer. Since Shui Pan was a person with little luck, what about his sister Shui Baochai? After hearing this, Mrs. Wang was indeed thoughtful, and Aunt Shui lowered her head. Zhang Yuni said, "It is because her fate is so good that she will get into trouble if she is not handled properly. I have seen that she has had many ups and downs over the years. I am afraid that not only the people who caused her to suffer this will suffer a lot, but also her family, who did not take good care of her, will suffer as a result. What should I do?" Aunt Shui was panicked. She was still thinking that since her son was not lucky enough to enjoy it, the worst thing would be to send him away and put an end to it. Now she could only pin her hopes on Zhang Yuni. She held Zhang Yuni's hand and unconsciously held it tighter. Zhang Yuni closed his eyes slightly. His lips moved. And after a while, he opened his eyes and said, "I am not very knowledgeable, so I can't see clearly. Auntie, you might as well send someone to Gusa City to ask if there was a fire that burnt down a whole street when she was forced to leave home. Maybe we can find her relatives." Aunt Shui had no time to look for Xiangling's relatives, and exclaimed, "What? Burnt down a whole street?" This time, not only was she frightened, but even Jiamu and Mrs. Wang couldn't sit still. "Well," Zhang Yuni nodded, and said, "This is still light. If it happened in Auntie's home, I'm afraid it would be." "Why is that?" Shui Baochai was so concerned that she didn't care about much. Zhang Yuni took the opportunity to look at Shui Baochai, smiled and said, "This girl has fire in her destiny. My aunt's surname is Shui, which is homophonic with snow, when snow meets fire." Hearing this, Shui Baochai said directly, "Brother E, do you have any way to resolve it? It's not difficult. Just find someone with a good fortune and place her properly." At this point, Zhang Yuni paused deliberately. "I thought that since the Shui family wanted to see me, they would definitely find out about me. They have already laid the groundwork to this extent. So why don't they rush to ask me for help?" Unexpectedly, Aunt Shui heard the words, and quickly let go of her hand, and looked sideways at Mrs. Wang. She didn't know Zhang Yuni's plan, nor did she know about the resurrection of the late emperor. In her opinion, is there anyone with a better fortune than Jiao Baoyu, who was born with a jade in his mouth? Mrs. Wang saw her sister looking at her. How could she not know what she was thinking? However, since it was about her son, she had to be very cautious. Besides, even if she agreed, could she still surpass Lady Jiao? I can only say, don't panic. Sister, let's listen to what Igor has to say. Zhang Yuni naturally saw Aunt Shui's actions. He did so much. Of course, he would not make wedding clothes for others. So he said without doubt, in this case, let her stay with me. This time the secret is leaked, which is also a big hindrance to me. This girl has a very good fate, which can be regarded as making up for this loss. Without waiting for Aunt Shui to express her opinion, Mrs. Wang rushed to say, yes, yes, yes. Speaking of deep fortune, who can compare with Igor? With the blessing of the late emperor, the fortune is extremely deep. Aunt Shui was surprised when she heard it. She didn't know why the late emperor was involved again. But Mrs. Wang obviously couldn't be aimless, so she didn't dare to object. She hurriedly said yes. 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 We can't let Igor be involved for nothing. Zhang Yuni then waved to Xiangling. And when she came closer, he said sullenly, "Would you like to follow me in the future?" Xiangling subconsciously looked at Aunt Shui. And when she saw her nodding desperately at him, she looked at Zhang Yuni and said weakly, "Master, you won't sell Xiangling in the future, will you? Master promises that not only will you never do that, but no one will dare to bully you again in the future." Xiangling then smiled and said, "Then Xiangling will follow Master in the future." She was usually stupid and dazed, but at this moment, her smile was like a blooming flower, and she looked even more charming and beautiful. And she was 60% or 70% similar to Qin Keqing. Chapter 37, Making Trouble. When you go back, please send all of Xiangling's belongings to me. Don't leave anything out. Of course. Of course. Aunt Shui said hurriedly. I'll send someone to send them when I get back. I'll have to trouble you to find Xiangling's family. Of course. Of course. Asking for the indenture was a disadvantage. With this trick, he not only got Xiangling, but also had to be grateful to the Shui family. It was really smart. Although the Shui family took the initiative to come to the door and use their power to pressure others, it was not impossible. But it was still a disadvantage. Good news doesn't go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. Once the reputation of being greedy and lustful spreads, it will be difficult to enter the wrong mansion. Not to mention that it will affect Qin Keqing's impression. For this reason, before seeing Xiangling, he didn't say much, just made some preparations for the visit. After seeing Xiangling, he immediately changed his routine. This method would not only not leave a bad reputation. Moreover, when Xiangling's mother was found, his trickery would have an extra layer of cover. However, if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. In order to avoid making mistakes, he specially added a layer of buff. In the future, if there is anything ambiguous, he can just shirk it and leak the opportunity to cause trouble. After this interruption, Jiamu forgot to continue the introduction. The biggest purpose of this trip was to see Zhang Yuni. Now that the purpose has been achieved, it will be time for dinner if we delay any further. So she took the opportunity to say, since the concubine has to rush back to pack up, let's not delay any longer and go back now. Although Wang Shifeng was unwilling, she did not dare to refute, so she could only go with Yushir to make arrangements. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the two of them went to make arrangements, Shui Baochai came close to Zhang Yuni and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yi, for resolving the situation for me." He didn't have time to take a closer look last time, but now that they were face to face, he could see it clearly. If Aunt Shui was a ripe peach, then Shui Baochai was a blooming peach blossom. The slightly plump oval face had a unique sense of dignity and elegance. A pair of dark big eyes balanced the facial features just right. The two curved eyebrows drew a beautiful curve for the delicate facial features, adding a bit of graceful temperament. She was as fair and rosy as Aunt Shui, with smooth skin. Although she was less mature and charming than her mother, she was more lively like a girl. The narrow-sleeved jacket in honey color, although not decorated with patterns, was the lack of those cumbersome decorations, but instead exposed the plump beauty. Zhang Yuni pretended to be surprised and said, "She is actually Brother Shui's sister?" Shui Baochai covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother Yi, since you can calculate Xiangling's hometown, how can you not calculate whose sister I am? How can you calculate it just by seeing people?" Zhang Yuni's lies did not need a draft at all. Xiangling's fate is too special, and it is in conflict with the mansion. It has reached the critical point of explosion, and only then can we see the problem. So that's it. She didn't seem to believe Zhang Yuni's words. Can I really find Xiangling's relatives in Gusu? It's hard to say. The fire is too big, and I can't see clearly. However, Xiangling should not be her real name. Right? Huh? Baochai said in surprise. Brother Yi can also calculate the name? That's not the case. Zhang Yuni changed the subject and said, however, there is a destiny in the dark. She has fire in her fate. If the name is closely related to it, it should be a thing of midsummer, not a water chestnut of late autumn. Seeing that what he said was very realistic, Shui Baochai stopped worrying and said with a smile, I've learned a lesson. Tan Shun came forward and said with a smile, Hey, I haven't seen you for many years. Brother Yi has developed such skills that even Sister Bao is convinced. She bowed slightly to Zhang Yuni and said, I haven't greeted Brother Yi just now. She was very frank and said that she hadn't seen him for many years. Although she had seen him in the early years, he had not grown up yet. Now he has a thin waist and shoulders, tall figure, and graceful figure. She looked around with a calm look in her eyes, and chatted with Zhang Yuni without any girlish affectation. Ing Chun, who was not far away, was the opposite. Although she looked at the three people from time to time and wanted to come forward to talk, she hesitated. But Shichuan beside her was indifferent to everything, and was lonely and cold everywhere. During the conversation, Wang Shifan came back. Originally, she didn't need to go there in person to pass on the message, but she still wanted to make a final effort. However, Zhang Yuni was obviously not interested in other things. He said Jia Mu and the others to the Tianxiang Tower and made an excuse: if you delay, there will be changes. It is urgent to resolve the situation for Auntie. Some arrangements need to be made. I will send you here. Hey! Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang hurriedly said. Then go back quickly. Aunt Shui and Shui Baochai hurriedly thanked him again and asked him to come to the house to express their gratitude. Zhang Yuni promised, Auntie has an order, and I will obey it. Qin Keqing, who was standing aside, saw that he was unwilling to delay for a moment to help the Shui family. She felt that he was eager to help others, and was willing to help others. Thinking of his help, she felt more at ease. After dealing with the mother and daughter of the Shui family, Zhang Yuni turned to Jiazhen and said, Please tell Brother Shui again. I won't go with you. Always leave a way out. Xiangling has already been snatched away, so there is no need to go to Shui Pan to annoy him. After returning home, and Shui Baochai will do his job. It seems that there is no reason to send Xiangling back in front of so many people. Watching everyone leave, Zhang Yuni pulled Xiangling and ran to Dangxian Pavilion. Ruizhu saw that he came back with a girl, who didn't look like a maid. She was hesitating whether to ask. And Zhang Yuni introduced, Ruizhu. This is Xiangling. She will also live in our room in the future. You can take her to get familiar with her tomorrow. Then I will clean up Sister Xiangling? No need. Zhang Yuni ordered. You go and serve the meal first. And ask the maid outside to prepare a larger bathtub and more hot water. Yes. Master. Are you going to do something for Xiangling? Ruizhu just agreed and was about to go down, but heard Xiangling beside her asking questions, and her steps couldn't help but slow down. Yes. We will have strength only after we are full. Hearing that there was still business to do, Ruizhu did not dare to delay and immediately went out to make arrangements. After a while, several servants brought in a large bathtub. Zhang Yuni pointed upstairs and ordered, The water in the middle room can wait and be filled when eating, so as not to get cold later. When the food was served, Yusher came in with her maids and a few bundles. The concubine has already sent the girls things. Put them in the room for her first? Zhang Yuni shook his head and said, No hurry. Put them first, and they will be used later. I will not greet my sister-in-law. I will cook for her after eating. There were many people at this time, and it was not convenient to tell Yusher that the night run was cancelled. She could only use the cooking method to implicitly mention that she was not free in the evening. Yusher did not know that the bathtub had been set up on the second floor. Seeing a group of maids carrying hot water upstairs, she did not dare to delay and hurriedly got up and said goodbye. After a quick breakfast and dinner, she tucked Xiangling's bags under her arm and took her upstairs. Ruizhu was left alone to clean up the dishes on the table and send them outside to the laundry woman. When she came back again, she heard a lot of noise upstairs, as if a vicious dragon was stirring up trouble. Xiangling's hesitant cry for help could be heard faintly. Chapter 38, Random Thoughts. The next day, Ruizhu got up listlessly. Last night, at first, she did think that Zhang Yuni was performing a ritual, but as the noise upstairs became more and more unbearable, she gradually figured out what was going on. It was quite similar to what Jia Rong did every day, except that the noise made by Mastery lasted for a long time. Unlike Jia Rong and the maids, who stopped in a moment. With Baozhu's reminder, she had just made up her mind. But she didn't expect that Cheng Yao Jin would show up halfway. Xiangling left her baggage and people upstairs last night. She must have no share in the job of accompanying the room, although she herself had no desire to compete. She felt a sore nose when she thought of Baozhu's earnest expectations and Qin Keqing's important task. Hearing a noise coming from upstairs, she rubbed her sleepy eyes, went outside, and fetched water upstairs. The door of the inner room was wide open, and there was a sound of rummaging through the cabinets. She went to the bathroom with hot water, and saw that the room was in a mess. Skirts, jackets, belly bands, and gauze were scattered around. and there were undried water stains everywhere, which stretched all the way to the door. Ruiju. Just after picking up 2 pieces that were not so difficult to get, she heard Zhang Yuni shouting, "Hey!" Ruiju hurriedly put the skirts and jackets in her hands on the bathtub and turned to the inner room. I saw Master Yi standing in the room, looking around. The drawers and cabinet doors were all open, and the changed sheets were piled on the cabinet. "What do you want, Master?" She took the opportunity to secretly glance at the bed, but saw that Xiangling was wrapped in a quilt into a roll, with only her head exposed. "Get a pair of scissors." "Oh!" Ruiju didn't understand, and hurried downstairs to get it. When she returned, she found Master Yi putting the sheets on the bed. She quickly put the scissors on the table and said, "Master, let me do it." "Yes." Zhang Yuni did not refuse, but took Xiangling, who was wrapped in a tube on the bed, and picked her up with a quilt like a child. Ruiju did not dare to look at it anymore, and hurriedly took off her embroidered shoes, lay on the bed, and spread the sheets. Seeing Zhang Yuni put Xiangling back on the bed, she said, "The water is ready. The master goes to wash first, and if there is anything to cut, just give it to me." Zhang Yuni waved his hand and said, "No need. You ask someone outside to prepare an extra breakfast. Xiangling will get up later, and when Sister Zhen comes later, ask her to find a locked box." As he said that, he picked up the scissors on the table, picked up the sheets piled on the cabinet, and carefully cut them. Ruiju hesitated for a while before agreeing, turned around and left. Taking the opportunity to close the door, she secretly glanced into the room and saw Zhang Yuni unfolding the cut sheets, which seemed to have a little blood on them. Just as she was about to scream, she suddenly thought of something, covered her mouth, and ran downstairs with a red face. Zhang Yuni held up the cut bed sheet, looked at it again and again, and was quite pleased. Then he came to Xiangling's bed, kissed her on the forehead, and then stuffed the bed sheet under the pillow, and told her, "You keep it for me first, and when the box comes, I will lock it up and keep it safe." It's not that he has any plot, and regards these dregs as the essence. It's just that reputation is too important for women in this era. If you show it too casually, it will hurt their hearts. Unexpectedly, Xiangling blinked her eyes and said in a confused face, "Is this the filth that you remove for me? I can just find a place to keep it. Isn't it a waste to keep it in a box?" Zhang Yuni was amused and distressed when he heard this. If it was Xue Baochai, even if Aunt Xue was not convenient to demonstrate in person, she would still give instructions. Unlike her who is so ignorant. That won't do. These can't be shown to others easily. Otherwise, why would I need to lock the door? He accidentally said what was in his mind. Fortunately, Xiangling was a little dull and didn't hear the meaning of these words. "Okay. I have to go to the government office today. You can get up when you can get out of bed. If you need anything, tell Ruiju." Xiangling was just beginning to feel the rain and dew. Although Zhang Yuni tried his best to keep it, he hadn't recovered yet. Originally, he planned to accompany her, but although Prince Zhongxuan took special care of him and didn't let him report on time, he didn't receive the news of Rongfu's garden tour until the evening of the day before yesterday. He had already left without saying goodbye yesterday, so it was not easy to rest today. Although he got Xiangling by trickery, he didn't want to hide the fact that he was taking her in, and it was impossible to hide it. He didn't worry about leaving the Xue family with a lustful impression, but he didn't want them to think that he had gotten someone but didn't do anything. Only taking in and not leaving seems to be a big advantage, but it is not conducive to frequent visits. Only by laying a long line can you catch a big fish. Yes, it's literally big, and this is also good for him. He has been suffering from lack of manpower before. To open up the trade route of soda ash, the Xue family is originally an imperial merchant, and the caravan personnel are ready. And the Xue family is dependent on the inner court, and they have something to ask for. He is holding their soft spot, so there is no need to worry about them doing anything. In addition, the Xue family and he are not real relatives. Unlike the Ningguo mansion, even if they fall out one day, they will not be accused of being unkind. In ancient times, it is different from modern times. Relatives should hide their relatives, even if relatives break the law. As long as it is not a serious crime of treason or rebellion, they will not be punished for helping to conceal it. On the contrary, reporting and exposing will be despised by the world. Therefore, no matter from which angle, the Xue family is the best partner at present. After all, it takes time to build a team. and they may not be loyal. Instead of finding people randomly, it is better to outsource the labor. As a modern person, this routine is very familiar. He just went out and rushed to the yamen, and Baoju slipped into the Dengxian pavilion right after him. Seeing that Ruiju was the only one in the hall, she sat at the table listlessly, as if she was full of worries, and she didn't even clean up the dishes on the table. She looked around and whispered, "Xiangling from the Shui family is too unruly. Why doesn't she get up at this time? Maybe she was tired last night." And the master asked her to sleep a little longer. Speaking of last night, Baoju suddenly became interested and said in a low voice, "Master still has such a skill? Did you see what the master did last night?" She followed Qin Keqing all the way yesterday, and heard Zhang Yuni say what arrangements he was going to make. Ruiju looked sad when she heard this, and then a blush appeared on her face again. "What's so good about this?" Ruiju hurriedly got up and turned sideways while collecting the bowls. Baoju thought she was showing off and said angrily, "If you don't tell me, I'll go ask Xiangling." As she said this, she ran to Ruiju's door and looked inside. Seeing that there was no one inside, she was about to go to the room on the other side, but was stopped by Ruiju and said, "Not downstairs." "Ah." Baoju opened her mouth wide and pointed up with her index finger. Could it be she is sleeping in the master's room? She also knew the layout of the upstairs, and there was no bed in the study. Seeing Ruiju nodded silently, she said angrily, "You have been here for so many days. How come a little girl who just came and got ahead of you?" Ruiju was also full of grievances. She had struggled for a whole day yesterday before making up her mind. She didn't expect that she had struggled for a whole day in vain. She couldn't help but complain. "Yesterday, the master took her upstairs after dinner. What can I do?" "Alas," Baoju sighed. "What should I do? If the master is not here, can grandma still ask her for help?" After Baoju said this, Ruiju felt that she had failed Qin Keqing, and her eyes were slightly red. Just at this time, there was a noise from upstairs, and Xiangling came down the stairs. She didn't want Xiangling to see her embarrassment, so she hurriedly said, "I'll go serve breakfast to my sister." After saying that, she ran out in a flash. Baoju looked at Xiangling and was about to say hello, but she was tongue-tied and couldn't speak. She had also seen Xiangling yesterday, but although she thought she was also very beautiful at that time, she was a little silly. Looking at her now, she was very different from yesterday. Less silly and more charming, and quite similar to Qin Keqing. Her heart was in turmoil at the moment, and she couldn't help but think of Ruiju's words, and she would take her upstairs after dinner. Although Ruiju was a little less beautiful than Xiangling, Mastery didn't ask about her for so long after entering the house. But Xiangling, who was very similar to Grandma, was taken into the room as soon as she entered the house. How could she not think about it? Yesterday, Zhang Yuli could even see the clues of Xiangling's life experience. Does it mean that he had already seen Grandma's dilemma? Perhaps. Grandma asked for help, left her and Ruiju's indentures, and even kept herself with Grandma, all of which were part of his plan. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shudder. If Zhang Yuli really had the same idea as Jiazhen, and even asked her to help him, how should she deal with it? Helping him would be aiding and abetting the evil, and not helping him, as his indenture was already in Zhang Yuli's hands. How could he get away with it? Her heart was already in a mess at this moment, and she dared not speak out. She left in a hurry without waiting for Ruiju to come back, and even without saying hello to Xiangling. Chapter 39 Watertight. Zhang Yuni knew nothing about the incident at home. He came to the inner palace and called his men together. The snowflake cotton candy has begun to be produced. I have just arrived and have been busy with production recently. I have never understood how the inner palace's output is to be sold. He asked this question knowingly. Although the inner palace had no output before, the imperial merchants used the inner palace's treasury to purchase it and fill the guangchuzi. Therefore, even if there was no such sales business before, it was impossible to leave the imperial merchants unused and spend time and effort to find another way. Therefore, the right to sell this white sugar will most likely fall into the hands of various imperial merchants. The ancient times were different from the modern times. Free trade was emphasized. Silk, leather, porcelain, tea, salt, iron, ginseng, etc. were all government-run projects. The imperial merchants did not do business for the royal family, but used the inner palace's treasury to purchase to fill the various warehouses of the guangchuzi for use in the palace. Not only is there no profit here, but a lot of subsidies are required every year. But once you have the title of Imperial Merchant, you will also be authorized to franchise projects, which is a profitable business. Although he wanted to inquire about the Shui family's problems, asking directly would not only make him look inferior, but also make it easy for others to see his intentions. So, seemingly asking about the sale of sugar, he was actually leading the topic to the Imperial Merchant. Sure enough, a clerk below said, yesterday, Zhao Changshi and Dong Guangruan, the general manager of the Guangchuzi, came to visit together. It was probably for this matter, but they didn't see the adults. Well, Zhang Yuni nodded and said, "What's your name?" The man was flattered and said, "My lord, I am Gu Wenwei." "Okay, you come with me to the Guangchuzi now." "Hey, I'll lead the way." "Sir." Of course, he didn't name Gu Wenwei because he liked him. The scribe was just a low-level official in charge of documents. But Gu Wenhui not only said the names of the Zhongshuan Wang Changshi and the Guangchuzi Langzhong, but also knew their purpose, which shows that his identity may not be simple. Although he is only a 6th-rank official now, he has the emperor's favor, and the Tiangong Academy is related to the so-called immortal skills. It is normal to place some people in advance while he has not yet made a fortune. He does not reject this point. On the contrary, if these people are used well, there will be unexpected results. If you are not remembered by others, you are mediocre. Sure enough, as he expected, Gu Wenhui, who nodded and bowed, led him all the way to the Guangchuzi without any obstacles. "I am waiting for you here." "Sir." Gu Wenhui stopped in front of the main hall and bowed. Zhang Yuni stepped into the hall and shouted, "Yesterday, Master Dong made a wasted trip. I, Zhang Yuni, am here to apologize." He then exclaimed, "Hey, Master Zhao is here too." "Master Zhang, you are here just in time. I have something to discuss with you." The two immediately invited Zhang Yuni in. "Is it about the sale of snowflake cotton candy?" Zhang Yuni smiled. "I was just asking about this matter at the government office. I learned that you two masters visited yesterday, so I came here without hesitation." After a round of polite talk, the two also got straight to the point. It's time-consuming and laborious to find another way. It's better to let the snowflake cotton candy be sold by the imperial merchants, which can save a lot of trouble. They said a lot of things, but it was nothing more than how to be convenient. Zhang Yuni did not show any impatience. After they finished talking, he said, "I wonder how many imperial merchants there are in the inner court now." Dong Guangruan said, "The inner court has always been composed of 8 imperial merchants. Even if one of them is relieved of its duties, it will be routinely supplemented." "Is there anything wrong with Lord Zhang asking this?" Zhang Yuni keenly grasped the 4 words routine supplement, but said without showing any trace on the surface, "No. No. Please forgive me, Lord Dong. This is my first job, and I am afraid of failing the Emperor's grace, so I am extra cautious. So that's it." Zhao Liangong smiled. "Lord Zhang, don't worry. The Emperor has high hopes for Tiangoinjiwen, and no one will dare to slack off." "That's good. That's good. However, please don't blame me. Please show me the list of these companies." After hearing this, Zhao Liangong and Dong Guangruan looked at each other, and the latter immediately said, "Okay. Okay." Then he winked at a clerk in the hall, and you trotted out immediately. After a while, he walked in holding a booklet. Zhang Yuni took it and looked through it. It recorded the purchases of the 8 imperial merchants in the past 3 years. However, on the list attached to the last page, several families had signed and reviewed, but the column for the Shui family was still empty. Seeing this, he had a clear understanding of the Shui family's problems. After the gourd case, Shui Pan had become a living dead in name. So how could he dare to come to the inner court for review? And An Shui and Shui Baochai were women, so the court naturally could not recognize them. However, although he saw the problem, he pretended not to know, and pointed to the list and laughed. Could this Jinling Shui family be the Shui family of Ronghua Mansion's in-laws? Hey! I forgot. It seems that Lord Zhang and the Shui family are also old acquaintances. To be honest, my lords, this is what I'm afraid of. Zhang Yuni bowed to the two of them and said, "Everything else is fine, but I have an unwelcome request, and I hope you two lords will fulfill it. Please go on." "Lord Zhang, the Shui family and I are also related, and now they want to take over the sales of snowflake cotton candy. In order to avoid gossip, I think that I can give them 10% of the share. What do you think? He didn't want to get involved in Shui Pan's case. And he didn't want to leave any tails for the review. So, taking advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't said the problem, he decided on a 10% share for the Shui family under the pretext of avoiding suspicion. As long as the other party agreed to this 10% share, they would handle the rest of the secret operations. Moreover, this 10% share was not for the Shui family, but for Yushur. Before, they promised to give Yushur some shares, and planned to make a bill similar to the salt permit and sell it. But now they can kill two birds with one stone. Not only can the Shui family take the opportunity to keep the title of Imperial Merchant, but they also have channels for sales. And even more than previously expected. After all, there are only 8 Imperial Merchants. And as the chief officer, he only arranged a 10% share. And it was selected within the designated range. No matter where he took it, he didn't have to worry about the future. As for the Shui family, it was lucky to keep the title of Imperial Merchant. So how could they dare to make any more demands? What's more, there will be a business route for soda ash in the future. Zhao Liangong and Dong Guangruan naturally would not ignore Zhang Yuni's interpersonal relationships. The reason why they brought the review list was to bargain with him. The officialdom pays attention to harmony. But Zhang Yuni has just entered the officialdom, and they are not sure about his style of doing things. In addition, his cheap father Zhang Chongqing died to persuade him. And they are also worried that he will follow the family tradition and make some trouble. Although the two had the support of King Zhongshuan and their official positions were higher than Zhang Yuni, the sugar was made by Zhang Yuni after all. As the chief official, he was highly valued by the emperor. So the two could not force him. Therefore, it had been discussed before that as long as Zhang Yuni agreed to let the imperial merchant sell on his behalf, even if he asked for more benefits, he could agree. Unexpectedly, he not only did not make any demands, but only gave the Shui family a 10% share. The two looked at each other, fearing that there would be complications, and immediately made the decision. Zhang Yuni bowed and saluted. Thank you. Both adults. But although I am related to the Shui family, everything must be in accordance with the rules and regulations. Don't sacrifice the public for personal gain because of this relationship. Of course, although it is necessary to exaggerate the difficulty of helping as much as possible in order to make the other party grateful. That is also when the other party asks for it. Now, the Shui family hasn't even opened their mouths yet. But I have already done the job. Not only will this not make them look down on me, but it will leave them with an impression of being unfathomable. Chapter 40 Killing two birds with one stone. The sun was high in the sky. A four-wheeled carriage with the Ning Mansion logo drove into Xuanjin Temple. Jiashan hurriedly got off the carriage and headed straight for the main hall at the back. Master, he shouted as he stepped into the hall. Yesterday, the old lady and the mistress went to Huifang Garden for an outing and met my cousin. Jia Jing narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, the emperor has set up the Tiangong courtyard. It's not surprising that they know about such a big commotion. Jiashan sighed. Master, you don't know? Yesterday, I saw that the mistress looked at my cousin with a strange look in her eyes. Before the new year, the old lady mentioned the matter of my elder sister leaving the palace intentionally or unintentionally. Will it be? Why didn't you say it earlier? Jia Jing suddenly opened his eyes. Didn't my son come to report to the master early in the morning? He looked up at Jia Jing and said slowly, my son thinks that even if they don't have this plan now, if they delay any longer, they may not have much choice. What do you think? You might as well tell me first. Over the years, he has been devoted to practicing Taoism and neglected to discipline Jiazhen. Whenever there is a chance, he will test him. In my opinion, the master might as well do the West Mansion a favor and take the eldest sister out of the palace as soon as possible. He paused and continued. As long as Yun can suppress it with filial piety, the eldest sister is there. If she is taken out earlier, I believe that the West Mansion will not waste 3 years. Jia Jing pondered. What you said is not unreasonable. But if no suitable candidate is found within these 3 years, the West Mansion may have to rely on your cousin. But my son carefully calculated last night. If the eldest sister leaves the palace when she is old enough, it will be after the cousin's mourning period is over. How can the West Mansion not make plans in advance? Jia Jing did not comment. And after a long silence, he suddenly asked, has he behaved abnormally in the mansion recently? Abnormal behavior? Jiazhen asked in confusion. Master, are you saying? I'm asking you if he suspects anything? How could that be possible? Master, don't worry. Let alone suspect. He hasn't even asked. At this point, he hesitated a little and said, could it be that he did something wrong outside and Master heard about it? No. I'm just a little upset recently. Has something happened? Not really. Jia Jing pondered. It's just that when he presented, it would be fine if he just wanted to report the immortals. But he had to bring up such a meritorious service, which made the Emperor practice less. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid he's trying to dig up our roots? Jia Jing couldn't help but be stunned. And then he said with relief, Master, I'm afraid you're worrying too much. There's something that I haven't reported yet. A while ago, my son just asked his wife to take care of him more. And he was so grateful that he even offered to give his wife a share of the sugar to help with the expenses. He didn't dare to tell Jia Jing that he had instigated Yusher to seduce Zhang Yuni. But in order to dispel his doubts, he could only whitewash his behavior a little. Oh, is this true? How could it be false? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Thinking of his previous suspicion, Jia Jing felt embarrassed and scolded. You made me suspicious. My son hasn't had time to report it yet. So I want to tell you the most important things first. Jia Jing hesitated. Besides, he was just being considerate of his sister-in-law. And my son didn't dare to ask for help. As long as the benefits fall into our family. These are all trivial matters. The key is that he has this intention. Jia Jing waved his hand. In this case, we should indeed make plans for the West Mansion. Master, do you have a better way? Jia Jing said calmly, a while ago. King Ning sent someone to find me, wanting me to help you win over your cousin. But I dissuaded you. Why is that? Jia Jing was puzzled. Stupid. If he knew about our relationship with King Ning, what if he suspected the death of your uncle and himself? Wouldn't it be counterproductive? At this point, he showed a smug look on his face. And changed the subject, however. Now we can kill two birds with one stone. Kill two birds with one stone? Jia Jing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. So he looked up at Jia Jing. You? You still need to learn more from your father. It is not convenient for us to come forward. But what if the West Mansion comes forward? Jia Jing talked freely, although the princes should avoid the women in the harem. The emperor is busy practicing, and has no time to take care of the harem. Moreover, the eldest girl has always been with concubine Jin. She is the biological mother of Prince Ning. If she proposes to give the eldest girl to Prince Ning as a concubine, wouldn't it be justified? Great. This move of the master really makes my son admire. Jia Jing couldn't help but applaud. If you can be the concubine of Prince Ning, the West Mansion will no longer think about my cousin. Not only that, Jia Jing stroked his beard, shook his head, and said with a bit of show-off, then we can let the West Mansion come forward to help Prince Ning win over your cousin. In this way, even if he knows the relationship between us and Prince Ning in the future, he will not think too much. Yes, yes, yes. Father is still wise, and my son has learned a lesson. Jia Jing hesitated a little and said, but Prince Ning will not disagree. Right? After all, the eldest sister is already in her early 20s. Don't worry about this. As a prince, he can have any woman he wants. So how can he be so superficial? She is just a concubine. If she can win over your cousin's money bag, what's the harm in taking her back as a decoration? Jia Jing explained, now that white sugar has been produced, the emperor has set up the Tianguanjiwen for this purpose. Who can't see that there is a lot of money in it? When does father plan to go to Prince Ning to negotiate? Jia Jing shook his head and said, everything must be prioritized. After all, this matter is the business of the West Mansion. And we can't just do it. You go back and tell the old lady to let them go to the Jin family. Jia Jing nodded heavily and said in agreement, father is right. This time, we have sold such a big favor to the West Mansion. I believe that they will be embarrassed to compete with us for my cousin's marriage in the future. After he said this, after reminding Jia Jing, he hurriedly said, you might as well speak out this time. Especially remember to speak in front of the old lady. Suinzhou is a man of honor. Since we have helped this time, there is no need to worry. I am afraid, although he has not yet said what he is afraid of. Jia Jing has already understood and said with deep conviction, yes. 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 Son, don't worry. Uncle, she is a money-conscious person. How can he not be jealous? My second sister is now about to reach the age of marriage, and the old lady has to suppress this matter. Seeing that his son understood, Jia Jing nodded and said, well, don't worry about this matter. Go in a few days. Your father should also greet King Ning in advance. If there is nothing else, you can go back first. He waved his hand and lowered his voice. Remember to win over your cousin. Who knows? King Ning may ascend to the throne in the future, and he may have to rely on him to make up some excuses in the name of the late emperor. After hearing this, Jia Jin froze and looked at Jia Jing in horror. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Yes, my son will follow the master's instructions. Chapter 41. Seeing through, but not daring to shout. After Zhang Yuni solved the Shui family's problem, Jia Jin returned to Ning Mansion from Xuanjin Temple, and Shui Pan and Lixianjuan of Rong Mansion next door woke up slowly. Although Jia Rong was the grandson of Ningwen Mansion, he had to look at Jia Jin's face when spending money. Although Jia Jin himself was extremely extravagant, he was not generous to his son. In addition, Jia Rong liked to drink, gamble, and seek flowers and willows, so he was not well off. In the past, he could still follow Shui Pan and get some benefits. But recently Shui Pan also began to cultivate his character, which made him have fewer opportunities to play. He knew that it was easy to change the country, but it was difficult to change one's nature. He also heard that Shui Pan was just being trolled by Aunt Shui with Xiangling. So, when Zhang Yuni and Jia Jin left, he kept urging Shui Pan to drink. By the time Jia Mu and the others returned home, Shui Pan was already drunk, and Jia Rong finally got what he wanted and went to Jingxianjuan for free. Aunt Shui, worried that her son would make a fuss if he found out that Xiangling was given away by her, followed him and went along with him. He had a good time last night, but now he remembered Aunt Shui's instructions. As soon as he opened his eyes, he endured the headache and went straight to the main house. As soon as he entered the main house, he shouted, Mom! Mom! I waited until Zhang Yuni left before I drank too much. Brother, sit down and talk. Shui Pan scratched his head and said, Sister is here too? Although he was a little muddle-headed, he respected Aunt Shui and Shui Baochai very much. Otherwise, Aunt Shui would not have kept Xiangling. Hey! Hey! Mom knows. Aunt Shui felt a little guilty in front of her son. Shui Pan was unaware of the situation and thought he had been fooled. He looked around and asked, Where is Xiangling? Son! Sit down and listen to what I have to say. Shui Baochai immediately stepped forward, pushed Shui Pan to the front of the Kong, and made him sit on it. The mother and daughter talked back and forth, repeating what Xiangling had said about the Shui family's backlash. But she didn't dare to tell him the news Xiangling had sent. Shui Pan was stunned for a long time before he reacted and said, Did you drive Xiangling away? Oh! Although she is in conflict with our family, her fate is very good. If you don't find a person with good fortune to properly place her, it will bring trouble to the family. Good fortune? Did you give her to Baoyu? Shui Pan stood up angrily and shouted. Okay. Okay. It's obvious that you have no intention of showing your courtesy, but you use these deceptive lies as a cover. Is Baoyu the king of heaven and I am a prisoner? Look, I'm going to find him now, and I must get Xiangling back. Seeing Shui Pan stand up and rush out, Shui Baochai quickly raised her arm to block the door. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with Baoyu. Just listen to mother's explanation. Shui Pan's eyes were like copper bells, and he said angrily, Good sister, you don't have to make trouble with me. I already know your heart, since mother told me that you, as a gold, must choose a jade to be a proper match. You have kept your mind, and seeing that Baoyu has that kind of bone, you naturally protect him everywhere. This made Baochai angry, and she said with shame and anger, Mom, listen, what are you talking about? You are a suicidal evildoer. And Shui stamped her feet in anger. The person was given by mother. Why are you angry with your sister? Who told you to give the person to Baoyu? You are talking about these gossips now. How can your sister deal with it? Really didn't give it to Baoyu? Shui Pan asked doubtfully. And Shui said unhappily, We all live in this mansion. How can I hide it from you? After hearing this, Shui Pan looked at his sister with shame on his face. And seeing Baochai's eyes red, he immediately slapped himself twice. Good sister, it's all my brother's fault. Don't take it to heart. And Shui shook her head and said, Since you know you were wrong, don't lose your temper anymore, and apologize to your sister. Hey hey. Shui Pan grinned, pulled Shui Baochai back to sit on the Kong, bowed and poured tea to apologize. Shui Baochai sighed and said, "It's okay for me to suffer some grievances, but my brother should change his temper. Otherwise, he will get into trouble in the future." Yes, 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 I will change. Seeing Shui Pan being careful and willing to do anything, and Shui and Baochai looked at each other and said, "In fact, what Igor said is right. In order to buy Xiangling, such a big incident was caused. Now it saves trouble to send her away. Before, she and Baochai were worried that Shui Pan would be furious, so they didn't dare to tell him the whole truth. However, the truth cannot be hidden. If the matter is not made public, if someone hears it outside, no one will persuade him, and it will cause trouble again. Brother E?" Shui Pan turned his head to look at his mother. Could it be that Zhang Yuni from yesterday? That's right. When it comes to good fortune, Bao Yu can't compare to him. I heard from your aunt that the late emperor gave him his soul. Did Xiangling give it to him? He said those nonsense? What nonsense? He helped us because we are relatives. Okay. How dare you? A thief. Snatch food from a tiger's mouth. Fortunately, I treated him with courtesy. I'll go and find him to settle the matter. Shui Pan turned around and was about to leave, but Aunt Shui shouted, "Come back. Mom, you always say I'm stupid. But now I'm being cheated, and I don't even know it." Shui Pan's eyes were red with anger. "Yesterday, Brother Zhen asked me why I didn't come out these days. I just mentioned Xiangling, but I'm afraid he remembered it. Seeing Xiangling's beauty, he used words to deceive you. You were sold by him, and you're counting money for him. What? Is this true?" And Shui Baochai looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, "How could it be false?" Shui Pan said with a sense of satisfaction, "You always say that I am simple-minded. I can figure out such a simple thing in a second. But you?" He did think of a word, but fortunately he realized that he was facing his mother and sister, so he swallowed his words in time. He turned around and wanted to leave, and said angrily, "I can't eat this loss in vain. I must find him to reason clearly. Come back." And Shui called him again. "He is written on our heads and shit. Do we have to endure it? My son can't swallow this breath." And Shui sat on the Kong angrily, causing the ground to shake, and said helplessly, "Don't say that he made up this nonsense. Even if he points at our noses and asks for people, we have to give it to him. Why is that?" Shui Pan said puzzledly, "He is a relative of the East Mansion, and we are relatives of the West Mansion. Who is higher than who?" Brother is confused. Shui Baochai sighed. "You think? Why are we rushing to establish this relationship? It's because of Xiangling's case. Hasn't that case been solved?" "Solved?" Shui Baochai laughed at herself. "In order to save my brother's life, I had to fake my death to get away. Do you know how many people in the family are waiting to eat our family? If mother hadn't taken us to hide in my aunt's house on the pretext of being a concubine, we would have been chased out long ago. We have a place to live in the capital, so why bother living in my aunt's house?" After hearing what his sister said, Shui Pan also became a little depressed, and said angrily, "Can that Zhang Yuni still control the family? He really can't control it. But our family's title of imperial merchant is not only related to our family. Let's not talk about the distant ones for now. Doesn't my second uncle's family have a share? If the title of imperial merchant is lost, they will definitely go to war to punish. At that time, the gold and silver jewelry can still be left in the name of dowry. But those industries outside, they can't keep them. Yes. Listen to your sister's advice. Now they only care about the title of Rongwa Mansion. If they know that we can't even keep the imperial merchant, I'm afraid they won't be timid anymore." Although Shui Pan is muddle-headed, he knows the importance of the mother and daughter's words. But the more he thinks about it, the more aggrieved he feels, and he breathes heavily. And Shui saw this and said, "My son, I know I have wronged you this time. Next time you like any girl, let alone one, even if it's 10 or 8, I will never stop you." After hearing this, Shui Pan finally felt better and said with a sigh of relief, "Since he is willing to help the family keep the title of imperial merchant, then I will do as you say." This, and Shui Baochai looked at each other and dared not tell him. They didn't even mention it to Zhang Yuni. They could only perfunctorily say, "You don't have to worry about this matter. Just leave it to me and your sister. Just remember not to cause trouble for others." Chapter 42. One wave is higher than another. After sending Xue Pan away, the mother and daughter looked at each other in bewilderment. It was Xue Baochai who spoke first. If we had known that he had taken a fancy to Xiangling, we should have taken the opportunity to put forward our request. Now that we have sent everyone, we don't know if he... Alas! Aunt Xue was also frowning and sighing. Your aunt praised him to the skies. This is also the first time we have met him. Who would have thought that he is such a lustful man with a lot of tricks in his mind? I am afraid that he will succeed in his evil plan and want more. Speaking of this, she was already in a state of confusion and rubbed her hands unconsciously. Yesterday, in a hurry, she grabbed Zhang Yuni's hand. Now, thinking about it, he not only never let go, but also patted her hand with deep meaning. However, such a shameless thing, once known to others, would not only ruin herself, but also ruin her daughter's reputation. What's more, there is a generation gap between them. How can she do it? She was in a dilemma for a while, and Xue Baochai misunderstood Aunt Xue's meaning and thought she was talking about her. Mother, don't worry about it. If he is really willing to help the family, it can be a permanent solution. It's okay for my daughter to marry him. Speaking of this, she paused, frowned and said, but I'm afraid that he will think he has grasped our family's weakness and make some unreasonable demands. After hearing the first sentence, Aunt Xue knew that her daughter had misunderstood. But after hearing the second sentence, she couldn't tell whether Xue Baochai had seen anything for a while, and she couldn't help feeling guilty. Seeing this, Xue Baochai said anxiously, if he wants to take advantage of the situation and force my daughter to be a concubine, mother must not let go. Aunt Xue finally let go of her worries, breathed a sigh of relief, and said hurriedly, of course, our Xue family is a big family after all. We can't just ignore you for the rest of your life just to keep the title of the imperial merchant. Mom. Xue Baochai hugged Aunt Xue like a swallow throwing herself into her arms, burying her head in her arms. There is no hurdle in the world that cannot be overcome. Let's work together, and we can always get through this. The mother and daughter comforted each other and hugged for a long time. Xue Baochai offered a plan. Although we have sent Xiangling away, he was the one who deceived her first. Since he made up that story, he must be a man of honor. Yesterday, in front of the old lady and aunt, he was very sure about Xiangling's fate. We might as well start from here. Aunt Xue knew that her daughter was resourceful, so she asked quickly, tell me, how should we start? Didn't he swear that Xiangling was from Gusu and asked us to find her family? We might as well go with the flow and send people to Gusu to search carefully. If they return empty-handed? If he still pretends to be deaf and dumb? We might as well speak frankly. Yesterday, Baochai was cautious. When asked, Zhang Yuni said that the fire was too big and he couldn't see clearly, so he didn't take the matter of finding Xiangling's family to heart. Now, she hopes to use this as an excuse to expose Zhang Yuni's true face, so that he will have some concerns. Aunt Xue hesitated and said, but wouldn't that mean we'd be at loggerheads? Of course we can't make it public. We just need to produce evidence and have brother's words to back it up. He will know he's in the wrong and won't want to make a fuss. We can then make a show of it. If he agrees to help us, we can give him some benefits. What's the harm? In ancient times, people were favored by each other, and no one would want to be known as someone who cheated their relatives and friends. Aunt Xue agreed with this and nodded immediately, saying, let's arrange it now. Let's not talk about the Xue family's mother and daughter's fanfare in finding Xiangling's relatives. After Zhang Yuni left the court, he returned to Ning Mansion and said to Yusher, who came forward to greet him, please send someone to the Xue family and ask Aunt Madam to come early tomorrow. Although he was holding the Xue family's weak spot and was not worried about them making trouble, he could not be lenient in order to prevent them from not understanding the situation. Yusher didn't know the hidden truth and reminded him, the concubine is an elder. If you don't visit her, but invite her over early in the morning, people will gossip about you. No problem. Just send someone to tell her and come before I go to the yamen. Yusher didn't know his true thoughts and thought he was using the yamen as an excuse. So she said, this is also a reasonable reason. Zhang Yuni didn't explain and said bluntly, I just took Xiangling as my roommate yesterday, so I won't go tonight. Oh, Yusher looked at him with resentment and lowered her head. Zhang Yuni ignored him and said, remember to come over tomorrow morning. He knew people's hearts very well. The more he felt sad today, the more grateful he would be tomorrow when he knew that he would give her 10% of the revenue of Beitong. On the contrary, if he told her the revenue of Beitong first, and then told her that Xiangling would be taken as his roommate, It would make Yusha arrogant. Even if there was a similar thing next time, there would be a psychological gap. This is human nature. After sending Yusha away, he returned to Dengxian Pavilion, only to see Ruiju sitting on the doorstep. Lost in thought. Why are you sitting here? Master. Ruiju hesitated to speak. Master is back. Hearing Xiangling's cheers, she lowered her head and said, Master, do you want to eat? Yes. Zhang Yuli nodded, turned to look at Xiangling, stepped into the door, and said with concern, Are you feeling better? Yes, better. Xiangling seemed to be in a state of lingering fear, and said timidly, Do you want to eat tonight too? Zhang Yuli patted her head and interrupted, Eat first. After dinner, he did not rush upstairs like last night, but asked the maid in the ear room to fetch water. He chatted with her for a while, and only let Xiangling go upstairs to take a bath after the water was fetched. Before leaving, he also told Ruiju to wait until Xiangling finished washing and changed the water as soon as possible before going out for a night run. A full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man, and a hungry man does not know the emptiness of a full man. Although it is the age of vigor and vitality, people who do not think about the future will have immediate worries. If you want sustainable development, you have to keep your body in good shape. I didn't waste time on Yusha tonight. I was already sweating after exercising for more than half an hour. When I returned to Dengxian Pavilion, I saw the door was wide open and Ruiju was sitting on the threshold in a daze. She smiled and said, It's not the first time that Master has gone out for a night run. Are you afraid that I will get lost? Hearing Zhang Yuni's voice, Ruiju stood up suddenly. Zhang Yuni stepped into the house and was about to go upstairs, but he heard Ruiju's trembling voice behind him. Master. Does Master hate Ruiju? What are you talking about? Zhang Yuni turned around and said in confusion. When did Master say that? Don't think too much. Then why did Master not let me into the house to serve you for more than half a month? But when Sister Xiangling came, then, her voice got lower and lower, and her head was almost buried in her chest. She talked for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. Zhang Yuni thought she was psychologically averse to being a chambermaid, but she didn't expect her to ask this question. However, this was an opportunity to establish a persona. So he said sanctimoniously, After all, you have served in the room of my nephew's wife. If I ask you to be a chambermaid again, I'm afraid it will cause gossip. Hearing this, Ruiju suddenly raised her head, raised her pretty face that was so purple, and said in a muffled voice, I also want to serve you like Sister Xiangling. As if she was afraid that Zhang Yuni would refuse. She hurriedly added, This is also what Grandma meant. Hearing that Qin Keqing also instructed this, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but get excited. Without thinking, he quickly stepped forward, picked up Ruiju horizontally, and strode upstairs like a victorious rooster. In a short while, the evil dragon last night began to stir up trouble again. However, the person who could not bear the waves, which kept rising, became Ruiju. Xiangling, who had experienced it last night and was in such close proximity, suffered even more than Ruiju last night. Chapter 43 The Worst Plan. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Yuni opened his eyes and looked at Xiangling and Ruiju lying in his arms, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. He originally planned to put 2 maids in the room, and now there are no more maids in Qin Keqing's room. But compared to Bao Xu, Xiangling is slightly better in appearance and temperament, so how could he not be satisfied? Besides, Bao Xu's indenture has been obtained. It's just a matter of time. Of course, what makes him most excited is that Qin Keqing actually instructed Ruiju to accompany her in the room, which is far beyond his expectations. However, it is still unclear whether she is grateful or wants to explore the length and thickness of his mastery, so he can only keep his troops in place. Carefully pushed away the 2 people's pink arms around him, but he didn't expect to still startle Ruiju. In comparison, Xiangling seemed to be sleeping a little more deeply. Although she had been displaced and sold here and there, she was not like Ruiju, who had been used to serving others since she was a child. Master, wake up! I will help you change your clothes. She struggled to get up, but Zhang Yuni grabbed her shoulders and pressed her down. There is a long time to come, and there will be many opportunities to serve you in the future. Just rest today. The noise made by the 2 woke Xiangling up. She blinked her dark eyes, looked at Ruiju, and finally asked the question that had been suppressed all night. Sister Ruiju, do you want the master to help you clear the way like me? Ruizhu was ashamed when she heard this. Xiangling had this experience the day before yesterday, and she had only heard it from a distance. But the unbearable things after taking a bath last night were in front of Xiangling. Although mastery did not favor one over the other, it was her first time after all. Xiangling was innocent and ignorant. She was not displeased by her competition for favor, but her words were full of concern, which made her feel even more ashamed. In order to hide her embarrassment, she hurriedly said, "It is our duty to serve the master." Zhang Yuni was also quite troubled by Xiangling's ignorance. It was not that he could not teach her about physiology and hygiene, but it was difficult to grasp the scale here. He had to give Ruizhu a look, suggesting that she should talk to Xiangling privately. He turned over and got out of bed. He did not rush to get dressed, but stretched out his hand to Ruizhu and said, "Where is the handkerchief? Bring it to the master and keep it." Ruizhu came prepared and had prepared the brocade handkerchief long ago, which saved the trouble of cutting the sheets. Put the brocade handkerchief in the box, put on the clothes, and went downstairs. Just then, Yusher led Aunt Shui in. Zhang Yuni greeted the two and said, "Please forgive me, Auntie. Yuni has the habit of doing morning exercises. Please stay here for a while. We can chat while eating breakfast later." Although he said he forgave her, his tone was a little arrogant and bossy. "Hey, Brother E, you go first." Aunt Shui was quite embarrassed. She glanced at Yusher, but saw that she was looking at the stairs and said unhappily, "Where is Ruizhu so early in the morning? Why didn't Annie come to serve tea and water? It seems that our family has no manners. Sister-in-law, go and call the little maid outside to come in. She and Xiangling are too tired. I'll let them get up later." Yusher knew how tired the two maids were. When she entered the room, she saw Ruizhu's door open. She thought she had gone out for something. It turned out that he was using Ruizhu to vent his jealousy towards Xiangling. Unexpectedly, he even took Ruizhu into his room. Suddenly, she felt a sour nose, but she couldn't express it, so she could only say angrily, "Who hasn't gone through this? You're too pampering them." Although she knew that Zhang Yuni couldn't stay with her all the time, she couldn't help feeling sad when this day really came, especially when she heard Zhang Yuni speak frankly and even took Ruizhu into the room. She was even more hesitant. Zhang Yuni laughed and walked out. Aunt Shui, who was at a loss, and Yusher, who was extremely disappointed, looked at each other in silence, and the scene was very embarrassing. Yusher didn't need to mention it much. Her mind was full of Zhang Yuni's love for the new and dislike for the old. So how could she bring up the interest of chatting? Aunt Shui was in a panic and felt very uneasy. Yesterday, she had some guesses about Zhang Yuni's character, but she didn't expect to receive an invitation from Zhang Yuni in the evening. If it weren't for the appointment in the morning instead of the evening, Aunt Shui might not dare to come to this door. Even so, she tossed and turned all night, fearing that Zhang Yuni would use coercion and bribery as soon as they met. Although the noble families or relatives and friends, even if they have other intentions, will often take into account each other's face and do enough superficial work. But there are exceptions to everything. And I am afraid that Zhang Yuni is a reckless young man who doesn't care about anything and doesn't care about his reputation. You know, he can reach the emperor if he threatens his son's affairs and pokes it in front of the emperor. Even with the relationship with Rongfu, it is impossible to cover it. This is not a question of whether the emperor is doing business, but about his son's life. Therefore, even if there are all kinds of bad speculations, he can only bite the bullet and rush here. It can't be blamed for her overthinking, just because Zhang Yuni didn't play according to the routine. If he knew that the Shui family had something to ask for, whether he was willing to help or not, at least he should have put on some airs and not actively invite them to come. But if he didn't know, he should have come to visit her in person, not invite her in early in the morning. Considering their seniority, after thinking about it, it was only because he had heard the inside story yesterday that he couldn't wait to come and force her to abdicate. The reason why he didn't come to her but invited her to come was simply because he was worried that he would suffer a loss if he failed to force her to abdicate in his own territory. She was still hoping for a lucky break. But Zhang Yuni didn't shy away from saying that he would take Xiangling as his concubine, which further confirmed her son's statement. She didn't know that Yusher stayed because Zhang Yuni had given a heads up in advance. Instead, she thought that Zhang Yuni found an excuse for morning exercise when he saw Yusher coming with him, and planned to come back to confront her after Yusher left. Even Xiangling and Ruizhu were deliberately ordered by him not to come out or sent out. Therefore, even if Yusher didn't say a word and the scene was extremely awkward. She didn't dare to speak, for fear of disturbing Yoshi's thoughts and causing her to leave early. However, this suspicion did not last long. About half an hour later, Yoshi began to order the maid outside to fetch water and prepare breakfast as if she had foreseen it. When all the work was done, John Yuni, who was sweating all over, returned to the house. The weather in March was getting warmer, and John Yuni had been exercising for a long time. The unique breath of a young man mixed with the smell of sweat seemed to be a rolling heat wave, rushing towards him. Aunt Shui was struck by lightning, and her heart was in turmoil. Last night, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, and had been thinking about how to deal with John Yuni's forcing the emperor to abdicate. However, there was a hurdle that could not be bypassed. If John Yuni really refused to listen, and would not stop until he achieved his goal, then she would have to make a choice between herself and her son. Thinking of this, she had to make the worst plan. Although she had been a widow for many years, as a person who had experienced it, how could she not know the feeling? She had been tormented all night, and now the gushing heat wave suddenly aroused the throbbing that had been buried for a long time, and she couldn't help but swallow dryly. Chapter 44. Suppress before you promote. John Yuni didn't know that he had already stirred Aunt Shui's emotions. However, even if he knew, he might not change his original strategy. At this stage, although he planned to let the Shui family do service outsourcing, it was just a business transaction. But once he had a substantial relationship with the mother and daughter of the Shui family, not only would he be too deeply involved, but he would also inevitably make concessions. And Shui was not like Yusher. Even if she had an affair with him, she would definitely put Shui Pan first. Although this problem was not unsolvable, since he had been raised to waste, it could be easily solved by giving her a thought. But at the moment, he did not have the strength to suppress those rumors. In comparison, the Shui family, who led the inner court, was the easiest to control. Not to mention that there was Shui Pan's identity as a living dead man that could be used. And the Rong mansion was not only not as close as the Ning mansion, but also had Jian Mu in charge. If there were any rumors, it would be a big loss for the small. He took it as his responsibility to save the golden hairpin. Not just the Shui family. He couldn't fail to distinguish the primary from the secondary, and ruin his plan for the Shui family, which he could control at any time. After washing his face, he sat down between Aunt Shui and Yusher. He bowed slightly and said, "Please forgive me, Aunt. I just asked for a day off the day before yesterday, and I have to rush to the government office in a while. This matter must be made clear in advance to avoid misunderstandings at that time. So I took the liberty to ask you." And Shui saw that he behaved decently, and did not avoid Yusher. She calmed down a little and smiled and said, Hey! It's okay. Please go on. Brother E. Yesterday, I have already negotiated with the prince and Mr. Dong, the general manager of the Guangchuzi, that the snowflake cotton candy produced by Tiango Injiwen will be handed over to the 8 imperial merchants in the inner court for sales in the future. Although there was no Prince Zhongshuan on the scene yesterday, Zhao Liangong, as the chief historian of the palace, also represented Prince Zhongshuan, and he was already familiar with the situation. This, Aunt Shui couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She thought Zhang Yuni was still in the dark about her family's situation. But he discussed the sale of white sugar yesterday and hurried to report the good news to her. For a moment, she was entangled in whether to take the opportunity to ask him for help. However, before she could speak, Zhang Yuni continued, "This snowflake cotton candy was named by the emperor himself. Once the sales are determined, it will not be easily changed. I took the initiative to ask for a 10% share and gave it to my aunt to sell. Please don't blame me. My aunt." He deliberately emphasized the key information, and Aunt Shui immediately understood. Not only did the worried thing not happen, but it also solved the trouble of the imperial merchant being deprived. How could she not be excited? She couldn't help but clench her fists and beat her chest lightly, unable to hide her excitement. Oh, this is really a great favor. Something that can't be begged for. She was so proud that she caused a storm. And Zhang Yuni couldn't help but look at her sideways. She bowed deeply, and seeing Aunt Shui looking at her gratefully, she hurriedly covered up and said, "Madam, please listen to me." This sentence made Aunt Shui's heart lift again, and she unconsciously squeezed the tall man in front of her into a ball, looking at Zhang Yuni with eyes full of trepidation. If Yer has any request, we might as well discuss it slowly." Zhang Yuni spoke of the emperor and the prince, which made her imagine. For the title of the imperial merchant, she was unwilling to make sacrifices. But if she could solve Shui Pan's identity problem once and for all, she could not only keep those industries. Even if she could climb up the big tree of Zhang Yuni, she would definitely be able to get a larger quota in the output of Tiango Injuan in the future, which would take her own business to a higher level. How could she not be tempted? At this moment, she couldn't help but think of Baochai's words yesterday. The best result is of course to marry her daughter into the Zhang family. In this way, not only will she not cause gossip, but she will be more closely bound. However, before Zhang Yuni said this, she wished that Yusher would come to her face. But now she can't tear off her face. The so-called slow talk naturally means that she hopes to avoid Yusher and discuss with Zhang Yuni. However, Zhang Yuni obviously wanted to disappoint her. He raised his hand and said without question, "This matter does not need to be discussed. If the concubine does not agree, there is no need to talk about it anymore. Don't be upset, Brother E. Everything is easy to talk about. Everything is easy to talk about." And Shui did not expect him to be so aggressive. So she had to compromise and said, "Although this is not a secret, can I ask Brother Zhen's daughter-in-law to do it?" Before the word convenience came out, Zhang Yuni grabbed Yusher, who stood up and said, "This is related to my sister-in-law. Why should we be shy?" Hearing that it was related to Yusher, and Shui was in doubt, and did not care whether his action of holding Yusher was appropriate. When Yusher saw him holding her hand without hesitation, she was surprised and happy, and Shui did not know the inside story. But she thought of the share she had agreed to at the beginning. She thought it was just a small subsidy, but she did not expect it to be as much as 10%. The earlier resentment suddenly vanished, and turned into full of spring love. Seeing that the bargaining was almost done, Zhang Yuni said bluntly, "Although the auntie can sell this 10% share, the profit must be handed over to my sister-in-law intact, and the wages and other expenses must be subsidized. If the auntie has no objection, we will continue to talk." This, and Shui, who was originally determined to let others do whatever they wanted, did not expect it to be so simple. She said in disbelief, "This is your share. We can help sell it, which is a huge bargain. Naturally, we can't be ungrateful and still think about making a profit from it." Her words were not all flattery. Such franchise projects can bring in a fixed source of customers and drive other industries of the store. And Yusher, who sat down again, had already pulled out silk in her eyes. With the cover of the table, she held Zhang Yuni's hand and put it on her legs, and then rubbed it for a while. Seeing that he couldn't sit up straight because of Yusher's pulling, Zhang Yuni stopped her with his eyes and turned to Aunt Shui and said, "Since Auntie doesn't object, then you and sister-in-law will discuss the next business in detail." Hearing that there was another business, Aunt Shui sat up straight and put on an attitude of listening attentively. "This matter is not urgent. Auntie, go back and ask your own shopkeeper first to see if there are any guys who have been to Kabuki Salt Lake. If there are, we will talk about it slowly and in detail later." Aunt Shui said hurriedly, Hey! I will go back and ask and reply to Brother Yi as soon as possible." Zhang Yuni nodded and said meaningfully, "I have already negotiated with Guangchuzi. If it is not convenient for Auntie to go, you can send someone else. They should not embarrass the Shui family." "Oh, that's great." Aunt Shui smiled happily. "It is not convenient for us mother and daughter to show up in public. And Wenlong is an inexperienced person. It is best not to ask him to show up. Otherwise I am afraid that the good thing will be ruined." Well, Zhang Yuni saw that the matter had been discussed. He was afraid that if he let Yusher do it, he would not be able to hold the chopsticks. He withdrew his hand calmly, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and said, "Then please forgive Yuni for his poor hospitality. I have to go to the government office soon. Do you want to talk with my concubine and sister-in-law here? Or find another place? Don't disturb Earsmeal. Let's go to the garden to talk." Chapter 45 Bachai's Analysis. It was almost noon when Aunt Shui and Yusher came out of Dufengxuan. Unlike when they came, the gloom in their hearts was swept away, and they felt refreshed and happy. The spring was bright and sunny, and the sun scattered on the branches, like embellishing bright gems, and contrasted with the green leaves. The breeze blew gently, with a hint of warmth brushing across the cheeks, and there was an indescribable comfort, and it seemed as if she was walking with the wind. She had a plump figure and a willow waist, although she was not as slender as Qin Keqing. Her proud upper and lower body outlined a perfect curve. Yusher didn't know the trick, and thought that letting the Shui family sell on her behalf was a bargain. Not only was she quite respectful in her words, but she was also very considerate and sent someone in advance to notify the carriage to wait at the back door. After rejecting Yosher's request for dinner again, Aunt Shui got on the carriage and returned to Lixianjuan. "Where did you go so early in the morning, Mother?" As soon as she got off the car, her daughter Shui Baochai came up to her, complaining a little. "My daughter came to discuss with Mother early in the morning, but she didn't see anyone. I asked Tongqi and Tonggui, but they didn't know where they were." Because she was worried, she didn't dare to tell her daughter yesterday when Ningfu sent someone to invite her. Now all her doubts were gone. And she explained, "Igor sent someone to invite you last night. But I didn't tell you because it was too late. I just came back from Dongfu now." "Brother E?" Shui Baochai looked at Aunt Shui's expression and said happily, "Did he agree to help?" "More than that. I haven't even opened my mouth yet. And they have already taken care of the matter." Speaking of this, she immediately ordered the servants, "Go and invite all the shopkeepers in our family in the capital." Shui Baochai frowned when she heard this and said, "Could it be that he wants to invest in our business?" And Shui shook her head, took Shui Baochai's hand, and walked towards the main house. On the way, she briefly recounted what happened. "That's all? No other requests?" "That's not it. We really blamed him wrongly yesterday." Speaking of yesterday, Aunt Shui couldn't help but regret it. "Yesterday, we sent people to find Xiangling's relatives with great fanfare. If we can't find anyone, he won't be angry and embarrassed." "Right, Mom. You worry too much," Shui Baochai said calmly. "This is what he meant. Besides, although there is a lot of noise when sending people out, it will be okay when they come back quietly. Who of the old lady and aunts will remember this?" "That's right." And Shui turned her worries into peace. "When the time comes, we will just tell him quietly, and he might even appreciate it." Yes. This EG is really capable. He has done the job before we even told him," Aunt Shui echoed, and then hugged her daughter in her arms, sighing, "It's a pity that we are several levels away from him. Otherwise, your brother's problem may not be completely solved. Look at that Jinji's daughter-in-law. She got 10% of the profit for nothing." Seeing her daughter fall into deep thought, she continued, "Although he is a bit lustful, any promising man is the same? As long as he is not a heartless person, it can be a good marriage." At first, facing Zhang Yi's dominance, she was more than happy to keep the title of imperial merchant. But then, Yosher's attitude made her think about it. Aunt Shui has been a widow for many years, and her son is not very ambitious. Most of the family business has to go through her hands. Her daughter Baochai was still young in her early years, and she has only started to help in recent years. It is the nature of businessmen to pursue profits, and it is inevitable that they will be tainted with some habits. Although it is impossible for the price given by the inner court to be too different from the sales price. Not only can her family not make a penny, but they also have to help subsidize the occupied shop and wages. Moreover, this will take a long time, and I don't know how many years it will take. Looking back, it is better to make a one-time deal. However, if she goes to Zhang Yuni to bargain, she is also worried about making him unhappy. So she has to find another way. Since Zhang Yuni did not make any excessive demands, it is obvious that she thought too much before. If Baochai can be married, let alone the profit of the snowflake cotton candy, the share of her family will not be less if Tiango Injiwan produces more in the future. Although what Mother said is not without reason. Now I think about it, I am afraid that we thought wrongly before, Shui Baochai said thoughtfully. Thought wrongly? Aunt Shui lowered her head and looked at her daughter in confusion. Mom, think about it. It was the first time I saw him the day before yesterday. And if Mother hadn't asked the old lady to summon him, he might not have come. We didn't ask him. How did he know the difficulties of our family? Could it be that your aunt told you? Shui Baochai shook her head and said, If your aunt helped, there is no reason to hide it from us. Could it be that he really has the ability to predict the future? Shui Baochai sneered and said, Why do you still believe these nonsense? Mother? He has taken Xiangling as his concubine. Isn't it just what my brother said? In my daughter's opinion, he probably knew the situation of our family a long time ago. Why is that? Aunt Shui asked in doubt. Is he eyeing our family's property? Shui Baochai shook her head and said, He has only been employed in the inner court for a month. Even if he is favored by the emperor, how can he extend his hand to the Guangchuzi? In my opinion, The inner court has already decided that the snowflake cotton candy should be sold by the imperial merchants. He just took advantage of the situation and had these follow-ups. She did not wait for Aunt Shui to give her opinion, and continued to talk, although he is not clear about our family's situation. Brother Jin of the East Palace knows it well. Didn't Mother say that Sister Jin had no idea about the share of the snowflake cotton candy before? Aunt Shui took a breath and said, "Are you saying that Brother Jin and him teamed up to plot against us? It's not a plot. Haven't we also kept the title of imperial merchants?" Even so, Aunt Shui was not very happy. "I thought he was a good person. But he is so calculating. Not only did he take advantage of Xiangling, he also cheated her away." Seeing this, Shui Baochai hurriedly explained, "She is just a maid. Don't worry about it. I think it is not a bad thing." "What do you mean? Didn't you say before that he is not a heartless person?" "I think it makes sense," Shui Baochai explained. "He has just arrived. How can he know about our family? Most likely, it was Brother Jin who made the plan. Mom, you think he is alone and helpless. He will be grateful to be taken into the East Mansion. It is not unreasonable to help the East Mansion make more money." Auntie Shui. Mom sneered. "What kind of good thing is this?" "Don't worry, Mom. I think this sale was probably instigated by Brother Jin. But I'm afraid he cheated Xiangling because he listened to my brother and decided on a whim." She paused and said, "First, he felt guilty and wanted to give us some compensation. Second, he was afraid that it would be embarrassing for Auntie, and she was worried that my brother would come back and talk to us, which would be a bad ending." "That's very likely," Aunt Shui agreed. "Why did he want to find out if there were any friends in our family who had been to Kabuki Salt Lake?" "That's right. If not, why would he go to such a far place and find us instead of Brother Jin?" Chapter 46: The Concubine's Rubbing Method. Zhang Yuni was not clear about the imagination of the mother and daughter of the Shui family. However, even if he knew, he would probably just laugh it off. As the saying goes, when humans think, God will laugh. He is familiar with the dream of the Red Chamber and works in the inner court. For the Shui family, it is not too much to call him the sky above their heads. Whether he will slowly deal with the omissions of the Shui family or help to plug the leaks is a matter for the future. For now, he still has to enrich himself. With the outsourcing of the Shui family's service, he did not intend to delay the glass manufacturing. On the same day, he arranged the construction of the furnace and the recruitment of related personnel. After a busy day, he returned to Ning Mansion after the court session. Yusher had been looking forward to it. As soon as he came up, Zhang Yuni felt the fragrance, which was obviously carefully prepared. "I have already told Ruizhu that we will eat in my room today. We haven't had a drink in a while. Although the weather is getting warmer and there is some wildness in the garden, it is okay to have it occasionally. But it is just SOSO if it happens too often. In addition, there are more mosquitoes. And Yusher also hopes to improve the environment." Since Jiajin tacitly agreed, she simply did not find a personal maid. Although there are many inconveniences in daily life, it is cheaper to do things. However, she also knew that Zhang Yuni did not want to be exposed. So she hurriedly added, "He has made an appointment with someone to go to Jingxianjiwen tonight. He will not be back for a while. I have sent all the maids and old women back to the room." "Well, let's go." Yusher has made so many preparations, and it would be chilling for her to look back and forth, passing the corridor and the hall. The evening sun hits Yusher's pretty face, as if it is covered with a layer of rosy clouds, making her look more charming. The two of them did not move, and walked side by side to Yusher's courtyard. As expected, the courtyard was silent, and no one was seen. Since she hooked up with Zhang Yuni, Jiajin's attitude towards her has also changed. The servants of Ning Mansion are used to observing the expressions of others and stepping on the inferiors. They are not as hypocritical to Yusher as before. Yusher did not put the wine and food in the side hall, but directly arranged them on the Kong table in the inner room. She led Zhang Yuni into the main room, bolted the door, and could no longer hold back and came close. "Master, you are already satisfied to have me in your heart. Why do you give so much?" She said that she gave a lot, but her body was very honest. A pair of soft hands had already pulled off the belt around Zhang Yuni's waist quite skillfully. "No matter how much you give to your sister-in-law, Yuni is willing." Zhang Yuni straightened Yusher's body, and the two of them got on the Kong with difficulty like conjoined twins. Yusher threw herself into his arms, and said with some uneasiness, Isn't it too much for the concubine to ask her to help with the supplement? Besides, you haven't got married yet, so you should leave some for yourself. Don't worry about that. They won't agree if there's no benefit. Zhang Yuni didn't explain much, but half-jokingly said, Isn't it the same as what my sister-in-law has? Yuni will rely on my sister-in-law to support me in the future. Yusher felt sweet in her heart and agreed readily. This was originally given by you. When the first payment from the concubine comes, I will renovate your house. Then I can shut him up and prevent him from getting greedy when he knows about it. Although the inner court must take the majority of the snowflake cotton candy business, and the profit for the imperial merchants will not be too large. But a 10% share in a year is probably more than 10,000 taels. If it's just a small sum, Jiazhen won't take it to heart. But once it exceeds 10,000, he will definitely covet it. Rather than waiting for him to ask for money, it's better to spend the money on Zhang Yuni. This is actually Zhang Yuni's plan. Just now, he half-jokingly asked Yusher to support him, which was also a hint. Although he has thought of a way to make money, he has no floating wealth at present. Only the 200 taels of gold given by the emperor. He calculated that if he found Xiangling's family, he would have to find a place to settle them. And his own house was indeed a suitable place. Moreover, once the Jia family fell, the Ning and Rong mansions built by imperial decree would have to be taken back, and there would have to be a place to stay at that time. According to his idea, he would also take over several houses around. However, Yosher's money had to be divided into batches at the moment, and it couldn't be spent all on it. It would not be too late to implement it after the trade route of soda ash was opened. Sister-in-law, you can handle these things. We should also discuss the real business. The two of them had done this more than once. But today, Yusher was grateful and, under the influence of alcohol, let Zhang Yuni try out the things that he was ashamed to do in the past. The waxing moon at the beginning of the month was like a bow, hanging in the night sky. The moonlight was weak as water, like mercury pouring down the ground, lighting up the dark night sky, and also shining on the windowsills and the Kong table in the house. It was approaching the second watch, and Zhang Yuni, who had eaten and drunk enough, walked out of the yard, leaving only the mess on the Kong in the house, and the exhausted Yusher to clean up the mess. He did not rush back, but ran around Huifang Garden twice more. First, the body is the capital, and he did not want to fall behind in exercise. Second, although the smell of alcohol covered it, there was also some unspeakable taste mixed in. After running a few laps, he returned to Dengxian Pavilion, only to see Xiangling sitting downstairs. Zhang Yuni asked in confusion, Didn't my sister-in-law tell you that I wouldn't come back for dinner? Ah, Xiangling cried out softly when she heard the voice, and stood up suddenly, but answered the question irrelevantly. Master is back. Although she was facing Zhang Yuni, her eyes were dodging, her cheeks were flushed, and the rouge mark on her forehead became more and more charming. Have you eaten? Where's Ruizhu? I have. Xiangling's face became more and more red, and she said in a trembling voice, Sister Ruizhu went back to her room first. She said that the bathtub was not big enough, and they would take turns to serve master in the future. Tonight, let Xiangling go first. Oh. Zhang Yuni then remembered that his instructions to Ruizhu in the morning seemed to have a significant effect on Xiangling's enlightenment. But this girl really didn't have any tricks, and she even told the truth that the bathtub was not big enough. Zhang Yuni stepped forward and held her waist, saying, Are you tired of waiting? Just take a bath to relax? Swoosh. As they were close to each other, the smell was strong. Xiangling couldn't help but sniff it and wondered, Why does the master smell so strange? Zhang Yuni secretly said that he was lucky that it was Xiangling who was waiting. If it was Ruizhu who was beside him at this moment, even if she was covering up, she would probably be able to detect the difference. Right? I drank some wine and ran a few laps. As he said that, he dragged Xiangling upstairs and said, Just take a bath, so as not to stink you. Xiangling lowered her head and said with a red face, Then I will give you a bath. Oh! Zhang Yuni teased. Xiangling can also give you a bath? Yes. Xiangling nodded heavily and said solemnly, Madam always praised me for my dexterity, and said that I felt very comfortable when I rubbed. Hiss, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but feel excited and blurted out. Then follow the way of the concubine and rub for you. Hey! Xiangling agreed happily. Chapter 47 Wang Shifeng moves at the news. Go! Let Wanger go to the East Mansion and call Ronger to me. in the three-room porch of the back building of Rong Shitang. Wang Shifeng, who was leaning against the Kong, slapped her hands heavily on her thighs, and said angrily. Pinger took a look and saw that her pretty face was full of sternness. She didn't dare to ask more, and hurried down to give orders. It had been more than a month since the last visit to the garden. There was nothing new in the mansion, and the Xue family also wanted to show off. So the news of selling white sugar had been spreading for a long time. And just now, they sent off the caravan. As a daughter of the Wang family, Wang Shifeng knew the hidden worries of the Xue family. But recently, the Xue family not only kept the name of the imperial merchant, but also had the intention to expand its business. Every single thing was like a heavy hammer, hitting Wang Shifeng's heart. Especially, she had just inquired from Aunt Xue that the Xue family was just selling the 10% of sugar on behalf of the others, and all the profits were taken by Yushi. This made her, who thought highly of herself, even more angry. On the one hand, she secretly scolded Yushi for being shameless and hooking up with her brother-in-law. And on the other hand, she was angry at Zhang Yuni for being blind. She secretly speculated that if Yushi hooked up with Zhang Yuni, then the Xue family had Wang Furen as a matchmaker. As for Xiangling, she was just sent away by the Xue family to please her. She never believed in ghosts and gods. Who in the mansion didn't know how much Xue Pen had fought with Aunt Xue for Xiangling? If she sent it away without hesitation, wouldn't it be a joke? If they hadn't reached a deal behind her back, why would they rush straight to Xiangling without even looking at her? The one who could come up with such a way to save face and have the best of both worlds must be her cousin. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Just at this moment, Pinger came in and reported, Lai Wang has been sent. Wang Shifeng looked at Pinger, recalling Xiangling's appearance in her mind, and couldn't help but compare them secretly. Although Pinger's color was slightly inferior, her figure was better than Xiangling's, especially the pair of long legs with even bones and flesh hidden under the skirt. Although she couldn't match her, she was not much worse. Unfortunately, this benefit was covered by the long skirt after all. If you don't experience it yourself, it's not as intuitive as looking at her appearance. Pinger was stared at by her and felt hairy. She said cautiously, Grandma, what did I do wrong? Wang Shifeng came back to her senses in an instant after hearing this, but suddenly asked, Why has Madame always run to the old lady's room recently? This, how do I know? Pinger glanced at the door and whispered. Besides, it's not easy to inquire about this matter. This sentence, like a needle, deeply pierced Wang Shifeng's heart. She seemed to be in charge of Rong Mansion, and it seemed glorious. But in fact, she was just a buffer between Lady Jia and Lady Wang. The old servants of Lida only had Lady Jia in their eyes, and the servants brought by the Wang family, and even the servants she brought as a dowry, followed Lady Wang's lead. The only person she could really trust was Lai Wang. No, there was only Pinger in front of her. It was okay to ask about other things, but once it involved Lady Jia and Lady Wang, she instantly felt that no one could be used. I know it without you saying it. Lian Air is in the south. If there is something, send someone to deliver a letter and ask him to do it. Isn't it cheaper? Let Lida and his wife go there, which shows that they are guarding against us. She rarely revealed her true feelings. Pinger heard the words, hurriedly opened the door, stuck her head out to look around, closed the door again, and whispered, Grandma, be careful with your words. Why do you have to be so sneaky? Who in this mansion is not a smart person? Even though they respect and fear me on weekdays, they are waiting to see me laugh behind my back. Who will remember me once the second wife of Bao gets married? She complained that Pinger was sneaky, but her voice lowered. At this point, she couldn't help but laugh at herself and said, the eldest master is not favored by the old lady, and Lian Air and I are also frustrated. He dragged his feet and didn't divide the family. He spent the official money first. Isn't it to leave it to Bayou? In ancient times, it was a clan society. There was a complete system for dividing the family, which was legally binding. The father's property, the so-called official money, was distributed according to the age of the legitimate and illegitimate children, and the proportion was fixed. As for the woman's dowry, only her own children have the right to inherit, and the woman can completely decide the distribution ratio. Unless there are no children, it will be handed over to the clan for distribution, which is the so-called eating up the family. Jia Daishan only has 2 sons, Jia Shi and Jia Zheng, and both are legitimate sons, so the distribution ratio is not much different. But how Jia Mu distributes her dowry can be seen from her attitude towards her two sons. If the family is divided early, and the official treasury is full, the gap between the first and second houses is not that big. But if the official treasury is exhausted, the gap will be seen at once. And it is even more obvious in Jia Lian and Jia Baoyu. Jia Lian's mother's family background is average, and the dowry has long been spent by Jia Lian and his son. Mrs. Xing is even more of a small family. Even if the two are added together, they are not even 1/10 of Mrs. Wang's. Although Wang Shifeng's own dowry is quite generous. Whether it is Lin Daiyu, who is favored by Jia Mu, or Shui Baochai, who is valued by Mrs. Wang, they are no less than hers. She has always been strong-willed. And Jia Lian is the heir of the Rong mansion. She can't stand being one head lower than the second house, let alone the huge difference. If it is not related to her own interests, why would she keep such a close eye on Guanzhong and do all those things that offend people? Once the money in Guanzhong is exhausted and the two sides divide the family, if she can stay here and continue to manage the household, she can still make some allowances. Otherwise, she can only return to the East Cross courtyard. At that time, the whole family may have to rely on her dowry to survive. When it comes to sensitive topics, Pinger dare not say anything, and can only comfort softly. The old lady and the lady still have to rely on grandma to help manage the household. Wang Shifeng stared at her pair of golden lotus on the edge of the Kong with deep eyes, and murmured, "Yes, they need me now. But it's hard to say in the future. If Jia Baoyu married Lin Daiyu, Mrs. Wang might still keep her to help manage the household. If it were Shui Baochai, she might be able to help out with her special status before Jia's mother died. Although it could not last long, it was better than losing power immediately. So, when she learned that there was a rumor of a golden marriage in the mansion, she was the one who was most worried. But this was not the worst case. What if Jia's mother and Wang Furen reached a tacit understanding on Baoyu's marriage was what she least wanted to see. Originally, she had never considered this possibility. Now, Wang Furen always ran to Jia's mother's room for no reason, and sent the servants away. It was obvious that they were talking about something in secret. Combined with sending Lida and his wife to the south, a bad premonition came to her mind. Jia Lian accompanied Lin Daiyu to the south. If Lida and his wife went to the Lin family, they would not be able to avoid him. Then it was very likely that they went to Jinling. Shui Pan was a living dead. Instead of leaving those properties to the Shui family, it would be better to use them to enrich Shui Baochai's dowry. Or maybe this is the key to Wang Furen's help in making connections with the Shui family and impressing Jia Mu. If seeing the benefits of coveting is just an inducement, then facing the threat of losing power adds another layer of driving force on top of the inducement. Even if she can't cause trouble for the Shui family, she has to make more money to survive. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Pinger and said in a deep voice, "How do I treat you?" Chapter 48, each with his own hidden agenda. Although Pinger didn't know why Wang Shifeng asked, she knew that she probably had something important to tell her. So she expressed her loyalty and said, "Madam, you treat me like a sister, and I have nothing to repay you for." Wang Shifeng nodded heavily and said, "It's hard to believe that you are so loyal. I will not treat you unfairly, and will definitely give you a good home. As a maidservant in name, what good home can she have?" Although Wang Shifeng had said similar things before, this was the first time she was so serious. However, she didn't dare to be careless and said in a proper manner, "As long as I can share your worries, I will be satisfied. Madam, Master Shirong is here." As she was talking, she heard Lai Wang's voice. The two of them stopped talking, and Wang Shifeng sat upright and said in a deep voice, "Let him come in." Jia Rong pushed open the door and walked in cautiously. "Aunt, do you have something to ask your nephew?" "Humph!" Wang Shifeng snorted, and said with a sarcastic tone, "You always boast about your filial piety. If I didn't ask you, you wouldn't know to come and pay your respects? How could that be?" Jia Rong rolled his eyes and smiled flatteringly. "Last time, I was scolded by my aunt, and my nephew didn't dare to come and make trouble again." He knew that Wang Shifeng was suspicious by nature, and he saw that she was moved. He knew that if he rushed to instigate her, she would be on guard. So he kept his troops in place. Today, when he heard that someone was sent to look for her, he knew that she finally couldn't hold back. So he retreated to advance. "Ha!" Wang Shifeng's two curved eyebrows trembled twice, sneered, and said jokingly, "That's right. Aunt is not as good as my own mother after all. Now that she can get benefits from Sister Shin, she naturally doesn't want to come to me to show her courtesy. Although she was extremely anxious, she was unwilling to speak up and let Jia Rong see the truth. She was sure that Yusher's 10% of the sugar profit would not be his. So she deliberately squeezed her. Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, Jia Rong hurriedly asked, "What do you mean, Aunt?" He had been avoiding Wang Shifeng recently and had not gone to Rong Mansion. Although he often hung out with Shui Pan, Shui Pan did not care about business. The Shui family in Rong Mansion wanted to show off, but Yusher was worried that Jiazhen would covet her, so she did not make it public. Even Jiazhen had only heard the news recently, so Jia Rong was still in the dark. Wang Shifeng saw that he was a little confused and didn't seem to be pretending. She glanced at Pinger and ordered, "You go and guard outside." Pinger's expression froze, and she said in a lost voice, "Grandma, what are you thinking about?" Wang Shifeng opened her eyes wide and scolded, "Leave the door open. Romer and I have something to say. You guard outside, and don't let anyone eavesdrop." Pinger then put down the stone in her heart and walked out. Seeing Wang Shifeng talking in a mysterious way and mentioning Yusher again, Jia Rong knew that it must be related to Zhang Yuni. He was immediately itchy and scratched his head and said, "Aunt, have you heard anything? Stop teasing me." Wang Shifeng sneered. "Why? The 10% profit of the snowflake cotton candy from my aunt's family has all gone to Sister Shin. But you didn't give any to your good son?" This, Jia Rong was stunned. And then he looked at Wang Shifeng with shining eyes, and said shamelessly, "Aunt, you are joking. Madam is not my nephew's biological mother. How could she think of me? Let alone reward. I haven't even heard of it. But you are my biological aunt, and you will leave a share of the benefits for me," while trying his best to please Wang Shifeng. He was secretly shocked. He thought, Uncle Yi was really generous. He was willing to invest so much in his stepmother. If he helped him get this second aunt, who was like a fairy concubine and was so glamorous, how could he treat him badly? "Stop fawning on me," Wang Shifeng said with disdain. "I have given you all the tricks. Why don't you go and flatter Sister Jin?" She waved her hand and said impatiently, "I have told you what I should say, so don't delay here." Jia Rong was stunned, and then realized that although Wang Shifeng was moved, she still couldn't let go, and said shamelessly, "Oh, Aunt, you know my nephew's situation best. My father doesn't love me, and my mother doesn't love me. Only I pity the poor and the weak. Remember that there is someone like me, nephew." He stole a glance at the Kong and whispered tentatively, "Aunt, why don't you be a good person and help me? If I get the benefit, I will definitely respect you as my own mother." Wang Shifeng glanced at him and said meaningfully, "I am a woman. I can neither show my face nor do a career. Even if I want to help you, how can I help you? Look at what you said. It's not convenient for you to show up. Don't you still have your nephew?" Jia Rong said flatteringly. "When the time comes, when you eat meat, I will be grateful to have a mouthful of soup." He lowered his head, but his pair of thief eyes quietly turned up and drifted to Wang Shifeng's delicate lips. He secretly complained that this second aunt has always been eloquent. If she really took the fat meat given by Uncle Yi, it must be a different taste. When the time comes, if Uncle Yi is happy, he may not only drink the soup, but he may also get less than the master and stepmother. Wang Shifeng didn't know that he was full of dirty thoughts. She just thought he was talking about the distribution of benefits with her, and said proudly, "What do you mean by eating meat and drinking soup? You talk as if no one cares about it." Yes. 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 Of course. I don't care about it. But I just want to help my nephew. Forget it. Wang Shifeng waved her hand and said, "If he doesn't provoke me, it's fine. If he really doesn't know how to live or die, I will treat it as a small punishment and a big warning. It's okay to help you." At this point, she changed the subject and sneered, "However, there are people everywhere in this mansion. Forgive him for having evil intentions. I don't have the guts to do that." Jia Rong smiled brightly when he heard this, and said with a sly smile, "Aunt, just let me handle this little thing. I'll invite him to drink in the courtyard in a few days. When I visit Qin, I'll tell you if there's anything. Isn't it a good opportunity to test him?" "Okay," Wang Shifeng said calmly. "Since you are filial, I will help you test him." Jia Rong couldn't help but said, "Then I'll go back and arrange it, and notify you as soon as I have any news." Wang Shifeng didn't say anything, just nodded. Seeing this, Jia Rong bowed and said goodbye. When he reached the door, he heard Wang Shifeng on the Kong suddenly said in a stern voice, "It's agreed that I'm only helping you this time. If you dare to play any tricks, you'd better watch out for your skin." Jia Rong turned around and complained, "Aunt, how dare I say that? Last time, my nephew and brother Chong worked in vain for the matter of Uncle Rui, and didn't leak a word. You still don't trust me?" He was respectful on the surface, but he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Jia Rui couldn't even take out 100 taels of silver, so there was no need to lose the big picture for the small and offend the second aunt in front of him. Now, the situation has changed, and it is worth it even if it offends Wang Shifeng. Chapter 49 Contentment is the key to happiness. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the window screen of the Dengxian pavilion and hit the bed in the room. Zhang Yuni slowly opened his eyes, looked down at Xiangling and Ruizhu, who were nestled in his arms, and shook his head helplessly. April was already early summer, and the heat gradually came, although they changed to a light gauze quilt. The three of them were huddled together, and it was still a bit hot. Xiangling had an unfortunate childhood and was seriously lacking in security. Since she was admitted to the room, she had to hug him every night to sleep peacefully. Although Ruizhu had no intention of competing for favor, she fell in love with him over time and was quite attached to his broad chest. So she followed suit. It was just hard for Zhang Yuni. He didn't want to favor one over the other, so he could only be treated as a prop and sleep flat. Of course, it wasn't all torture. The two maids slept on their sides, one on the left and one on the right. The girl's tight legs were bent and placed on her stomach on both sides. A pair of tender lotus feet clamped the chicken on both sides, and it was inevitable that there would be bumps and bumps. Contentment brings happiness. The ancients were not deceiving me. Enjoying this beauty, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but raise his lips slightly. Compared with the busy people in the Ning and Rong mansions, he was quite free during this period. Xiangling was cute and Ruizhu was sensible. The two maids complimented each other. Occasionally, they would find some wild fun with Yushir, which was quite enjoyable. The Shui family was worthy of being a royal merchant for generations, and they still had some foundation. Some people had even been to Kabuki Salt Lake. It was also an acquaintance. That is, Zhang Dehui, who followed Shui Pan when he was learning business. Zhang Yuni took the time to meet this person. First, to examine his business ability. And second, he also had the idea of poaching people from the Shui family. Talents, no matter in which era, are scarce resources. Labor subcontracting is for marginal people with little technical content. It is normal to give capable people regular jobs. Because the two have the same surname, they naturally have a sense of intimacy. And Zhang Yuni is not a native of this era. He despises merchants in his bones, which makes Zhang Dehui flattered. After asking Zhang Dehui about the time required to travel to Kabuki Salt Lake, Zhang Yuni also accelerated the preparations for making glass. Glass is not like sugar, which can be made in any small workshop. The ancient city is not as good as the modern one. The land in the city is expensive, and there is also the risk of fire prevention. So Zhang Yuni chose the southeast direction outside the city, considering that the glass produced in the future will be sold to the whole country. This place is close to the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, and loading will save a lot of manpower in the future. In ancient times, there were no modern transportation conditions. Even the official roads with many people were bumpy. Glass, a fragile product, would reduce a lot of losses by taking the waterway. Of course, this is an unacceptable loss in Zhang Yuni's view, but for officials at all levels along the way, it is real fat meat. It is impossible to eliminate concealment and false reporting. Not only glass, but also annual tax silver and fire consumption are indispensable. Among them, the impurity of small silver in the folk is only one reason, and more of it goes into the pockets of officials at all levels. To completely solve this phenomenon, the only way is to truly unify the currency. Since the Qin dynasty unified the 6 kingdoms, the currency has indeed been unified, but it was only copper coins, and the attitudes of gold and silver were different in different dynasties. For example, the Tang dynasty forced copper coins to be used for settlement, and then gradually relaxed it. There are 2 main reasons. First, the domestic copper production is insufficient to meet the growing industry and commerce. Second, bulk commodities or high-value goods often require tens or even millions of copper coins, which are too troublesome to transport and store. Recently, Zhang Yuni has also considered this aspect. It's not that he wants to engage in finance in ancient times, But if he can really put the plans into action, a lot of copper will be needed. Of course. Now he is just thinking about it. This is not to make white sugar. It will squeeze out the original sugar workshop. The interests involved are too great. If he is not careful, the emperor may not be able to protect him. It is still unclear whether it will be implemented. Therefore, people have to learn to be content. He enjoys everything now in less than half a year. Master, wake up! Ruiju woke up from her dream, blushing as if she was grateful for the heat on her feet, and said, I will help you change your clothes. It seems that sleeping late is also contagious. Since she entered the room to serve Master Yi, she has not been as alert as before, and slept particularly soundly. However, compared with Xiangling, she is still quite competent. Awakened by Ruiju's voice, she rubbed her eyes sleepily, and when she saw the sky was bright, she reluctantly arched her head to Zhang Yuni's neck. This laziness and attachment made her already beautiful face more charming. Ruiju on the opposite side saw it. Like Bao Zhu, she had followed Qin Keqing since childhood, and was very familiar with this kind of unintentional charming. However, she was no longer surprised by the scene in front of her. If Xiangling at this time had 50% of Qin Keqing's demeanor, then when the curtain swayed at night, and she sang softly, Ruiju almost suspected that she was in another time and space. And in that time and space, although she was still a maid in this room, Xiangling had become a lady who had served since childhood. She secretly calculated that although Xiangling was 70% similar to her young lady, it was only in that special situation. If her young lady also had that experience, the expression she showed at that time would be difficult for Xiangling to achieve. Right? But it's a pity. Thinking of this, she suddenly bit her tongue and woke up from her fantasy. What's wrong? Feeling Ruiju's light hiss, Zhang Yuni turned his head and said with concern, No. Nothing. Ruiju felt guilty and hurriedly covered up. I accidentally bit my tongue. Let me see. Feeling Zhang Yuni's concern, Ruiju couldn't help but spit out her clove-like tongue. Fortunately, the skin is not broken. Zhang Yuni hooked her chin, pretended to take a look, and took a bite. A few minutes later, she shamelessly said, Do you feel better now? The blush on Ruiju's face became more intense, and she panted and trembled, Much better. Huh? Xiangling beside her said thoughtfully, No wonder I feel numb every time you treat me like this. It turns out that it can heal injuries. After these words came out, Zhang Yuni was somewhat ashamed, and Ruiju was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. If these words hadn't come from Xiangling, she would have suspected that it was a cold sarcasm towards herself. During this period of time, she found that although Xiangling was about the same age as her, she had no scheming that should be seen at this age, and was still so innocent. However, she felt uneasy in the end. She could no longer stay in Zhang Yuni's arms. She quickly took a gauze from the cabinet beside the bed and put it on. She got out of bed and said, It's getting late. I'll help you change your clothes. Zhang Yuni nodded and patted Xiangling in his arms. The latter also took a gauze from the cabinet on her side and put it on. She got up and came to the bed. Zhang Yuni got out of bed, opened his arms, and stood in the room in a nonchalant manner. The two maids were busy around him like butterflies. Chapter 50 Meet in 2 days. After washing up, Zhang Yuni left Dangxian Pavilion, as usual, and did morning exercises in Huifang Garden for half an hour before going back. Because he was sweating, he took another shower, and after breakfast, he rushed to the front yard to prepare to go to the yamen. As soon as he arrived at the front yard, he saw Jia Rong nodding and bowing, and greeted him with a flattering face. Uncle Yi. Zhang Yuni glanced at him and frowned slightly. What's the matter? Yusher had been whispering to him a lot, and she didn't like this coward, so her tone was not so friendly. The last time Uncle Yi came to the mansion, I wanted to give up the yard to show my filial piety. But unfortunately I didn't give my wish. I have been feeling uneasy. I want to invite Uncle Yi to have a drink in the yard to show my filial piety. Zhang Yuni sneered. What filial piety? He had already known the whole story from Yusher. It was obvious that Jia Zhen wanted to use him to make a move. It had nothing to do with Jia Rong. I waved his hand impatiently and said, I accept the kindness, but let's skip the meal. Just as he was about to bypass him and get on the car, Jia Rong stopped him again and said anxiously, Uncle Yi, listen to what I said. There is good news. There is good news. Zhang Yuni glanced at him and saw that he was smiling very obscenely, and his heart moved. When? when Uncle E is on leave. I will arrange it at noon on that day. What do you think? At noon? A trace of suspicion flashed in Zhang Yuni's eyes. Yusher took care of her face, and didn't dare to tell him Jia Rong's dirty thoughts. However, he did not hide the fact that he had accused the two of them. Therefore, Zhang Yuni knew that his affair with Yusher had been noticed by his nephew. Because of the precedent of Jia Zhen entrusting his wife and son to him, Jia Rong smiled so obscenely, and kept saying that there was something good, which made him think about it, although he doubted whether he dared to disobey Jia Zhen. If he knew that Jia Zhen was willing to be a turtle, he might not dare to have such thoughts. Of course, given the attitude shown by Qin Keqing, she might not be willing to accept Jia Rong's arrangement. So he did not delve into what the good thing was. He planned to observe the other party's attitude at that time, and then decide whether to half push or coldly face. Originally thought that such things would naturally take advantage of the dark. But Jia Rong said that he would treat guests at noon, which made him a little confused. Jia Rong was also quite helpless. After all, Wang Shifeng was from the West Mansion. Even if she used the excuse of visiting Qin Keqing, she would not go back too late. It would be better to arrange it at noon, not only to conceal people's eyes and ears, but also to have more time. Although he intended to sell Wang Shifeng for a good price, he had to consider the consequences. Although he did not think Wang Shifeng would dare to fight to the death. But Ningguo Mansion was still Jia Zhen's territory after all. If something happened in his yard, Jia Zhen could not guarantee that he would not hear about it. Given Zhang Yuni's attitude towards Yusher, whether it was to appease Wang Shifeng or to return the favor, she would naturally have a share of the benefits. This was tantamount to snatching food from Yusher. If Jia Zhen knew about it, he would inevitably be teased for being a traitor. So, this time he only planned to matchmake and let the two meet privately. At that time, he only needed to tell Zhang Yuni the news, and then pretend to be friendly with Wang Shifeng, instigate her to take risks, and then cut off the fire at the last moment. Seeing Zhang Yuni's face full of suspicion, he seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with the arrangement at noon, and said with difficulty, "My nephew also has difficulties. Please forgive me, Uncle E." Zhang Yuni didn't know that the difficulty Jia Rong mentioned was that Wang Shifeng was not convenient to return late. But he thought that he was worried that Qin Keqing would come out at night and arouse Jia Zhen's suspicion. The things in the government office have been arranged for today and tomorrow, and it is not easy to change them. So after a little hesitation, he said, "Forget it. Then the day after tomorrow." Hey! Hey! Jia Rong was beaming with joy. Bowed and said, "Then my nephew will wait for Uncle E to come." Zhang Yuni nodded and stepped onto the carriage. The moment Zhang Yuni got on the carriage, Baozhu also arrived at Dangxian Pavilion on time. It's not that she deliberately avoided Zhang Yuni. On the contrary, she wished she could show her face in front of Mastery more often. However, she was the only maid in Qin Keqing's room, and she had to wait for Qin Keqing to change her clothes and wash before she could come over. She looked around the room and said, "Master left so early?" Unlike Ruizhu, who had changed Qin Keqing's address from grandma to young lady, she called Zhang Yuni master and grandma all the time. Although Ruizhu felt it was inappropriate, she thought of Baoshu's indenture on the other side. If she avoided suspicion like herself when she was with Qin Keqing, it would seem that she had a new master and was alienated from the old one. Well, master every day. He gets up at the beginning of the morning and goes out at the beginning of the morning. Very punctual. There were two cute maids in the room. Sometimes they would inevitably get interested and work late into the night. It was a blessing to have two wives. But Ruizhu was too shy to say these words. Although she didn't say it all, Baozhu understood the deep meaning. She stared at Ruizhu's face and temples with envy, and murmured, "How does master treat you?" Unlike modern times, in ancient times, before a woman got married or after being taken into the house, she would use a string to clean the sweat hair on her face and neck and trim her temples, which was commonly known as opening her face. So, although Ruizhu was always shy to speak up, Baozhu saw the difference from her attire and makeup early on. She was not worried about Zhang Yuni's determination to help. But, could Jia Zhen really swallow that breath? She couldn't help but worry whether she would be abandoned and used to appease Jia Zhen's anger. If she could open her face like Ruizhu, she would undoubtedly have more support. Thinking of the unnecessary additions at the beginning, she felt a little more sad. Ruizhu thought she was just caring about her, and couldn't help but say, "Master doesn't treat us as slaves," which is very good. Although she hadn't been there, she had seen Jia Rong's attitude towards those maids. Baoju saw her expression. Although she felt sad, she was also comforted and sighed. That's good. The master dotes on my sister, and grandma has an extra layer of support. When mentioning this, Rueju frowned slightly and reminded, pay more attention during this period. The weather is hot, and the clothes are thin. The last time was in May and June. She paused and said, if you find something wrong, come and ask for help as soon as possible. If you can't stand out, don't stand out, lest Master Jin dislikes you and transfers you away in various ways. Hearing this, Bao felt a warm feeling in her heart, and couldn't help but feel an impulse. After struggling again and again, she just nodded silently. Jia Jin's troubles are secondary now. If one day Zhang Yuni orders them to cooperate inside and outside, she really doesn't know how to deal with it. However, she only dared to bury this in her heart, and didn't dare to tell Rueju. At this time, Xiangling also came down from upstairs, and saw the two sitting on the doorstep. She smiled and said, Sister Baoju is here. Why don't you come in and sit? Seeing Xiangling's sweet smile, she couldn't help but freeze. Rueju, who was beside her, saw it, and thought she was slow to realize it. So she smiled and said, you also saw it? Because she told Zhang Yuni that Qin Keqing tacitly agreed to let her accompany him. He couldn't wait to take her in, and served her together with Xiangling, and he didn't favor one over the other. Therefore, although she also saw that she was quite similar to Qin Keqing, she didn't guess as Bao did. Baoju didn't know how to answer for a while, so she had to pretend to be stupid and sighed. Sister Xiangling is really pretty. Chapter 51 Getting Ready. After sending Zhang Yuni away, Jia Rong came to Rongfu without stopping. It was the time of morning assignment, and people were coming and going in the three porches. Wang Shifeng glanced at Jia Rong, ignored his winking, raised her eyebrows and scolded, I have a lot of things to do here. I don't have time to greet you. If you have anything to say, hurry up. Although Jia Rong said a lot of nonsense, she still couldn't be completely assured of Jia Rong, knowing that he came at this moment. It must be that Zhang Yuni had set a date, so he deliberately forced him to ask her to come. If something really happened, she could blame Jia Rong and insist that he was deliberately framing her. Jia Rong glanced at the maids and servants coming in and out, and could only say helplessly, Jean Mrs. Aunt. Nephew wants to ask Aunt to come over the day after tomorrow. Is there any repetition? Wang Shifeng asked with concern. Have you invited a doctor? No. I just want to talk to Aunt. Nephew is worried that she is tired from running around, so I have to ask Aunt to come over. He stepped forward and bowed, taking the opportunity of turning his back to the maids and servants. He raised his head and nodded to Wang Shifeng, indicating that she should send away all the servants. Originally, he wanted to tell her to dress up well. Unexpectedly, Wang Shifeng ignored it and just waved her hand and said, go back and tell nephew's wife that I will ask for leave from my wife tomorrow and go to see her. Seeing this, Jia Rong could only return in disappointment. Wang Shifeng appeared calm on the surface, but after Jia Rong left, she hurriedly finished her work and went to Rongxi Hall. Seeing that Mrs. Wang was not in the room, she asked Saixia, who was standing in the room, why is Madame not here now? Is she not feeling well and has gone back to rest? Saixia said casually, Madam, there is nothing wrong with getting up this morning. She must have chatted with the old lady for a few more words. If you have something urgent, you can go to the old lady to talk. Confirming her guess, Wang Shifeng found a chair at the bottom and sat down, smiling and said, there is no urgent matter. I am just worried about my aunt. Seeing her sit down, Saixia hurried to make tea. After waiting for about half an hour, Mrs. Wang came back with a smile on her face. Wang Shifeng's heart sank, and she hurried forward to greet and said, just now, Romer came over and said that Qin wanted to talk to my niece and wanted to ask for leave from Madame to go there the day after tomorrow. If the nephew's wife wants to talk to someone, she should go herself. There is no reason to ask the aunt to go there. Mrs. Wang said with displeasure, last time, I accompanied the old lady to visit the garden in the East Palace. She seemed fine. Why didn't you? At this point, she thought of her own daughter's affairs, and she still had to rely on Ningguo Mansion for help, and hurriedly changed her words. She has always been a sensible person, since she asked Romer to come and invite you. I'm afraid she has relapsed. You can take some supplements to take a look. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Wang Shifeng thought she would have to spend some time talking. But she didn't expect that Mrs. Wang changed her tone before she could open her mouth. Fearing that she would say too much, she hurriedly agreed and bowed to leave. When she returned to the three-room porch, it was already noon. She ate lunch absent-mindedly, then leaned on the Kong, her eyes slightly closed, and fell into deep thought. Mrs. Wang rushed to Jia's mother's courtyard to visit her morning and evening. Excluding the time when everyone was present, there was nearly 2 hours of secret talk, combined with Mrs. Wang's expression when she came back. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law must have had a good chat. She couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. If the Shui family was allowed to expand their business, Shui Baochai's dowry would definitely be even more generous. With Mrs. Wang fanning the flames, she might really be powerless to save the situation. Thinking of this, she suddenly opened her eyes, raised her hand, and fanned her face, and then said to Pinger, "This weather is really hot. Go back and take out all my single clothes to dry. I want to wear them tomorrow." Even though there was still 1 day before the agreed time, she couldn't wait to prepare. Although it was only 1 day in advance, it was a bit hasty. But she suddenly changed her clothes when she went to Ning Mansion the day after tomorrow, which was too eye-catching. Pinger glanced at her forehead. A hint of suspicion flashed across her face. But she said sympathetically, "This weather is a bit hot and humid. I'm afraid it's going to rain." Then, she turned around and went back to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. After Pinger left, Wang Shifeng spent another hour or so in the porch to finish her work. And then she could no longer sit still. She got up and returned home, looking at the colorful clothes hanging in the yard. She walked around twice before returning to the house leisurely. She had dinner early, and when Pinger directed the maids to take the clothes back to the room, she picked and chose from them. After searching for a long time, she finally hung the set that had been matched on the hanger in the house. She walked around the hanger and examined it, fiddling with the satin front collar jacket with purple background and golden floral patterns. And she couldn't help shaking her head. She was not dissatisfied with the purple-red long skirt and the pink-flowered bra. Unfortunately, the front collar jacket was a little insufficient, although the half-open front was more obvious. Not only the whiteness under the neck was exposed, but also the bra inside was slightly exposed. But the slits on both sides were a bit conservative, not from the hem of the lapel to the waist. Not to mention the pair of long legs that she was proud of, with even flesh and bones. Even the hem of the skirt wrapped inside was only half exposed. However, she usually took care of the affairs of the mansion, and inevitably had to meet men, so she was quite careful about her clothes. It's not that there are clothes with high slits, but they are all home clothes and can't be worn outside. Although she is a nephew and a brother-in-law, she jokes about meat and vegetables, but she is quite conservative in her bones. If it weren't for the recent warm relationship between Jia Mu and Wang Furen, even if Zhang Yili could make money again, she would not intend to make substantial sacrifices. At most, she would give some hints and words like she did to Jia Rui. Let Zhang Yili get into the circle, and then use Pinger to impersonate. After struggling with the hanger for a long time, she gave up the idea of taking it temporarily and asking someone to change it. Although it would be enough to trouble Qingwen and Baoyu's room to do it, it would inevitably cause a stir. Just at this moment, Pinger pushed the door open and saw her shaking her head at the clothes on the hanger, suggesting, "If you think this one is too revealing, you might as well add a cloud shoulder to cover it." This reminded Wang Shifeng that although it was already mid-April, it was not midsummer after all. She hurriedly took out a lotus-colored cloud shoulder from the pile of clothes and put it on top. This cloud shoulder can be torn off at any time. Not only can it be worn out to hide people's eyes, but it can also be used according to the situation. It's better to cover up a little bit. If Zhang Yili is like Jia Rui, who can't take his eyes away when he sees her, he can't let him get away for nothing. If he still doesn't move, it won't be too late to take off the cloud shoulder. Having made up her mind, she was about to go out to wash up, but she saw Pinger tidying up the scattered clothes in the room, saying, "Madam, since you will wear this one tomorrow, I will put away the others first." Wang Shifeng hurriedly stopped her and said, "Don't worry. Put this one aside first, and I will pick another one." Chapter 52 Rashomon. Wang Shifeng prepared the clothes for the next day, and Zhang Yili returned to Ning Mansion in the last rays of dusk. The glass factory is located in the southeast outside the city, while Ning and Rong mansions are in the west of the city. The distance between them is not close, which delayed his return time. The preparatory work had begun a month ago, and the construction work has been carried out in an orderly manner. The scale of this factory is not large. Firstly, although he knows the principle, it is the first time to operate it in practice, and he is worried that there will be omissions. Secondly, he doesn't have much in his stomach, so he plans to break the glass and crush it, and digest it slowly, which will take at least 1 or 2 years. After the glass is made, there are still places to be explored, such as derivatives such as flat glass and mirrors. The summer days are long. Although he rushed back before the sun went down, it was already past Yuzhong's 6 o'clock, and Yusher had been waiting in the front yard. Since Zhang Yuni gave her 10% of the profit from sugar, although she still waited for him to come back every day, she no longer entangled in the matter of men and women. On the one hand, because she knew that Xiangling and Ruizhu were serving in the house, she didn't want to give him the impression of being jealous. On the other hand, with the real industry to maintain, the bond between the two was deeper, and it was no longer maintained by a simple relationship between men and women. Of course, in order to make the relationship closer, she did have other arrangements. These days, she was thinking about whether to send someone back to bring her stepmother and 2 sisters to stay for a while. Although they were not born of the same mother, they were sisters after all. If Zhang Yuni liked them, even if he moved out in the future, he could have more opportunities to visit his sisters under the pretext of visiting his sisters. Not only could it prevent Jia Zhen and Jia Rong, father and son, from coveting the 2 sisters, but it could also make the relationship more solid. It is true that Jia Jing hopes for an alliance, but his stepmother is greedy for money, so she will not mind his sister being a concubine. Moreover, the reason why Jia Jing and Jia Zhen arranged Ruizhu and Baolu was to win his heart, so they would not oppose him taking a concubine. She is quite confident in the looks of her 2 sisters, but she still has concerns in her heart and can't make up her mind for a while. The second sister is very suitable in all conditions and has a submissive temperament. She is a good material for a concubine, but she has no choice but to be engaged. The third sister is hard to describe. Although she looks very outstanding and acts quite freely, she is not a good person. If she causes trouble to Zhang Yuni's backyard in the future, it will backfire and cause trouble. Seeing her frowning and silent all the way, Zhang Yuni thought she was ignored, and hurriedly said, "I've been busy recently and neglected my sister-in-law. Tonight at 12 o'clock, we'll meet at the wooden house next to the flower garden. See you there." When Yusher heard this, she trembled and couldn't help but stick to him. Her eyes were full of affection, and she said in a sweet voice, "Then I'll go back to eat and clean up first." Zhang Yuni nodded, glanced around to see that there was no one around, and grabbed a handful of food behind Yusher. The ecology in ancient times was very good. Summer was not as good as early spring. There were many snakes, insects, rats and ants in the garden. In addition, it was easier to observe at night than during the day. If you were bitten by a snake by accident, exposing the affair would be a small matter. But if you were poisoned, your life would be at stake. Although there was still more than half an hour before 12 o'clock, it took a lot of time for the woman to clean up. In addition to eating and bathing, she also applied some medicine on her body to prevent mosquito bites. The wooden house next to the flower garden is not as good as a house with people living in it. Although this era did not have the various instant potions like those in later generations, it was better than nothing. Turning from the alley of Tianxiang Tower to the sidewalk in the garden, she saw Ruizhu standing in front of the door with an anxious look, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "What's wrong? I am worried that the master has an appointment. And tonight." She swore in front of Baozhu, but she was still a little scared when she really had to face Jia Zhen face to face. Although Zhang Yuni had been thinking about this matter, more than 4 months had passed since the time travel, and Jia Zhen had not made any moves. After a long time, he was inevitably a little slack. He patted Ruizhu's head and comforted her, "Don't worry. The master will not stay out all night. Even if he is delayed by something, you can just stop him boldly, and the master will make the decision for you." Ruizhu raised her head and looked up at him, her eyes full of gratitude. "I thank you on behalf of the young lady." Zhang Yuni said righteously, "You are my person. I will make the decision for you. As for my nephew's wife, she gave you and Baozhu to me, so you should thank her." Ruizhu felt warm in her heart when she heard this, and leaned her soft body against him. Zhang Yuni put his arm around the girl's waist, and walked into the Ascension Pavilion together, because there was still more than half an hour before the agreed time. Zhang Yuni ate dinner leisurely, chatted with the 2 maids, and then patted the hem of his robe and got up to go out. When he reached the door, he recalled what happened before, called Ruiju to his side, and whispered in her ear, "I am running in the garden at night, so I may not know what is going on here. If there is anything, you might as well make a loud noise." Although the flower garden is not far from Dingxian Pavilion, it is more than 200 meters away. Fortunately, it is late at night, and there is no one around. As long as Ruiju makes a loud enough noise, it will not be difficult to get through. Ruiju felt more assured when she saw that he was still thinking about his night run, and nodded heavily. "Master, come back earlier. It's windy now, and I'm afraid it's going to rain." Zhang Yuni then trotted into the depths of Huifang Garden in the night. When he came to the small wooden house next to the flower garden, he saw Yushir lying on the door with both hands, leaning against the door frame, with only half of her head exposed. Looking out, he was moved and walked in quickly. When Yushir saw him enter the house, she turned around and was about to close the door, but Zhang Yuni suddenly grabbed her waist, hugged her, turned over and pressed her against the door, and posed the same posture as before lying on the door frame. Yushir's mind was shaken, thinking to herself, could it be that Master Yi is tired of the chairs and the con table, and deliberately arranged to meet here to fiddle with the door frame? She was at a loss as to what to do, when she suddenly felt Zhang Yuni's strong chest pressing down on her back like a mountain, pressing her body to 90 degrees, and then leaning over and whispering to her, "The walls have ears. Once this door is closed, we won't know if someone comes outside. We can only ask my sister-in-law to lie on the door and watch outside." The hot waves gushing out of her ears went straight into her ears. Yushir felt her body was hot and soft, and she unconsciously lowered her body, and held the door frame tightly, and carefully leaned her head out. Who would run here for no reason at night? Zhang Yuni was naturally not worried about being seen. However, he was worried that if the door was closed, the movement from the Dingxian Pavilion would not be transmitted into the house at such a distance. At first, Yushir could still force herself to be alert and pay attention to the situation outside. But as time passed, she could no longer look around, and instead groaned. Fortunately, there is running water in Huifang Garden, and there is a pond not far from the flower garden. At 8 or 9 o'clock in early summer, it is the time when frogs are croaking. Even if someone accidentally enters here, from a distance, they can only see a black shadow with long black hair hanging down, looking around in front of the wooden door in the faint moonlight. How can they see the spring scenery inside? In this situation, it is so scary that how can you dare to get close? Outside the house, the wind is howling, and the dark clouds cover the whiteness. The branches of the flowers and trees in Huifang Garden are swaying, and the petals are flying, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas and frogs, which resounds inside and outside the wooden house. Chapter 53, Funny Jokes. Pa! 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 Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and raindrops as big as beans hit the leaves, splashing water. The rain that Pinger had been talking about at noon actually came true. It fell in the wooden house. Zhang Yuni and Yushir hurriedly put on their clothes and ran out in the rain. They ran all the way to the path between Dingxian Pavilion and the alley, and they were like drowned rats. Yushir and Zhang Yuni waved and were about to step onto the sidewalk in front of the building. A flash of lightning happened to streak across the sky, lighting up the night. In the fleeting light, Zhang Yuni caught a glimpse of Yushir, who was clearly visible. Just as he was about to tease her, he saw her suddenly hide in the bushes beside the path. Zhang Yuni hurriedly turned sideways and looked forward, only to see Jiazhen with his hands raised above his head, hunched over, and trotting straight to Tianqiang Tower. He secretly said that he was lucky because Ruiju reminded him before he left. He was worried that the rain would last too long and Ruiju would come to find him with an umbrella, so he rushed back in the rain. If not, with the thunderstorm roaring and him not rushing back in time, he was afraid that even if Ruiju heard the news, he might not be able to hear it no matter how loud the noise was. I think Jiazhen came in the rain for this reason. Brother Jin. Seeing that Yushir's curvy figure was already hidden in the bushes, Zhang Yuni hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "It's so late. Brother Jin, do you have something to ask me?" Jiazhen was startled by his voice and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Zhang Yuni running over from the path beside the courtyard wall. Yes," he subconsciously agreed, and then asked with a puzzled look, "Why are you here, brother? I have always been jogging at night, but I didn't expect it to rain so hard, so that's why." Jiazhen was very upset. He only regarded Zhang Yuni as a money bag, and entrusted all matters of daily life to Yushur. So he didn't pay attention to these details. Most of the so-called crimes were committed on rainy nights. Just as Zhang Yuni expected. This kind of weather with thunder and heavy rain was the best time to hide from others. He hurried over when he heard the thunder, and didn't even have time to find an umbrella. Unexpectedly, he ran into Zhang Yuni. While cursing his bad luck, he regretted not caring about the daily life of his cousin, so that he made this mistake. Zhang Yuni glanced at the bushes beside the courtyard wall and urged loudly, "Since Brother Jin has something to do, let's go inside and talk." He was afraid that his voice would not be transmitted to Tianxiang Tower, so he raised his voice a few more times. It is not his character to do good deeds without leaving a name. Seeing that it was impossible to do anything, Jiazhen had no choice but to follow him into the Dengxian pavilion. Ruizhu had already been alarmed when he called Jiazhen, and she was coming down from upstairs when he entered the door. Zhang Yuni ignored her doubtful eyes and repeatedly ordered, "Xiangling is timid, so don't call her. Go get a dry towel and let Brother Jin wipe it." In theory, in this case, the maid should help wipe it. But Zhang Yuni didn't want his woman to serve other men like this. After a while, Ruizhu went upstairs to get 2 towels and came to Zhang Yuni. He reached out to take them and tore one and threw it to Jiazhen. After wiping the rain off his head, he said, "Brother Jin, you came here in the rain. Is there something urgent?" Jiazhen was speechless for a moment, then suddenly had an idea and said, "I just heard from your sister-in-law that you gave her 10% of the profit of the snowflake cotton candy. You gave her too much for nothing. I felt ashamed, so I hurried here to thank you. But I didn't expect it to rain so hard. This reason. If it weren't for Yushur just being humble, working hard, and trying her best to repay him, he almost believed it. Brother Jin is serious. Brothers have been in the mansion for several months. Their food, drink, and daily life all rely on sister-in-law. You should know how to repay your kindness. Right? Besides, it costs money to repair the house. You can't ask sister-in-law to embezzle money from the mansion." Since Jiazhen mentioned this matter, it was just the right time to use the excuse he had discussed with Yushur to shut him up. Repair the house? Jiazhen's face suddenly changed. Why do you want to renovate the old house? Is it because I didn't treat you well? How could it be? Zhang Yuni bowed. I hope to be closer to my cousin and stay longer. But the Shui family has helped to find Xiangling's family, and they can't live here. Ah, Xiangling's family? Jiazhen said in surprise. Can you really find her family? When he received Jia's mother and her party, he knew that Zhang Yuni had heard about Xiangling from Shui Pan, so he always thought that he was attracted by her beauty, and made up a set of fictitious excuses on the spot. It's hard to say in such a vast sea of people, but as long as the Shui family looks for her as I said, there should be a good chance. Although Xiangling's mother has returned to her parents' home, it should not be difficult to find her as long as you ask carefully. But you can't be too sure. A trace of shock flashed across Jiazhen's face. He glanced at him and asked tentatively, I didn't expect that my dear brother had this ability. Could it be that it was brought by the return of the soul? That's not the case. Zhang Yuni denied it flatly. I just read a few miscellaneous books and figured it out on my own. Xiangling's situation is special, so I figured it out. His ability to read faces is too limited and will be broken at the slightest touch. It can't be related to the return of the soul. Otherwise, once the truth is revealed, the fairy's words will be questioned in the future. Jiazhen's face twitched, and he said regretfully, My cousin, since you have this ability, why didn't you calculate for yourself and your uncle at the beginning? Alas, it's easy to judge others, but it's hard to judge yourself. Zhang Yui sighed and said, I'm just getting a glimpse of the door. To be honest with you, I also saw examples of Xiangling's face in books, not completely calculated by my own ability. Alas, Jiazhen sighed. However, it's also because of this that my cousin has this opportunity. But it's also a disaster. H.U. Jiazhen sneezed before he finished speaking. He had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Unlike Zhang Yuni, who was diligent in exercise and had a strong body, he didn't close the door when he came in just now, and the wind and rain outside were strong, so it was inevitable that they blew into the house. Although it was early summer, he was soaked all over, and it was a bit unbearable to be blown by the wind. Seeing this, Zhang Yuni said with concern, It's cold in the rain. Brother Jin, please take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. He said to Ruiju, go find 2 umbrellas. I'll take Brother Zhen back. Jiazhen glanced at Tianxiang Tower opposite unwillingly, and hurriedly declined, my dear brother. You're also wet in the rain. So don't send me back. I'll go back by myself. How can this be possible? Zhang Yudi said righteously. The road is slippery in the rain. And Brother Zhen came to care about me late at night. If something happens, how can I feel at ease? Wait a minute. My dear brother, if you catch a cold and delay your work, how can I deal with it? My cousin is right. Then I will change my clothes before taking you back. He winked at Ruiju and said with regret, what a pity. Yudi doesn't have clothes for my cousin to wear. Chapter 54, Showering Sister. Hurry up and give Brother Zhen a bath to drive away the cold. Looking at Jiazhen, who was sneezing and trembling, being supported by a maid to enter the room, Zhang Yuni gave a careful instruction before turning around and leaving. After leaving the inner gate, he hesitated for a moment and came to use courtyard through the hall. Seeing that it was dark inside, he knew that there was no personal maid in Yu's room. So he sneaked in. In the fleeting light, he entered the boudoir, but found it empty. So Zhang Yuni hurriedly left. Just as he turned into the alley of Tianxiang Tower, he saw a petite figure in front of him, with his hands on his chest, close to the wall, taking small steps to look left and right. Looking around, sister-in-law, Zhang Yudi exclaimed softly, walked forward quickly, raised the umbrella over her head, and said, I was wondering why we didn't find anyone in the house. Why didn't you leave when we caught him? How dare I leave? She trembled. The alleys of Tianxiang Tower are exposed. How can I know when he will come out? Seeing her trembling, Zhang Yuni hugged her to his side, and rubbed her hand along the other side repeatedly, hoping that the friction would generate heat and relieve Yosher's chill. Sister-in-law, have you been waiting in the bushes until now? Although she had also experienced sweating in the bushes, the situation was different. And Zhang Yuni couldn't help but be curious. How could it be? My legs were weak when I was lying down before. How could I stand up after squatting for so long? When she mentioned her weak legs, Yusher didn't feel her body getting hot, and she spoke more fluently. I went around to Do Fengxian and sat on the railing under the corridor. I saw you taking him out. I waited for a long time and estimated that you should have left the alley. So I went around to come out from the back. After hearing the twists and turns, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but feel guilty and said, I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Although I can hide it as much as possible, I can't ignore my health. Don't be stupid next time this happens. Fortunately, it's April. If it's winter, you will lose half your life. Yusher shook her head and said, even if he knows, it can't be at this time. Otherwise, wouldn't all the lies we said to him before be exposed? Zhang Yuni thought for a while and said, sister-in-law, why don't you find a chance to mention it to him, and say that I hinted several times that I want you to move to Dufengxuan? Otherwise, if you encounter this situation again next time, it will be inappropriate if the servants see you in this state. Although there are only him, Jiazhen and Jia Rong in the backyard of Ning Mansion, Yosher's exposed appearance will definitely cause criticism and lose face even if she is seen by maids and old women. Yusher felt warm at the words, and said after a while, it's not necessary. I will bring my mother and 2 sisters here and put them there. Then I can use the excuse of talking with my sisters at night to reserve a room for myself. Which is also logical. Yu Erji, Yu Sanjia. Although Zhang Yuni knew about Yusher's 2 sisters a long time ago, he was embarrassed to ask because of their relationship. Unexpectedly, a rain soaked the 2 sisters. Although the 2 may not be as beautiful as Lin Daiyu, they may be evaluated as a beauty by Jia Baoyu, who is surrounded by cosmetics, which is what Zhang Yuni wants. After all, Lin Daiyu is only 12 or 13 years old now, and she is not grown up yet. No matter how beautiful she is, she can't be taken. He was thinking about it, and Yusher thought he was wondering if he had a sister. So he explained, in fact, they are not real sisters. They were brought by their stepmother and changed their surnames later. My mother is greedy for money. They used to come here to ask for money. But how could I afford so much money to support them? In addition, my 2 younger sisters are pretty, and the father and son are greedy and hungry. They have long been planning to do so. So they are asked to come to the mansion less often. So that's the case. No wonder I haven't heard my sister-in-law mention it. Zhang Yuni coaxed. But after all, they are my sister-in-law's younger sisters. since the father and son have been coveting them for a long time. It's okay to ask them to come here to cover up. If they fall into the tiger's mouth, wouldn't it hurt them? A sheep falls into the tiger's mouth? Yusha blurted out. My younger sister is as cunning as a ghost. Very smart. She knew that the third sister Yu was not a good person, and was worried that Zhang Yuni would suffer. So she reminded him. It was just that it was inappropriate to slander her own sister. So she hurriedly made up for it. The second sister is a good-natured person, but she is already engaged. Zhang Yuni didn't know that Yusha was trying to bring them together, but he was worried that Yu Erji was already engaged. So he temporarily stopped. He sent her to the eaves before turning around and leaving. Why did you take so long? I was so worried. When she returned to Dangxian Pavilion, Ruizhu, who was still in shock, hurried to greet him. Hey! Why are there wet marks on your body? Yosher's whole body was stuck to her, and the wet marks were different from those caused by being wet in the rain. Ruizhu was sharp-eyed, and could tell the difference at a glance. What is there to worry about? Zhang Yuni hurriedly changed the subject. I hope this time he will give up. If it weren't for the reputation of my nephew's wife, I would have caught him in the act. There is no reason to be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It's not that he didn't want to catch Jiajin in the act and bring it to Jiajing to solve the problem once and for all. However, Jiajing could only go home a few times a year, and Ningwa Mansion was still ruled by Jiajin. If he made a scene and asked Jiajin to drive him away, he would not be able to stay. By then, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but even his chances of going to Rong Mansion would be reduced. Therefore, he did not want to break up with Jiajin unless he had no choice. However, despite this, it did not stop him from talking big and giving Ruizhu and Qin Kiching some confidence. Ruizhu really forgot about the problem of clothes after being interrupted, and turned to persuade. It would be great if the master could help stop it. If it gets out of hand, the young lady doesn't want it. Zhang Yuni patted her head and said, although I have sent him back just now, there is no guarantee that he will not come back. It is thundering and raining, and he may not be able to hear it if he is asleep. You should go and accompany him, so that it will be convenient to deal with it if something happens. Zhang Yuni's calculations were very clever. He could send Ruizhu away to prevent her from mentioning the wet marks on her body again, and he could also show his concern for Qin Kiching, and let them have a night talk and talk about interesting things in the boudoir. Originally, with the caution shown by Qin Kiching, she would try her best to avoid such entanglements when she knew that he took Ruizhu as his roommate. But today, she was frightened and didn't care about these details. Thank you for your consideration. Ruizhu was also scared after hearing this. She bowed and said with a blush on her pretty face. Then I won't serve you today. I will be back early tomorrow morning. Well? Zhang Yuni nodded slightly and reminded. It's okay. I think my nephew's wife must have been frightened. If she can't sleep, you can stay with her and talk to her for a while. It's not like I don't have hands. Besides, don't I have Xiangling? Hey! Ruizhu agreed and said, I and Sister Xiangling have boiled hot water. Today is Sister Xiangling's turn to help you take a bath. I will go first. After she finished speaking, she covered her head with her hands and was about to rush to the opposite side. But Zhang Yuni grabbed her and handed her an umbrella, saying softly, take the umbrella with you. If you get wet, Xiangling can't serve you alone. Chapter 55 Master and Servant Night Talk. Dangxian Pavilion. Bathroom. Zhang Yuni sat in the bathtub, his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the rubbing of Xiangling's soft and smooth hands through the arc of her chest and the impressions of several times he met. He had a rough estimate of Aunt Shua's proud and upright figure. Of course, he knew much more than that. Master, do you want to rub it down there? Zhang Yuni groaned, lifted his feet, and put them on the bathtub to make it easier for Xiangling to rub the dirt on his legs. Master, do you think the rubbing of the servant is comfortable? Auntie is right to praise. Xiangling is really skillful, Zhang Yuni said sincerely. Xiangling smiled and said, Really? I thought you thought I was clumsy. Zhang Yuni was surprised and said, How could it be? When did you say that? Then, Xiangling said in confusion, Why didn't you let me go down to help before? Although I am timid, I am afraid to be alone upstairs. It is better to be with you. Zhang Yuni explained hurriedly. The person who came before is not a good person. You are worried that Xiangling will be scared. Bao and Ruizhu can see the similarity between Xiangling and Qin Kiching. so he will not miss it. He is not worried that Jiajin dares to come at Xiangling, but he is worried that he will see his thoughts on Qin Keqing because of Xiangling. That's why he specifically ordered to avoid her meeting Jiajin. This is also the reason why he emphasized Xiangling's fate in front of Jiajin. After all, Jiajin was also present when Shui Pan mentioned beating someone to death. It's inevitable to suspect that he was just being attracted by her beauty, and made up a story on the spot. Are there bad guys in this mansion? Xiangling's hands were obviously trembling. Zhang Yuni thought for a moment and warned, except for the master. The rest of the men are not good people. Xiangling, remember this. The golden hairpins in the red mansion are all smart. But Xiangling is a little silly. And the playboys in the Jia family are used to doing their tricks on women. So they have to take precautions in advance. Hey! Then I will hide more in the future. Qianxiang Tower. Qin Keqing's boudoir. The master and the servants lay side by side on the bed, discussing the previous scene in shock. It happened that the master came back in time. Otherwise it would be thundering and raining. And he might not be heard if he broke into the window. The windows in ancient times were all made of wood. And even if there were latches, they were not very strong. Although the doors and windows were closed, they might not be detected by the thunder. After hearing Ruiju's words, Qin Keqing agreed, yes. Thanks to uncle for stopping him in time. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Even if Baozhu could rush to ask for help and make a fuss. Yes. So although the master saw through Master Jin's intention, he was worried that the fuss would spread and the young lady's reputation would be damaged. So he stopped him and pretended to ask him what he wanted. For Qin Keqing, being able to resolve the situation without any waves was what she wanted. She couldn't help but sigh. Uncle still has a way. He used a few words to make him give up. Tell me quickly. How did uncle do it? Ruiju was busy recalling and telling the story. When Zhang Yuni insisted on sending Jiajin back, the two sides refused, and she took advantage of the situation and changed her clothes, but let Jiajin freeze for another quarter of an hour in vain. Qin Keqing couldn't help but twitch her face slightly, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that my uncle has such an interesting side. Master is not only kind and good, but also very considerate. I calculated the distance, and I'm afraid that he not only sent the person back to the house, but also waited outside for a long time before returning. Ruiju praised her vigorously. Not only that, he was still worried after returning, worried that she would sleep well at night. So he specially asked me to come and accompany the young lady. Listening to Ruiju's story, Baozhu on the other side was already in a mess. The more attentive Zhang Yuni was, the more certain she was of her guess. Otherwise, it was just the relationship between the nephew's wife and the uncle. Why would she care so much? But Qin Keqing, who was lying in the middle, didn't think so. She felt more and more that she had someone to rely on, and said gratefully, I'm afraid I will have to trouble my uncle in the future. You must thank him for me tomorrow. Yes, Ruiju agreed. I think, since the master has taken the initiative to ask me to come and accompany the young lady, why not tell him when I go back? And I will come directly when I encounter this kind of weather next time. This, Qin Keqing. Qin hesitated. Will uncle think we are too suspicious? No, Ruiju vowed. Miss, you don't know. The master is very cautious. Master Jin came into the house earlier, and he specifically ordered not to let Xiangling go downstairs. Ah, Qin Keqing exclaimed, puzzled. Why is that? Is he worried that the master will ask for Xiangling when he sees her beauty? But isn't he afraid of bringing trouble to the mansion? This, when Ruiju said this, she only wanted to give examples to praise Zhang Yuni's advantages. But now she was hesitant whether she should say it. Seeing her hesitation, Qin Keqing thought there was something hidden, and said sympathetically, you are your uncle's woman now. If it is about privacy, you should help him keep the secret. No, miss, Ruiju explained hurriedly. If it is private, I shouldn't gossip. But, she hesitated for a while, and whispered, it's just that Xiangling looks a bit like you. Ah, Qin Keqing exclaimed softly, and her cheeks flushed immediately. Fortunately, the room was dark, so the two maids didn't see her. She then wondered, I also saw Xiangling when the old lady was visiting the garden that day. How come I didn't notice it? This, Ruiju hesitated, looking around and talking about something else. I didn't lie to you, miss. If you don't believe me, ask Baoyu. I haven't seen Xiangling many times, and I didn't pay attention. Baoyu felt uneasy and couldn't help but speculate secretly. Qin Keqing once said that it is hard to keep secrets in bed. Ruizhu saw the similarity between Xiangling and Grandma, and served the master with her. Perhaps she had already understood the master's mind. At this moment, she praised him to the sky in front of Grandma, and hinted that Xiangling was similar to him. Could it be that she was trying to find out the truth from the side? Although her indenture had been in the hands of Zhang Yuni, it was no joke that the master she served was stolen. Moreover, Jiazhen regarded his grandma as a forbidden delicacy. If something happened, Zhang Yuni might be fine, but she would definitely bear the brunt. How could she dare to talk to him? However, although she did not admit it, her tone was not so firm. Qin Keqing was delicate and noticed the embarrassment, and hurriedly said, "It is common to recognize the wrong person. Maybe you saw it wrong." Ruizhu felt that it was inappropriate to say it out loud, so she asked Bao Lu for evidence. Now not only did Bao Zhu deny it, but even Qin Keqing said that she had mistaken her for someone else, which made her seem like she was making things up. She was originally a straightforward person, and she was a bit stubborn. She was anxious and said, "I didn't lie to you, young lady. It's not your fault that you and Bao Lu didn't see it. She was a bit crazy. Since she served you, she has become charming and very similar to you, especially when she was with you." Her voice stopped abruptly. The room fell into silence. After a long time, Qin Keqing groaned and said in a trembling voice, "It's getting late. Go to bed early." Ruizhu only regarded her groan as a response to her defense, thinking that she had to get up early tomorrow to go back to Dingxian Pavilion to help you get up. She stopped talking, but Qin Keqing's heart was in turmoil, and her mind was full of Ruizhu's unfinished words. If Xiangling looked very much like herself when she had sex with her uncle, then in her uncle's eyes, she was having sex with herself. When she thought of this, her whole body felt like it was burning red like an iron, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 56, Extending the Other to Yourself. That night, Qin Keqing's mind was full of Zhang Yuni's perspective, which lingered and made her unable to sleep all night. This emotion reached its peak in the second half of the night, because she was used to hugging Zhang Yuni. Ruizhu, who was sleeping soundly, subconsciously hugged Qin Keqing beside her and put her legs on her body, and rubbed her feet from time to time, which made her more upset. However, she had seen Xiangling before, and Ruizhu said it clearly, so she did not doubt that Zhang Yuni had planned it for a long time. But the more this happened, the more shy she felt in her heart, secretly speculating whether Zhang Yuni would think of Xiangling's gentle and pleasant appearance when he saw her, and her various reactions fell into the eyes of Bao Zhu, who was also pretending to sleep. And she had a different feeling. When a trace of fish belly white rose in the east, Ruizhu woke up slowly, and the tormented master and servant finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Bao Zhu, you didn't sleep all night?" Ruizhu rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked in surprise. "Go back and help uncle wash up." Qin Keqing hurriedly changed the subject. Ruizhu glanced out the window, and without asking, she hurriedly stood up and said, "Then I will go back first." Seeing her put on her clothes and prepare to leave, Qin Keqing, who was entangled for a long time, finally reminded her, "Remember to thank uncle for me." "Hey," Ruizhu responded, "I will tell you when I go back that I will come to accompany you whenever it rains in the future." Qin Keqing thought of the torment last night and wanted to refuse politely, but she couldn't say it after all. Back to Dangxian Pavilion. Zhang Yuni just got up and went downstairs. Ruizhu apologized and asked, and Zhang Yuni agreed. A heavy rainstorm hit the flowers and plants in the garden and made them lean. However, although they were bent by the rain, the flowers and plants washed away the dust and glowed with green after the rain. The water droplets between the branches and leaves were crystal clear, like countless shining diamonds dotted in between, making them more dazzling. Because the road was muddy, Zhang Yuni ran 2 laps along the bluestone slabs, but he was stained with a lot of dirt. After returning, he had to change into a robe again, eat breakfast, and rush to the glass factory outside the city. Ruizhu and Xiangling, who stayed in the house, handed the clothes to the maids, and started chatting. "Why did Sister Ruizhu go to the opposite side last night?" Xiangling asked curiously. Ruizhu pursed her lips and pondered. "Rainy days are prone to thieves. Miss and Bao Zhu are both powerless, and it's not as safe as here with Master. So let me go over to help take care of it." I thought this lie might not stop Xiangling from asking questions, but unexpectedly, She nodded and said, Master also said that there are many bad guys in this mansion. When Master is not at home in the future, you must help each other. Seeing this, Ruiju hurriedly agreed. Sister Xiangling is right. You have been here for so long, but you haven't been to Miss. Right? Why don't I take you there this afternoon? Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. She was still upset about being questioned by Miss last night. In addition, Xiangling took the initiative to mention helping each other. So she decided to take Xiangling to see Qin Keqing. She knew that the two had stayed up all night last night. So she suggested going there in the afternoon. Great! Great! Xiangling was quite excited. She was unfamiliar with the place, and only Ruiju could talk to her. After all, she was only a girl of 17 or 18. And how could she bear the loneliness in the backyard of the deep house? After lunch, she couldn't wait to urge Ruiju, and the two of them came to Tianxiang Tower together. Grandma is so beautiful. Seeing Qin Keqing, Xiangling couldn't wait to finish the ceremony, and praised her sincerely. She and Qin Keqing rarely go out, although they met once during the garden tour last time. One was the last seat, and the other had to serve Aunt Shui, so they didn't look at each other carefully. Now, meeting in private, there is a different feeling. Although Qin Keqing was vaccinated by Ruiju last night, it was just a fantasy. At this moment, she felt even more deeply, and her cheeks flushed. She wanted to praise her, but when she thought of her resemblance to herself, she felt like a tyrant. So she just took her arm and said, Sister Xiangling, please stop being so polite. Grandma, you are embarrassing me. Just call me Xiangling. You are my uncle's roommate, so I call you sister, which is also my duty. Originally, in the Ning and Rong mansions, the maids in the elders' rooms would not call them by their names to show respect, but would call them sisters. Xiangling had only been a maid for a year or two, so she was not familiar with the rules. In addition, the Shui family only had Aunt Shui and a pair of children, and they always doted on her and did not ask too much. So Xiangling said this. But Qin Keqing's explanation inevitably aroused the embarrassment in her heart. Ruiju wanted the two to get to know each other so that she could have more help when Zhang Yuni was not around. So she smiled and said, Miss, you and Sister Xiangling are so similar. Could they really be sisters? The master has asked the concubine to help find Xiangling's family, so you might as well ask them when the time comes. Unlike Bao Zhu, she felt that there was a layer of separation between Zhang Yuni and Qin Keqing. Although she and she were once master and servant, they were not blood relatives. If she was really Xiangling's sister, then there was another layer of relationship. Huh? Xiangling said frankly, with a puzzled look on her face. Was Grandma also abducted? Qin Keqing couldn't help but lower her head when she heard this. She was not like Xiangling, but was adopted by Qin Yi from Yangshengteng. Even if they were really sisters, they were most likely abandoned. Moreover, Qin Yi had no children in his early years, and he had always treated her and his adopted brother who died young well. The adoption procedures were also complete. Even if he really found his biological parents, he would not be able to recognize them, and would not want to. Therefore, although she understood Ruiju's painstaking efforts, she sighed, time has passed. Let's not talk about it. Xiangling agreed with her words and nodded. I am satisfied to be able to follow you. Master, I am also worried. These days, there are many people who sell their children. She was sold by kidnappers since she was a child, so she couldn't help but worry that if Zhang Yuni returned her to her family, her future would be uncertain. Although the two had different experiences, they felt a little sympathetic to each other, and they looked very similar, so they felt closer. Ruiju saw it, and was happy in her heart. But Bao Zhu, who was standing aside, became silent and taciturn as usual. Unlike Qin Keqing, she understood Ruiju's idea, but felt that she brought her family and Xiangling to Zhang Yuni's house to lobby for him. Seeing that Qin Keqing and Xiangling got along well, combined with the fact that she had a hot body last night, she was sure that her grandmother was willing to do it. Thinking of this, she was nervous and a little impatient. She was nervous because she was afraid that the two of them would get angry at once. If you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. What's more, there is another secret about her grandmother. If she loses her virginity to him, it will be impossible to hide it. And impatient because she was worried that Ruiju and Xiangling had done all the preparations here. If she didn't do her part, she would be treated as an abandoned child in the future. Chapter 57 Comfort. That night, Zhang Yuni returned to Ning Mansion, and Yusher did not come to greet him for the first time. Upon asking, it was discovered that she and Jiazhen were both ill. First, he went to Ningen Hall to visit Jiazhen, and he had to pretend to be nice to him before he said goodbye and left. Turning his head to Yusher's yard. Master Yi is here. The servants in the yard saw him and hurriedly led him into the house while shouting to report. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Most of the servants in Ning Mansion are people who curry favor with the powerful. Ever since Jiazhen told Yusher to visit Zhang Yuni's house more often in front of a group of housekeepers, the servants, with the mentality of less trouble than more trouble, have begun to turn a blind eye to this pair of uncles and sisters-in-law who are too close. Recently, it was learned that Yusher got the 10% profit of sugar from Zhang Yuni, which added a bit of flattery. They led her into the inner room like a star-studded moon. But then, along with the maids who were serving in the room, all rushed out. Seeing that they were so knowledgeable, Zhang Yuni did not hesitate to step into the corridor of the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. Reaching out to take off the headband on Yusher's head, he touched her forehead and asked with concern, "Sister-in-law has a high fever. Have you seen a doctor?" "Yes. He has been seen and prescribed medicine. It's not a big deal. He is not much better." If she hadn't run into Jiazhen, she wouldn't have worn wet clothes and stood in the wind for so long. There was a bit of resentment in her words. After she said that, Zhang Yuni felt a little embarrassed. He deliberately delayed for a while last night, but he didn't expect to accidentally hurt friendly troops. He immediately stood up and said, "People are coming and going. I won't stay. I'll come to see you tomorrow morning. I have to attend Jia Rong's banquet tomorrow at noon, so I just happened to come here." Unexpectedly, Yusher thought that he had taken a day off because of her illness, so she grabbed his hand and rubbed it on her face. Seeing this, Zhang Yuni had to sit back and be gentle with him. When he left Yusher's yard, he saw Jia Rong rubbing his hands and pacing back and forth in front of the yard gate. When he saw him, he smiled and came to greet him. "Uncle Yi, I have prepared seasonal river food and precious wine. I will ask Xiaowan to come over to treat you at noon tomorrow." Zhang Yuni waved his hand and said, "It's not so particular. Just order whatever you want. No need to send anyone over. I will go there myself at noon." "Hey! Hey!" Jia Rong escorted him all the way to the Tianxiang Tower. He bowed his body to 90 degrees and said respectfully, "Then I will wait for Uncle Yi." Zhang Yuni glanced at him sideways, cursed him as a coward, and stepped into the alley. At the same time, he was also secretly wondering if this guy really had the guts to ask Jiazhen to give him a son without telling him. After all, Qin Keqing was his wife married in a formal matchmaker. It was not his turn to avoid suspicion in Ning Mansion. But since he moved into Ning Mansion, he had never seen Jia Rong set foot in Huifang Garden. Now that Jiazhen was sick, he didn't even dare to set foot in the alley. However, this also aroused his curiosity. Anyway, he had asked for leave, so he wanted to see what he was up to. "Master, you are back." Back at Dangxian Pavilion, Ruizhu and Xiangling had just served the food. Ruizhu said, as if offering a treasure, "I took Xiangling to the young lady today." "Master, guess what?" "Master, Grandma Shirong is so beautiful." Xiangling sighed. "Sister Ruizhu said that I look very similar to Grandma. Maybe we are sisters." Zhang Yuni pretended to be puzzled, looked up and stared at Xiangling for a long time, then said, looking at this, "They are somewhat similar." Seeing Zhang Yuni's approval, Ruizhu hurriedly said, "Yes, sir." When Xiangling and the young lady stand there, they really look like a pair of sisters. Grandma was originally adopted by the master. Do you think this is really possible? Maybe. When we find Xiangling's family, we will know after asking them. Although he knew that Jin Shirin only had Xiangling as a daughter, Zhang Yuni did not say it for sure. He was a little confused now. Why did Ruizhu choose to mention the similarities between the two before Jia Rong's dinner? Zhang Yuni didn't believe it if he said that he had only discovered it today, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was hinting at something to him. So he tried to test her. "Brother Rong will treat you to lunch tomorrow at noon. I have asked for a day off, so I can get up later." "Him?" Ruizhu said with disdain. "You are showing your kindness for no reason. Don't be shy. I have to be careful." Zhang Yuni didn't expect Ruizhu to be so straightforward. Logically, she was once Qin Keqing's maid, and Jia Rong was also her old master. At least she should give him some face. "Oh, I don't have much contact with him. You should talk to me. This, Ruizhu hesitated for a long time and said, in fact, I don't know much. But he is as timid as a mouse. He wouldn't dare to do bad things to me even if he had the courage. Don't take it too seriously. Seeing that she seemed to have something to hide, Zhang Yuni stopped asking questions. The evaluation of timid as a mouse was consistent with his own cognition. Why isn't Xiangling talking? When Qin Keqing was mentioned, she was still talking excitedly. But now she lowered her head and looked unhappy. Zhang Yuni thought that the two of them were talking about Jia Rong, and she couldn't get a word in. So she asked. Xiangling raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and said, Master, can you not go to find my family? Why? Zhang Yuni said in surprise. Xiangling is worried that if she finds her family, she will not be able to follow you. After all, they have been separated for so many years, and we don't know their character. Ruizhu hurriedly explained. I have been trying to persuade her for a long time. Even if her parents are greedy, can you just sit back and watch? This, as a modern person, I have read The Dream of the Red Chamber, and know that Jin Shirin and his wife were heartbroken because of her loss. Ignoring the era they lived in, this era is not like the later generations. Selling children is too common, so it is no wonder that Xiangling is worried. However, this also reminded him. At the beginning, the Shui family did send Xiangling's indenture, but this indenture was like waste paper. Although Jia Yuzuan used the excuse of the gods to judge a muddled case, Xiangling was therefore identified as a kidnapped good family. It was against the law to kidnap good women, and the kidnappers were not Xiangling's parents, so they naturally had no right to sell Xiangling. So, in fact, Xiangling was not a slave, but a free person. This was also the reason why he asked Xiangling in front of everyone whether she was willing to follow him. However, when she had no relatives, she could decide who she would follow. But once she found her family, she would inevitably be restricted by her parents, or even manipulated. Therefore, it was not uncommon in ancient times to pretend to be children and then resell them. Don't worry. I am helping you find your relatives, not to return you. As long as you are willing to follow me, no one can take you away. This kind of thing is not a problem for him at all. Not to mention his special status now. Just to reunite mother and daughter. I think Fengshe would not be so ungrateful. If she was really so ungrateful. In this era without detection methods, whether to recognize or not would ultimately depend on Xiangling herself. Xiangling turned from worry to joy, leaning on his shoulder and said, I want to follow you forever. Master. Chapter 58 Secret. This night was filled with love and affection, and Xiangling seemed to have come to her senses, and was particularly cooperative. The sudden charming love made Ruizhu think she was in a dream, and almost blurted out miss. The sudden thought made her feel guilty towards Qin Keqing. At the same time, she was secretly sad. If the young lady was really a couple with Master Yi, she would not have encountered the current predicament. Even if there were some annoying trivial matters in life, Master Yi would have solved them thoroughly. Right? She felt that this idea was a blasphemy to the two of them, and she did not dare to look at Zhang Yuni. So she grabbed the wrong place several times when helping him dress. Why are you so absent-minded? Didn't you sleep well? Zhang Yuni didn't blame him, but said considerately, Let Xiangling prepare breakfast. You can go to bed and sleep for a while. Well, then I'll trouble Sister Xiangling. She didn't dare to explain, for fear that the more she talked, the more confused she was. She had to take advantage of the situation and admitted that she didn't sleep well. Xiangling smiled and said, Sister Ruizhu always rushes to do it. This time you can rest. Because he didn't need to go to the government office today, he increased his exercise and ran 2 more laps. When he returned to Dengxian Pavilion, he was already sweating. It was early summer, so he let the food cool down first, went upstairs to take a simple shower, and then dressed neatly under Xiangling's service and went downstairs to eat. Xiangling took out the clothes she changed and gave them to the maid, and then went upstairs to tidy up the bathroom. Master. While eating breakfast, Baozhu walked in, bowed and said crisply. She looked around but didn't see Ruizhu and Xiangling, so she stepped forward and said, Sister Ruizhu, and the others are not here? Then let me serve you dinner. Has my nephew's wife eaten? Zhang Yuni asked casually. I just finished serving Grandma. Baozhu lowered her head and glanced at him. I am your servant, and I can also share your worries. Last night, Ruizhu mentioned the similarity between Xiangling and Qin Keqing. And today Baoju came to share her worries again. The two maids came one after the other, both with a hint of meaning. And Zhang Yuni couldn't help but feel moved. He stared at Baoju with a sharp gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Take good care of my nephew's wife. There will be a time when you can share your worries for me. I will never treat you badly in the future. Do you understand?" I understand," Baoju said in a trembling voice. She was worried that she would be treated as an abandoned child in the future. So she thought that if she could be accepted by mastery like Rueju, she would be less dangerous. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuni was so blunt that he asked her to take good care of Qin Keqing. As for how to share the worries, is there any need to say? Of course, it is to help spread the word and cover up. Although the risk is not small, it has to wait until the incident happens. If you don't follow Master Yi's wishes, you will be dealt with immediately. As long as you work hard, even if you don't have any credit, you will have worked hard. When the time comes, as long as Zhang Yuni tries his best to protect you, there will always be a glimmer of hope. Moreover, judging from the situation last night, my grandmother is probably willing to do it. Although Zhang Yuni didn't know what she was thinking, he could hear her trembling voice and timid words, and he became more and more determined. So he comforted her, "Don't worry. As long as you work hard, Master will definitely protect you no matter what." He went with the flow and let Baoju stay with Qin Keqing. In addition to making it easier for Yushir to report, he also had this consideration. Remember that after Qin Keqing died, Rueju died by hitting a pillar. But Baoju was willing to be an adopted daughter and got Jiazhen's consent. Although she insisted on not returning to Ning Mansion after Qin Keqing's funeral, she was still loyal. But she was obviously not as strong and resolute as Rueju. Baozu had no way out because her indenture was in Zhang Yuni's hands. If Qin Keqing refused to obey, she would have reasons to refuse. Now she could only accompany the new and old masters and go all the way to the end. After getting his guarantee, Baozu felt more at ease and quickly expressed her loyalty. "I will definitely not disappoint you. Master, did you come here by yourself? Or did Qin ask you to come?" Before, Zhang Yuni was just guessing and speaking half-heartedly. But now, he had received the confirmation. Therefore, he no longer called his nephew's wife, but changed to Qin. "I came here by myself," Baoju said, straightening her back. Although she was sure that Qin Keqing also had this intention, there was no clear instruction, and she also hoped to get more credit. After hearing this, Zhang Yuni was somewhat disappointed. However, it cannot be ruled out that Qin Keqing let the maid take the blame because she was shy. After all, Baozu might have some concerns, but Rueju should not. At present, his foundation is unstable, and there is no need to rush, even if Baozu really made the decision on her own. With this nail, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future to slowly find out Qin Keqing's intentions. So he reminded, in the future, if there is any situation over there, no matter how big or small, remember to come and tell the master in time. Baoju was obviously stunned, and then a trace of entanglement flashed in her eyes. After a long silence, she came to the table and whispered, "I dare not hide it from the master. In fact, Grandma has never consummated the marriage. These 2 days, Rueju has hinted at something, and brought her family and Xiangling to the house, which made Baoju have to think that she has completely changed her family." She still remembered Qin Keqing's words that it is the most difficult to keep a secret between the bed and the bed. If Zhang Yuni had not asked, she would not have betrayed it on her own initiative. But if he asked, she deliberately concealed it. The nature of the matter would be completely different. Zhang Yuni was speechless. But thinking carefully, Rueju's cowardly evaluation last night seemed to be possible. Seeing his expression, Baoju knew that she had guessed wrong, and knelt down with a thump, saying sadly, "I am not going to betray you. But since you asked, I dare not hide it. Please, get up quickly. Don't let anyone see it." Zhang Yuni hurriedly stopped him and said, "You will only keep this in your heart." Seeing this, Baozu hurriedly got up from the ground and looked at the door behind her. She saw Wang Shifeng and Ping Er walking towards the Tianxiang Tower opposite. She hurriedly bowed deeply to Zhang Yuni and said, "Second Madame Lian is here. I have to go back to serve her." Zhang Yuni glanced outside the house, at the slender, coquettish figure with brilliant embroidery, and then waved his hand and said, "Go." After a hasty breakfast, he got up and went upstairs to improve the subsequent plans for the glass factory. He was busy until early noon. put away the materials, and then got up and went downstairs. When leaving Dangxian Pavilion, he took a special look at Tianxiang Tower and found that Wang Shifeng had not left yet. Although Jia Rong did not consummate his marriage with Qin Keqing, the possibility of entrusting his wife to him was greatly reduced. But it cannot be ruled out that he had the idea of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, making himself the first bird to compete with Jiazhen, because he was under the banner of visiting the sick. It was not good to favor one over the other, so he had to go to Ningen Hall again and pretend to be affectionate with Jiazhen. Fong turned to Yosher's courtyard. Just like yesterday, a group of maids and servants escorted him into the house, and then retreated like the tide. He saw that Yusher was getting better, and his guilt was reduced a little. He chatted with her for a while. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that he arrived at Jia Rong's courtyard. Chapter 59. Attending the banquet. Because Wang Shifeng stayed in Tianxiang Tower for a long time, he deliberately delayed some time. It was 3/4 of an hour later than the agreed time. Jia Rong had been waiting in the courtyard for a long time, and was getting impatient. He just called Xiao Wan and told her to go to Dangxian Pavilion to invite someone. And then, he saw Zhang Yuli walking in. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed and said, "Uncle Yi, you are finally here." Zhang Yuli saw that there were no servants in the courtyard, only a vulgar-looking woman dressed as a concubine. And he couldn't help but pay a little attention. Could it be that he guessed wrong, and Jia Rong was not asking for a wife, but a concubine? If Uncle Yi likes it, nephew will leave first, and let Xiao Wan accompany Uncle Yi to have fun. Wang Shifeng was just an outsider after all. Even if he facilitated this good thing, it was only a one-time deal. Therefore, he also wanted to follow Jiazhen's example. Although he couldn't offer Qin Keqing, he could make a discount, and use Xiao Wan to make up for it. That's why he proposed to let Xiao Wan go yesterday, with the intention of letting Zhang Yuli take a look. But he refused. At this moment, seeing him looking at Xiao Wan, he hurriedly winked at Xiao Wan, who immediately stepped forward, took Zhang Yuli's arm, and disappeared into the gap in front of him, and struggled for a while. Zhang Yuli frowned slightly, suddenly pulled back his hand, and said with disgust, "You are looking for me for this?" Not to mention that Xiao Wan's talisman does not conform to his aesthetic taste. Just saying that she was originally a concubine in Jiazhen's room, and then given to Jia Rong. He couldn't get interested, let alone get involved. How could it be? Jia Rong said with a flattering face. Since Uncle Yi doesn't like her, nephew will send her away now. Zhang Yuli said righteously, although she is only a concubine, she is still your family member after all. How can she be sent back and forth? Because he learned from Baozhu that Qin Keqing was still a virgin. He was worried that Jia Rong had ill intentions, and planned to let him be the first bird to sing against Jiazhen. Therefore, although he wanted to see what Jia Rong was up to, he did not intend to let him catch him. So he acted cautiously. Although Jia Rong might have bad intentions, he could also take the opportunity to test Qin Keqing's attitude. As long as he did not make the first bird, Jia Rong would not dare to reveal his whereabouts to Jiazhen. In order to be on the safe side, he deliberately put on such a posture in front of Xiao Wan. I believe that even if Jiazhen gave her to Jia Rong, if Jiazhen asked, she would not dare to hide it. Yusher had Jiazhen's tacit consent, while Qin Keqing was snatching food from the tiger's mouth. After all, Ning Mansion was not his home, and his current strength was not enough to make Jiazhen feel timid. Once he saw the signs, he was afraid that he could not stay in Ning Mansion. With Baozhu's cooperation, he has already taken the lead in Qin Keqing. As long as he develops steadily, it is okay even if he waits until the Jia family falls. Jia Rong thought he was too embarrassed to save face, and pretended to be polite. So he hurriedly said with a smile, Uncle Yi is joking. We are all family, and the benefits are not flowing into the fields of outsiders. Moreover, there is an old saying that concubines share the joys and difficulties. She can serve Uncle Yi comfortably, which can be regarded as filial piety for her nephew. As if he was still not satisfied, Jia Rong continued to persuade, Uncle Yi, you don't know that although she is in my nephew's room now, she is given by the master. Uncle Yi can also regard her as someone in the master's room. Seeing that Zhang Yuni accepted everyone who came to Yusher, he thought that he was a generation younger. So he refused. His words really opened Zhang Yuni's eyes, and he had a new understanding of the word shameless. She said with a long face, if you keep talking about these nonsense, I will go back. No. 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 It's my nephew who is rude. Uncle Yi, please come in. After saying that, he turned to CL1, glared at her, and scolded, Uncle E doesn't like you. Why are you still embarrassing yourself here? Go to a cool place. CL1 looked at Zhang Yuni with resentment, lowered her head, and went into the west wing in a dejected manner. She was originally a concubine recruited by Jiazhen, and was used to serving people with her beauty. She saw that Zhang Yuni was dignified, extraordinary, and quite masculine, unlike Jiazhen and his son, who were not beautiful but superficial. So when she heard that Jia Rong wanted her to serve him, she was a little impatient. But Zhang Yuni was a gentleman and refused sternly. The banquet was not held in the side hall, but in the main room. The food and wine were already on the table, but there was no maid standing by. Zhang Yuni felt that there was something fishy going on. Jia Rong had indeed spent a lot of money, and bought a lot of seasonal river fish and vegetables out of his own pocket. There was another dish called Dragon and Phoenix, which was fragrant and delicious. It was made by boiling snake meat in chicken soup. Of course, the main reason why Jia Rong prepared such a dish was to get a good start. The phoenix naturally referred to Wang Shifeng. Although Zhang Yuni was not a dragon, he was blessed by the late emperor and had dragon spirit by his side. It was rounded up to the nearest. He was not like Jiazhen. He could just ask for what he wanted to eat, but he had to pay for it himself if it exceeded the daily expenses. Of course, if he was willing to use the name of Bang Yuni, Jiazhen and Yushur would not make it difficult. But he was worried about exposing his intentions, so he had to bear the pain and pay for it out of his own pocket, avoiding Yushur and Jiazhen, and privately asked the kitchen to help him buy it. Uncle E, please try the medicinal wine that my nephew specially brewed. As soon as the two of them sat down, Jia Rong picked up the wine pot on the table and poured a glass for Zhang Yuni, saying with a smile, although this apricot wine is not a good wine, it has been stored for many years. 2 months ago, my nephew got a tiger whip, and it happened to be open today. When he was instigating Wang Shifeng, he began to prepare this wine, because he was planning to promote this good thing. He wanted to get a lucky sign of an affair. Apricot wine? Zhang Yuni asked in confusion. Is there no other wine at home? He and Yushur also occasionally drank a little, and usually drank 20-year-old daughter red and champion red, which was better than apricot wine. Although this time is not like later times. Tiger whips are not common. Jia Rong specially searched for it to brew medicinal wine. It would be fine if he didn't choose the good ones. But why did he lower the grade and choose the first-class apricot wine this time? Hearing this, Jia Rong said with a sly smile, this apricot wine not only has a good name, but also tastes interesting. It is even more suitable for soaking tiger penis. Uncle E, please try it first. Zhang Yuni raised his hand to block the wine glass handed over by Jia Rong, and said, no hurry. You tell me the reason first, and then we can drink it. Tiger penis is a tonic. If something is added to the wine, it may not be able to stay sober. So, he didn't even intend to touch this wine. Jia Rong didn't know that he was on guard, and said like offering a treasure, nephew just wants to ask for a good start for you. Uncle E, good luck. He. Jia Rong laughed slyly, and before he could answer, he heard a crisp and pleasant voice coming from outside the house. Where is Rongmei? Why is there no servant in the courtyard? Sister Jin is always so impatient. How come she can't even take care of the servants? The voice came before the person, and the voice was very recognizable. Zhang Yuni immediately recognized it as Wang Shifeng. Looking at Jia Rong holding a wine glass, he was winking at him and shouting outside the house, Auntie. Chapter 60. The main course is served. Great. You knew I was coming to see my nephew's wife, so you didn't greet me, but you hid in the house. Wang Shifeng flicked her silk scarf, stepped over the threshold, and stepped into the house. She was stunned when she saw Zhang Yuni, and then smiled. No wonder you didn't have time to greet me. It turns out you have a distinguished guest. Zhang Yuni stood up and bowed slightly to her and said, Second sister-in-law Lian. A hint of joy flashed in Wang Shifeng's phoenix eyes, and her two curved eyebrows slightly raised, and she smiled and said, I thought brother you was a noble man who forgets things, but I didn't expect that he still remembers me. Sister-in-law is really favored. If you are surprised. After the two of them greeted each other, Jia Rong bowed to her and said, Auntie, have you had your meal? Why don't you give me a favor and have a meal with Uncle E at my place? That's great. I want to ask Brother E for advice on something. At this point, she pretended to be reserved and said, But I don't know if Brother E welcomes me, an uninvited guest. Sister-in-law. You are serious. Yun Yi is honored. Having said this, Zhang Yuni could not refuse, and hurriedly stepped back to make way for Wang Shifeng to sit at the table. Although Jia Rong did not say it just now, the meaning revealed in his words could not be more obvious. I thought Wang Shifeng was a stumbling block, but she was the main dish. To be honest, he was still quite envious of this ostentatious second wife. Although the foundation is not stable at the moment, it is not the best time, but it would be a pity to miss the opportunity to come to the door to feed her. Of course, he did not dare to relax his vigilance. Others may not know, but he knew how Jia Tianxiang, who had the same courtesy name as him, died. Moreover, Jia Rong was also involved. Although Jia Rui committed suicide, he did not provoke Wang Shifeng. But there was no guarantee that there were no unknown reasons. He was not Jia Rui, and he could let them do whatever they wanted. As long as he did not act rashly and give others a handle, he did not have to worry too much. Wang Shifeng was not shy when she heard this, and she came over with her silk scarf lightly, creating a fragrant breeze in front of Zhang Yuni. The golden flower and grass pattern on her dress swayed with her body, and it looked radiant. Although the purple-red long skirt only revealed 1 foot, it echoed the background color of the double-breasted jacket, adding a bit of gorgeousness to the brilliant embroidery. Walking to the right side of Zhang Yuni, she bent her waist and knees, and reached out to stroke the hem of her collar behind her, all the way to her knees, showing her long legs to the fullest. When her buttocks were placed on the stool, her legs were slightly apart, and the hem of her collar was immediately stretched round. She then raised her waist slightly, twisted her waist and hips, and sat up straight. She looked at the wine and food on the table and smiled. Haven't you started eating yet? It seems that I'm lucky, having been ignored the last time. She didn't dare to be careless. Wine is a matchmaker, and it can also give courage. Jia Rong informed him of the time in advance, and watched Zhang Yuni go out. So he waited for 2 quarters before leaving Tianxiang Tower. Originally thought, even if he hadn't drunk 3 rounds of wine at this time, he would at least be a little tipsy. But he didn't drink a drop of wine. Therefore, although she said it was a coincidence, she secretly blamed Jia Rong in her heart for not warming up the scene in advance. Uncle E and Aunt are destined to be together. They just talked for a while, and now it seems that he is waiting for Aunt. Jia Rong didn't understand what was going on, so he smiled and said, "My nephew was worried that he couldn't have fun with Uncle E. Aunt's coming here can be regarded as helping my nephew out." Wang Shifeng smiled and said, "I am a woman. How can I drink with you men? Aunt is too modest. You are as good as men. How can your nephew not know that?" Wang Shifeng was not shy, and took the wine pot on the table, and was about to pour the wine. Jia Rong hurriedly said, "This wine is a tonic. Aunt can't drink it." "Pooh!" Wang Shifeng raised her hand and fanned Zhang Yuni, spat lightly, and scolded, "Who cares about you dirty things?" Jia Rong sneered, ran to the cabinet in the house, picked up a pot of wine that had been prepared long ago, returned to the table, and poured a glass for Wang Shifeng. Zhang Yuni hurriedly handed the full wine glass on his table to Jia Rong, and replaced it with the empty glass in front of him, and said with a smile, "I am not used to this wine either. Let's drink the same as my sister-in-law." He did not dare to be careless, and took the opportunity to change the wine glass. "Pinger, quickly pour wine for Brother E." Wang Shifeng turned around and ordered, and Pinger behind her hurriedly stepped forward, took the wine pot handed by Jia Rong, and filled it for Zhang Yuni. "I didn't expect that there is such a person as my cousin in my family. It's a pity that Lian Er is not at home, so I have never had the opportunity to invite Brother E. It's a rare coincidence today. I will drink first to show my respect." After saying that, Wang Shifeng picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Zhang Yuni hurriedly drank a glass with Lian Er, and asked tentatively, "Is Brother Lian Er out for something?" "Years ago, the old lady ordered me to accompany Sister Lin to Yangzhou to visit the old master. I'm afraid he is so happy in Jiang and that he doesn't want to come back." Speaking of this, she looked resentful and sighed. "It's normal for you men to fall in love with everyone you see. But it's hard for Pinger and me. We stare at each other at home every day, and there is no one to talk to relieve boredom. And you can't generalize. Uncle E is not that kind of person." Jia Rong laughed and retorted, "Uncle E usually stays at home except for going to the government office. Even my nephew feels bored when he sees him. Although Uncle E is a clean man and doesn't want to go to brothels, He should at least walk around the house more and talk to people. Hearing the two people singing the same tune, Pinger, who was standing by, immediately looked at Zhang Yuni. She was very familiar with this set of words. She was worried at the moment. Although she didn't know what Wang Shifeng was thinking, she had some bad guesses based on the previous things. However, she didn't understand when Zhang Yuni had provoked her grandmother, and because of the situation, it was inconvenient to ask in person. She had to go forward to pour wine, while burying her doubts in her heart. Zhang Yuni was also familiar with this. He did not answer, but looked at Pinger, who was pouring wine, and said, "Miss Pinger, haven't you eaten yet? There are no outsiders here. Why don't you sit down and eat something together?" Pinger usually sits down with Wang Shifeng at home, but today she is away from home, so Wang Shifeng can't take over the main role. Although Jia Rong had this intention, he was worried about causing dissatisfaction to Zhang Yuni, so he kept pretending to be stupid. Now that Zhang Yuni took the initiative to invite him, he quickly stood up and invited Pinger to sit down. Wang Shifeng saw that he did not say anything, but invited Pinger to sit down, and the surprise on her face flashed away. Then her eyebrows relaxed and she smiled happily. "Pinger, why don't you thank Brother E quickly? You have been asking Brother E to read your fortune, haven't you? This is a good opportunity. You can drink a few more cups with Brother E. Maybe he will be happy and open his mouth to read your fortune." She originally wanted to use someone else's trick. If Pinger doesn't catch Zhang Yuni's eye, the effect will be discounted. Pinger was stunned when she heard the words. And then she saw Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and looked at her. She had to pour the wine and held the wine glass with both hands and said, "This servant offers a glass to Master E." Chapter 61. Withdraw after reaching an agreement. Zhang Yuni saw that Pinger's wine glass was empty, but he was not in a hurry to drink. Instead, he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law and Miss Pinger, please forgive me. Xiangling's situation is special, so she can see something. You can drink the wine, but you dare not look at her face carelessly." Hearing him say this, Wang Shifeng became more and more convinced that he had reached an agreement with the Shui family in secret. She said with a double meaning, "Oh, Brother E, you can't be partial to one and neglect the other. Don't you know that my aunt has something to ask for compensation? And you are worried that you will work for me in vain? I didn't mean to refuse, but I really can't do it. Please forgive me, sister-in-law." Wang Shifeng saw that he didn't show any anxiety, but refused in every possible way. She was a little anxious in her heart, and smiled and tried to test, "If there is any relationship, I will definitely ask Brother E to help resolve it." She paused for a moment, looked at Zhang Yuni, and said meaningfully, "Or is it because my aunt's family has a lot of property and Xiangling is beautiful, so Brother E is willing to help? But when it comes to my and Pinger's burnt papers, you are unwilling to bother and work hard?" Hearing her call Aunt Shui all the time and compare Xiangling and Pinger, Zhang Yuni's mind couldn't help but become active. Could it be that since he got Xiangling, he arranged business for the Shui family, which aroused the thoughts of this hot-tempered Fengzi? It is well known that Wang Shifeng loves money, and she even took on all the lawsuits. It is indeed possible that she is jealous of the Shui family and intends to use Pinger as a bargaining chip. That being said, he knew nothing about Pinger's past, so even if he wanted to use the same trick again, he could not do it. He could only say sincerely, "Sister-in-law and Miss Pinger are both like fairies. Why do you belittle yourself? But Yun Yi's ability is indeed limited. I hope sister-in-law will forgive me." If Wang Shifeng really meant this, he didn't have to rush to reply. With Jia Rong involved, he would ask about the situation later, and he would help coordinate. He was worried that Wang Shifeng would be discouraged if she didn't get a reply, so he praised her. Puff! Wang Shifeng covered her mouth and laughed. "Brother E is really different from others. He is a sincere person. Sister-in-law just joked with you, but you even spilled the beans." She was sure that Xiangling was a private deal between him and the Shui family, and those words were just to deceive Jiamu and others. But seeing that she didn't speak to him, he was a little anxious. So he compared himself and Pinger with the Shui family and Xiangling to test his attitude. Hearing Zhang Yuni praise himself as a fairy, he thought he was too dazzling and dared not look directly at her. She took the initiative to pick up the wine glass and said self-deprecatingly, "Thank you, Brother E, for saving my face. She is just a yellow-faced woman. You men are all fickle and only focus on young girls." After saying that, she raised her snow-white neck and drank the glass in one gulp. Zhang Yuni hurriedly drank a cup with him and said with a smile, Sister-in-law also said that Uni is an honest man, and everything he said comes from the heart. Yes. 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 Jia Rong quickly agreed. Uncle Yi never tells lies. He must be sincere. Hearing that the words were getting more and more explicit, Pinger was secretly frightened. Taking the opportunity of pouring wine, she secretly poked Wang Shifeng's pink back with her elbow and advised, Grandma, eat some vegetables on an empty stomach. Don't drink to hurt your body. It's rare to get along with Brother Yi. What's wrong with drinking a few more cups? Wang Shifeng said disapprovingly. Don't just know how to care about Brother Yi with your mouth. And don't accompany Brother Yi for a few cups. Pinger had no choice but to obey and clinked glasses with Zhang Yuni. Seeing this, Jia Rong was not to be outdone, and hurriedly picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, My nephew also toasts my aunt. You are so good. Rong brother. You don't help me block the wine, but pour it on me. Wang Shifeng cursed, but picked up the wine glass and drank it all. She put down the wine glass, raised her hand and fanned in the direction of Zhang Yuni, and said with a smile, Why do you feel a little hot after just drinking these few glasses? Then, she unbuttoned the plate on the cloud's shoulder, pulled it down, raised her hips slightly, leaned her body slightly, and without waiting for Pinger to come over to pour the wine, she reached out and handed the cloud shoulder to Pinger opposite. The cloud shoulder was pulled down, and the white greasy thing hidden inside was suddenly uncovered. She leaned her body slightly and reached out and handed it over again, because he raised his right hand to pass it. He could not help but slightly lean to the side and get in front of Zhang Yuni. Perhaps it was the alcohol or the heat. The white greasy layer turned pink, which echoed the pink bodice that was only slightly exposed. Gudong. Zhang Yuni, who was the first to bear the brunt, did not show any disgrace. Jia Rong, who was blocked by his arm and could not see the whole picture, could not help swallowing. Wang Shifeng turned her head and glared at him fiercely, then turned around and smiled at Zhang Yuni. Today, I was so happy to see Brother Yi that I forgot myself and drank too fast. Brother Yi, please don't laugh at me. She saw that Zhang Yuni had no abnormality except for that compliment, and she did not care to hide it. Sister-in-law has a straightforward personality. Yun Yi cannot help but admire her. Good. Wang Shifeng stood up suddenly, walked around behind Pinger, grabbed the wine pot on the table, walked to the seat between Zhang Yuni and herself, bent down, and poured him a glass. Then she turned her back and filled a full cup for herself, but did not return to her seat. Instead, she stood beside Zhang Yuni and raised her cup, saying, Brother Yi is indeed a wise man. We are all family members, so why be so coy? After that, she raised her cup and drank it all, because she had filled a full cup. A few drops of wine inevitably overflowed from the corners of her lips, and actually flowed down along her swan-like snow-white neck and fell into her pink bodice. In this situation, Zhang Yuni could not move his eyes away, looking at the wet marks left by the remaining wine on her snow-white chest. He felt his throat dry, and could not help but turn it up and down and swallowed. Wang Shifeng saw this scene, and she smiled charmingly and said, I drank too much today, and can't handle the alcohol anymore. I have to take a car back now. When Brother Yi is free, I will go to my sister-in-law's place and treat her well. Speaking of this, she paused and said in a sweet voice, As long as Brother Yi doesn't laugh at my sister-in-law, even if I drink with Brother Yi until I pass out, I can just go back to my room and lie down, and I won't be unable to go home. Of course she was not drunk. Otherwise, even if she remembered to go home, she wouldn't be able to say this. However, seeing Zhang Yuni staring at her just now, she deliberately stopped talking to whet his appetite. Pinger knew her alcohol tolerance very well. Seeing her get up and leave the table, she felt relieved and hurried forward to support her and put Yunjian back on her shoulders. Wang Shifeng, who was still clear-headed just now, immediately leaned on her after being supported by Pinger. It's only a few steps away. Brother Yi, please stop seeing me off. She said goodbye to Zhang Yuni while rubbing her temples. Sister-in-law, take care. Aunt, take care. Zhang Yuni and Jia Rong saw the two of them out the door, watching the master and servant twist their slender waists and hips, meandering all the way until they disappeared behind the screen wall in front of the courtyard. Zhang Yuni, who came to his senses first, immediately frowned and said sanctimoniously, Tell me, what's the matter with you guys? Chapter 62. What's going on? What's going on? Grandma. After getting on the carriage, Pinger couldn't wait to persuade her. Master Yi only met Grandma once. And he didn't even say a serious word. He's not like that toad who would take the initiative to provoke Grandma. So why bother to provoke him? She had followed Wang Shifeng since she was a child, and knew that although she seemed to act flamboyantly, and never avoided her younger brother-in-law and older nephew, she was not the type to have an affair. Wang Shifeng had long lost her drunken look. She sneered and said, "You little slut. We have only met twice. Did he let you sit down, and you remembered his kindness and felt sorry for him?" "Madam." Although she knew that Wang Shifeng was just teasing, Pinger still hurriedly explained, "Madam, why do you have to make fun of me? He holds an official position, and is favored by the emperor. He is not someone that can be easily controlled by a toad. I am just worried that you will kill yourself and bring trouble upon yourself," Wang Shifeng said disapprovingly. "Don't worry. I know what's going on. Just listen to me." Pinger knew her character, and she couldn't persuade her. She could only say, "I can't sit by and watch you make mistakes again and again. If you don't tell me what you are planning, even if you drive me out of the house, I will never dare to accompany you to make trouble." "Humph!" Wang Shifeng snorted coldly, saying, "What a heartless little bitch. I have spent all my efforts. Isn't it all for you? For me?" Pinger was confused and said blankly, "Isn't it just for you? A little bitch." Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and scolded lightly, saying, "You have followed me for a while. I can't help but think about you. Since you have no interest in the second master, you can't always follow me and be an old maid for the rest of your life. Right?" Pinger was stunned when she heard this. Even if she didn't fight or compete, could she still not tolerate herself? But then she suddenly realized, what does this have to do with Grandma provoking Master Yi? What does it have to do with it? I have spent so much effort to find a name for you. After all, you are the second master's nominal concubine. Even if I give you to him, can I still make you a concubine?" Wang Shifeng said righteously, "Although we have used some means, flies don't bite cracked eggs. Since he has that idea, he can't. No wonder we plotted against him. Just use the same method we used to deal with the toad. When he is fooled, he will go for me. When the matter is settled, I will catch him and force him to take you as his concubine. He knows he is in the wrong, so how dare he make a fuss? Besides, we didn't make him suffer any loss. We just asked him to give you the title of a concubine. How can he not be satisfied with a beauty like you?" In order to increase the persuasiveness, Zhang Yuli praised the two of them for their beauty. "I don't want any title. I just want to follow you. Grandma, I am willing to be an old maid for the rest of my life." Although she knew that Wang Shifeng's decision was difficult to change, she still wanted to make a final effort. "It's too late," Wang Shifeng said with eyes wide open. "I asked the second master to take you in before, but you refused to agree. Now I have sacrificed my dignity and done so much preparation. If I stop, won't it be that others take advantage of me for nothing? Besides, you want to be an old maid for the rest of your life. How can outsiders say about me?" Since it was a substitution, Pinger had to cooperate. Otherwise, even if she was tricked into going to the appointment on her behalf, she would be exposed as soon as she spoke. Therefore, she had already thought of the words, and when the time was right, she would confront Pinger. Considering that she would follow Zhang Yuni in the future, she was worried about revealing her weakness. So she kept the internal reasons of the Shui family and Rongfu secret. She had a good plan, thinking that the Shui family had something to ask for. So they sent Xiangling, and she helped to conceal the scandal. So Zhang Yuni naturally had to return the favor. Pinger didn't know her hidden worries, and only thought that she couldn't tolerate herself. Although she could indeed gain a reputation by following Wang Shifeng's method. But after all, he was conspiring with her. So how could Zhang Yuni not resent it? And hurriedly advised, "Grandma, why do you have to take this risk for me? Why don't you be frank with Master Yi?" Since Wang Shifeng couldn't tolerate herself, sooner or later she would be like those sisters who were married with dowry. Rather than being matched with servants, it is better to get out as soon as possible. Although Zhang Yuni couldn't escape the calculation, she was always present when drinking, and Wang Shifeng acted like that. If it were someone else, he would probably make a fool of himself on the spot. She was used to seeing Jia Lian, Jia Zhen and other people in the Jia family, and felt that Zhang Yuni had good self-control. But he just couldn't resist Wang Shifeng's deliberate actions. Wang Shifeng said disdainfully, "Just listen to me on this matter. Men are all cheap. If they take the initiative to come to you, wouldn't it be lowering their status? How can they cherish you? After she said this, Pinger also became anxious and hurriedly said, "If I offend Master Yi, how can I deal with it in the future? Don't worry. When the time comes, just push all the responsibility to me and say that I changed the place temporarily. So I let you go. Because I was already in love with him. And he hugged me. My body was soft for a while. And I was afraid that speaking out would cause trouble for him. And he would have to thank you." While Wang Shifeng and her servant were discussing, Zhang Yuni also learned from Jia Rong what Wang Shifeng was thinking. At last, Jia Rong said flatteringly, "Uncle Yi, don't worry. With my nephew dealing with her, I will definitely be able to deceive her. Then, Uncle Yi will just let go and do what he wants. If she dares not to obey, I will threaten her to go to the old lady and the lady. My nephew will also testify for you. And she will definitely not dare to speak out." It must be said that for a moment, Zhang Yuni was moved. However, he still suppressed his restlessness. Although it is said that if others do not offend me, I will not offend others. Wang Shifeng took the initiative to calculate himself. And he had no psychological barriers. But this also let Jia Rong know his handle. At present, although he seems harmless, if he encounters something in the future, it is hard to guarantee that he will not use this matter to threaten. In addition, Wang Shifeng is not a good person. Remember that when Jia Lian took Yu Erji as a concubine, she even instigated Zhang Hua to complain. Family filial piety is fine, but national filial piety is no joke. If she is not careful, she will be punished. So, if they really fall out, she may not be willing to fight to the death. So he said without comment, "Lian Er is also your uncle. What good will this do you? Uncle Yi, look at what you said. Although you can't write two Jia characters with one stroke, you are 5 generations apart. How can it compare to our relationship?" He said flatteringly, "It's okay for Aunt Lian Er not to provoke Uncle Yi. But she dared to plot against Uncle Yi. How can I tolerate it with my sincere nephew? But I see that she is still pretty. That kind of fierceness is also a different taste. It can also change Uncle Yi's taste, which is not in vain for my nephew's filial piety." "Yeah." Zhang Yuni nodded and said, "Uncle Yi has received your filial piety." Although he despised Jia Rong, he didn't hit a smiling person. So there was no need to be cold and stern. Besides, things should be put to good use. And so should people. They may be useful in the future. Jia Rong was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "Then I will go and arrange things for Uncle Yi." "No need." Zhang Yuni waved his hand and said, "After all, she is a relative. I don't bother to argue with a woman. If she comes to look for you again, just make excuses and delay as much as possible." "Ah?" Jia Rong looked at him with disappointment, hesitating to speak. Zhang Yuni raised his hand and said, "Don't worry. Uncle Yi never treats his own people badly. Since you are so filial, you will remember it in your heart." "Hey! Hey!" Jia Rong turned his worry into joy. With a flattering face, nodding and bowing hurriedly. Chapter 63 Mother and Daughter of the Yu Family. It was evening that day. A carriage drove into the corner gate of Ning Mansion. And the old lady, Han, had just lifted the curtain. "Mother!" The waiting Yu in the courtyard bowed slightly to the carriage and said, "Why are you here so late?" Before old lady Yu could greet her, she was squeezed by a red figure and staggered. "You money loser. You will make me angry to death one day." Old lady Yu stabilized her body while cursing. And the girl behind her had already got out of the carriage. "Big sister." She leaned on her head and shouted crisply, and jumped down without waiting to set up the carriage stool. "Third sister." Seeing her frivolous behavior, Yusher frowned slightly and scolded. "Why are you still so reckless? Why did elder sister think of picking us up this time?" Third sister Yu looked around. A trace of suspicion flashed across her face, and asked, "Where is my brother-in-law?" Yusher said unhappily, "He caught a cold and is still lying in bed." After all, she was young. Although her body was wet, and the wind blew for half an hour, she could get out of bed in 3 or 5 days. But Jiajin was still bedridden. "Sick? It shouldn't be." Third sister Yu pursed her lips, and said to herself. Yusha rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay attention to her, and stepped forward to help old lady Yu get out of the car. At this time, another pink figure in the car slowly lifted the curtain and walked out, saying to Yusha, "Eldest sister." Looking at this second sister, Yusha felt mixed emotions. Although it was still unclear whether the marriage could be cancelled, the idea came to her mind when she thought about sending someone to Zhang Yuni. She felt a little sad. But when she thought about the convenience it would bring in the future, she smiled and said, "Second sister is still steady, and looks like a lady from a noble family." "Oh, that's right, old lady," you said with a smile on her face. "Your two sisters are good-looking and graceful, in no way inferior to those ladies from wealthy families. These ladies from wealthy families are also supported by money. You can help them to get a hem." Seeing that old lady was getting more and more unbearable, Yusha coughed hurriedly. "It's getting late. I'll take you to your place first." Hey, old lady, you agreed. She was about to turn around to grab the gifts on the car, but she heard Yusha say to the maids in the yard, "Go! Send all the gifts to Dufengxuan." "Yes, madam." Several maids bowed. "Hey!" Upon hearing this, third sister Yu came up to Yusha and asked, "Why don't we live in your courtyard? Didn't you always say that Huifang Garden has a good view, and you want to live there?" She paused for a moment and said, "But I remind you that you can live there. But don't run around." Third sister Yu's beautiful eyes moved, and she responded, "Everything is up to you, sister." Yusha led them through the corridor and hall, all the way to Huifang Garden. Stepping into the sidewalk in front of Tianqiang Tower, the maids and old women in the ear room hurried forward to salute. Third sister Yu looked at the maids and women on both sides of the road and asked curiously, "Sister, are these here to help us clean up the house? There are more than just you living in the garden. I'll tell you in detail later." She glanced at the setting sun and urged, "I'll take you there. I have something else to do. Come over later, and we sisters can talk slowly. Don't bother your sister." Third sister Yu was about to ask more, but was pulled over by old lady Yu. Then she turned to Yusha with a smile on her face and said, "Since the son-in-law is sick in bed, shouldn't we go over to see him?" "No need. It's not a serious illness. You will be fine after a rest. Don't go, lest you get sick. Dufengxuan is not like Tianxianglu and Dangxian Pavilion. It is just a small courtyard consisting of several houses." Yusha led the three people into their houses, told them the rooms that had been assigned, told the maid to prepare dinner for the three people, and then hurried to the front yard again. Originally, she sent someone to pick them up early this morning, but she didn't expect her stepmother and sister to dawdle for a long time, almost delaying her from picking up Zhang Yuni. As soon as Yusha left, Yu Sanji immediately grabbed Yu Laonyang and Yu Erji and dragged them into Yu Laonyang's house. "Have you noticed? Something is wrong this time." She closed the door and ran to the bed impatiently. She kicked her legs, took off her embroidered shoes, climbed onto the bed like a dog, sat cross-legged and said, "In the past, when we wanted to come, she always refused. But this time she took the initiative to send someone to pick you up." Old lady Yu said unhappily, "You are always fussy, picking on clothes and food every day. Now that we have you here to enjoy a good life, I don't know how much money we can save. If your sister hears this and feels uncomfortable, she will send us back in 3 or 5 days. Don't make trouble with me again. I am doing this for our own good. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Maybe there is something hidden that we don't know. Don't you think about it? When we came here before, my brother-in-law and Rong came over when they smelled the smell. But this time, neither of them was seen. Didn't you see something wrong? Didn't your elder sister say that your brother-in-law is sick? What about Rong? It can't be such a coincidence that they are sick together. This is just one of the reasons." She twisted her waist and moved her hips, slithered like a snake, and approached behind old lady Yu, lying on her shoulder and said, "When we came here before, have we ever seen those servants be so respectful to my elder sister? Hiss. You know what? This time is really different from the past. They didn't even let us carry the bag ourselves." Old lady Yu said thoughtfully, "Could it be that your eldest sister used some means to win your brother-in-law's heart and finally gain power in this mansion?" She couldn't help rubbing her hands fiercely, and said with joy, "If so, wouldn't we also benefit from it?" "I don't think so." Third sister Yu immediately poured a basin of cold water on him, with the character of the eldest sister. Even if she really has some means, would she dare to use them against her brother-in-law? Besides, it is difficult to change a person's nature. With the character of my brother-in-law, he might be warm for 2 days occasionally, but he can still keep pampering her. What do you know? Little kid? Old lady Yu scolded. I see that your eldest sister is very different from before. She looks a little younger than before. I can tell from the expression between her eyebrows that the couple must have been getting along well recently. Really? Third sister Yu said doubtfully. But didn't the eldest sister say that my brother-in-law caught a cold? What's wrong with catching a cold? Do you know when he caught it? Besides, he was too busy and sweated. If he was blown by the wind. These words. This immediately aroused the curiosity of third sister Yu. And she said with a smile, "Didn't sister say she would come later? We might as well test her first. Anyway, we have already moved in. So we can always find some clues. Forget it. We are lucky to be able to move in and save those expenses. There are chickens, ducks, fish and meat in this mansion. You complain every day that the food at home is not good. Why do you still want to be a demon? Mother, you are too short-sighted." Third sister Yu said disapprovingly. "We can't live here forever. If the eldest sister really gets the upper hand, we will always ask her for more subsidies. My daughter doesn't even have a decent hairpin on her head." After she said this, old lady Yu was silent. Second sister Yu got up and came to the window, opened the window, looked at Hui Farm garden illuminated by the setting sun, her face full of envy, and murmured, "It would be great if I could live here forever." Chapter 64. Old Lady Yu's wisdom recognizes the mystery. With the intention of inquiring about the news, the mother and daughter in Defengchuan looked forward to it after dinner. Unexpectedly, until the middle of the second watch, there was no sign of Mrs. Yu. The three of them looked at the sidewalk under Tianxiang Tower for a while, and just as they were about to go back to their rooms to rest, a petite figure suddenly flashed from the side to the front of the courtyard. Third sister Yu saw in the moonlight that it was the long-awaited Yushi, and hurriedly asked, "Sister? This sudden voice startled Yushi, and she almost collapsed to the ground, panting. Why are you here? Didn't the eldest sister say she would come over to talk with us later?" Third sister Yu looked at the direction she came from, and asked suspiciously, "Where are you from?" "Sister? I ate too much tonight, so I took a walk in the garden to digest it." Yushi hurriedly and staggered to the front, and dragged the three people into the house without saying anything. Yu Erji laughed and said, "No wonder your face is so red, and your head is sweating so much." "Hey!" Yu Sanjia suddenly cried out. "Did you fall? Why is there so much dust on your knees?" "Sister, go to the room quickly, and let us take a look. I'll go find some medicinal wine and rub it for you." Yu Erji had already returned to the room before she finished speaking and started searching. "No. It's okay. Don't look. It's just a bump. It's not a big deal." "How can that be?" Yu Sanjia pulled Yushi into the room, pressed her on the bed without saying anything, and bent down to lift her skirt. Yushi quickly covered her thighs with her hands, and shrank her legs back desperately, shouting, "Don't move. I'll do it myself." Seeing that she was excited and didn't seem to be pretending, third sister Yu retracted her hand in dismay. "Sister, why are you so nervous? There's no one here. Are you afraid of being seen? You? You're so impatient. When will you change your temper?" Yu put one hand on her thigh and slowly pulled up the hem of her skirt with the other hand, lifting the hem to her knees. But she refused to move it up an inch. "Look! It's all blue. How could you be so careless?" Second sister Yu came to the bed, with a porcelain bottle in her hand and sat down, putting Yu's legs on her legs, saying, "I'll rub some medicinal wine on you." Third sister Yu also sat down on the edge of the bed and asked, "How did you fall while walking?" Yu pressed her hands tightly on her thighs calmly and explained, "I caught a cold a while ago, and it's only gotten better in the past few days. I think I'm still a little weak and didn't stand steadily when I walked." "Cold? Did you get it from your brother-in-law?" "That's not the case. It suddenly rained a few days ago, and I got wet." Speaking of the heavy rain, Yu couldn't help but think of what happened before the rain, and her cheeks were flushed again. As she spoke, Yu Erji had already smeared medicinal wine on her knees, kneading them gently while saying, "Sister, lift up your skirt a little more, so I can see if there's anything wrong with your legs." "Okay. How could your elder sister not know where you really bumped into it?" Sitting in the room, watching coldly, and keeping silent, Yu Laonyang suddenly said, "Did the son-in-law also catch a cold at that time?" Yushi nodded subconsciously and said, "Yes. I'll get better soon." Yu Laonyang looked at Yushi, whose hairpins were messy, and said meaningfully, "The son-in-law should be getting better soon. Right? If he sweats a little more now, he may get better faster." Yu Erji and Yu Sanjia looked at their mother in confusion. A trace of panic flashed across Yu's face, and she said anxiously, "Mother, don't talk nonsense everywhere. Although you didn't crawl out of my belly, We are mother and daughter. What's there to be shy about in front of me? Mother Yu smiled and said, you young people. It's okay to change your tricks occasionally. I'm an experienced person. How can I not understand these? However, the son-in-law is not well after all. You can stay in the room. Why bother to come out and blow the wind? You didn't expect her stepmother to be so sharp-eyed and see the mystery at a glance. But this son-in-law is not that son-in-law. She can't explain it. And she is worried that they will reveal it in front of Jiajin. So she is anxious and embarrassed. And her face is flushed immediately. Please save some face for your daughter. Mother. And don't mention this matter in front of you. Since there is no explanation, you can only make a mistake. Don't worry. This is a private matter between you and your husband. Can I still say this in front of my son-in-law? Yu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would accidentally leak something. She quickly retracted her legs, straightened her skirt, and stood up to say goodbye. I'm a little tired today. Mother and sister should rest early. I'll sleep here tonight. Let's talk tomorrow. Because I had planned to stay in the garden overnight under the pretext of my stepmother and sister. I had already said hello to the courtyard. Going back now would make people suspicious. After sending Yu Shi away, the mother and daughter of the Yu family did not disperse. Old lady Yu said with a smug look on her face, I've eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. I won't be wrong. Do you believe it this time? So my sister is really in power? How can it be false? Old lady Yu said with a look of relief. I didn't expect this girl to be so smart and know how to think about these tricks. At this point, her expression suddenly froze, as if she had thought of something and fell into deep thought. Seeing her suddenly fall into deep thought, Yu Erji and Yu Sanjia looked at each other in confusion, not knowing why, but not daring to disturb her thoughts. After a long pause, she slowly said, Do you think that the eldest sister brought us here because she wanted you sisters to accompany her, help her consolidate her favor? As she spoke, she looked back and forth at the two daughters' faces, and finally stopped at Yu Sanjia's face, her eyes gradually becoming eager. Mother, you are confused. Don't you know what's going on in this mansion? Third sister Yu said angrily. When we came here in the past, the father and son were envious and hungry. We are precious people, so it's okay to tease them. But are we really going to accompany them to make a real play? I haven't even finished my words. Why are you so anxious? Old lady Yu shouted. Your sister has helped to block it in the past. Why did she take the initiative to bring us here this time? Besides, you are sisters after all. If you ruin your reputation, it will be good for her. Humph. Third sister Yu sneered. So what? Is it possible that she will take the position of the legal wife away? Why don't you give me up? Bah! How could I give birth to such a high-minded and incompetent person like you? You care about being a wife or a concubine, wearing gold and silver, silk and satin. With your sister here, which one can be missing from you? Besides, sisters are in battle. You sisters are united and help each other. Isn't it 100 times better than marrying those poor boys outside? You want to marry a rich man and stay here to enjoy the good life. But don't think about me. Who doesn't know what kind of character my brother-in-law is? My sister has only improved a little now, and I don't know what will happen in the future. Seeing that her little daughter was stubborn, old lady Yu had to look at second sister Yu. Second sister Yu lowered her head and said softly, Mother, my daughter, I have a marriage contract. Chapter 65 The Speaker Has a Heart. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight shines through the window screen into Qin Keqing's boudoir on the second floor. She slowly opens the window with a lazy look, and the breeze blows, bringing bursts of fragrance and faint bird calls, breaking the silence in the house. Jiajin is ill in bed, and Tianxiang Tower has also swept away the gloom of the past and become more lively. She moved to the dressing table in front of the window and sat down. Baozhu came behind her and played with her black hair. Suddenly, she pointed outside the window and said crisply, Grandma, look! The master has practiced again in the morning. Qin Keqing heard this, slightly turned sideways, walked around the mirror in front of her, raised her snow-white neck, and looked at the figure in the distance. I don't know when she started to get up earlier. Uncle is really a regular life with extraordinary perseverance. That's right. You are handsome and strong. If you ride a horse, I'm afraid even the generals will be outdone. Right? Hearing this, Qin Keqing's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and a touch of pink appeared on her face. which made her already charming face even more blurred and more charming. Ever since she knew that Xiangling was similar to herself, she began to have wild thoughts every night when it was quiet. Just now, Baozhu praised Zhang Yuni for his strong body and handsome appearance. And she suddenly had wild thoughts. And another scene appeared in front of her. Zhang Yuni in the picture was still galloping. But he was not riding a horse. Although she had never consummated her marriage, and the teachings of her nanny before her marriage had gradually faded, she never thought that after such a long time, the memories buried deep in her heart would be evoked by Xiangling, who was so similar to herself. Before getting married, she had imagined a harmonious marriage and a happy marriage. But reality gave her a cold shoulder. She thought her husband had a hidden illness. But gradually she found out that he was afraid of his father-in-law Jiashan because he was afraid of her. Once upon a time, in those desperate and helpless moments, she had fantasized that Jia Rong would abandon his cowardice and stand up. Now, someone is finally willing to protect her from the wind and rain. It's a pity that this person is not her husband. Perhaps there is a destiny in the dark. And knowing that she can't repay him, she has Xiangling who is so similar to herself? She was thinking about it, but the figure in her eyes was blocked by the window. She hesitated for a moment, wondering whether she should move. Grandma. The master stopped in front of Du Fengxuan, and seemed to be talking to the wife and two aunts. Oh! Did the wife also stay in Du Fengxuan yesterday? She hurriedly moved to the window, and leaned over to look. Are these two my sister-in-law's sisters? In front of Dofeng Pavilion, Zhang Yuni asked knowingly. Sister-in-law? Without waiting for Yushir to answer, Yu Sanjia looked at her and asked with a puzzled look. Brother-in-law has a younger brother? Could it be? What nonsense! He is a cousin, Yushir scolded, turned around and pulled a pink-dressed girl beside her, introducing her to Zhang Yuni. These two are my sisters from my mother's family. Second sister. Third sister. Come and meet Master Yi. Master Yi. Zhang Yuni raised his hand to support them, and smiled. We are all family. So please don't be too polite. Yu's sister. He followed Yoshir's introduction, and looked at the two separately. Yu Erji, dressed in pink, had an almond face and peach cheeks, red lips and white teeth, a willow-like waist, a charming figure, a pair of watery peach blossom eyes, and was extremely beautiful. When she smiled, two shallow dimples appeared on her face, and her face was full of spring, and she was shy before she spoke. Third sister Yu, dressed in red, was as beautiful as peaches and plums, with bright eyes and white teeth, like a red lotus emerging from the water, pure and elegant. Unlike second sister Yu, who was quiet, she was restless standing beside Mrs. Yu, swaying her slender waist and twisting her hips. She looked at Zhang Yuni and asked curiously, What is Master Yi doing? Morning exercise. I do it every morning. Okay. Before Zhang Yuni finished speaking, Mrs. Yu interrupted hurriedly. Brother Yi still has to go to the government office. Don't let them delay your time. Last night, Mrs. Yu called out her whereabouts, and she was afraid that Zhang Yuni would reveal that she ran at night, which would cause unnecessary associations. After Mrs. Yu said this, Zhang Yuni thought she was jealous, so he didn't stay for long, and hurriedly bowed and said goodbye. As soon as he left, third sister Yu asked curiously, Does Master Yi still hold an official position? In her impression, everyone in the Ning mansion was idle and had nothing to do. Of course, Brother Yi is not like those dandies. Speaking of Zhang Yuni, Yushir couldn't help but feel proud of him, and her tone was a little different from usual. Sister Yu glanced at her sister curiously. Sister Yu, who was beside her, stared at Zhang Yuni's back until he entered the Dengxian pavilion. And then she asked softly, Sister, does Master Yi also live in the garden? Yeah. Yushir nodded. Ah? Didn't sister say that Rong's wife lives opposite? Why does he still? She pointed at Tianxiang Tower and Dengxian Pavilion with her hands, wanting to say something but stopping. Yushir looked at Sister Yu with a stern face and warned, Where he lives is it your turn to comment. I warn you. Put away all your tricks to tease people, and don't play tricks in front of him. Even the master and your brother-in-law value him very much. If you anger him, I can't protect you. Although he said it seriously, he secretly calculated it in his heart. He didn't care about the monk's face, but the Buddha's face. With the relationship between the two, he would not be angry with his sister. Even if he was really angry, he only needed to be humble in front of him, be soft enough, and use his tongue to make him calm down. It would be better if he didn't bother me. Why would I bother him? Yu Sanjia pouted. Sister, you said he was so important. Why do you still live in this small Dangxian pavilion? Hearing her questioning Zhang Yuni, Yushur immediately said unhappily, Do you think the master and your brother-in-law didn't make arrangements for him? Romer's yard was given to him. Otherwise how could the daughter-in-law move here? But he thought it was troublesome, and refused to live in it. Although Jia Jing had no intention of this, Yushur still dragged him into it at this moment. On the one hand, family disgrace should not be made public, and she didn't want everyone to know about Jia Jin's affairs, especially in front of his third sister. On the other hand, it was also to emphasize Zhang Yuni's identity. Unexpectedly, third sister Yu pointed at Tianxiang Tower and said with a gossipy face, Could it be that he knows Rong's wife? Yushur hurriedly covered her mouth and scolded, What are you talking about? When he moved in, he didn't even know that his wife lived across the street. Although she said that, she was still worried, because she often went in and out of Dangxian Pavilion. She saw the changes in Xiangling. Since Zhang Yuni could see Xiangling's past, it didn't seem surprising that he knew Qin lived in Tianxiang Tower, combined with the fact that he couldn't wait to take over the room at night when Xiangling stayed, and all kinds of care for his daughter-in-law. The more she thought about it, the more she felt uneasy. If it weren't for the 10% share of white sugar, she would even suspect that Zhang Yuni was sincere to her. However, even so, she still felt a strong sense of crisis. She knew very well the lethality of her own wife to men, and she was afraid that she would be difficult to compete with her alone. She looked back and forth at her two sisters' faces, feeling extremely conflicted. Chapter 66. The listener is interested. Go! Tell someone to call Ranjira to me. Yushur has not yet come to a conclusion, but Wang Shifeng can no longer hold back. She thought that Zhang Yuni had been firmly grasped by the slight flirtation she showed that day, and he would definitely lose his temper and come to her house impatiently. Unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 days, there was no news. This kind of thing should be struck while the iron is hot. Once calm, it is inevitable to look ahead and behind. Originally, she used Jia Rong to create an opportunity for a meeting, and she planned to leave him out. But now, she had to rely on him to find out the reason. After a while, Jia Rong hunched over and entered the 3 small porches. Auntie, did you tell your nephew to do something? If the plan succeeded, he would hold Wang Shifeng's weakness, and he was not afraid that she would hate him. But now, he was worried that both sides would be in trouble. Wang Shifeng saw him coming in. Her face was as gloomy as water, and she said with a fierce look, Tell me, what's the situation with your Uncle Yi? Ah? What's the situation? Jia Rong said in surprise. Has Uncle Yi never come to see Aunt? Wang Shifeng knew that since she had called Jia Rong here, there was no need to hide anything in front of him. So she went straight to the point. Didn't you sound out his mouth that day? When I set Aunt out that day, I couldn't take my eyes off Uncle Yi, and I thought he would come to see Aunt soon. It's just that Aunt didn't tell me, and I didn't dare to ask more. So you know now? Wang Shifeng waved her hand and said coldly, Why don't you go and sound out his mouth? This, Jia Rong knelt down on the ground with a thump. Aunt, spare me. I have helped Aunt meet Uncle Yi, and I have already been implicated. If I go to inquire now, if Uncle Yi doesn't have the heart to do so, and tells the master, I will be in big trouble. Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and asked, What? You want to regret it? You kept pushing it. Didn't you think about the pros and cons? Now you want to withdraw the latter? You can't blame your nephew. Jia Rong raised his head and looked at Wang Shifeng, and said carefully, I thought that with your aunt's style, Uncle Yi would rush to get in, even if he suffered a loss. He could only swallow his anger and dare not speak out. But if he didn't mean it, and my nephew rashly asked about it, what if he reported it to the master? Seeing Wang Shifeng remain silent, he hurriedly explained, the 1% of the sugar business went into the madam's pocket, but the master didn't take a penny. I'm afraid he has long been eyeing the glass business. To put it bluntly, my nephew is helping my aunt and doing things that are not worth the money. If the master knew, would he still tolerate my nephew? Look at your cowardly look, Wang Shifeng said angrily. Brother Jin has only you as his son. Can he still? Speaking of this, he couldn't help but think of Qin Keqing, and his voice stopped abruptly. Jia Rong took the opportunity to kowtow and said, Aunt, you also know my situation. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Wang Shifeng looked at Jia Rong, who was crying and sobbing, and knew that money was no match for a hammer. After all, she was an outsider to Ningbo Mansion, given Jia Rong's fear of Jiajin. Even if she promised him more benefits, she was afraid that he would not dare to risk angering Jiajin and help her mediate. With a wave of his hand, he snorted coldly, "Go away. Don't come here to embarrass yourself in the future." Jia Rong was relieved immediately, and hurriedly got up from the ground. After thinking for a while, he lowered his head and said, "This is not my fault. Maybe Uncle Yi has also heard of Ant's reputation and dare not make any plans against you." Seeing that Wang Shifeng was dissatisfied, he wanted to flatter her and make amends. This sentence touched Wang Shifeng's heart, and she felt much better. She believed that she was better than Yusha in every aspect. So how could she be willing to be suppressed by her? At the banquet that day, Zhang Yuni was already dry-mouthed and staring, and compared himself to a fairy. But he did not take any action for a long time. Only this reason could be justified. Thinking of this, she was both pleased and helpless. Seeing Jia Rong leave in disgrace, Ping'er hurried in and advised, "Grandma, in my opinion, let it go," because it was related to her own life. She listened carefully when she was guarding outside the door. Although she could not hear everything, she knew the general idea from a few words. "Forget it?" Wang Shifeng said angrily. "There is nothing that I can't do as a lady." Although she swore solemnly, she was not sure in her heart. Jialian was not at home, so it was inevitable that she would be suspected of being in a melon field and plum field. If Zhang Yuni took the initiative to come to her house, she could still make excuses, and it was inconvenient to refuse him among relatives. But he was afraid to move forward, which was really difficult to deal with. Jia Rong had given up, and there was no help in the Ning Mansion. Although he could still create an opportunity to meet Qin Keqing under the pretext of visiting Qin Keqing, it was not as convenient as meeting in Jia Rong's courtyard in public. And sending someone to invite him to come to her house would definitely leave traces. At that time, not to mention controlling Zhang Yuni, it might be a loss. She was at a loss, but she was unwilling to give up. On the one hand, she secretly cursed Zhang Yuni for having a thief's heart but no thief's courage. And on the other hand, she was thinking about how to break the situation. Ping'er beside her had a complicated mentality. As the saying goes, a gentleman judges deeds rather than hearts. Although Master Yi was unable to resist the deliberate seduction of his grandmother, he did not take action in the end. This alone was better than all the men in the two mansions. The more this happened, the more she was unwilling to cooperate with Wang Shifeng to plot against him. Therefore, she was somewhat relieved when she learned that Wang Shifeng's plan had failed. She had planned to take the opportunity to persuade her to give up the idea, but she still insisted on her own way. It can be seen that she really couldn't tolerate herself. Thinking of this, she felt relieved and even felt that going to Mastery was a good way out. "Grandma, why don't you go directly to Mastery? I don't ask for any status. Grandma is so kind to me. If you don't ruin your reputation because of me, how can I feel at ease?" With this idea, she was more and more worried about destroying Zhang Yuni's view of herself. So she brought up the old matter again. However, compared with the last time, it was to follow Wang Shifeng's wishes. But this time it was out of sincerity. "Humph!" Wang Shifeng snorted coldly, indignantly. "What? You little slut. I told you before. You were reluctant. But now you are rushing to jump on him? Don't worry. I will never break my promise to you. I don't believe it. Do you really think that I can't do anything to him?" Seeing this, Ping'er didn't dare to persuade her anymore, and could only worry secretly. In fact, Wang Shifeng knew that Ping'er's method was feasible. However, among her peers, she was the only one who played tricks on others. How could she have felt so frustrated? On the one hand, because she was aroused by her competitive spirit. On the other hand, even if Zhang Yuni was passive and only took advantage of her eyes, she was still quite unhappy. Chapter 67 Strange Thoughts. "Mother! Second sister! Guess what I found out?" Third sister Yu panted and rushed into Du Fengchuan with excitement, yelling at old lady Yu and second sister Yu who were sitting at the table. "Oh! My little ancestor! Just be quiet. Your sister specifically told you not to run around. Why don't you listen? If this annoys her, we can't live here anymore." Old lady Yu hurriedly dropped the melon seeds in her hand, walked quickly to the door, looked around, and then closed the door. Yu Erji sucked a candied fruit in her hand and whispered, "Yes, little sister. Just listen to mother. It's so hard that the eldest sister urged us to leave before she came. What if she wanted to keep us for a while, and was annoyed by your noise? Then we won't be able to eat these candied fruits. You, Sanjia said angrily. Okay. I went out to inquire with good intentions. But you blame me instead. Since you don't want to know, I will pretend that I have never heard of this big thing. She stomped her feet, and was about to turn around and leave. Yu Laonyang hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed her, urging, What big thing? Tell me quickly. Yu Sanjia ignored her, and was still angry. She turned her back, and said nothing. Yu Laonyang hurriedly pulled her to the table, pressed her to sit on the stool, and picked up the melon seeds that were originally piled in front of her, and glared at Yu Urji, waiting for the latter to reluctantly push the candied fruit plate in front of her to Yu Sanjia. Fawn slowly said, Your second sister and I are worried that you are too reckless. Since you have heard it, and there is no outsider here, why are you hiding it from us? Tell us so that we can consult with you. After she finished speaking, she winked at Yu Urji and shouted, Why don't you pour tea for your sister? She grabbed a handful of melon seeds and smiled. Tell me slowly. I'll peel them for you first. Yu Sanjia calmed down and picked up a candied fruit and threw it into her mouth. When Yu Urji brought her tea, she took a sip. She said word by word, Eldest sister is really rich this time. Oh! Yu Laonyang's eyes lit up and she trembled. Could it be that your brother-in-law gave such a big family business to your sister? Before she finished speaking, Yu Sanjia interrupted and said, It has nothing to do with your brother-in-law. Ah? Yu Laonyang and Yu Urji were dumbfounded and looked at each other. From the attitude of the servants, when they entered the mansion, and the situation that night, they had already determined that Yusher's status had changed because she had won Jiazhen's favor. Now, third sister Yu said that Yusher's prosperity had nothing to do with Jiazhen. Second sister Yu was puzzled and had a lot of questions in her mind. Old lady Yu had a lot of ideas, but she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. After hesitating for a while, Fawn said cautiously, Is it her father-in-law's intention? In this Ningguo mansion, the only one who can suppress Jiazhen is Jia Jing. What? Master Jing is not in the mansion. How can he care about these trivial matters? Do you still remember the mastery who lives in Dengxian Pavilion? Third sister Yu said mysteriously. I heard from the maids in this mansion that he worked in the Tianguo wing of the inner mansion and got the eldest sister a business of snowflake cotton candy, which has a profit of tens of thousands of taels of silver a year. What does snowflake cotton candy represent? Old lady Yu and second sister Yu don't know, but tens of thousands of taels of silver stun them. Especially, according to third sister Yu, this is only 1 year's income. The mother and daughter were dumbfounded. It took a long time for old lady Yu to recover. She said with surprise, Your eldest sister asked us to come here. Could it be that the business is in need of people to take care of it, and asked us to come and help? Mother, you don't know that the business is not run by your eldest sister. It is entrusted to the concubine's family, who is a royal merchant in the West Mansion. The eldest sister doesn't even have to pay for the shop and the employees. She only collects the money on time. And there is such a good thing? Old lady Yu said in a trembling voice. Who is this mastery? This time, I won't wait. When Yu Sanjia answered, Yu Urji rushed to say, I met him a few days ago. My eldest sister said he was my brother-in-law's cousin. Master Jing and my brother-in-law both admire him. After hearing this, old lady Yu hurriedly asked Yu Sanjia, Is this business for the mansion? Or just for your eldest sister? Yu Sanjia snorted and said disdainfully, If it was for the mansion, would I still say that my eldest sister is rich? It is said that Master Yi knew that my eldest sister didn't have much dowry, so he subsidized her expenses, and even my brother-in-law never touched her. This old lady Yu was speechless and hesitated to speak. Yu Urji on the side was puzzled and said, Why is this? Isn't he my brother-in-law's cousin? And he is staying in the mansion. Why didn't he give this business to the mansion, but only to my eldest sister? These words asked the doubts that old lady Yu wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. Although she had some guesses, she hadn't confirmed them after all, so she listened attentively. According to the maids in the mansion, this master Yi lost his father and parents a few years ago, and was taken in by Master Jing and his brother-in-law during the Chinese New Year, because he had no one to rely on. His brother-in-law asked the eldest sister to take good care of him. Speaking of this, her eyes moved. A hint of cunning flashed, and she joked, maybe the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Who knows? Old lady Yu quickly covered her mouth and shouted, What are you talking about? Be careful not to let your eldest sister hear it. She walked quickly to the door, opened it, looked out for a long time, then closed the door, sat back on the stool, leaned on the table, and whispered, "Does your brother-in-law know about this?" "Poochie." This question made third sister Yu laugh, and she said with a smile, "We all know it when we just moved in. How can my brother-in-law not know?" But, at this point, she turned her eyes, paused for a moment, and said in a tone, "But, how much my brother-in-law knows? That's hard to say." "Bah!" Old lady Yu spat. "Don't mention this in front of your eldest sister." "I'm not stupid," third sister Yu said disapprovingly. "Eldest sister is really. She got such a big business. But she kept it secret from us. We are sisters after all. My second sister and I don't even have a decent headwear. Why are you in such a hurry? If she didn't think of this family relationship, why would she take the initiative to take us here? And could you be missing? That may not be the case. What if the eldest sister didn't consider these details?" Old lady Yu pondered for a moment and reminded, "Then you have to explain it in a good way. Don't worry. How can my daughter not understand these? But just mention it in front of the eldest sister." Hearing this, the second sister Yu blinked her peach blossom eyes and stared at her sister for a long time. Fong Nuno said, "Sister, you said you understand it in your heart. Why did you lose the watermelon and pick up sesame seeds?" The business of the eldest sister was given by Master Yi. "If you marry him, will you still worry about the lack of headwear and jewelry?" Hearing this, the pupils of old lady Yu shrank, and she looked at the third sister Yu, and even her breathing gradually became rapid. "Humph," third sister Yu groaned. "Sister, you are confused. Even if he is willing, he is just greedy for our bodies. It would be good enough if he can be a concubine. He can even marry her with 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals? Hey!" Old lady Yu raised her hand and fanned her in front of her. "What's wrong with being a concubine? Your eldest sister has been the legal wife for all these years. What's the use? Isn't she able to get to the top by relying on outsiders? After all, she and you are not born from the same mother. Even if she can help you, can you expect her to help you for the rest of your life? Since second sister said so, she must be willing. Go find second sister and don't think about me." Chapter 68 Favoring one over the other. Mother is looking for me. Yu Shi, who was pulled into Do Feng Xian by Yu Sanjie, bowed slightly to Yu Laonyang. Yu Laonyang smiled and pulled her arm to sit down at the table. "You kid, why don't you just tell us about such a great thing and let us be happy for you?" "Great thing?" Yu Shi looked at her in confusion. Yu Laonyang boasted, "The snowflake cotton candy business is indeed great in our eyes, but it is not big for the mansion. So you may not take it seriously." Yu Shi did not intend to conceal it. On the contrary, she knew her mother's character very well, and planned to use this as a selling point to brag about Zhang Yunyi's ability. However, she saw the clues the first night, and was worried that if she knew about the white sugar business, she would be more suspicious of the relationship between the two. So she planned to wait until things calmed down. Unexpectedly, before she could speak, old lady Yu and the others got wind of it. She quickly explained, "So that's what happened. To be honest with you, Brother Yi started this business because the master and the eldest master asked him to take care of it. He was grateful and gave his daughter some expenses. Secondly, he didn't want to spend more money in the mansion. Her original intention was to tell old lady Yu and her 2 sisters that although the business fell into her hands, it was still mainly funded by Zhang Yunyi. But old lady Yu felt that the 2 of them didn't even share the money, which showed that their relationship was extraordinary. However, although she knew it clearly in her heart, she didn't say a word. She held Yu's hand tightly and patted it, saying, "It's hard for you to be thoughtful. You know how to think about your family after you become rich. And bring me and your 2 sisters to enjoy the good life. Mother is seriously ill. We are all family. So how can I not take care of you? Money is the courage of a person. With the business, Yu Shi has the confidence to speak." After hearing this, Yu's mother smiled and chatted with Yu Shi for a long time. Fong Ru got to the point and said, "From what you said, Master Yi is a thoughtful person. It would be fine if we didn't know about it. Now that we know about it, as your family, we should also express our gratitude. When he is convenient, set up a table in the courtyard, and your sister and I can thank him in person." When Yu Shi heard this, she knew what she was thinking, and hurriedly agreed with a smile. "Then I will trouble you, mother and sisters. I will discuss it with Brother Yi and then tell you." She thought for a while, pulled Yu Erji over, and asked with concern, has the Zhang family, who has an engagement with you, ever come to propose marriage? Oh, don't mention it. The Zhang family has been involved in a lawsuit, and their property has been ruined. They are in a state of food and clothing. So how can they afford to marry a daughter-in-law? The smile on old lady Yu's face became more and more intense. Before this, she thought that Yosher's status rose because of her son-in-law Jiazhen's promotion. So in order to consolidate her favor, she had to help arrange a concubine. Now, knowing that this son-in-law is not that son-in-law, and hearing her asking about Yu Erji's marriage, how could she not understand her meaning? Yu was originally worried that the Zhang family would not cancel the engagement. But after hearing what Yu Laonyang said, she was overjoyed. Although there are reasons. His family can't afford to marry a daughter-in-law. And we can't just delay the second sister like this. Who says it's not? It's just that the Zhang family also made a promise at the beginning. Although it's not much money. But I'm afraid they will ask for too much. Speaking of this, she paused and said meaningfully, besides, if we take the initiative to cancel the engagement, it won't sound good if it is spread out. I'm afraid it will affect your second sister's search for someone else. Isn't this easy to do? Yusher immediately took the responsibility. If mother can trust me, just leave this matter to me, and I will definitely find a good marriage for my second sister. The eldest sister is like a mother. How can she not trust you? At this point, Yu Laonyang changed the subject and asked tentatively, from what you said, elder sister, do you have a candidate in mind? After all, it was just a guess. And she was also worried that it was wishful thinking. Seeing this, Yusher did not hide it, looked at Yu Erji, and smiled. You have also met Brother Yi. He is very young, deeply appreciated by the emperor, and he is also a relative who knows everything. But, Yusher paused for a moment, and said hesitantly, it's just that the master intends to make the relationship closer. I'm afraid it will be unfair to my sister. What's wrong or not? The most important thing is that the person is good. Yu Laonyang immediately exchanged glances with Yu Erji, and smiled. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Why don't you thank your elder sister? Yu Erji was hopeful, and a little shy. She bowed her head and bowed deeply, stammering, thank you, elder sister. I'll leave it to you. She hurriedly helped Yu Erji up, and said with a smile, in that case, I'll go to Brother Yi to make peace tomorrow. She thought for a while and said, I don't think we need to rush to invite you to dinner. It won't be too late to have dinner after you break off the engagement. By then, we can have good things in pairs, and settle the matter as soon as possible. Last time, Yu Laonyang noticed something strange. Although she tried to evade him, it was still not safe. She knew her stepmother's character very well. She might not care much about her relationship with Zhang Yuni. There was a difference between close and distant relatives. Once Yu Erji became Zhang Yuni's concubine, even if she knew, she would not expose the scandal of the legitimate son-in-law because of Jiazhen, the crooked son-in-law. Therefore, she was eager to settle the matter to avoid any more trouble. The reason why old lady Yu wanted to invite Zhang Yuni was to help Yu Erji. She had no objection to hearing this, and immediately agreed. Afterwards, Yusher asked about the address of Zhang's family. Although old lady Yu originally hoped to make a profit when canceling the engagement, she did not want to lose the big picture for the small. So she gave the address of Zhang's family to Yusher. After discussing the business, Yusher pulled Yu Erji to her, turned her in front of her, and said with a smile, tomorrow, sister will come over with a set of headgear and help you to tidy up. When the time comes, you will definitely make Brother Yi look straight. Although Yu Erji is counting on her to help with the matchmaking. Once the deal is done, she will have to count on this sister to help cover up. So she is willing to spend more money. Old lady Yu and Yu Erji were naturally very happy when they heard this. Third sister Yu, who had been silent all this time, finally got the chance and said with a smile, sister, you can't be partial to one over the other. I haven't worn a complete set of headwear yet. Hey! Yusher forced a smile and said, I'll find two for you later. It's not that Yusher wants to treat them differently, but she is also a little embarrassed. Although she got the sugar business, she didn't have much money before. Moreover, the profit from sugar is not paid in one go. She also has to help Zhang Yuni repair the old house. Although there is a promising future, there is no spare money at the moment, and there are only 2 complete sets of headwear. As the heir of Ningwa Mansion, Jiazhen is also a lady of the throne. There is a set of jewelry that cannot be touched no matter what. If she gives another set to second sister Yu, There will only be some fragments left. Third sister Yu was a little unhappy when she saw that she treated them differently. However, seeing that old lady Yu and second sister Yu were both smiling and having a great time, he didn't want to bring bad luck to anyone. So he just pouted and sulked to himself. Chapter 69 Prioritize. What the hell? How can the eldest sister treat us as her own sisters? She has obviously kidnapped us to be concubines for her adulterer. As soon as Mrs. Yu left, third sister Yu couldn't hold it in anymore and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Old lady Yu immediately stopped her. "You ruined your sister's good fortune. I will beat you to pieces. Did I say something wrong? There is not even a maid in this courtyard. And we have to send even the clothes for changing to Dangxian Pavilion for washing. She is now rich, with tens of thousands of taels of silver a year. But she has to wait until the second sister agrees to be a concubine before buying her head ornaments and jewelry. Seeing that I don't accompany her to please the adulterer, she makes excuses and says that it's not partiality." "Little sister, stop talking," second sister Yu said with embarrassment. "What adulterer or not? He will be your brother-in-law in a while." "That's right." Second sister is still sensible. If your eldest sister didn't have this relationship, how could your second sister have such a good marriage? Do you still want your sister to marry into the Zhang family and suffer? At this point, old lady Yu no longer paid attention to her youngest daughter, and turned to Yu Erji, admonishing her, "Don't listen to your sister's nonsense. In any wealthy family, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Only those who are incompetent will keep one wife. It is said that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. With your eldest sister's help, your position is more secure." "Hey," Yu Erji said obediently. "My daughter, don't worry. I will get along well with my eldest sister in the future." You are confused," Yu Sanjia said indignantly. "We are like gold and jade, and being treated as a prostitute for fun is also incompetent." "You are so noble," old lady Yu said coldly. "If you have the ability, you can find me a man like Mastery to marry, let alone being a wife. Even if you can be a concubine like my second sister, I will burn incense." "Humph. You want to marry a rich man and drag me into it." Seeing the two of them deadlocked, Yu Erji hurriedly advised, "Don't worry, little sister. It's just a set of headwear. The eldest sister doesn't have it. Just ask your brother-in-law to make you a set in the future. Your eldest sister is not your biological sister. But is the second sister not your biological sister? When he becomes your brother-in-law, how many headwear and jewelry will he need? At present, Yu Erji's marriage is the top priority. Old lady Yu is also worried that this little daughter will make trouble, so her tone has softened." Yu Sanjia glanced at her sister, then looked at her mother, feeling indignant. "It's just a set of headwear. Why should she rely on others if she wants it?" They looked down on her. Hey! 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 At the same time, in the wooden house next to the flower garden of Huifang Garden, Yushir was lying on the door frame, responding like a chicken eating rice. "If it can give us more convenience, it would be fine to give her a concubine's title. But I am still in mourning, so there is no need to rush into taking a concubine. Although the Imperial Observatory does not need to observe mourning, he is now just a figurehead, and the Emperor asked him to use this title not to facilitate him to take a concubine, but to serve as an official. If you don't have the strength to subvert the rules, you can only adapt to the rules. Although I don't like cheap fathers, I still have to abide by some rules in this era. Otherwise, I will only be rejected by society. If you want to gain a foothold here, you can't just rely on the Emperor's favor. Since the Yu family rushed to give Yu Erji to me as a concubine, it is equivalent to serving her in the bowl. But Qin Keqing is still in the pot. Things have priorities, and being eager to take a concubine during the mourning period is obviously not in line with the character set in front of her. In order to avoid wasting all the previous efforts, Yu Erji did not need to rush. Hey, but my mother may have some doubts. Give me the address. I will do it myself. Cancel the marriage first, and then settle the matter with them. After the mourning period is over, let her marry, which should be able to stabilize them. Regarding the cancellation of the marriage, he was worried about leaving it to others, so he planned to do it himself. Yushir hummed for a long time, and then panted. Then, that's the only way. After packing up, he asked Yushir about Zhang Hua's address and family situation. And then Zhang Yuni left the wooden house. The next morning, Zhang Yuni came to Tiango Injiwen and summoned Gu Wenhui. Do you have any acquaintances in Fengchenyuan? Help me find someone. Fengchenyuan belongs to the 7 departments and 4 courtyards of the inner government, responsible for managing royal gardens, temporary palaces, and imperial farms. Although Zhang Hua's family was in decline, his ancestors were the head of the imperial manor, which was under the jurisdiction of Fengchenyuan. So he must have old acquaintances in Fengchenyuan. He couldn't lower his status and go to their house to bargain and discuss the details of the broken engagement. So he needed a middleman. Gu Weiwei bowed his head and said respectfully, "Don't worry, sir. I also have acquaintances in Fengchenyuan, and I will definitely complete your order." Zhang Yuli nodded, handed him Zhang Hua's address information, and reminded him, "Well, this is my private matter. It's best to find an acquaintance. As the saying goes, public is not as good as private, and private is not as good as confidential." Being able to help the leader deal with private matters is also a manifestation of trust. Although Zhang Yuni knew that he was a man of King Zhongshuan, he didn't mind using him. First of all, he couldn't do everything himself, and he had to rely on others. Gu Wenwei was familiar with people and had good abilities, so he was quite easy to use. Secondly, his foundation was unstable, so he had to make friends with relevant stakeholders. Prince Zhongshuan was in charge of the inner court and was his immediate superior. No matter what he did in the future, he could not bypass him. Moreover, he only loved to indulge in sensual pleasures, drinking and watching operas. These were unavoidable criticisms for ordinary officials. But for Prince Zhongshuan, who was a member of the royal family, they were precious advantages. Let Zhang Hua break off the engagement. As long as he did not use those messy means, it would be just a personal moral flaw. And taking the initiative to inform such private matters was also a means of showing goodwill. After sending Gu Wenwei away, Zhang Yuni summoned his subordinates in charge of glass-related matters. The glass factory had been completed, and he needed to make some arrangements for subsequent production and material procurement, because the factory was not large in size and did not need much soda ash at this stage. He did not wait for Zhang Dehui's caravan to return. First, the price was related to supply and demand. First, the bulk goods on the market could be collected, and the price could be raised when the supply contract was signed later. Secondly, the relationship between Shui's family and himself could not be hidden from anyone with a discerning eye. If he bought the soda ash provided by Shui's family from the beginning, he would inevitably be criticized. Of course, such a thing could not be hidden from those who were interested. This was also the reason why he was eager to show his goodwill to King Zhongshuan. A strong dragon would not suppress a local snake. Not to mention that he was not a strong dragon at the moment. Even if he did not share the profits of the soda ash business, he would make concessions in other areas later. Of course, the specific situation had to be discussed with King Zhongshuan before it could be decided. After arranging all the affairs, Zhang Yuni said slowly, "This matter is of great importance. Let someone go to the Imperial Observatory to pick a good day to start the furnace, and strive to succeed in one fell swoop to comfort your Majesty's grace." Chapter 70, Gratitude. The opening date of the furnace was finally set on May 18th. Zhang Yuni did not dare to slack off, and went to the factory for inspection almost every day. For this reason, he did not even have a good dragon boat festival. He was not worried about not being able to make glass, but worried about some safety accidents. The ancients were superstitious. If there was any problem when the furnace was opened, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary associations. If there were a few people with bad intentions who made up a far-fetched excuse, they might get into trouble. On this day, he was inspecting the factory, but saw Gu Wenwei bowed and approached, whispering in his ear, "Sir, I have brought Zhang Cheng and his son." Zhang Yuni nodded slightly, and after completing the inspection step by step, he came to a corridor room in the factory. Before that, Gu Wenwei had reported that Zhang Cheng was Zhang Hua's father. At this time, the father and son came together, so it was naturally impossible to skip the father and mention the son. Originally, he did not intend to meet the father and son, but Gu Wenwei told him that they were determined not to accept compensation for breaking off the engagement, and he was worried about something going wrong. So he asked him to bring the two of them, because it was not official business. He did not meet the two in the office. Stepping into the corridor, Zhang Yuni said straight to the point, "Tell me, why don't you want compensation?" The father and son inside immediately knelt down and said, "My family has fallen into poverty, and I dare not marry you. I have already broken my promise and wronged Miss you. How can I accept your money again? Zhang Yuni frowned and said, don't worry. I am not a bully. Just accept it with peace of mind. He hesitated for a moment and said, if you have any other requests, you can also raise them. The father and son looked at each other and cowed out immediately, saying, I was originally the head of the Imperial Grain Farm. I met a bad man and got into trouble. I dare to ask you. How dare you? Before they finished speaking, Gu Wenhui shouted, you are so bold that you dare to threaten you. Although he didn't finish his words, he mentioned the original job and his request was already clear. Zhang Yuni waved his hand, looked at the two people who were as frightened as cicadas, and said in a deep voice, this is my private matter. I can't put personal interests above public interests and plead for you. You are ignorant. I dare not threaten you. I have brought the marriage cancellation agreement. I will give it to you now, Zhang Cheng said, took out a document from his arms, and presented it with both hands respectfully. He waited for a long time, and seeing that Zhang Yuni did not take it, he said cautiously, I gave a 20 liang engagement letter at the beginning, and you can return it in full. Before Zhang Yuni could speak, Gu Wenhui had already taken out a purse and handed it to Zhang Cheng, and snatched the document and handed it to him. Zhang Yuni took the document and slowly said, I haven't finished speaking yet. Although I can't sacrifice my personal interests for the sake of public affairs, I can give you a job. Although you are not on the emperor's payroll, as long as you work hard, you can ensure that you have food and clothing. The two of them turned their worries into joy after hearing this, and counted like pounding garlic, saying, your father and son, thank you for your great kindness. Okay, you should also accept the silver. Go back and buy some clothes, and go to Ningwa Mansion to find me next month. Zhang Cheng used to be the head of the Imperial Farm. He was not only good at writing and calculating, but also had certain management experience. He couldn't always hand over the business to the Xue family. He had to have his own team. Seeing that they behaved well, he wanted to recruit them for his own use. It's not that he is so heartless that he snatched Zhang Hua's unmarried wife and kept her by his side. It's just that people's thinking these days is different from that of the past. Take Bao Er for example. His married wife was slept with by Jiao Lian. But he not only did not hate her, but was grateful for Jiao Lian's compensation. Although Zhang Hua and his son are different from Bao Er, who was born in the family, Yu Erji was not married. Of course, he must be on guard against others. He only planned to send them to the Xue family to keep an eye on the business, and did not intend to entrust them with important tasks. In the book, although the father and son had repeated thoughts when Jiao Lian took a concubine, they were not repeating villains, but were threatened by Wang Shifeng. Moreover, when Wang Shifeng forced them to sue Jiao Lian, they knew the pros and cons very well, and did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, Wang Shifeng commented that they were like a mangy dog that could not help the wall. These days, it is difficult to find a literate person. If Zhang Cheng and his son had not been involved in a lawsuit in their early years, they would not have worried about their livelihood. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. When a drum breaks, everyone beats it. Once you lose power, even if there is no grudge in the past, those irrelevant people will come to your door to make trouble. But as long as you keep your position, even if they are arrogant, the other party can only swallow their anger. Because Yushir mentioned that you solved the engagement of Yu Erji, and Yu Laonyang wanted to thank her in person. He did not tell Yushir immediately. At present, glass is the top priority. As long as he can make glass, he will definitely be more popular in the emperor's heart. At that time, even if Jiajin is arrogant, he can only swallow his anger and dare not speak. In comparison, Yu Erji does seem insignificant. However, he is not in a hurry. But the mother and daughter of the Yu family can't wait. That day, Yu Laonyang called Yushir again. She said anxiously, Sister, go ask again. Could it be that Zhang Hua and his son asked too much or refused to regret the engagement? And Master has regretted it? Although Zhang Yuni had said it before, she still wanted to change her mind now. How is this possible? Even if there was an accident, he wouldn't have said more than one word. He must have been busy making the glass recently, and had no time to be distracted. Yushir had some understanding of Zhang Yuni's situation. In addition, before the production of sugar, he was also focused, so she was not as panicked as Old Lady Yu. Glass? Old Lady Yu was stunned when she heard this, and said excitedly, He can also make glass? That's right. These are all fairy magic. The snowflake cotton candy that my daughter got was also made by Brother E. Didn't you taste it the other day? During this period, she had boasted about Zhang Yuni's deeds a lot. And old lady was getting more and more jealous. After hearing this, her mind became active. She thought to herself that if he made snowflake cotton candy, he could give you her 10%. If he married the second sister, would he not think about his own family? However, although the idea was good, she couldn't help but worry when she thought that it would take more than 2 years. She might miss it. I've been worried for a while when I thought that it would take more than 2 years. You are familiar with him, and we are not strangers. Can you talk to him? My daughter can't make the decision. Yusha refused quickly. Don't say that Brother E is still an imperial official. Even ordinary people can't ignore filial piety. Since Zhang Yuni was unwilling to let you urge you marry immediately, she didn't bother to make trouble and tell her stepmother that he was still an official in the Imperial Observatory. Oh! Please listen to me first. Of course, I can't affect Master Yi's reputation as an official, but I feel uneasy that this matter has been dragging on. Can you talk to him? Even if we are not in a hurry to get married, I can feel at ease if we make it a done deal first. After saying this, old lady Yu stared at you with an eager face. You looked at her stepmother in shock, and said doubtfully, how can this be done? Why can't it be done? Master Yi's character is there. How can I not trust him? Besides, don't you still have him? Then I will go and persuade him. Hey! Don't worry. Your sister is the most grateful. You helped her today, and she will definitely remember your kindness in the future. Chapter 71. It's the right time to show off your power. May 18th. It was just past the 5th watch, and the sky was still dark. Zhang Yuni pulled back his arms from the 2 maids and stretched his body. After a while, a chaotic rustling sound was heard in the Dengxian pavilion, and the lights were bright in a moment. He rolled over and got out of bed, and said to the 2 maids in a nonchalant manner, today is a special case, so there is no need for morning exercises. Xiangling, you go prepare breakfast, and let Ruiju take care of you when you wash and bathe. The glass factory started the furnace today, and he went to bed early last night. He was worried that Xiangling was too skillful and delayed the time, so he switched the 2 people's tasks. Hey! Xiangling stuck out her tongue when she heard it, and agreed with a sigh of relief. Ruiju was startled and said timidly, Master, let Sister Xiangling and I go together. Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, what are you thinking? Master has to go out of town soon. Xiangling is not as efficient as you. Ruiju blushed immediately, lowered her head, and chased him into the bathroom. You can't blame her for thinking too much. Although she knew that Master Yi had something important to do today, she didn't know the specific time. As a maid, waiting for an opportunity and acting according to circumstances are the most basic professional qualities. When she heard that the morning exercise was cancelled, she couldn't help but think wrongly for a while, thinking that he was going to change the exercise method. The lights in the Dengxian pavilion were on, and Qin Keqing in the Tianxiang Tower also quietly opened her eyes through the window screen, staring at the brightly lit Dengxian pavilion. Her body trembled slightly. She wanted to get up and open the windows several times, but she suppressed the impulse after all. But the light opposite was dazzling, and woke up Grandma. She was staring at the window in a trance, when suddenly she heard Baoju's voice, which really scared her. She asked in a fake way, well, is today the day when Uncle's glass workshop starts? Baozu leaned on her side, her face full of joy, and said, yes. Didn't Ruiju say the other day? When the master makes glass this time, the emperor will probably give the master a promotion again. She paused for a moment and added, in the future, I will be able to protect Grandma better. After that, she silently added in her heart that I will be able to protect the servant better. Qin Keqing did not comment, but clasped her hands together and muttered to herself, God bless. Uncle will win the first battle and succeed immediately. Baozu took advantage of the situation and said, since Grandma has woken up, it is better to get up early and go over to say a few auspicious words in person. Right? Qin Keqing hesitated. Grandma. Baozu stood up suddenly, put on an outer garment, and pulled Qin Keqing's arm without saying anything. Grandma, even if you pray for me thousands of times here, how can I know? Although I don't ask for anything in return, at least I have to let you know, so that I can be grateful. Qin Keqing sat up reluctantly and said, I will put on my clothes myself. Go get some water. Summer clothes are simple to wear. Baozu also got hot water. And she had already put on her clothes. After washing up, she sat down in front of the dressing table. The master and servant combed their hair and put on their makeup. After they were done, they slowly went downstairs and came to the Dangxian pavilion. Qin Keqing stood in front of the door and saw that breakfast had been put on the table downstairs. Only Xiangling was sitting at the table with her back to the door. She was about to ask, but she heard a noise coming from the stairs and looked up. As expected, the official boots and the hem of the official uniform slowly appeared from the bottom to the top of the stairs. She was waiting for Zhang Yuni to show his whole body. So she saluted to the stairs. But before she could speak, a sudden tent came into her sight first. She was stunned on the spot. At a loss. Master, Grandma is here. Before she could recover from her trance, Baozu beside her couldn't wait and spoke crisply. This voice not only woke up Qin Keqing, but also scared Zhang Yuni. He hurriedly looked at the door and saw Qin Keqing's eyebrows drooping and her cheeks flushed, just as she was at a loss. Xiangling, who was sitting at the table, turned around, stepped forward and took Qin Keqing's arm, and said enthusiastically, Grandma Rong is here. Why don't you come in? And Ruizhu, who was standing on the stairs beside Zhang Yuni, glanced at Qin Keqing who was stunned at the door, and then looked at the child beside her, as if she had made a mistake. Unlike Xiangling, she was a little silly and cute. Facing the angry Zhang Yuni, she couldn't bear to look directly at him. She helped him bathe and dressed him, which was inevitable, because she was in a hurry. She didn't think about Qin Keqing's visit, which led to the current embarrassment. Baozu, the only one who was clear-headed and insightful in the scene, turned a blind eye to the embarrassment in the scene. Seeing Xiangling came forward to hold Qin Keqing, she hurriedly held her other arm and half carried and half dragged her into the house. Qin Keqing's mind was blank, and she forgot to break free. She was dragged into the house by the two people in a daze. And then she came to her senses, when she realized that she was already in the house. Her cheeks were suddenly hot, and her heart was in a mess. She wanted to say goodbye, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't make a sound. Ruizhu, this official uniform doesn't seem to be put on properly. Please accompany me back to the house. Zhang Yuni, who had reacted, said to Qin Keqing, whose cheeks were red. Wait a moment. My nephew's wife. After saying that, he saw Qin Keqing's body tremble obviously, and thinking of the ambiguity, he hurriedly pulled Ruizhu and said, Forget it. You stay to accompany my nephew's wife. I'll go by myself. Qin Keqing downstairs, after hearing this, stabilized her body. Ruizhu, who was entrusted with an important task, obviously didn't know what to say. She just moved a stool and asked Qin Keqing to sit down, then stood there with her head down, silent. Fortunately, Xiangling and Baozu chatted casually, which reduced some embarrassment. Why did Grandma Rong get up so early? Grandma knew that the glass workshop of the master was about to start, and she was worried about it. She came here early to wish the master a successful start. Then Grandma didn't have breakfast? Yes. Grandma prayed all night last night, and when she saw the lights on here, she came here. Then, why don't you eat with the master? Listening to the conversation between the two, I don't know how long it took. When Zhang Yuni came back, the blush on Qin Keqing's face not only did not fade, but became stronger. Zhang Yuni also heard the conversation upstairs, and when he went downstairs again, he said, My nephew's wife is thoughtful. Qin Keqing hurriedly got up, but didn't dare to look up at him. She bowed deeply and said in a trembling voice, It should be. Uncle is very kind, and the only way for the niece to repay his love for protection is to pray for him. With Xiangling present, she could only speak vaguely, as he had to rush out of the city. Zhang Yuni had no time to delay. He pointed at the table and said, I just heard Baozu say that my nephew's wife hasn't eaten yet. Why don't you stay and have a meal? It saves you from going back to prepare. No. I won't bother you. Uncle! She wanted to say goodbye, but her legs seemed to be filled with lead and her body was shaking slightly. Baozu hurried forward to support her and said anxiously, Grandma has been praying all night and can't even stand steadily now. You should listen to your uncle and eat something to fill your stomach first. Ruizhu, who was standing by, heard this and didn't doubt it. She hurried forward to support her and carried her to the table again. Chapter 72 Learning and Observation. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines through the window screen into Dufengchuan. And birds are singing in Huifang Garden. Yu Erji lifted the thin quilt, put on a light gauze, stood up and came to the window, pushed open the window, and looked into the garden. My daughter, Master Yi is a man who does great things. How can he have time to work on women? Your elder sister said that he has agreed. When he finishes the work at hand, Mother will invite him over. Mother is also for your own good. Don't be shy. How to serve the son-in-law. Mother will not teach you. I will let your elder sister teach you later. She must know what Master Yi likes. She couldn't help but think of her mother's teachings. And a blush appeared on her face. For a long time, looking out the window, the figure did not appear, and she couldn't help but feel a little lost. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and Yu Erji lowered her head hurriedly like a frightened rabbit. Oh! Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Your elder sister brought a lot of jewelry here. Hurry up and get ready to go out and try them out. Old lady, you came in with a basin of water. Her face flushed with rubbing. She put down the basin, rubbed her hands excitedly, and said with a smile, Your elder sister just said that Master Yi's glass workshop will start working today. Good days are coming. Hearing the word good days, the blush on Sister Yu's face became more and more beautiful. At the urging of old lady Yu, she washed up, combed her hair, and came to the hall. She bowed to Yu, who was sitting at the table, and her peach blossom eyes stared at the dazzling array of hairpins and jewelry on the table. And she couldn't take her eyes off. The head jewelry on the table was shining under the sunlight, making her intoxicated. What are you doing? Go and try it. Old lady Yu smiled and looked at Yu ingratiatingly. These are all given to you by your eldest sister. Yu Erji finally woke up from her dream and came to the table in a trance. Humph. Yu Sanjia, who was standing aside, looked at the 2 silver hairpins in her hand, wanted to throw them away but held back, and only uttered a muffled groan. Yusher looked at her sister, whose cheeks were red and she looked so pretty, and felt a little sad. She smiled and said, Brother Yi has asked someone to buy you a new one. When the new one arrives, I'm afraid you won't like yours anymore. How could that be? Old lady Yu poked Yu Erji with her elbow, and winked at her, saying, Why don't you thank your sister quickly? Remember your sister's kindness in the future, and ask her for advice on everything. She sighed, and turned to Yusher and said, I'm old, and I can't be as young as you and no more. You have to teach your sister well, so that she won't make a fool of herself. Yu was startled when she heard this, but then she realized that she was going to learn from her. Just as she was about to pass it over, she saw that Yu Erji had already bowed deeply, and said in a trembling voice, I hope you can teach me. I can't repay you. If you have any errands in the future, I will not refuse. She hurriedly helped Yu Erji up and said kindly, How can we say different things to each other as family members? Let's try these first. I will take you back to the room and teach you well. Pa! Gee! The carriage with the Ning Mansion's mark had just driven out of the city gate, and the driver waved the whip and whipped the horses back, galloping towards the southeast. In the carriage, Zhang Yuni, who was leaning against the carriage, was recalling the earlier beauty. Although Qin Keqing did not give any verbal hints, and did not say a word during breakfast. But according to reason, if she encountered that embarrassing scene, even if she did not flee, she should have found an excuse to leave. But her cheeks were obviously flushed. But she was reluctant to leave, and even accompanied him for a meal. If you say there is no other feeling between them, Zhang Yuni would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, he had something important to do today, and could not delay it. So he could only give up the test. However, although there are regrets today, good food is not afraid of being late. In order to avoid opening champagne in the middle of the game and being overjoyed, he still puts his career first. As long as the glass is made, he can let go. Master Yi, we are here. The carriage stopped suddenly, and the driver's voice came. Zhang Yuni waved away his reverie, stood up and lifted the curtain to go out. As the chief officer, he came early, but the staff of Tiango Injiwen and Qintianjian had already arrived. After saying some encouraging words to his subordinates, he turned to Qin Yuinjia, the current director of the Imperial Observatory, who had a complicated expression on his face, and saluted, saying, Thank you, Uncle Qin. The Imperial Observatory was originally a small circle, and it was passed down from generation to generation. so he naturally knew the current director. Chen Yuanjia patted his shoulder and sighed. Nephew, no need to be polite. Since the founding of Daxia, you are the only one who has been specially transferred to the Imperial Observatory. If your father is still alive, he should be smiling in his grave when he sees your achievements today. Although he praised Zhang Yuni generously, he did not envy him much. The Imperial Observatory was a shackle for Zhang Yuni, but in the eyes of many people, it was not only an iron rice bowl, but also an iron rice bowl that his ancestors could eat for generations. After the two sides chatted for a while, they saw several carriages driving into the factory, and even two of them were covered with bright yellow canopies. Zhang Yuni led everyone to greet them. After all, the Tiandong Institute was under the jurisdiction of the Inner Court, and all the outputs were related to the Emperor's merits. As the chief steward of the Inner Court, King Zhongxuan did not dare to neglect it. He brought along the chief historian Zhao Liangong and the chief officers of the 7 departments and 3 courts of the Inner Court. In addition, Emperor Zhengqing also sent Dai Quan to observe, which shows how much he valued it. After a round of greetings, King Zhongxuan also took the opportunity to introduce the chief officers of the other 7 departments and 3 courts to Zhang Yuni. Seeing that it was the time of Chen Yuanjia shouted, "The auspicious time has arrived." The whole factory area was suddenly filled with whips and drums, resounding through the sky. Zhang Yuni bowed slightly to King Zhongxuan and Dai Quan, and then took the lead and stepped into the factory. Shirtless workers had already loaded the red-hot coal and pushed it to the upper furnace mouth on the high platform. With Zhang Yuni's order, the red-hot coal immediately poured down, followed by blowing air and pouring materials. All the work was carried out in an orderly manner. May was the height of summer, and everyone was pampered. After a while, everyone except Zhang Yuni could not stay in the factory. Wenwei, take the prince, eunuch Dai and the adults to rest first. After he finished speaking, he bowed slightly to the Zhongxuan king and his party and said, "I have a duty to fulfill. Please forgive me for my negligence." When everyone left, he didn't care about his status. He scooped a bucket of water from the water tank in the corner and sprinkled it on his face. A touch of coolness poured down on his head, and he felt much more comfortable. These water tanks were not his orders. Although the craftsmen of this era had never made glass, they were already familiar with smelting. Zhang Yuni listened to reports from various places, while reminding the workers to prevent heat stroke and keep cool. Time passed by quietly. Chapter 73, Tailing and Spying on Secrets. Rongqing Hall. It was morning and evening, and Jia Mu leaned sideways on the Luohan bed on the high platform. In the hall, Mrs. Xing and Mrs. Wang were chatting with Wang Shifeng, Li Wan and Sanchun, and bursts of laughter continued to be heard. As they were talking, Mrs. Xing suddenly asked, "I heard from the master the other day that the nephew of Brother Jing in the East Palace is now working in the inner court and wants to make glass. I wonder if the old lady has heard of this." When she asked this, the scene fell into silence. Last time when Jiamu went to the garden, she did not invite this eldest daughter-in-law. So naturally no one was blind enough to go to the big room to tell on her and make herself uncomfortable. "Madam, you are joking. Lian Air is not at home. Apart from the 2 masters, how can we know what is going on outside? If you really want to know, go back and ask Brother Jin or Sister Jin, and everything will be clear." Right? Although Wang Shifeng despised the late realization of the parents-in-law, she had to bite the bullet and break the silence. After all, Mrs. Xing was her mother-in-law, and she couldn't lie with her eyes open. So she avoided the important point and only mentioned the glass but not the person. The master had heard Wen Long mention this earlier, but he didn't take it seriously. A few days ago, he met the 2 cousins of the Shi family and heard that the glass workshop would start today. After she finished speaking, she looked at Jiamu eagerly, and the implication was obvious. In fact, it was really unfair to say that she was unaware of Zhang Yuni's existence. He usually mingled with Jiazhen and Xuepan, although Jiazhen knew the temper of his cousin and deliberately concealed it. Xuepan never kept it a secret. She complained to him a lot about being robbed of Xiangling. However, Aunt Xue was afraid that he would make a fuss, so she didn't tell him everything. As a result, she didn't know the truth. He thought that the Xue family, as an imperial merchant, had used his connections to get only 10% of the sugar share, which was not even an average. He looked down on them and didn't take it seriously. A few days ago, he learned from the brothers Shernai and Sherding that they were tinkering with glass again. so he thought of cramming at the last minute. Jiaxi also asked Jiaxin, but he was evasive and didn't have any useful information. That's why Xingshi beat the drum in front of Jiamu, hoping that she would come forward to ask. Jiamu frowned when she heard this, and looked at Mrs. Wang on the other side. She snorted and scolded. It's not easy for him to do his job. He drinks with his concubines at home all day. Now he cares about these things. Go back and tell him to stop thinking those evil thoughts. If it were normal times, she would not bother to ask. But for Yuanchuan's affairs, she had reached a tacit understanding with the East Mansion. Now that the matter has not been completed, she is naturally worried that her eldest son's mischief will cause dissatisfaction in the East Mansion. Mrs. Xing didn't understand the meaning of her words, but said indignantly, "It's rare that the master is thinking about serious matters. Can a daughter-in-law stop him? Besides," at this point, she glanced at Mrs. Wang opposite and said, "We are closer to the Xue family than the Xue family." Okay. Before she finished speaking, Jia's mother had already frowned and interrupted with a scolding. "Stop talking about those nonsense. Can't I control him? Just go back and tell him. If he is dissatisfied, let him come to me and tell me." She didn't think there was anything wrong with Mrs. Xing's words, but she was worried that she would persist, so she spoke harshly to stop her thoughts. Seeing that Lady Jia was angry, Mrs. Xing did not dare to say anything. At this moment, someone outside reported, "Housekeeper Lai. Mrs. Lai is here." After hearing this, Lady Jia looked around, waved her hand, and said in a deep voice, "Ask them in." "Madam, stay. You all go back first." Just as Lady Jia was angry, everyone could not wait any longer, and they left in a line as if relieved. Only Wang Shifeng frowned deeply, and her eyes turned around at Lady Jia and Mrs. Wang's faces. Then she lowered her head and left with everyone. Walking around the screen in Rongqing Hall, she glanced at the oncoming Mr. and Mrs. Lai, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. After passing the hall and exiting the hanging flower gate, she did not rush back, but pretended to talk to Ping. After she and the others dispersed, she immediately ordered, "You keep an eye on the Nei gate. If you see anyone entering the old lady's yard, come back and tell me immediately." Pinger saw her serious face and did not dare to ask more questions. She hurriedly agreed, entered the Nei gate, and chatted with several maids. Wang Shifeng returned to the three-room porch, but had no intention of arranging the affairs of the mansion. She only sat for a while, then sent all the housekeepers and wives out on the pretext of being unwell. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Jia Mu was worried that Jia Shi and Mrs. Xing would ruin Yuanchuan's big plan, but Wang Shifeng felt that she was biased towards the Xue family. Although she expected that Jia Mu changed her mind and arranged for Lai De and his wife to go south to intimidate the Xue family, it was just a guess after all. She estimated that since Lai De and his wife had returned, Jia Mu and Wang Furen would definitely contact the Xue family to inform them, and she thought it was a good opportunity to confirm it. So she arranged for Ping Er to keep an eye on them. She leaned against the Kong, feeling as irritable as a ball of yarn that had been scratched by a cat, and she couldn't find a clue. For a moment, she thought of the subsequent actions of Jia Mu and Wang Furen, and the boredom after losing the housekeeper's power. For a moment, she thought about how to break the situation, but after thinking about it, it was still stuck on Zhang Yuni's head. As long as he helped, the Xue family's business would only grow bigger and bigger, and it would be more attracted to Jia Mu. Thinking of this, she bit her lower lip unconsciously, and twisted her two long legs with even flesh and bones fiercely. Zhang Yuni's expression that day could not be fake, and there was Jia Rong's words to prove it. But he had the heart of a thief, but no courage. At first, she still hoped that Zhang Yuni would not be able to hold back his anger, but in a blink of an eye, it has been almost a month, and there is still no movement. More importantly, Zhang Yuni can wait, but she can't. "Grandma." Pinger pushed the door in. "Not long after you left, housekeeper Lai also came out, and then led Master Zhen into the old lady's courtyard." "Brother Zhen?" Wang Shifeng was startled when she heard the words, and a trace of astonishment flashed across her face. But then, a look of realization appeared on her face. Earlier, she still had doubts. Even if the Xue family had Zhang Yuni to help, the Xue family still had Xue Pan, and Xue could not ignore her son. Even if she gave Xue Baochai more dowry, there was a limit. Although Lin Daiyu's dowry may not be more generous than Xue Baochai's, she was a prefect for 3 years, and had 100,000 silver coins. Not to mention Lin Ruhai, who was the inspector of salt. Not to mention that Jia Min's dowry when she got married should not be underestimated. You know, Lin Daiyu is Lin Ruhai's only legitimate daughter. Compared with the fake extinct family of the Shui family, it is the real extinct family. The benefits of being able to make Jia Mu abandon her own granddaughter cannot be small. In a short time, she had already figured out an industrial chain around Zhang Yuni. Although the Shui family was insignificant, the identity of the imperial merchant was the perfect white glove, and it had a complete sales channel. The two mansions in the east and west and Zhang Yuni divided the industry of Tianguinjiwen. And the Shui family might just be a coolie. And it was already a blessing to be able to keep the imperial merchant and the industry. This can be seen from the distribution of the benefits of white sugar. The Shui family even paid out of their own pockets to subsidize the expenses. The West Mansion, to be more precise. It is the second room of the Rong Mansion. If they want to participate in it, they can only rely on the channels of the Shui family. This is also the reason why Jia Mu tends to the Shui family. Only this kind of continuous business can make Jia Mu give up her granddaughter without hesitation. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. And the long legs with even bones and flesh were tightly pressed together, and a needle couldn't be inserted. Chapter 74. The arrow is on the string. Grandma, can I open the door? Pinger saw a strange blush on her face, her chest rising and falling, and her breathing becoming heavier. She thought it was because the room was stuffy, and she couldn't breathe. Wang Shifeng was awakened by Pinger's voice, and took a deep breath. After pondering for a long time, she lowered her voice and ordered, after dinner, you go back to the room and bring 2 bottles of my rose water. Wait until Shen time and go to the East Mansion to deliver them to Qin. Speaking of this, she paused, looked at Pinger with deep eyes, and said slowly, remember, don't leave in a hurry. Chat with her. When Brother E comes back from the office, you sneak to Dengxian Pavilion to find him, and tell him that I have an appointment with him to meet in the empty room in the small corridor behind the house at night. This, Pinger originally thought that as long as Zhang Yuni didn't give her a chance, Wang Shifeng would have no way to do anything. Unexpectedly, she actually took a risky move. She quickly advised, Madam, if you want me to go, why do you have to take such a risk? Just send me with my indenture. Isn't it cheaper? I don't ask for a name. I just ask you not to take risks for me. Wang Shifeng looked at her with a complicated expression, pondered for a long time, and said in a gentle tone, I have to give it a try. Don't worry. I dare not force him. You saw it today. Even the eldest wife was scolded by the old lady for trying to take advantage of him. Now I am afraid that I can't avoid it. But I'm poking the tiger's nose with a straw stick. Wang Shifeng's words were not false. Plans can't keep up with changes. If Jia Mu was tempted by the Shui family's property, she could force Zhang Yuni to cut off the Shui family's financial resources by catching the adulterer. But if the Shui family did not benefit from it, and the second wife benefited instead, why would Zhang Yuni be threatened by her because of Ping? By then, I'm afraid that she will be fearless and will end up in front of Lady Jia. If the hard way doesn't work, you can only use the soft way. The reason why the second house can participate is only because of the sisterly relationship between Lady Wang and Aunt Shui. The main reason is the marriage. If you can persuade Zhang Yuni to take over and use the Shui family, not only will the calculations of Lady Jia and Lady Wang fail, but you may also get a share. As for whether Zhang Yuni will be moved by her, she is not worried. After all, money can move people's hearts. If you can leave the second house aside, why give more? She even thinks that Jia Zhen would not have considered it. But there is no one in the East Mansion who is suitable for marriage. And he is afraid that Zhang Yuni will marry the Shui family and leave her. So he pulled the second house. Of course, if he goes back on his word at this time, he will definitely offend Lady Jia and Lady Wang. If you want to persuade him, just sending Pinger may not be of much use. Fortunately, Shui Baochai looks good in every way, so he is not afraid that he will not be tempted. At worst, give him some sweetness first. Then paint a pie for him, and promise him that after the matter is accomplished, he will fulfill his wish. Are you afraid that he will not spare no effort to work hard for you? However, how to taste this sweetness, and how much to taste must be judged by the situation and the circumstances. The matter is of great importance. Even Pinger dare not be completely assured. At least, before she commits herself to Zhang Yuni, she must have some reservations. Although Pinger didn't know what she was thinking, she was worried that she might be caught by someone. So she had to continue to persuade her. Why don't I go and send a message first? And ask Master Yi to come over another day? How about it? No. Wang Shifeng refused flatly. This matter should be done as soon as possible. Tonight you should go to that empty room and make it a done deal. Zhang Yuni could wait. But she couldn't. Of course. The sooner the better. So as to avoid more trouble. Of course. She had another consideration. What if Zhang Yuni was unmoved? Or wanted more? She had to give him some sweet treats. With Pinger taking the lead, he could only take advantage of her in the short term. But even if Master Yi agreed to go, there must be an excuse. Right? Wang Shifeng waved her hand and said, You don't have to worry about that. He can just go to the old lady or the lady. Who dares to stop him? She was sure that the three parties had conflicts of interest, and it was reasonable for Zhang Yuni to come to discuss. But how can I get here after going to the old lady and the mistress? Wang Shifeng thought for a moment and said disdainfully, It's not the cold winter of December, and I have so many burdens on my body. I can just find a reason when the time comes. Anyway, the matter won't delay for many hours, and I can cover it up by making excuses. Then, I'll try. But Grandma's words were so straightforward last time, and Master Yi didn't come to the door. So I'm afraid I may not be able to invite him. Your Majesty is very happy. Your Majesty is very happy. In the Linjing Hall, Dai Quan bowed and said, Master Zhang has arrived in front of the hall, and is bringing the glass produced by the Tiandong Institute to announce the good news. Hurry up and announce it. Emperor Zhengqing, who was sitting cross-legged and holding the magic formula in his hands, suddenly stood up. Call Zhang Yuni into the palace. As a duck voice sounded, Zhang Yuni, who was covered in dust, held a crystal-clear glass cup in his hand, stepped into the palace, saluted and said, I will not let you down. I will present this cup to the emperor. Okay. Emperor Zhengqing stepped forward quickly, and when he lifted him up, he said in dismay, What's going on? Zhang Yuni showed a touch of surprise at the right moment, and then said naively, I dare not slack off. I was watching by the stove the whole time, and I was in a hurry to report the good news to the emperor. I forgot my manners for a moment. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. Of course, he could not have forgotten, but deliberately preserved these traces so that the emperor could understand his hard work. Looking at the white salt stains on his official uniform, he glanced at Dai Quan, who was spotless beside him. Emperor Zhengqing showed a touch of emotion, took the glass cup held by Zhang Yuni with a warm face, and said in a warm voice, My dear minister, you have worked hard. Go back and rest early today. I will reward you after discussing with the Ministry of Personnel. Although there is no difference in official position between the Emperor's imperial edict and the Ministry of Personnel's procedures, it has a great impact on the official reputation. After all, the imperial edict issued directly by the inner court is more in line with the Emperor's wishes. Although it is a symbol of the Emperor's favor, it is also easy to be criticized as a minister who has been promoted by luck. Originally, Emperor Zhengqing only regarded him as a private minister and didn't care about these things. But now, he hopes that he will take the normal promotion channel to avoid being excluded by the officialdom. I thank your Majesty for your sympathy. I was able to successfully make glass this time, and the Tiandong Institute also made great contributions. I ask your Majesty. Not bad. Emperor Zhengqing nodded slightly. It's hard for you to be so young and not be proud of your achievements. Don't worry. I will reward you according to your merits. Zhang Yuni then bowed and left. I congratulate the emperor. You are one step closer to ascending to the fairyland. Hearing this, Emperor Zhengqing glanced at Zhang Yuni's back outside the palace, then looked down at the glass in his hand, with expectation on his face, and sighed, Yes. When I saw this cup just now, there seemed to be a warm current in my heart. As the saying goes, people are refreshed when they encounter happy events. Seeing this extraordinary glass, he couldn't help but be a little excited, and he believed in the saying that merits were added to his body by 3 points. After pondering for a while, Fong murmured, Since it is a good deed, I will ask Zhengqing later. Maybe there is another way to speed up the progress. Chapter 75 Follow the wind and sneak into the night. Walking down the steps of the Linjing Palace, he ran into King Zhongxuan. He bowed to Zhang Yuni and said with a smile, Congratulations, Lord Zhang, for another great achievement. I will send someone to invite you to my house for a chat later. Don't refuse. Your Highness is serious. I have something to ask you for advice. Although the emperor's reward has not yet come, he has a special status, and official positions and titles are secondary. The key is to make glass, which further proves his words. He is in charge of Tianguan, so he can indeed talk to King Zhongshuan about the subsequent distribution of benefits. Sales need to be handled by the imperial merchants. He has no foundation. Even if he can intervene, he can only drink soup from others at most. However, purchasing is very different. He hopes to get as much as possible. Although money is external, he has no obsession. But he can't live without it. Moreover, these interests gained are also a kind of capital, which can be exchanged at the right time. After leaving the palace, he did not rush back, but took a detour to Tianguan, told all his subordinates that he had applied for merit for them, and the emperor would reward them soon, and reminded them of production and safety issues before getting on the carriage and returning to Ningfu. After getting off the carriage, Yushir, who came after hearing the news, saw that he was dusty and disheveled, and thought something had gone wrong, and said with a pale face, How did it become like this? Zhang Yuni did not hide it, and said bluntly, it was intentional. If it wasn't like this, how could I show my merit in front of the emperor? It worked. Yushir immediately turned from worry to joy, and said with a smile, Then go to Dufengchuan and tell mother. Tomorrow. Zhang Yuni waved his hand and said, No hurry. The factory has just started. I have to keep an eye on it for the next 2 days. After this busy period, when the emperor's reward comes, it won't be too late to talk about it. Yu was startled when she heard this and said, The reward hasn't come yet? Whether it was the first time she saw it or the last time she made white sugar, the emperor's reward was issued immediately. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. If you move up, you will have to change into a scarlet robe. You must be more cautious. Besides, this time the contribution is a bit big, and the emperor must also consider it carefully. Okay. Yushir looked at him with shining eyes, full of admiration, and said flatteringly, I gave some jewelry to the second sister today, and taught her to play with some styles that Yuni likes. It's just that time is tight, and she hasn't learned it all yet. I will teach her more in the next few days. Zhang Yuni was slightly absent-minded, suppressed his restlessness, and said, After all, she is your sister. Although there are reasons, she cannot be wronged. When the emperor's reward comes down, I will take a few pieces of brocade and make a few clothes for you. According to past experience, in addition to official positions and titles, the emperor will inevitably give some other rewards. Although he holds real power, he has been an official for a short time and has just started. In addition, his official position is not high, and his salary is limited, so he is not well off. The only savings were the 200 taels of gold awarded by the emperor on the day of the time travel, which was equivalent to about 2,000 taels of silver. Before that, he had already taken 100 taels of gold to make a headdress for Yu Erji, and his savings were only about 1,000 taels of silver. In ancient times, silk fabrics were roughly divided into silk, gauze, damask, silk, brocade, satin, and kasai. Although they were all silk fabrics, their prices were very different. The cheap ones were a few taels, more than 10 taels per piece, and the expensive ones were 1 inch of kasai and 1 inch of gold. The brocade that Zhang Yuni mentioned is the finest silk woven with warp and weft. One piece costs hundreds of taels of silver, and this is only the value of the fabric, counting the workmanship and gold thread, etc. 1,000 taels of silver can only make 2 sets. Of course, he can also withdraw money from Ning Mansion, or go to Shui family, but it is too cheap, so he disdains to ask for it. Thinking of this, he can't help but think of Qingwen again. Although in this day and age, every woman in the family knows needlework, but there are differences in proficiency and control of fabrics. If she is taken into the room, let alone her appearance, at least she doesn't need to worry about dressing. Seeing that he still didn't forget her, Yushir's eyes immediately pulled out tears, and she said in a greasy way, Yuni must be tired today. Go to the flower garden later. Sister-in-law will help you relax. Let's do it another day. I'm really tired today. Zhang Yuni really wanted to relax, but he had 2 pretty maids around him, so he had no shortage of people to relax with. In addition, the conditions of the wooden house were simple, and he was in the factory and was baked for a long time, so he didn't want to suffer this again. Then, Yuni should rest early. You sure saw that he was disheveled and his official uniform was stained with salt. But she didn't think much about it. Back to the Dangxian pavilion. Zhang Yuni saw that it was just the evening hour. So he took off his official uniform and told Xiangling and Ruizhu, dinner will be later. The master needs to take a bath first. Ask outside to fetch some water. Hot water is a daily need. In a short while, several maids brought the prepared warm water upstairs and poured it into the bathtub. Zhang Yuni couldn't wait to tear off his shirt, stepped into the tub, leaned against it, and enjoyed the service of the two maids. However, the three masters and servants in Dangxian Pavilion were all upstairs, and they did not know that while Zhang Yuni was bathing, a slender figure in a light green dress left the Tianxiang Tower opposite, just entered the Tianxiang Tower archery path, and then returned to the garden and sneaked into Dangxian Pavilion. After entering Dangxian Pavilion, Pinger hesitated for a moment, pushed open the room next to the stairs, closed the door, and hid in. Although Wang Shifeng had said in advance that there was no need to avoid Xiangling and Ruizhu, she saw the maids carrying buckets in Tianxiang Tower, and heard the sound of water from upstairs. Knowing that Zhang Yuni was bathing, it was not good to go up directly. However, waiting downstairs was worried that people coming and going would cause unnecessary trouble if they were seen. Considering that he had to eat soon, Zhang Yuni did not pull the two maids with him. He washed off the dirt on his body, dried his body under the service of Xiangling and Ruizhu, and felt refreshed. Since there was no one outside, he was too lazy to pass on his outer coat. So he just put on a thin middle coat and walked down the stairs. Go and serve the food. Hey! Ruizhu agreed and went downstairs first. After a while, she came in with a few maids carrying food boxes and laid out the food one by one. Zhang Yuni asked while the food was being laid out, "Did you go to your nephew's wife's place today?" Because it was too embarrassing in the morning. He specifically told Ruizhu to explain the whole thing to Qin Kiching before leaving, although such a show of force would not be deducted. Explaining it could establish a calm image of focusing on career. Ruizhu hurriedly explained, "I thought that the young lady had not slept all night yesterday, so I planned to go after noon. But Miss Pinger came, so I have been delayed until now." She thought for a moment and said, "How about I go and have a look now?" Xiangling, who was standing by, pursed her lips and said, "Master, I want to go over and chat with you too." Zhang Yuni looked at her, thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go together. Let Ruizhu stay there tonight and chat with you for a while. Remember to come back early." "Hey! I'll collect these dishes when I come back." Hearing his promise, Xiangling smiled and responded, and immediately stepped forward to hold Ruizhu's arm, lifted the door curtain, and went to Tianxiang Tower. The reason why he made such an arrangement was that, firstly, Ruizhu and Qin Kiching were master and servant, so it was okay to talk privately, but it would be inconvenient to have Xiangling with them. Secondly, he had always treated everyone equally in the past, and never favored one over the other. Qin Kiching's shy and charming appearance in the morning made him feel itchy, so he just focused on Xiangling. Chapter 76 Moisturizing Things Silently. Zhang Yuni was eating with his head down when he suddenly heard a creak. He thought Xiangling came back after a few words. He glanced at the door, but saw no one. Just as he was wondering, he heard someone in the house trembling, "Master E! Master E!" He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Pinger, who was wearing a light green dress, crouching on the edge of the stairs. Originally, she planned to meet Zhang Yuni when he came downstairs, but before she came out, she heard him serve food, so she had to give up. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuni then sent Xiangling and Ruizhu away. Although following Zhang Yuni was a foregone conclusion, she was still Jiao Lian's nominal maid after all, so it was better not to let others know. Zhang Yuni frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" "Master, be quiet." Pinger glanced at the door with a vigilant look and whispered, "Grandma. Grandma asked me to invite Master Yi to meet in the empty room behind her room tonight." "Humph." Zhang Yuni snorted coldly, threw his chopsticks on the table, and said coldly, "Do you think I don't know what you are up to?" Although he also coveted Wang Shifeng's body, there was no reason to get into it when he knew it was a trap. If Wang Shifeng had made a clear offer, he wouldn't mind trying this Feng Luozi. But she was full of ideas and wanted to treat him like she treated Jia Rui, so she couldn't even think about it. Pinga shuddered when she heard this. Thinking of his fortune-telling skills, she said incoherently, Master Yi, you know everything?" She then said in a sad voice, I dare not hope for any status. I have advised you. But you want to fight for me because of our relationship as master and servant. Please don't blame me. Master E. You are kidding me. Do you think I don't know how Jia Rui died? Pinger was shocked when she heard this. And then she realized Master E misunderstood. Master Rui has bad intentions. Grandma only punished him slightly, hoping that he would stop. But he was so persistent and stubborn. Ha ha. Zhang Yuni sneered. Yes. He is persistent and stubborn. But I didn't provoke you. Instead, you are the ones who are persistent. He paused and said jokingly, in this case, can I also punish you with a small punishment? I was wrong. I hope Master E will not bear grudges. Be magnanimous. And forgive me. She bowed deeply to Zhang Yuni and said in a sad voice, I will go back and tell Grandma that I will never dare to. As she spoke, she moved her trembling legs and was about to move towards the door. Zhang Yuni suddenly stood up, blocked her way, grabbed her wrist, and said sternly, Don't use these words to evade me. It's not that I didn't give you a chance. Since you have been calculating against me again and again, you can't blame me. Let's go to the old lady and the lady to confront each other. Pinger heard this and knelt on the ground with a thump, begging, Everything started because of me. I am yours, and I will let you deal with me without complaint. I just ask you to let Grandma go. Zhang Yuni was stunned when he heard this, and then sneered, When did you become mice? How come I don't know? Pinger didn't dare to hide it, and hurriedly told Wang Shifeng's thoughts. Although Grandma can't tolerate me, she has never had bad intentions towards you. Please don't blame Grandma. After she finished speaking hesitantly, she raised her pretty face and looked at Zhang Yuni earnestly. With Jia Rong's words as a basis, Zhang Yuni certainly would not believe her words. He did not remember Wang Shifeng's idea of driving Pinger away, and he did not believe that she would be so kind as to give Pinger to him for no reason. But it was an indisputable fact that she was jealous, seeing that Pinger was still defending her at this time. Although it was most likely that what she said was not the truth. She was probably kept in the dark. Although he kept saying that he would confront Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang, he was just scaring Pinger. After all, his purpose was to subdue Jin Chai, not to clean up. Well, cleaning up is also another form of cleaning up. Of course, if he really dared to go against him, he would not blindly accommodate him. He looked at Pinger and said in a muffled voice, According to what you said, second sister-in-law Lian just wanted to give you to the master? Yes. Pinger looked up at him and said, If the master dislikes me? Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yuni stretched out his hand to pinch her chin and examined her, since second sister-in-law Lian is so kind. Let the master test it first. The thief did not leave empty-handed. Pinger has delivered it to the door. How could he let her go so easily? Today he has just made a great contribution and is in high spirits. If he were in Ronghua Mansion, he would have to consider the impact. At this moment, not only in Ninghua Mansion, but also in his own room, let alone Pinger. Even if Wang Shifeng came, he dared to call her a meat bun. No, he dared to call her crying for her parents. As Zhang Yuni spoke, he bent down, grabbed Pinger's hand, and pulled her up from the ground. Then he put his hands around her pink back and knees, stood up suddenly, and picked her up sideways. He was only wearing a thin middle-length shirt. When Pinger was held in his arms, her body softened immediately, and her waist and back fell down involuntarily, causing scratches. Feeling Pinger's back was obviously stiff, Zhang Yuni looked down and saw that although her eyes were shining, she was no longer sad, but was confused. He was relieved and smiled evilly. He walked to the door, leaned against the door on his side to close it, and raised his foot to hook the door on the other side. With a creak, the two doors closed. He turned around and put Pinger's exposed golden lotus against the bolt to lock the door. Fong held Pinger and strode towards the room next to the stairs where she had been hiding before. Xiangling didn't know when she would come back, and he was worried that he wouldn't hear her calling the door upstairs. Fortunately, this room was where Ruizhu lived before, and it was fully equipped. Before entering the room, he suddenly thought of a sentence he heard from Pinger, and said with a sly smile, Hee. Remember to tell Lian's second sister-in-law when you go back today that your Master Yi is not Lian's second master, and you may not be able to get away with going to the toilet. Pinger was a little confused when she heard this. Zhang Yuni leaned over and kissed for a long time, then slowly raised his head and smiled. Just tell her that if Lian's second sister-in-law doesn't believe it, you can ask her to come to the door in person. and Master will also let her test the quality. Outside the house, the wind suddenly sobbed. Bean-sized raindrops fell and hit a banana tree in Huifang Garden, making a pat-pat-pat sound. The raindrops fell on the leaves, splashing water. Although the banana leaves were wide, they could not withstand the baptism of raindrops. The leaves were gradually bent, and then slowly flowed down along the bent leaves, falling into the mud under the tree, and gradually merged into a pool of shallow water. The converging water lines slide down the shallow water, creating ripples. These ripples interweave, spread, and gradually disappear, lasting forever. And the green banana tree sways in the wind and rain, happily welcoming every drop of rain, gradually becoming greener and more vibrant. Chapter 77 Ode to the Goose. Since you didn't open your face, why did you dress like this? After half an hour, Zhang Yuni stared at the bed sheet on the couch and pondered. Pinger's identity as a maid was known to everyone, and she also had her face opened. He really didn't expect this result. Ah! Pinger was startled when she heard this, and her fingers that were spinning around the belt around her waist paused unconsciously. She looked at him with complicated eyes and stammered. I didn't mean to deceive. But it was just that the master didn't ask, and I forgot to say it. Although reputation is valued these days, there are also people like Jia Lian who love to hook up with married women. When she saw Zhang Yuni staring at the bed sheet with a look of suspicion, she thought he was the same as Jia Lian. Zhang Yuni was not dissatisfied with this result. Although he also had Chao Zai's likes, he was not as bad as Jia Lian. I just think that Wang Shifeng must have evil intentions in making such an arrangement. Due to the restrictions of the times, it is necessary to catch two people in adultery. If Pinger is a maid who has a face, no matter what Wang Shifeng has, she can turn her face and deny it. Of course, it doesn't mean that he was caught so easily. Not to mention that glass has been made now. Even if it hasn't, Rongfu will not be so petty with him because of a maid who has a face. What's more, this maid who has a face is a fake. However, once the incident is exposed, it will not be so easy to sneak into the backyard of Rongfu. You can let bygones be bygones for the previous things. Now tell me. This. Pinger hesitated. What? Do you still want to hide it from me? Zhang Yuni questioned. I dare not. But, since it concerns Madame's reputation, please do not disclose it. Pinger said with a tangled face. The rules of the mansion are that every man who grows up and has not married will have two people to serve him. There were originally two in the room of second Master Lien. Later, when Madame got married, they were found to be wrong and sent away within half a year. Although it is difficult for others to say, Madame herself is embarrassed and is also worried about getting a reputation of being jealous. So she asked me to dress like this to hide it from others. After hearing this, Zhang Yuni felt a little suspicious. Since Wang Shifeng used Pinger to hide it from others, she must have kept it secret. Although Jia Lian must be aware of this matter. He is now in Jiangnan and may not come back until the end of the year. Moreover, as Pinger said, it would not be good for her if this matter was exposed. Could it be that Wang Shifeng thought that she could threaten herself by telling Jia Lian about this? Pinger saw that he was silent, looked at him with a nervous face, and said sadly, Master, you won't dislike me and don't want me anymore. Right? Dislike? Zhang Yuni said in surprise. How could that be? Go back and pack up. And remember to bring the indenture tomorrow. This is just his guess at the moment. And he can't rule out that she really can't tolerate Pinger. Since she didn't say anything, he was happy to pretend to be confused. Pinger heard the words, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. She stood up tremblingly and said, It's been a long time. Grandma is probably waiting anxiously. So I'll go back first. Zhang Yuni put his arms around her slender waist and let her sit sideways on his thighs. He supported her pink back with one hand and rubbed her slender and tight thighs with the other hand. He said softly, Master didn't know that you hadn't been there before, so it was a little late to collect it. Are you feeling better now? Talking about the previous violent torture, Pinger was still in shock. She felt the heat coming from her buttocks and was immediately flustered. She wanted to break free, but was afraid that Zhang Yuni would be dissatisfied. So she could only twist her waist nervously. She said in a trembling voice, It's my fault. I failed to serve you well. Seeing her nervousness, Zhang Yuni comforted her. It's okay. There is a long time to come. When you recover, you will follow me and have many opportunities to serve me. Thank you for your consideration, she said anxiously. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to go back if I'm late. Zhang Yuni patted her buttocks, helped her stand up, and said, my master, let me take you out of the house. Pinger's cheeks flushed immediately, and she said shyly, if someone sees us now, I'm afraid they will be seen by me. It will also implicate Grandma. So please don't send me off. I can do it myself. As he was talking, there was a knock on the door, and then Xiangling shouted, Master, why is the door bolted? Is Master here? Zhang Yuni was about to go out to open the door, but Pinger hurriedly grabbed him and pleaded, please send Xiangling away. I will hide here first and go out later. Although Wang Shifeng had made a promise, it had not been fulfilled after all. At present, she was still under the name of Jia Lian's house, and it was inevitable that people would gossip when they saw her. Zhang Yuni knew her concerns and did not force her. He nodded and walked away. After Pinger closed the door, he opened it. Xiangling walked into the room, sniffed, and quickly covered her mouth and nose, saying with some disdain, Master, why don't you open the door? The room is full of rotten food. Zhang Yuni's mouth twitched slightly, and he immediately bit back. Why did you take so long? Didn't I tell you to come back early? Master thought you were staying there and not coming back, so he was ready to go to bed. It's my fault. I saw it was raining heavily outside, so I thought I would wait until it stopped before coming back. Xiangling clenched her hands tightly, like a child who had made a mistake, and hurriedly explained, I stay in the house all day, and only with Sister Ruizhu can I visit Shirong's room. Zhang Yuni thought for a while and said, if you are bored, wait until tomorrow. The master asked the sister-in-law to buy some poetry collections. You can flip through them and learn to write poems when you are free. How about it? Really? Xiangling exclaimed. I have read those poetry collections in the young lady's room before, but the young lady didn't have time to teach me. Can the master write poems? Although I am not good at it, I can still teach you now, and I will find a female teacher for you later. Xiangling smiled happily and said, Thank you. Sir, please wait a moment. I will help you rest after I have cleaned up the room. She walked to the window, pushed it open, and put down the mosquito-proof curtain, saying, the smell in this room is too strong. I will open the doors and windows first to get rid of the smell. Seeing her walking towards the room next to the stairs again, Zhang Yuni hurriedly stepped forward, picked her up horizontally, kissed the rouge mark on her forehead, and said anxiously, You have been delayed for so long, and you are waiting anxiously. Let's go back to the room to rest first, and keep these for tomorrow. Xiangling was held in his arms, and her body had already softened. She unconsciously put her hands around his neck, hearing him shouting in a hurry to go back to the room to rest. She felt her cheeks getting hotter, and hurriedly buried her delicate head in his broad chest, whispering, When will you teach me to write poetry? Zhang Yuni carried Xiangling upstairs, smiling, Read 300 Tang poems. You can recite them even if you don't know how to write them. Today, I will teach you to recite a poem called Ode to the Goose. Are you talking about the one by Luo Binwang? Xiangling raised her head from his arms, and said with a blushing face, I can recite this poem by heart. Goose, 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 singing with a curved neck to the sky. However, when she read this part, she could not continue, and she just kept repeating, oh goose. Chapter 78 Who are you fooling? Wang Shifeng, who was waiting anxiously in the room, saw Pinger coming back trembling, and jumped up from the chair, anxiously asking, Why did you delay for so long? When will he come? Pinger didn't answer, but rushed to the table, regardless of the hierarchy, picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all. Since entering the Dangxian pavilion, she had not drunk a drop of water, but was sweating all over. She felt thirsty after drinking a cup, so she poured another cup. After drinking, she panted and said, Master is not coming. What? Wang Shifeng grabbed the teacup, her eyes wide open, and asked, What's going on? Did you tell him clearly? Although she was also very anxious, she had to be patient because it was not easy for Pinger to do things. After hearing that things were messed up, she was no longer in the mood to wait for her to drink tea. Master knows everything and wants to drag me to the old lady and the lady to explain. I persuaded him with all my might. Wang Shifeng was shocked and said, What? How could he know? She then looked at Pinger with a scrutinizing look and said, Could it be you? At this point, she remembered that Pinger didn't know her true thoughts, so she stopped talking. Ping hurriedly explained. I didn't say a word, but Master directly told me about Master Rui. Humph! Wang Shifeng snorted coldly and frowned slightly. What does it have to do with that toad? Grandma, didn't you forget? The empty room in the small corridor behind the house was the one where Master Rui was teased at the beginning. You can't blame Master for being suspicious. She glanced at Wang Shifeng and saw that her face was uncertain. So she hurriedly added, however, Master has agreed to let me take the indenture with me tomorrow. After hearing this, Wang Shifeng was stunned, then narrowed her eyes and looked at Pinger from top to bottom. After looking at her for a long time, she suddenly bent down and lifted Pinger's skirt. Well, you little slut. You can't walk when you see a man? You don't do things properly. But you hook up with him first. She frowned and said with a fierce look, You are really calculating. You are treating me like a fool. Tell me, when did you hook up with him? She didn't invite him. But she lost her body. She couldn't help but suspect that Pinger had an affair with him. Pinger was startled when she heard this. And then tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. She cried and said, We are master and servant. If you can't tolerate me, just drive me away. Why do you have to use this to frame me? As she said this, she took out a bed sheet from her bosom, handed it over, and complained, I have never done anything wrong to you, madam. She originally didn't plan to cut the bed sheet, but when she heard Xiangling was going to open the door, she was worried that someone would see her when she was cleaning the house tomorrow, causing unnecessary trouble. So she cut the bed sheet and brought it back. Wang Shifeng vowed in the afternoon to give her to Zhang Yuni. But now she suddenly changed her mind. She just thought that Wang Shifeng heard some rumors and suspected that she had an affair with Jiao Lian. So she was resentful and made up a set of words to deceive her to vent her hatred. Seeing her like this, Wang Shifeng knew she had thought too much. Although she knew she was in the wrong, she refused to admit it and said angrily, Well, who wants to see this? I just want to scare you. Let's see if you dare to act on your own next time. Pinger knew her temper and knew that she had calmed down. She said aggrievedly, Isn't this all ordered by the lady? How can I act on my own? You still dare to be stubborn. Wang Shifeng scolded. I told you to bring him here. Why didn't you listen? You can't blame me for this. The master wanted to drag me to find the old lady and the lady. So I had to tell the truth. At this point, she muttered, Besides, the excuse that Grandma found doesn't work for the master. Why doesn't it work? Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and scolded. If you don't explain clearly, watch out for your skin. When Pinger said this, she didn't think too much. Just thought that this was also a reason. When Wang Shifeng asked her again, she couldn't help but think of her previous experience. Her cheeks flushed and she said cautiously, If I tell you, Grandma, don't blame me. Speak. Wang Shifeng frowned and said coldly, You dare to give your body to someone. What else can you not dare to say? Pinger heard this. She hesitated to say, Madam, forget about going to the toilet. If it weren't for the fact that I've never been there, I wouldn't even be able to come down even if I went to the palace. Bah! Wang Shifeng blushed and said sarcastically, You're just doing those crooked ways. Be careful not to take too much poison and die suddenly. Hearing her doubts, Pinger said indignantly, Madam, don't judge others by yourself. I've been hiding in the house. When I came out, the master was eating. Then he carried me into the house. How could I have time to eat those things? You little slut. Your heart changes quickly. You're helping him speak. Did he hit you in the heart? Speaking of this, she didn't know what she was thinking. Her pretty face flushed and she spat. Bah! I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me everything that happened tonight without missing a word. Pinger was also angry for a while. So she argued with her. Now she didn't dare to mention it again, and hurriedly repeated what happened. When she talked about Zhang Yuni's reminder to her to remember to tell Wang Shifeng when she returned that Master Yi was not Master Lien, Wang Shifeng couldn't help but spit. Bah! You are fooling around. I'm afraid he is a lecherous embryo, carrying these tiger and wolf drugs with him. You are just ignorant and fooled by him. Pinger glanced at her and said with a guilty face, Still, do you want to say more? Wang Shifeng blushed when she heard it, and scolded, Who loves you to listen to him flattering him? She heard that he was already carried into the room, and thought that there would be those unspeakable things afterwards. Pinger was relieved when she heard it, since Wang Shifeng had said it word for word. If she continued to ask, she would inevitably repeat Zhang Yuni's invitation to her to test the color. However, Just as she was relieved, Wang Shifeng's words shocked her. Go find him tomorrow and ask him to come over. Although it was not done in one go, it was the first step. Moreover, Zhang Yuni was so eager to recruit Pinger, which made her more confident in her plan. Thinking of this, she couldn't hide her excitement. Pinger was shocked when she saw this, and hesitated. Grandma. Grandma. You can't. Bah! What are you thinking? Wang Shifeng spat. I am your family. I can't see that he has wronged you. You know that men are cheap bones. The easier it is to get them, the less they know how to cherish them. We can't compare with others. Your appearance and figure are not worse than Xiangling. You are both designated concubines. Can it be that the second master's is surpassed by Wenlong's? This. Pinger heard this, and immediately thought of something. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Shifeng waved her hand impatiently, yawned and said, Okay. I'm sleepy. Let's talk about it when we see him. As she said that, she glared at Pinger and said disdainfully, You smell like a slut. Why don't you go and wash up? You are not allowed to get on my bed tonight. Chapter 79, 1 Emotion. 2 Worries. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. The soil wetted by a sudden rain last night was filled with a fresh fragrance of soil under the shining of the summer sun. However, Zhang Yuni, who was jogging in the garden, had a different feeling at the moment. The indescribable heat was like entering a sauna. In a short while, sweat slid down his cheeks and neck, soaking his clothes. The clothes stuck to his body, outlining his strong and powerful muscles. Yu Erji, who opened the window, saw the scene of blood rushing, and immediately blushed with shame. His cheeks flushed, his heartbeat accelerated, and he hurriedly raised his hand to cover his face, while secretly looking at the body that seemed to be cast in steel and iron through his fingers. Last night, Yusher had nothing to do, so she gave her some targeted guidance. Although it is not convenient to elaborate on the details, there is no lack of some false role-playing. Suddenly witnessing this majestic figure at this moment, I can't help but feel a sense of immersion. When I thought that this body made of steel and iron would replace the delicate figure of my eldest sister Yusher, I felt a huge wave coming behind me. I was so frightened that my face turned pale. My heart was beating wildly, and my legs softened. I couldn't help but stumble and fall on the window. The same scene fell into the eyes of Qin Keqing, who was peeping in Tianxiang Tower. But it was a different scene. Although she was not like Yu Erji, who had Yosher's words and deeds, she had replaced Xiangling's perspective more than once in the dead of night. Yesterday, I saw Zhang Yuni's show of strength, and another emotion surged in my heart. In the evening, Ruizhu came to the door and explained that she was trying to cover up, which disturbed her mind. Baozhu was ignorant, and her repeated questions made her understand more clearly, and she also felt more immersed in the situation. Her sight followed Zhang Yuni's ups and downs, and his rhythmic squats. Her heart also rose and fell, up and down. Zhang Yuni finished the last set of squats as if no one was around, got up and went back to the house, and couldn't wait to take off his sticky undershirt, because the order was reversed yesterday. Xiangling served him, and washed off the stickiness, and changed into a clean official uniform. Ah! As soon as I came downstairs, I heard Ruizhu's exclamation from the next room. Before Zhang Yuni could go into the room to check, Ruizhu came out holding a ball of sheets cut into rags. Master, you never order people around, and you never say bad things to anyone. Who on earth hates you so much? Her pretty face was slightly cold, and she walked out holding the bed sheet, saying, I want to see who gave her the courage. Wait! Seeing the bed sheet cut into pieces, Zhang Yuni's face froze, and he hurriedly called out, It's just a bed sheet cut. Maybe she encountered something and felt depressed, but she didn't dare to take it out on her own room. It's not worth making a fuss. Master, this is not a trivial matter. If she dares to cut the bed sheet to vent her anger today, she may dare to hurt you with scissors tomorrow. There are only some maids and old women in this garden. How could you be hurt by them? Zhang Yuni raised his arm and showed off his biceps. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Ruizhu lowered her head and thought deeply. The master was kind to everyone and never punished his servants. How could he be hated for no reason? Last night's rain, although not as long as the last time, came and went quickly, but it was still strong and rainy. And when it rained, Xiangling and I happened to stay in Tianxiang Tower. Perhaps because of this, Jiazhen, who had ulterior motives, was dissatisfied. This bed sheet might not be a vent, but a warning. Master, when I go to the young lady's place in the future, please don't leave the door open for me, so that no one can sneak in again. She wanted to remind him, but she glanced at Xiangling beside her, thought about it, and decided to tell him privately. At the same time, she secretly made up her mind to practice the method of keeping fit that the master taught her. Yeah. Zhang Yuni didn't know that the pot was put on Jiaxin's head, and he just thought he had persuaded her. So he quickly agreed. As he was talking, Pinger came in and bowed. Master Yi. Zhang Yuni's face twitched, and he had to pretend to be relaxed and said, You're here. It was agreed last night that she would come with her indenture today, but she didn't expect to come so soon and bump into this scene. Ruizhu and Xiangling were still in the dark, and smiled and greeted. Why is Miss Pinger here? Pinger glanced at the bed sheet in Ruizhu's arms, and her face suddenly flushed. She turned her head and said, Grandma asked me to ask you to talk about something. She was worried. Although she cut off the traces last night, she was worried that people would see the secret if she only cut one piece. So she simply cut the bed sheet so that it could not be pieced together. But now Ruizhu came out with the bed sheet, and she didn't know if Master Yi had told him. Zhang Yuni frowned upon hearing this, and said in a deep voice, What does second sister-in-law Lian want to talk to me about? Although he had expected last night that things would not be that simple. Wang Shifeng's asking Pinger to come to find him confirmed his guess. Grandma probably wants to do some business with you. Speaking of this, she glanced at Ruizhu and Xiangling. Without waiting for Zhang Yuni to speak, Ruizhu hurriedly said, Master, I and Xiangling will burn this, so that no one will see it and cause trouble. After that, she took Xiangling and ran out together. After they left, Zhang Yuni looked at Pinger and said, So, she didn't bring the indenture to you? Hearing this, Ping hurriedly explained, I also went back to tell Grandma last night, and then I knew her thoughts. I didn't deceive you. Your Majesty trusts you. Tell me what she thinks. He didn't mind Wang Shifeng asking for something. If she really couldn't get in, how could he steal her? However, having said that, his thoughts couldn't be revealed, so as not to make her greedy. I don't know the details, but she hesitated for a moment and said, Grandma has always been strong-willed and doesn't want to be outdone by the concubine's family. It's not easy to bring Wang Shifeng's rhetoric to Zhang Yuni, so she thought of a compromise. Zhang Yuni snorted coldly and said, So if the master doesn't agree, does she intend to hold you hostage? This? Pinger hesitated. Grandma didn't say it. And I don't know? Zhang Yuni nodded and said with a double meaning, The Xue family has been royal merchants for generations, and they have some foundation in business. The master cooperated with the Xue family because of this. But I don't know what advantages Lian's second sister-in-law has to show. He didn't wait for Pinger to answer, and continued, Don't rush to make a judgment for her. You might as well go back and tell Lian's second sister-in-law to let her think about it carefully. The master has something to do in the Yamen at this time, and he will talk to her in detail after he finishes this period. If she can't wait, let her come by herself. It's not that he was worried that Wang Shifeng would cheat. But firstly, he wanted to keep Wang Shifeng on edge. Secondly, Qin Keqing's side was the dark before dawn. So in order to avoid losing Jingzhou by carelessness, he would not go out at night recently. Hey, Pinger agreed, hesitantly said. The bed sheet. I was worried that someone would see it, so I cut it back. Zhang Yuni nodded and said lightly, Did you bring it? Yes. Pinger took it out and handed it over. Zhang Yuni waved his hand and said, Leave it with you first. If she still wants to use it to threaten me, I can't make it difficult for you. He asked just to test Pinger. After all, it was cut from his own room. If Pinger refused, then the motive for cutting it last night might not be as simple as she said. Pinger saw that he was so considerate of her, and a warm current suddenly surged in her heart. This is all Grandma's plan. I am your mistress, and I will never let you get involved. Don't worry. Zhang Yuni shook his head and said, You don't care about this little thing? Tell me what you think. I am your mistress, so naturally you have the final say. But Grandma treats me like a sister, so I hope you won't have any grudges against me because of me. Except for the jealousy. Wang Shifeng is really good to her in other aspects. Zhang Yuni nodded and said without comment, Then you can go back first. I will talk to her first. Chapter 80 The Second Mistress's Strengths. Miss. Although Ruizhu kept saying that she should not let anyone see her, so as to avoid causing trouble, She ran into Tianxiang Tower with the bed sheet in her arms. As soon as she entered the door, she winked at Bao and said, "Bao Zhu, you chat with Xiangling for a while. I have something to say to Mississippi." Ever since Ruizhu brought Xiangling to her house that day, Bao Zhu always thought that she was also secretly helping Zhang Yuni. Although she didn't understand what she meant at the moment, it was obvious that she was holding the shredded bed sheet. And she couldn't help thinking wrongly, thinking that she was holding Master Yi's original bed sheet to make up for her grandmother. She didn't dare to ask more, and hurriedly pulled Xiangling aside to talk. Qin Keqing was also confused, looking at Ruizhu in a trance, and asked in a trembling voice, "What's going on?" Last night, the master and servant talked in bed together, and during the conversation, Ruizhu exaggerated how Zhang Yuni put official business first. She was secretly worried. Ruizhu was so straightforward. Could it be that she brought the evidence of Zhang Yuni's forbearance just to win her trust? "Miss." Ruizhu pulled her to a deserted place behind the house and said, "It rained yesterday. Master Zhen might have come again." She handed over the bed sheet and said, "I stayed at Mrs. Place yesterday. Master Zhen left the door open for me. I saw this downstairs in the morning. I'm afraid he intended to warn Master." "Ah," Qin Keqing explained softly, and at the same time, she felt ashamed. "Did you remind Uncle? Before, Xiangling was here, so I couldn't say anything. I just reminded Master to remember to close the door." She had a tangled look on her face and hesitated. "If I tell Master about this, what if?" When the incident just happened, she was thinking about reminding Zhang Yuni to be careful. But when she calmed down, she was worried that he would be frightened by Jiazhen. She was tangled in her heart and was in a dilemma for a while. So she thought of asking Qin Keqing for advice. Even if there is such a disaster, you can't implicate your uncle, and you can't deliberately hide it from him. Qin Keqing's face showed a trace of sadness. The servants of Ning Mansion all had families with them. Although Jiaode didn't die in Ning Mansion, he was beaten and died that night in the farm outside the city. Although Zhang Yuni is not comparable to Jiaode, Jiazhen has always been unscrupulous. After all, he lives in Ningguo Mansion, Jiazhen's 1/3 acre of land. If he really wants to harm him, even if he doesn't dare to hurt his life openly, he may create some accidents. Of course, her mentality is different now, and she is eager to know whether Zhang Yuni will still insist on protecting her in this situation. So, even though she knew that Ruizhu's worries were not unreasonable, she still made a decision without hesitation. "Hey, I'll tell you tonight." "Bah! You don't want to admit it after you've eaten everything?" In the 3-room porch of Ronghua Mansion, Wang Shifeng put her hands on her waist and cursed, "You little slut. You are so useless that you can't even win the heart of a wild man?" Pinger sneered at this and thought to herself. The master didn't even accept the bed sheet with blood on it, because he was worried about embarrassing her. So how could he not be interested in her? However, she was worried that if she revealed the inside story, Wang Shifeng would take the opportunity to embarrass Zhang Yuni. So she hurriedly followed the conversation and said, "The master is a man who does big things. How could he let others manipulate him just because of a servant?" The master also said that he wanted to cooperate with the concubine's family because her family has been royal merchants for generations and has a business foundation. "I'm afraid it won't be so easy for Grandma to convince the master." After saying that, she hesitated again, and still retorted, "Madam, since you promised me to the master, how can you say that the master is a wild man?" "Bah!" Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and spat. "You are so outrageous. You dare to argue with me." Pinger said aggrievely, "I dare not contradict you." Speaking of contradicting, she suddenly remembered the situation of being contradicted by Zhang Yuni last night, and her cheeks suddenly felt hot. Hurry up and waved away the inappropriate thoughts, and advised, "But your method is too dishonorable. You must know that the master is not like the masters in this mansion. If you are not careful, you will be in trouble with the old lady and the lady." These words really pinched Wang Shifeng's soft spot. Thinking of the 3-party agreement reached between Zhang Yuni and the 2 mansions, she couldn't help but worry secretly. But she refused to admit defeat and scolded, "You little slut. You were so reluctant when I told you before. But now that the new one is better than the old one, your heart is running away." The new one and the old one she said referred to the new and old masters. But Pinger misunderstood. "Hurry up and red-faced," she explained, "Grandma, how can this be the same?" Wang Shifeng was stunned at first, but when she saw her expression, she immediately came to her senses and spat, "Bah! You little slut. Why are you being so coquettish? Hurry up and stop tasting. Who told you that? She scolded Pinger. But her heart trembled. After all, she was not a virgin who had never had sex. And she knew the taste of it. And Jia Lian had been away from home for more than half a year. Although he had been cheating with Pinger to achieve his goal recently, he consoled himself. But, after all, it was a little different. Although she was quite disdainful yesterday, she noticed Pinger's haggard look, which was caused by the heavy burden. Therefore, those words seemed sarcastic. But in fact they were somewhat sour. At this moment, when Pinger mentioned the difference, she felt a little more numb. She felt her legs sore, and she felt weak all over. She quickly crossed her legs and leaned on the Kong. Pinger knew she had thought wrongly and changed the subject. Master said that he has been busy in the government recently, and I am afraid he has no time to see you. If you can't wait, go to the East Mansion to find him. Wang Shifeng blurted out. Bah! Who can't wait? After saying that, she realized that she had overreacted and hurriedly said, I think you are a little slut. You can't wait to go over. Her words really hit Pinger's mind. On the one hand, it is true that she knows the taste of it. On the other hand, the person is Zhang Yuni's, and it is not appropriate to stay with Wang Shifeng. However, Wang Shifeng had just said that new people are better than old ones, and she was also worried that she would threaten her. So she hurriedly explained, I am just reminding you. Grandma, the master said that if you are not in a hurry, you might as well take this opportunity to think about what advantages you can show off. Because of the influence of his previous life, Zhang Yuni deliberately avoided gossiping when he said this with a pun. But Pinger didn't have this awareness, and didn't hear the implication of Zhang Yuni's words. So she just said what she wanted. Wang Shifeng had long determined that he was not a good person. After hearing this, she unconsciously glanced at her two long legs with even bones and flesh resting on the edge of the Kong. She couldn't help thinking, if he really didn't see the rabbit, he wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt her face flushed and her heart was hot. And she cursed in her heart, pervert. After finally recovering, she turned her eyes to Pinger and said in a muffled voice, he didn't touch you today. Did he? How could it be? I was only there for a moment. Hearing this, Wang Shifeng narrowed her eyes, raised two fingers, looked at Pinger, and smiled. Have you forgotten what your strengths are? Now that we have nothing to do, and it's lunch break, we can go back and relax. And by the way, help you recall your grandmother's strengths.